The most miserable were Luo Dahu and his wife. The condition for their release was live together, die together, meaning they would be bound for life.
Divorce?
Living separately? Not an option.
Mij was hated by Luo Dahu.
Thinking calmly, she realized that the reason Luo Xi wasn't well liked by the family was largely due to Mei's scheming. She often made subtle remarks that would anger the mother enough to attack Luo Xi, showing her malicious mind. In the past, Mei Fugue was the village chief, and her family was well respected. Now, everyone looked at her with disdain. Whenever Luo Dahu thought of her, he would beat her. She was assigned all the dirty and tiring chores at home, and if she didn't do well, she would be beaten or starved, something that happened often. Mei had become like the original owner in the Luo family. They would spend their whole lives tormenting each other. The bamboo forest was in a basin area, warm in winter and cool in summer. A gentle breeze carrying moisture blew through, and the villagers visiting Luo Xi's new home for the first time felt a particularly refreshing coolness. Children played by the lake under the watch of women, their cheerful laughter ringing far and wide. The men in the village preferred Luo Xi's bathroom, repeatedly pulling the flush handle, impressed by the design that kept the toilet odor-free. After finishing here, I went a mess with the shower. This is even more convenient than a flushing toilet. Just step on it and water comes out. I want to make one too, Tainyo said. In the village, bathing is very inconvenient. Families without a bath bucket finish their farm work, come home sweaty and smelly, and pour a bucket of cold water at the well. Summer is okay, but in winter, people can only heat water for washing, which is very inconvenient. Many people have earned some money in the workshop over the past 2 months and are thinking of improving their houses or making a shower. Luo Xi finds cooking troublesome and sends someone to a restaurant to buy ready-made food. Outside the yard, round tables are set up. This time, there are no troublemakers and everyone eats and drinks happily. During the meal, young men and women in the village take turns to toast Luo Xi, and she accepts all the toasts. She carries a wine jar in one hand, stands on one foot on a stool, and plays a drinking game with others. Who is whose father? I'm your father. Who is whose son? I'm your son. After saying this, Tainyo quickly covers his mouth. Everyone laughs loudly and cheers. Congratulations, Tainyo, on getting a new dad. Luo Xi and dad, she laughs so hard, she bends over. Big kid. Drink up. The silver dish on the main seat watches this scene with a wide grin. He imagines a cute, soft little girl, but in reality, she's a tough guy who can drink and play games with a bunch of grown men. Will she be able to get married if she goes back to dressing as a girl? He worries. So much. Next to him, Qi, who is sitting beside Yin Yao Ju, can't sit still. He keeps twisting on his chair. Yin Yao Ju glares at him. Are there nails under your? Qi, who has taken off his armor, no longer looks heroic but a bit irritable. Isn't it just a drinking game? Look at that little coward. Let me handle her. I'll make her pass out in 1 round. Qi is eager to try. Seeing Luo Xi make another person drink until they fall, with a bright, carefree smile, he gets itchy and leaves a sentence. Little cousin. I'll teach her how to behave. Then he strides angrily toward the table. Yin Yao Ju rubs his forehead. He's thinking about how feasible it is to hit him in front of everyone. Qi, sitting on his right, spins his wine cup. He's the young man in the exam who can see through who's cheating at a glance. Seeing Mo's unpredictable expression, he clinks his cup and says, Little cousin, your father rushed to send my brother over, probably for her, right? Can you tell me more about this Luo Xi? What exactly is her background? Silver Chef took a sip of wine and showed a playful smile. Guess, in the Guogong mansion, the 4 brothers each had their own traits. The eldest was calm and wise, the heir trained by the family. The second was scholarly, cunning and sly, often causing trouble for the old officials in court. The third, Qi, was skilled in martial arts, probably using his brains to exchange for strength. He could easily take down enemies in battle but wasn't very clever. The youngest, Qi, was smart and perceptive but liked to hang out in the marketplace and not focus on official duties. He was too perceptive, knowing his older brothers were already very talented, so he acted like a spoiled brat, spending his days chasing chickens and teasing dogs. People felt sorry for him and wanted to teach him a lesson. Qi Rui stroked his chin. Actually, I can guess what you're about to say. Silver Chef raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue, eager to see how sharp this kid's eyes really were. Since I can remember, the only person who cared so much about you was that lost little girl. Qi Rui took a deep breath and glanced at Luo Xi.
So,
The news was wrong. The princess didn't give birth to a daughter, but a son. Luo Xi is my younger cousin, right? Silver Chef clapped his hands. Very good guess. Next time, don't guess. He was disappointed in this troublemaker, waving his hand dismissively. And you, stay away from me. Qi Rui was about to do just that. His little uncle was only a few years older than him, proud of being the elder, and had disciplined him with a stick since childhood. Sitting nearby, he felt a bit tense. After receiving the order, he hurried over to the lively table. He thought he guessed right, but not completely. He wanted to see where he went wrong and get closer to Luo Xi. Qi Kua grabbed a jar of wine, put his arm around Luo Xi's shoulder, and challenged, "Little rascal, dare to have a round with me? Come on." Luo Xi rolled up her sleeves, unafraid of challenges. After 2 rounds, she realized Qi Kua didn't seem very clever, but reacted very quickly. They were evenly matched, both drinking a lot. Until Qi Rui joined in, and the game tilted in favor of the 2 brothers. Luo Xi hiccuped, her pretty face turning red. The rice wine in this era wasn't very strong, but she drank a lot. Lu Yanjin watched her get tipsy and stood up gracefully to join in. Suddenly, the Qi brothers saw what real dominance looked like. After 3 rounds, Lu Yanjin hadn't touched a drop of wine, while the 2 brothers' faces were already flushed. Feeling the pressure ease, Luo Xi threw an arm around Lu Yanjin and laughed freely. See? At the key moment, we can always count on our Lu Shun. Qi Kua was unwilling to admit defeat, like a stubborn bull, almost steaming with frustration. He couldn't believe that the drinking games he had mastered in the army could lose to a refined-looking scholar. He kept shouting, "One more round." The lively atmosphere lasted until nightfall. The shy moon hid behind the clouds, and after food and drink, the villagers held Luo Xi's hand, reluctant to part. "Luo Xi, Lu Yanjin, you must do your best. Bring back 2 top scores from the provincial exam." "Yes, yes. When the good news comes, we'll rename our Zhengdao village to Top Scholar Village." Luo Xi patted his chest in promise, though his steps were unsteady, clearly tipsy. "Huh. What's a top score? When I become the very first scholar in the land, we'll rename the village Champion Village instead." Lu Yanjin supported the little drunkard while also sending off the equally tipsy villagers, listening to one boast and the other cheer. Finally, when everyone had left, Luo Xi clung to his collar, refusing to let go. "More wine. Let's keep drinking." "Hee, why are there 2? "No, 3 of you, Lu Yanjin." Her eyes were hazy, her flushed face glowing like the evening clouds, lips pouting slightly in protest. Lu Yanjin's throat tightened, his gaze darkening. His arm around her waist unconsciously held her closer. In his arms, Luo Xi's waist was slender yet strong, easily encircled by his hands. Her skin was fair, her eyes clear yet dazed, like a spirit wandering in the night. Lu Yanjin felt as if he were losing control. His thumb brushed lightly across her lips, his voice low and strained, as though holding something back. "I want our first kiss to be when you are awake and willing." The cool night breeze only made Luo Xi's muddled mind more confused. Tilting her head, she muttered in puzzlement. "What first cup of wine? I don't need to be awake. I'm not drunk." Lu Yanjin suddenly laughed. The fists he had clenched under his sleeves slowly relaxed, letting go of the restless emotions inside. His voice, low and deliberate, carried a weight of suppressed feeling. "As you wish." He gently lifted her chin, his eyes deep and intense, like a wild beast on the edge of losing control, before leaning down toward her. "Ugh." Luo Xi opened her eyes wide and suddenly pushed the person away. Lu Yanjin stepped back, quietly watching her, his breathing a little uneven.
Wine.
The jar bit me. Just as he thought she was going to attack him, Luo Xi stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It's the osmanthus-flavored wine. Luo Xi's eyes grew more confused. Can I have another bowl? Yanjin watched her silently, neither speaking nor moving forward. Luo Xi said, then I'll do it myself. A figure like Chang'e flying to the moon suddenly lunged at the man under the bamboo, opening her mouth to bite.
Wow.
So soft, warm lips, close contact. Yanjin had drunk some osmanthus wine at the banquet, and a faint scent still lingered on his lips and teeth. Luo Xi pushed him to the ground. Feeling his struggle, she used her fighting skills to tie up his hands and feet, then raised an eyebrow proudly. Osmanthus wine. You still want to run? Without hesitation, she bit again. The taste was a bit weaker, and she suspected she had drunk fake wine. Unsatisfied, she tore and bit again. Wasn't the osmanthus wine just now very strong? Quickly open the bottle cap. Luo Xi looked up with a fixed gaze. Yanjin took the opportunity to sit up slightly, but his forehead bumped into Luo Xi's chin, making her even more confused. Are you still daring to hit someone with this osmanthus wine? Luo Xi got angry and pressed him down with a rip, the sound of fabric tearing. The cool, pale skin of a young man was revealed under the moonlight. His six-pack abs were defined and textured, with a deep V-shaped line hidden below. Under the moonlight, he looked as beautiful as a mermaid in the deep sea, making people feel an uncontrollable urge to destroy. Luo Xi's trembling fingers reached out to touch him. Her eyes lit up instantly. White wine. Recorded on the terminal as white wine. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. I found the bottle cap. Yanjin was still stunned from the shock of his torn shirt when suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. Luo Xi bit the bottle cap she thought she had, but couldn't pull it off no matter how hard she tried. Yanjin winced in pain, and his usually calm face was now flushed with a red blush. Luo Xi was not fully aware, but he knew things might go wrong if this continued. He quickly restrained the tipsy girl and reached out to gather the scattered cloth pieces. Little osmanthus wine dares to resist this handsome guy. In his excitement, he even used a term from the apocalypse era. Luo Xi's mind was full of the unruly osmanthus wine. She thought the world was truly amazing. Not only did humans and animals mutate, but even a small bottle of wine dared to challenge her mutation. This made her even more wild. I'll smash the wine bottle and see how you run. Yanjin was startled. She supported herself with her hand and leapt onto the green bamboo. When Luo Xi couldn't find osmanthus wine, she started destroying the bamboo forest wildly. No mutated creature could escape her grasp. Not even the osmanthus wine. The bamboo forest was toppled in large sections. Even with Yanjin's agility, she was chased and exhausted. Finally, Luo Xi used her mental power to lock onto her target. She flipped and pounced on her prey, angrily threatening, "Run." "You're running now." Yanjin, with blank eyes, was pressed to the ground. Her last thought was, I can never let her drink wine again. The osmanthus wine finally stopped trying to escape. Luo Xi was satisfied. She loosened her grip and began tasting her delicious treat. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her collarbone. Yanjin took a deep breath. Be gentle. The little drunkard was so strong she seemed to move mountains. After taking a sip, her collarbone bled. She licked it gently like a kitten. The man was going crazy, his whole body tense. Maybe she didn't like the taste, so she moved to another spot to continue. Suddenly, Yanjin's eyes darkened with determination. She struggled to flip away, gritting her teeth and saying through clenched teeth, "This isn't okay." Yao finished calming the equally drunk Qi brothers, then turned around when he heard sounds from the bamboo forest. He saw Yanjin, disheveled and covered in bruises, running ahead. Her little cotton-padded jacket was laughing wildly while chasing behind her. You run. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, the osmanthus wine spirit can't escape. Wherever they went, the bamboo forest was overturned, with dry branches and leaves scattered everywhere. Yao was stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. Noticing him, Mu Xingliang, who was losing his spirit, shouted, "Quick! Knock her out." A reckless Luo Xi, with 2 men working hard, finally managed to subdue her. Watching someone faint on the ground, Lu Yanjin sat by the lake, gasping for air. Her face was paler than if she had eaten 2 pounds of flour. Inya Yao came over, feeling sorry for her bruised body. Her exposed skin was covered in bruises. He sighed inwardly. His little cotton-padded jacket had really hurt her. "Are you okay?" he asked. Lu Yanjin calmed her breathing and shook her head. She wanted to check Luo Xi's pulse, but Inya Yao quickly stopped her. "Take a rest. My healer will arrive soon." "Just joking." Now, as 2 men, they can still make amends afterward. What if the person surnamed Lu finds out that Luo Xi is a girl and expects her to take responsibility? While speaking, Mo, holding an elderly man, came over to Luo Xi. Lu Yanjin recognized this person, Dr. Xue. Since he was dressed in disarray, it was inconvenient for him to show off his skills. Silver Yao called Nanji to help carry Luo Xi into the room. The old man was sleeping soundly. When he woke up to find himself being lifted into the air, he was frightened and upset. He grumbled and closed his eyes on the bed. Luo Xi, who was sleeping like a dead pig, was checking her pulse. After a moment, he released her hand and snorted coldly. "It's just alcohol poisoning. Sleep it off, and she'll be fine. If not, give her some hangover cure." Thinking of Luo Xi's childhood growing up in the countryside, Silver Yao hesitated for a moment. "Since we're here, check her body for any other issues." Dr. Xue's small eyes twinkled. He extended a finger and said, "A ginseng root over 50 years old." Silver Yao nodded. "Yes, but be sure to check carefully." The old man looked pleased, as if he had found a big bargain. He checked her pulse again, and at first everything seemed normal. But as he continued, his expression grew more surprised. He blurted out, "Is this a young girl?" He hadn't noticed it at first, probably because he didn't think about gender. Now, after a careful check, he realized she was actually a girl. Nanji, worried and wide-eyed, looked at the bed where Luo Xi was sleeping peacefully. Her master, the top candidate for martial arts competition, was a woman? This was unbelievable. Dr. Chui's eyes fixed on Luo Xi's prominent Adam's apple. "Let me feel it." What material could make something so realistic? Luo Xi was awakened by the bright sunlight. She opened her eyes, feeling a terrible headache, and still had a metallic taste in her mouth. Yin Yao was sitting on a soft sofa reading a book. He hadn't slept all night, so he looked a little tired. When he saw Luo Xi wake up, he quickly closed his book and stood up to ask, "How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" Luo Xi massaged her temples and touched her stomach. "My head hurts a bit and my stomach feels upset." In the post-apocalyptic world, there was no alcohol, so she didn't realize she was experiencing a hangover. It was her first time feeling this way. She asked in a hoarse voice, "What happened to me?" Yin Yao called Nanji and brought over the porridge that had been cooking in the kitchen. Seeing Nanji wanting to feed her, Luo Xi gave a pale smile and waved her hand. "I'm not hurt. I don't need you to feed me." Hearing her call herself Big Brother, Nanji held back a laugh. Luo Xi never refused food offered to her. Even if she wasn't hungry, she could eat several bowls. Now that she was hungry, she ate obediently. Watching her eat the porridge carefully, Yin Yao dismissed everyone else and asked cautiously, "Do you remember what happened last night?" Luo Xi tried to recall, but a sharp pain shot through her forehead. She made a sound and covered her head. Seeing this, Yin Yao quickly said, "If you can't remember, don't think about it. Just eat." He advised her to eat well, and if she couldn't remember, she shouldn't force herself. Luo Xi felt that no one important would come to bother her now. Besides, with this great Buddha present, she didn't think anything serious could happen last night, even if she drank too much. After finishing a pot of porridge and 4 cold dishes, she realized someone was missing. She asked, "Where's Lu Yanjin? Didn't we agree to leave for the city today? Has he not woken up yet?" Hearing her mention Lu Yanjin, Yin Yao looked troubled. His mouth opened, but he didn't say a word for a long time. Seeing his strange expression, Luo Xi frowned slightly. Could it be that Lu Yanjin confessed to her little uncle last night while drunk? Yin Yao looked embarrassed, as if reluctant to speak. It seemed. Lu Yanjin was rejected?
Oh.
She knew this path would be difficult. She put down her bowl, got up from the bed, and said, "I'll go see him." Yin Yao wanted to stop her, but couldn't. He watched her run out like the wind, sighing softly and muttering to himself. It's all fate. Since waking up, Luo, she felt a bit confused. Coupled with her little uncle's always hesitant expression, her instincts told her something must have happened last night. As she left the small courtyard, she saw her little sister kicking a shuttlecock under the tree. The girl looked healthy and was in much better shape than when she was rescued. She is no longer so timid and can talk to people now. Usually, when she sees someone, she will take the initiative to say hello, calling her brother sweetly. But this time was different. When Lu Xiaomei saw Luo Xi, she looked like she saw something very scary. She didn't want the shuttlecock anymore and tried to run away. Then she remembered something she saw last night in the bamboo forest. Her eyes, like two black grapes, were full of tears. She was trembling with fear, but still held onto Luo Xi's sleeve and said, "Brother, you want to eat me, not the brother." Her words were a bit unclear, but Luo Xi understood. She squatted down patiently and comforted her. "Your brother and I are friends. I won't eat him, and I definitely won't eat you." Hearing this, the little girl's tears couldn't be controlled anymore and fell like pearls. Sniffling, she said, But, last night, you almost ate my brother. Brother's meat doesn't taste good. Would you like to eat me instead?" Luo Xi's mind suddenly went blank, like a floodgate opening, and memories poured out like a rushing river, each drop revealing inappropriate scenes. She didn't hear what Lu Xiaomei was saying behind her. Instead, she saw herself chasing Lu Yanjin through the bamboo forest, mistaking people for fragrant wine, tearing their clothes, biting and gnawing. Not only biting but also hitting people. Luo Xi's face turned pale as paper, her body trembling, and her smile was worse than crying. "Baby Lu, do you know where a teleportation portal is that can send me back to the wasteland?" Lu Xiaomei tilted her head, unable to understand these words. Luo Xi let out a tragic scream, startling the birds in the yard. She hugged her head and rushed into an empty room. She closed the door and locked it in one smooth motion. Leaning against the door, she took deep breaths, covering her face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Sniff, sniff. "I'm dead. I'm finished. I have no face to see anyone anymore." Such a major social disaster scene. How will she behave and face Lu Yanjin in the future? Should she just leave? Luo Xi's eyes lit up. Yes. Go to the mansion city. Once there, she would find a place to retreat and focus on martial arts. Everything else was just trivial. She hurried back to her room and stopped Yin Yao, who was about to sleep, with hopeful eyes. "Little uncle, shall we leave now for the mansion city?" Yin Yao raised an eyebrow, noticing her eager expression, and guessed she was recalling last night. Turning the jade ring in her hand, she teased, "You're in such a hurry. Aren't you packing your luggage?" The important belongings had already been stored in her space. She didn't bother bringing the rest. "Let's go. We'll pack the rest when we return. For now, let's head to the city." Yin Yao let her pull her along, and the two of them sneaked onto the carriage like thieves. Xiao Shi sat by the window, slightly opening the curtain. She looked around, and since she was about to leave the bamboo forest, she didn't see Lu Yanjin. She felt a bit relieved. The carriage swayed gently. After leaving the village, she still didn't see Lu Yanjin chasing after them. She finally relaxed. Her lively, bright eyes turned blank and numb. She leaned lazily in a corner, looking downcast. "Little uncle, do you think kissing someone will make you get pregnant?" Of course, she knew it wouldn't. Yin Yao understood too. She was asking whether one should take responsibility after kissing someone. She playfully asked back, "What do you think?" Xiao Shi twitched her toes on the carriage floor, wishing she could just find a house to hide in and not see anyone. This matter wasn't just about her wanting to take responsibility. The other person involved was special. They liked someone else. Her actions were somewhat taking advantage of the situation. She stretched her legs out and lazily said, "Forget it. Let's go first. We'll calm down and deal with it later." Yes, that's exactly it. She definitely wasn't afraid of Lu Yanjin coming to hold her accountable. Just as she thought that, the carriage suddenly jolted violently. Mo quickly stopped the horse. Xiao Shi's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. Outside the carriage, Lu Yanjin's face was pale. He wore a white cloak, and his movements were slow as he stepped into the middle of the dirt road. His deep, cold voice passed through the carriage, clear and precise. "Going? Planning to run away without telling anyone?" Xiao Shi's whole body tensed. Her bright eyes widened, and her ears intermittently lost hearing.
Did
you hear someone talking?" Yin Yao hadn't spoken yet, but Lu Yanjin already sneered, his eyes dark. Not a person. It smells like osmanthus wine." He then approached the carriage, lifting the curtain with a flick. Xiao Shi sat stiffly, her arms rigid as she greeted. "Hi? You woke up so early today. Have you had breakfast?" Before she could even think about escaping, Lu Yanjin chuckled softly. "No, but I almost got eaten." Fragments of images flashed through her mind again. Xiao Shi suddenly burst out of the carriage like a whirlwind. She didn't want to remember. Her head felt like it was about to explode, with stars spinning wildly. She clutched her head and shouted, "Charge! Where can I run to?" "Little drunkard," Lu Yanjin muttered softly, arriving first and grabbing Luo Xi's nape with one hand. He leaned in close to her ear, his voice hoarse and tempting. "Osmanthus wine. Is it tasty?" Bang! Luo Xi was startled like a thunderclap, her smile stiff. I didn't quite catch what you said." Lu Yanjin tilted his head, teasing. "What? Do you want me to help you remember?" No. Luo Xi broke free and backed away, looking around for the best escape route. Wow. Look at that flying fish. Lu Yanjin wasn't fooled by her distraction and calmly took a good position, ready to attack or defend. With each step she took forward, Luo Xi retreated a step, her eyes deep and dark like an endless abyss. Her voice lost its warmth, becoming cold and heavy. "How? Finished your osmanthus wine, and now eyeing the flying fish." Luo Xi's pupils dilated and contracted reflexively. She charged forward, forcefully pushing Lu Yanjin aside. The young man was caught off guard and staggered. "Be careful." She reached out to grab him, but only caught a piece of his clothing. She watched helplessly as she charged into a patch of cornfield, knocking down stalks in a straight line. A thought flashed through her mind. There are no roads in the world. People make them by walking. She hesitated, then stepped back, facing a barrier of silverware. "Stop chasing. The faster you chase, the farther she runs. Give her some time to calm down." Next to her, an old man leaning on smiling and gossiping. "Morning exercise? You're quite fast. No wonder he's the leader of the martial arts team. Like a bulldozer, flattening a row of stalks in his field." Youth is wonderful." Yin Yao took out a silver note and handed it to the old man. "Sorry for damaging your crops." The old man was stunned, then laughed heartily. He didn't know Yin Yao's identity and joked. "The corn's already harvested and the stalks need to be burned for planting. You're young, but you don't know the basics of farming." Yin Yao, clueless. Back at the bamboo forest, the other two drunkards had already woken up and were sitting in the dining hall eating. Yin Yao asked, "Has Shir come back?" The Qi brothers shook their heads.
Ki Kuo reiset an Eibro, Elfer?
"Little cousin, your way of calling her is quite close." Qi Rui looked thoughtful. Lu Xiaomei shyly raised her small hand. "I know." Brother Luo said, "She wants to go back to the wasteland." Everyone in the room looked at each other, confused. Where is the wasteland? The dirt mounds on the back mountain? Lu Yanjin smiled deeply. At this moment, Luo Xi was sitting in an empty room at the old Lu family house. He looked annoyed, pounding his head. His mental power could hypnotize others, but why couldn't he hypnotize himself? Outside, there were soft footsteps. Luo Xi's expression grew serious. He was coming again, chasing him again. He looked up at the 3-meter-high roof, calculating the chances of breaking a hole and escaping. Lu Yanjin pushed open the door and caught a small mouse trying to run away. He chuckled angrily. All right. Don't run anymore. You had some porridge this morning, so you're probably hungry now. Luo Xi's curious gaze swept over him, examining him back and forth. Finally, he didn't mention the embarrassing night before and instead felt a bit guilty. He stood up, lowered his head, and kicked a small stone on the ground. I won't drink alcohol anymore. His expression was sincere and his tone genuine. Lu Yanjin wasn't angry with her. He was just annoyed that her first thought after waking up was to run away. He reached out to hold her hand and led her outside, holding a food box in his right hand. I brought some ingredients. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll cook for you. Luo, she was stunned for a second. Was it that easy? Lu Yanjin was so kind. She became happy again. I want to eat braised prawns, steamed, and crystal pork hock. Okay. I'll have Nanji go to the dock to buy the... Lu Yanjin knew that he couldn't rush Luo Xi, who had a bit of an ostrich mentality. A gentle, indulgent smile appeared. The old house hadn't been abandoned for long, and they could still start a fire. He opened the food box he brought, which contained Luo Xi's favorite pork hock and a lamb leg. He took out the lamb leg, placed it on the chopping board, and asked with a smile, "Want to try the roasted lamb leg?" Yes. Luo Xi's attention was diverted, and the inappropriate images in her mind were replaced by the lamb leg. Lamb was a rare delicacy. The border nomadic tribes raised sheep, and this lamb was a gift brought by the Qi brothers. Lu Yanjin nodded, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a large patch of blue marks on his forearm, with a clear bite mark near his wrist. Luo Xi was silent, confirming that the size was indeed hers. She took a few deep breaths, her eyes flickering with guilt, and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." That was the truth. Thinking back to last night, it didn't hurt at all. There was even a hint of lingering desire. After he finished speaking, he fell silent, his expression so serious that no emotion could be seen. Luo Xi's rare sense of conscience was finally awakened. She pulled him toward the main house where she stayed. "Stop making food. First put on some medicine." Lu Yanjin let her pull him along. His misty eyes showed a smile. To treat her, he had to be gentle, like boiling a frog slowly. He opened a small bag he had brought and took out some ointment. Luo Xi helped him apply it to the bruised area, then blew on it and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Lu Yanjin's eyes darkened. His hand moved closer. "Yes, it hurts." After both hands were covered with ointment, he asked seriously, "Anything else?" Just then, the calm-looking man slowly unfastened his belt, one finger at a time, undoing his buttons. Luo Xi's pupils shrank in shock. She quickly moved forward and pressed him down. "What are you doing? Wasn't this over? Does he want to relive last night?" Lu Yanjin looked confused and innocent, but a subtle smile played on his lips. "Isn't it to check the injury? The worst part is inside." Luo Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She decided to give up and, in this position, trembling, started applying the medicine. When she saw the purple-black bruise on his chest, she gasped and trembled as she applied ointment to his waist and abdomen. "Did I do this?" Her gentle fingertips moved lightly, noticing sweat on Lu Yanjin's forehead. Luo Xi quickly withdrew her hand, embarrassed.
Sorry.
"I didn't mean to." When Yin Yao, Qi Rui, and Qi arrived here, the door hadn't been pushed open yet. They heard muffled, restrained pain from inside the room. Yin Yao's handsome face darkened and sank. Qi, who was usually reckless, looked shocked. He stepped forward like an idiot and kicked the door open. Inside, Luo Xi was adjusting Lu Yanjin, turning him so he was lying on the bed. She supported his face with one hand and applied ointment to his well-shaped back. Suddenly, the door was kicked open forcefully. The three men saw a scene that sparked their imagination. The handsome young man was pressed against another man.
Both looked up at the same time.
One was stiff with embarrassment, the other looked cold. Their gazes as they looked at the intruders were like they were looking at dead people. Qi let out a wow and grinned widely. "Little rookie, you're playing quite wildly." Yin Yao's face darkened. He slapped Qi on the back of the head and stepped forward, closing the door coldly. He said, "Get dressed and come out." Luo Xi scratched her head in confusion. "I just put some medicine on him." "Why is he so angry?" Yanjin sat up straight and put his clothes back on one by one. "Maybe he misunderstood something last night." "You mean, you say Yin Yao was there last night? Did you see him?" Luo Xi's pupils trembled sharply. Her hands shook like she had Parkinson's, and she almost fell to the ground. Her memory of last night was messy. She didn't remember Yin Yao being there. She guessed he knew, but didn't see the scene himself.
Now.
He wanted to run away again. This time, he was leaving without Yin Yao. Yanjin hid a meaningful smile and asked on purpose, "Do you want to go out together?" Luo Xi buried her face in her bag and waved weakly. 1 month. No, a year. I don't want to see him for a year. A year without seeing Yin Yao? Seeing that her goal was achieved, Yanjin raised his eyebrows and said cheerfully, "Okay, we won't see him. You rest for a while, and I'll bring you some food." The door opened and closed again. Luo Xi stared blankly, her face full of despair, more hopeless than she had ever felt in her 2 lives. She even missed the little monsters from the end of the world. Outside the door, as soon as Yanjin stepped out, he was surrounded by 3 men. Seeing his obviously good mood, Yin Yao's whole body radiated a colder aura than the winter wind. His sharp eyes seemed to want to cut Yanjin into pieces. Because Luo Xi had been dressing as a man, Yin Yao didn't think much about any romantic feelings. Now, it was clear that this young man had ill intentions toward his little girl, and he didn't deserve to be called the king of Mo. His eyes sharpened like a hawk, and he stepped forward directly, asking straightforwardly, "Are you
gay?
Do you like men?" Yanjin looked back at the door, worried that talking here would disturb the people inside. He took his people to the front yard, and along the way, he was also questioning himself. In his past life, he was powerful and influential. Even with crippled legs, he was never short of women vying for him. Before meeting Luo Xi, his life was full of darkness and revenge. He had never touched a woman, nor thought about love. For someone trapped in an abyss, love was too much of a luxury. When they reached the front yard, Yanjin stood under the old locust tree. Facing Yin Yao's sharp gaze, he didn't hide or flinch. His tone was more firm than ever. "I'm not gay. The person I like just happens to be a man. So, you mean, whether Luo Xi is a man or a woman, you like him?" Yanjin found Silver Yao's words somewhat strange, and his eyes also darkened with coldness. "We already understand each other." Silver Yao. He called out Silver Yao's name directly. Stealing someone's love is not the behavior of a gentleman, nor is it something a prince should do. Out of respect for their past relationship, Yanjin didn't want to cause trouble with him, but if he insisted on taking Luo Xi, he wouldn't mind fighting to the end this time. Once an abyss demon decides to see something, they never let go, even if it means death. If he wants to take someone, he wouldn't mind destroying the Daong royal family. After all, his little one is determined to become emperor. If someone else wants that position, so be it. Silver Yao was first stunned by Yanjin's words. What's stealing love? That was his niece. He was just taking his grandmother's leg. Then he was shaken by the fierce aura on Yanjin. The obsession and madness in his narrow eyes seemed like a fierce beast invading territory, ready to fight him to the death. With a teasing expression, he said, "Do you think I want to steal?" Yanjin suddenly leaned close to Silver Yao, a faint smile appearing in his eyes that didn't reach his expression. "You can try. The prince doesn't know that Gyue is Luo Xi's childhood friend, right? With that connection, my little one and you are unlikely to be together in this life." Silver Yao sneered. "How do you know about Gyue? I saw him at your courtyard that day," Yanjin replied casually. Silver Yao wasn't sure if he believed him or not, and he only sneered coldly. "You, a powerless young scholar, want to break the bonds between Luo Xi and me? That's not easy." He was referring to status, and he could see that this young man was not simple. But wanting to marry the princess of Daong? Just a scholar's status wouldn't be enough. Even the emperor wouldn't agree. Yanjin thought the bonds referred to gender, and he chuckled confidently. "That's none of your concern, prince. Whether it's societal constraints or others' opinions, I will always be there for her." protecting her from harm. Silver Yao didn't think he was talking nonsense. Others might not know, but he understood clearly. Half of the trouble in the Jingqing Pingxi Marquis residence was caused by Lu Yanjin. Even from 1,000 miles away, he could stir up trouble. If he ever went to the capital, the Marquis and Prime Minister's households together might not be his match. But his personality was not very likable. Silver Yao thought disdainfully, really wanting to kill this relationship in its cradle. After some thought, he decided to ask Luo Xi for her opinion. What if the little girl liked him? He was the best uncle in Daong, and openly, he couldn't just break up a couple. The emperor's character is highly valued, making him very suitable for this task. The two parted ways unhappily. Each snorted and left. Cheekwa still looked stunned, saying, Little cousin. I didn't realize you liked the little coward. He became more shocked as he spoke. But you are both men. Although the little coward looks pretty with her skills, it would be a shame not to use her on the battlefield instead of in your backyard. Qi Rui also couldn't help but wonder. Was he wrong? Was Luo Xi not the eldest princess's son, but the person his little cousin liked? It made sense that he would care so much. My biological father. My uncle is gay. Seeing the expressions on the brothers' faces, each more foolish than the last, Yin Yao's anger shot to his head, and he kicked each one in the backside. Get up and get out of here. Luo Xi happily ate a whole roasted lamb leg, while Lu Yanjin helped her pack her small bag, his eyes full of gentle affection. The lamb is very hot. Eating too much can cause heatiness. He thought for a moment, but didn't say the rest. She had been drunk last night and shouldn't eat too much greasy food to avoid digestion issues. Forget it. If she loves to eat, let her. He would just brew some digestion and stomach-soothing tea later. After a satisfying meal, Luo Xi, who had run away from home, almost forgot the awkwardness. As she left the Lu family estate, she was greeted by Jiang Auntie, who was smiling like a rotten persimmon. Behind her was also her silly mother, who often socialized with the women in the village. She roughly guessed the other person's purpose but didn't speak, waiting for her to start the conversation. Luo, Chief Luo. Jiang Auntie was pushed forward, her face full of flattery. Luo Xi nodded. Just say what you mean. I don't like beating around the bush. Yes. You still need to study Wenshu, so you don't have time to chat with us women. Luo Xi. Can we not mention Wenshu? Jiang Auntie rubbed her hands nervously. We just think the business of selling ice at the Gu family is pretty good. Is there a way we can help with that? She also wanted to get involved? Luo Xi understood but didn't even think about refusing. No, she planned to go to the capital to make some quick money with ice, but the recipe couldn't be revealed yet. The women looked disappointed, but didn't press further. After exchanging a few words of nothing, they prepared to leave. Luo Xi stroked her chin and called out, Making ice isn't an option. But I can offer you other work. Last night, I vaguely remember seeing some white wine that tasted good. She was a bit tempted. Ahem. Not really. Mainly, the villagers are all nice, and giving them a job is no problem. For example, making wine. They handle the production, and she can sell it in the capital. It's a mutually beneficial idea, and it could work. So I asked, Are you interested in making wine? And Jiang was very happy. She didn't hear clearly, but quickly nodded. Yes, we're interested. She is a big fan of Luo Xi in the village and thinks everything she makes is good. Luo Xi knows her nature well. She looked around and saw that everyone had family members working in her workshop, so they are all connected. She brought them into the workshop and sat down to talk. Her style is to be polite first, then straightforward. She said, I can teach you how to make a kind of wine. Don't worry about selling the new product. You make as much as you want, and I'll buy it all. When they heard it was a new wine, the women got excited and nervous. They were happy because they finally had a way to earn money. They often saw the Gu family making a lot of money, so they couldn't help but envy. But they were also worried about whether they could do it well, and if the wine would have a market. If Luo Xi agreed to buy, that would be perfect. She twirled her finger and said, Let me be clear. Every step of making the wine must follow my instructions. If the quality isn't good enough, I won't buy it. She wanted to sell good quality red wine to the high officials in the capital and make a good profit. But she knew people weren't fools, and she wasn't doing charity. Selling inferior wine as good quality would ruin her reputation. Aunt Jiang was the most confident. She said, "Hey, don't worry. We won't do anything dishonest. Even if you didn't tell us, we wouldn't sell you bad wine. The whole village is counting on Luo Xi to help us succeed." Sisters, isn't that right? She had learned the phrase "help us succeed" from Luo Xi and thought it fit here. The others might not have understood completely, but they cheered loudly anyway. Seeing this, Luo Xi felt a bit speechless. "All right, we'll sign an agreement later. The wine you produce that meets the standards, I will buy at a fixed price for 3 years. After that, I'll buy at wholesale prices. Everything is more valuable when rare." 3 years is enough for her to make a profit. After 3 years, everyone will have drunk enough wine, and wine will become common. At that point, volume will matter more than profit. The wholesale price is lower because the village has 3 big workshops. Everyone knows this, they buy in bulk and get a cheaper price. Seeing no objections from the others, she continued, "The money used to buy tools and raw materials for the factory, how much is each of you contributing? When profits are divided, it will be based on that. It's like all of you are investing together to build the factory. It can be equal or based on what you agree. You can discuss it yourselves." Luo Xi could let them work as laborers, so she wouldn't have to watch over them all the time. Sooner or later, someone might leak the secret for profit. People only protect things when their own interests are involved. For example, if someone is about to hurt a neighbor's child with a knife, you see it and try to stop them if you can. But if they are about to hurt your own child, you will do everything to protect them. When everyone's own interests are at stake, that's when true unity happens. She also thought about moving the distillery to the capital city, but the conditions didn't allow it. Grapes prefer warm weather. In the capital, only one harvest is possible each year. Nan'an Prefecture is warmer, so they can harvest twice a year. Because of the location and difficult transportation, she had no choice. Jidao Village is like her second hometown. She hopes it will become prosperous. When she heard that building the factory would cost money, everyone discussed for a while. 2 women decided not to join. They might have been worried about losing money or not being able to control their family's finances. Luo Xi didn't care about that. After they left, Jiang Auntie made the decision. "The 7 of us will share the costs of building the factory. Each gets 10% of the profits, and the remaining 30% goes to Luo Xi." Then she looked at Luo Xi with a flattering smile. "Do you think this division is okay?" She also had her own small wine shop. Once the workshop was built, Luo Xi would need to protect her a little. Only by tying her to the project could she truly care when something went wrong. Luo Xi could see her little thoughts. But Jidao Village needed someone to guard the place, and a distillery was a good idea. The profit from it was a free gift, so why not take it? She nodded in agreement. Next, she explained the basics of winemaking. After listening, everyone thought it wasn't hard, mainly involving raw materials and fermentation. They wondered how much they needed to invest. Everyone was smiling happily. Good words cost nothing. Luo Xi stretched and stood up, leaving a meaningful remark. "Work hard." After wine, there are other recipes for different drinks. With a market outlet, she was the expert. She planned to write down the steps and precautions, and once everyone memorized them, she would start production. Life became busy again. One day, she and Aunt Jiang and the others planned to visit the orchard. Before leaving, she saw Gunyang looking worried and went to the bamboo forest. She approached and asked, "What's wrong?" Gunyang hesitated and said, "Guyu's gone missing again. He hasn't been seen for half a month and there's no news." She paused and added, "When you go to the county town, please help check if he's there." If Luo Xi wasn't about to take the imperial exam and Gu Fei wasn't busy, she wouldn't want to trouble others. But her son is her son. He used to send weekly reports to reassure her. Now, half a month has passed without any news, and she's really worried. Luo Xi promised, "Don't worry, I'll ask county magistrate Bai to help find him." She was also a bit worried. During the grain distribution in the county, Guyu was busy helping out, and she feared he might be recognized by the noble families and face retaliation. Luo Xi decided not to go to the orchard and was about to find someone when Yin Yao, who had arrived unexpectedly, called out, "No need to go. I will help find him. Seeing her little sister look at him suspiciously, Yinyao cleared his throat and said calmly, my influence can find him faster. That wasn't wrong, but he even used the phrase, my influence, which made it seem like he was bragging a little. Luo Xi thought for a moment and agreed. She told him to hurry, as Gu Yu and she got along well, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Before noon, Gu Yu appeared in the bamboo forest, safe and sound. Luo Xi was relieved and admired Yinyao quick action. She gave him a thumbs up. Little uncle, you're really fast. Yinyao looked at her quietly with a meaningful gaze. Sweetheart. A man can't be described just by speed. Suddenly, it's time to leave Yongning County. Luo Xi prepared to depart early in the morning, before dawn, leaving the village. Seeing Gu Yu with tears in his eyes, Gu Nyang felt sad for her son and asked, since you're so reluctant, why did you refuse when Shir invited you? At dawn, she could faintly see her friends waving goodbye and smiling at him. Gu Yu wiped his eyes and forced a smile. When he looked back and saw his mother with the same reluctant expression, he straightened his posture and said, right now, following her would only make me a burden. Don't worry, mother. We agreed to meet again at the peak. Thinking back to a few days ago, that person also asked if he wanted to go to the capital with him. It was a subtle way of saying he would take care of him. Everyone understood that night was a foolish accident. Don't say the other person was a prince above all others, and he hadn't decided how to handle this relationship. Even he didn't know how to face it. In life, you can't meet too many stunning people, or else every day becomes a struggle. Fortunately, he had a loyal friend. When he returned, he didn't mention what happened with Yinyao, but Luo Xi also sensed something was strange and talked to him about it. Knowing he didn't want to go to the capital together, after a moment of silence, he left the 5 workshops to him. His words were, I only want the money. How you run the 5 workshops is up to you. If you dare to lose money, I will come back from 1,000 miles away to teach you a lesson. Ha! Good brother.
And
that person. We will meet again at the top. As dawn broke, 4 carriages lined up to leave the village. It seemed they wouldn't return for a long time. Luo Xi took everything she could, including Xiao Hong and Xiao Hong. The little colt had grown to half a person tall, with a small bundle tied to its back, and its clopping hooves looked adorable. The convoy set out grandly. Lu Yanjin was carried onto a carriage by Yinyao, while Luo Xi sat with Qi and Qi Rui. The 3 of them stared at each other awkwardly. The brothers felt a bit uncomfortable, especially Qi, whose simple mind made him think Luo Xi was his little cousin. But calling a man little cousin was too embarrassing. As for Qi Rui, who mingled with all kinds of people daily, he had some social skills and quickly became familiar with Luo Xi. Suddenly, he pulled out a set of dice and tossed them in the air, laughing. Traveling is boring. Want to play a few rounds? Luo Xi asked back instead of answering. How much silver do you have? Playing dice with a level 4 mental ability user. Does this kid have a problem? Yes. Luo Xi's ability had recovered to level 4 overnight. Now, she could punch her past self to death. Qi Rui wasn't stupid. He understood immediately and thought, this kid is pretty bold. Does he think his money isn't enough to lose? He rolled up his sleeves. Bring it on. Half an hour later, the child cried, wanting to go back to the capital to find his father. Holding his older brother's thick arm, he sobbed, Third brother, I lost all my small money, 50 coins. I've never won a single round from you. Can you imagine? Sob. Qi disdainfully pushed him away, but was also eager to try. He watched closely. This little kid had no chance to cheat, and he really had some skills. While collecting the silver notes, Luo Xi also taught her little cousin what a surprise attack is. Qi Rui is the same age as her, just 1 month younger, so he is her cousin. Seeing that both of them loved to play, Luo Xi took out some cards she had prepared earlier for entertainment on the road, with a mysterious smile. Everyone's playing dice now, but who still plays that? I'll teach you a new game. When Qi Rui saw the cards, he became very curious and stopped hesitating. After Luo Xi explained twice, he learned how to play a simple card game, and the small cards flew everywhere. The whole journey was filled with his cheerful and lively sounds. The convoy left Zhengdao village. Besides the Gu family, she didn't inform anyone else. Fate is like a fleeting view. Some people walk with you for a while, sharing the scenery, but eventually, at a fork in the road, they must part ways. Having experienced many goodbyes in the end of the world, Luo Xi doesn't like scenes related to parting. She chooses to leave quietly without making a fuss. After the carriage disappeared completely from the village, a head peeked out from the grass, looking around to make sure no one was there before revealing himself. Mead cursed as he brushed off the grass clippings, squatting in a ditch for half an hour, covered in mosquito bites. He happily ran back home, and before he arrived, his laughter rang out. "Dad. Dad. That little rascal finally left. He's gone from our village." The old village chief, Mei-Fugue, with a broken knee that couldn't heal, lay on his bed groaning. Hearing this, he nonchalantly lifted his old eyes. "What does it matter if she left? I can't move my leg. How can I still be the village chief?" Mead looked surprised and ran to his father, saying, "Why not? The county office hasn't officially removed your position." Mei-Fugue's mind moved, and he listened as his eldest son continued. "Besides, if you can't do it, isn't there me?" The Mei family was bold and cautious. After Mei-Fugue's legs broke, they started fighting among themselves. The old lady let her granddaughter to bully the concubine every day, hitting or scolding her. They drove the girl away, and the Mei family fell into a period of decline. Luo Xi's rise also made them realize that the tide had turned. Afraid of retribution later, they wisely kept a low profile, closing their doors and making Luo Xi forget about them. Now that she was gone, they felt they could stand again. Mei-Fugue almost choked on his own words when his son said this. He cursed, "Just because I'm not dead, you start taking over?" Dream on. In the next 2 days, Mead began to go about his usual activities in the village. Knowing that Luo Xi left a brewing business for the village and planning how to bring it to his own home. That day, he was sneaking around near the brewery when Iron Bull, coming out of the neighboring oil factory, saw him and shouted, "What are you doing?" Med was startled at first, then saw it was the poor hunter's son and sneered arrogantly. "Oh, it's Brother Tai, right? Aren't you the one who always praises Luo Xi's bratty feet?" Before he left a business for the village and the Gu family, so why didn't he take you along? Iron Bull wasn't swayed by these words. He and Luo Xi are brothers. Luo Xi doesn't owe him anything. Why should he help him set up a stall? Moreover, he knew his own abilities. Having a steady job at the oil factory was already enough for him. Just as he was about to retort, a group of officials approached from afar and asked, "Who is Tai Dashing?" Iron Bull hurried forward and asked, confused, "My father is Tai Dashing. What do you want with him?" The villagers, used to officials, no longer feared the authorities as they once did. They couldn't always speak on equal terms, but they wouldn't bow and scrape either. What good could come from officials visiting? Med was waiting nearby to see the joke, but the next words made him completely stunned. The county magistrate has appointed Tai Dashing as the village chief of Zhengdao village. Where is he? Come and receive the official documents. Iron Bull's face lit up with joy, as if struck by a pie from the sky. Med, however, was struck by lightning, grabbing the official's robe and loudly questioning, "My father is the village chief. Why are you changing it just like that? I won't accept it without a proper explanation. Your father is Mei-Fugue, the village chief." The official looked at him with a strange smile, as if he had found something unexpected. He signaled someone behind him to put shackles on Mei-Fugue and said seriously, "The former village chief, Mei-Fugue, colluded with the town mayor to secretly sell land. The evidence is solid. Now his whole family is being arrested and taken back for trial." What? Med was stunned. This was a sudden disaster. As the shackles were put on, his mind was thinking, is it really self-inflicted? Unlike Tai Dashing, who has a simple background with only himself and his son at home and no complicated family ties, he is responsible and caring. He used to go hunting, and whenever villagers accompanied him, he would help them. He's a bit like a kind father figure, suitable to be a village leader. This is why Luo Xi and Bai Tingyan chose him as a suitable person. They knew he had connections, and the county officials quickly sent someone to teach him how to manage the village well. Going back in time, the carriage entered the town. The usually quiet early morning street was noisy. Luo Xi extended her mental awareness. Suddenly, her face changed dramatically. She hurriedly urged Ma Shirlu to drive faster, stopping the carriage. Seeing Luo, she looked shocked. Chikor opened the window out of curiosity and exclaimed, "Whoa."
Stop.
Luo, she couldn't stop him in time. Through the carriage window, they saw the street, filled with villagers dressed in bright red and green. They blocked the road ahead. The first carriage had already stopped. A man dressed in red and green stepped forward and asked, "Is Luo Xi, the shopkeeper, inside?" Immediately, someone behind him patted the man on the shoulder and smiled. "Still calling her shopkeeper? You should call her the leader now." Inya lifted the curtain of the carriage and was startled by the crowd dressed in red and green. "What's going on? A cult?" Seeing his surprised expression, the village elder quickly explained, "Young man, don't be afraid. We are all villagers who have received Luo Xi's help. They came to the city as refugees. Food prices soared to sky-high levels. Luo Xi took charge and controlled the grain prices, so we wouldn't starve.
Yes.
My son went out to buy medicine for his mother and was stopped by a mob of refugees. We almost lost everything, but Luo Xi helped us. Without her, the consequences would have been terrible. We are refugees from the north. We ran out of money on the way. Luckily, Luo Xi agreed to rent us farmland so our family's elderly and children could have food and shelter." The crowd chattered, some directly, some indirectly, all grateful for Luo Xi's help. The village elder raised his hand to quiet everyone. He looked at the carriage, searching for Luo Xi's figure. "We know Luo Xi has to leave Yongning County and fly to a broader world. We put on her favorite clothes early in the morning and waited here just to see her off." Looking around, the street was full of villagers dressed in bright red and green, all trying to wear their most colorful clothes. Luo Xi wanted to escape, but she couldn't. Her heart was pounding, her face burning, and she jumped off the carriage with a very stiff smile, though it wasn't really necessary. The common people saw her, and their eyes lit up. No one pushed forward. Under the uncle's lead, they lined up one by one, giving her the gifts they brought. Some gifts were valuable, like eggs or winter clothes sewn by her mother-in-law, or heartfelt presents like a basket of vegetables and a bunch of green onions. Luo Xi carefully accepted each gift and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, she felt that the bright red and green clothes weren't so glaring anymore. Her mother-in-law shook her head with a look of reluctance. "No, no, no. We should be thanking you. Luo Ansho, keep working hard. Your mother-in-law is waiting to hear that you've become a top scholar." The pile of gifts from the villagers filled a carriage. Ma Shirlu quickly moved aside to make space. At last, Luo Xi got on the carriage to say goodbye to everyone. The carriage continued on, and someone led the crowd in shouting, "Luo Ansho. Remember to come back and chop us down." Haha, Luo Xi's famous line, "Brothers, come chop me down," became widely known in the county. Luo, she felt hopeless about her life. If she had known today would come, she would never have said that mischievous phrase, especially not the 3 ominous words she muttered. By Ting Yun. At the county office, By Ting Yun, who was busy working at the desk and almost unable to lift his head, suddenly sneezed. He had a feeling someone was thinking about him. Jean entered, dressed in a bright purple robe, his most eye-catching outfit. Bai Tingyun put down his brush and asked, "Has the person been sent away?" Jean nodded, looking quite downcast. Bai Tingyun stood up, stretched, and patted Jin's shoulder. "My task in Yongning County is done. I can return to the capital soon. Don't worry about her. You'll see each other again." Jean curled his lips. How many times had she messed up? Could that inexperienced and playful person really pass the imperial exam? Meanwhile, Luo Xi, who was always worried about Jean, had already arrived in the city. The streets were lined with shops, and carriages moved back and forth. She was familiar with this place. The original owner and an old Taoist had lived here for 7 years, to the point that she could walk from the east to the west side of the city with her eyes closed. Her carriage stopped in front of a small courtyard in Unraveling. The eaves were carved and painted, and 4 divine beasts guarded the roof. typical of the Daoyong architectural style. The king's villa is outside the city. It's not convenient for you to take the imperial exam from there. Before coming, I sent someone to buy this courtyard so we can stay here temporarily. Luo Xi was still looking at the divine beast on the eaves, unaware of Yin Yao's deeper meaning in his words. When they entered the courtyard and didn't have time to tour around, 5 scholars dressed as Confucian teachers directly invited them to the study. With Luo Xi looking confused, Lu Yanjin stepped back, hiding his skills and reputation. The 5 scholars were all great Confucian scholars from Nan'an Prefecture, attracted by Lu Yanjin's clever policy argument, and were paid a large sum to stay and teach Luo Xi for a few days. He couldn't teach personally. Too much teaching might hurt feelings and shorten his life. Lu Yanjin gently comforted him. Your martial skills are fine, but your writing needs work. If you want to win the top martial champion, you should work harder recently. After speaking, he left the study and closed the door. Luo Xi, who was a bit temperamental, was disappointed when he heard martial champion. Yin Yao was a little worried. The 5 scholars were willing to personally guide Luo Xi, which was partly thanks to him. Lu Yanjin, and he waited outside the door. Soon, the study room echoed with the loudest and angriest voice of Scholar Li. Foolish beyond measure. Truly foolish. I've never seen a more stupid student in my life. Why did you write the character Truth? The horizontal in the middle. Did you run away from home? Then came Luo Xi's voice arguing. Have you never heard of the story of 3 people forming a group? 3 people falsely report that there's a tiger in the market. That's false. How can it appear in the character for Truth? I am right to write it that way. All this nonsense, you are utterly stubborn, ignorant, hopeless. The 3 words I just said, copy them 100 times as punishment. Lu Yanjin and Bai Tingyan looked at each other, both men raising their hands to their foreheads. Let's go. Prepare some medicinal food for the scholar to help him recover. Don't let him overexert himself. That night, Luo Xi fell asleep at his desk. He didn't want to, but the words and phrases could lull him to sleep. Lu Yanjin's eyes flickered with tenderness, then firmed. He carried Luo Xi horizontally and took him back to his room. After coming out, he bowed to the 5 scholars in the side hall. Thank you all. How is her progress? The fiery scholar Li almost lost his temper, but the gentlest Mr. Yu Hua smiled at Lu Yanjin. Luo Xiaoyu is very talented, with unique insights into things. His spoken language is smooth, but his classical writing is a bit lacking. This meant Luo Xi's reasoning was full of nonsense, and his classical writing was terrible. Lu Yanjin forced a smile and quickly took out a new policy essay to comfort the group of scholars. Inside the estate in the city, chaos was happening every day. Mr. Yu, who had figured out a way to deal with Luo Xi. As long as she looked pale and her lips were dry, and she pretended to be sick by covering her head, she would stay quiet for a while. It's not flattery to say she's smart. She can read difficult books several times and memorize them perfectly. Her memory is excellent. The hardest part is understanding difficult concepts. The wise men took turns explaining things to her, breaking down the ideas. Once she understood, she could connect everything well. Of course, Luo Xi also saw that the old men were pretending to be pitiful. As long as she didn't get angry with them, she wouldn't punish the elders. Days passed, and Luo Xi, who ate 8 bowls of rice every meal, felt herself getting thinner and more tired. One day, she was visited by a familiar brother from her martial arts training. Seeing him, Luo Xi suddenly remembered what she had forgotten. Does the Mi family still owe her 500 taels of silver? She was busy studying, so it was time to relax a little. That evening, after sending the brother away and making the wise men leave, she changed into her old combat clothes from her previous life. Quietly, she left the estate with Xiao Hong. Her destination, the Mi family. The carriage ride took a day. After 2 hours of riding back to the county town, it was already late, and everything was quiet and deserted. She settled Xiao Hong, and then quickly slipped into the shadows behind the high wall of the Mi family, just as a patrol passed by. Once the patrol was gone, Luo Xi revealed herself. The yard was very big, but based on her experience at the town mayor's house, she quickly found the warehouse. It was a large warehouse, about 10 meters high, with no windows on the sides. There were no trees nearby that could hide someone. Was it really that afraid of theft? Luo Xi hid in the shadow under the moonlight. She was someone who did whatever she wanted. What was there to fear? Looking at the guards at the two doors, she silently whispered 4 words: space teleportation. In the next moment, she was inside the warehouse. She took out a flashlight from her previous life and turned it on. The bright white light lit up the entire warehouse like daytime. Thanks to the kind people of the Mi family not having windows, she didn't have to feel her way in the dark. Since Dayong didn't have energy crystals from the end of world, the flashlight's power was limited. But when she saw the mountain of supplies inside the warehouse, her slight worry disappeared instantly. The Mi family was in the fabric business. Before glass was invented, Luo Xi used moonlight sand to make windows. The fabric was light and sheer, casting shadows as the moonlight spilled down. The ground beneath displayed various patterns and designs, beautiful beyond words. Of course, the price was equally beautiful. Half a yard cost 300 taels, and it was so rare that no one was willing to sell it, even to wealthy families. That half yard. She had to persuade the shopkeeper to get it for her. No more was available. Now there were 10 yards here. She waved her hand. Take it. Next, there was moon-white brocade, a color difficult to dye with current techniques, perfect for Liu Yanjin. She counted 7 yards and said, "Take it." Suddenly, a box was opened. Inside was a piece of pink-blue silk that shone like a mirror. Under the white light, it reflected a faint glow. Luo Xi's eyes brightened. She loved this color, like a rainbow glow. She decided to take it all, but there was only 1 yard. She clicked her tongue and moved on to the next place. Soft satin, plain satin, antique-style satin, brocade satin, floral satin. Known for its soft, smooth, shiny texture, very popular among noble young ladies. Finished garments made from these could sell for hundreds or even thousands of taels in the capital. Luo, patterned silk, plain silk, sword silk. Silk gauze, silk brocade, embroidered silk, fine silk, silk span, satin, silk fabric. Luo, she kept collecting. She didn't hesitate, taking everything she saw. Some had 10 yards, others only 1, or even half a yard. After gathering a storeroom full of silks and satins, Luo Xi began knocking and tapping around the empty warehouse. She knew that the people here liked to dig secret rooms. Secret rooms were good. They held treasures inside. Outside, a young guard with sharp ears seemed to hear the knocking and tapping from inside the warehouse. He looked suspiciously in that direction. His companion saw him and joked, "This batch is important goods sent to the capital's main family. Half of our guards are on duty in shifts every 12 hours. Nothing could happen. He thought so too. Recently, the county was in chaos, and the shipment of Lin Luo's silks to the capital was delayed. Now that things were calming down, the head of the family said the stockpile could be sent soon. They wouldn't need such strict guards anymore, and they could rest for a few more days. He was following the family's orders carefully, guarding the warehouse diligently. He checked for any abnormalities and was sure he had just misheard. Luo Xi, after persistent effort, knocked on the ground and heard hollow sounds. She took out a dagger, pried open the marble floor. Sure enough, there was a stone staircase leading down. Luo Xi held her lantern and used her mental power to check inside. Confirming no one was there, she moved quickly into the secret room. The room was small, about 10 square meters. In the center, there was a red lacquered wooden box with a gold lock. She had a feeling that it must contain something valuable. A gold lock is a sign of wealth, but it's not very good for security. Luo Xi sat in front of it. Soon she managed to open it. She lifted the lid with one hand, and suddenly, a bright red light flashed before her eyes. The red was like the rising sun or a sky full of dawn clouds. Luo Xi's eyes, usually like peach blossoms, turned red too. It was phoenix brocade. After receiving strict education from the scholars, Luo Xi had learned a lot about this era. She knew that phoenix brocade was a craft from the previous dynasty, now lost, with fewer than 5 pieces still in existence. In the old dynasty, only princesses and queens could use phoenix brocade. It was a priceless treasure in some ways. The Mi family ancestors made their fortune from dyeing cloth. One talented member inherited this piece of phoenix brocade. They thought that if someone in the family became a queen, this phoenix brocade would be her dowry. It also symbolized the rise and glory of the Mi family. Now, Luo Xi took it without hesitation. If the ancestors knew, they might be furious. She was sure she hadn't left anything behind for the Mi family. She then went to the main courtyard to find the small storage room. The big warehouse was full of cloth. If there was money, it was probably kept in the family's private treasury. After some effort, she found that the small storage only had 2 boxes of silver, a small box of banknotes. She counted just over 11,000 taels. She made a face. Poor family. She took the money and continued searching for the main dowry storage. First, Luo Xi and Bai Tingyun worked together to dig a hole. Then, the forces of Yin Yao and Lu Yanjin put pressure on them. Mi Sheng's hair was almost falling out. He could only exchange this batch of fine brocade for money to support the family. But tonight, Luo Xi took it all. What a tragedy. The main dowry room of the Mi family wasn't big. It mostly held gold, silver, jade, and her own fine fabrics. There were also house deeds and land titles. She found a stack of papers. Normally, these wouldn't be useful. Losing them could be replaced, right? And to replace them, wouldn't she need to find Bai Tingyun? That guy didn't care about taking money from common people, but he was also strict with families that opposed him or were greedy. He wouldn't do business without payment. Luo Xi ran around and gained a lot. The richest person in the family turned out to be the old lady. She had all kinds of gold jewelry, gold bars, and gold ingots. Luo Xi took everything. She liked this honest and straightforward old lady. I am very happy. I left a small green bean-sized gold bean as a thank you for her raising such an outstanding son, Mi Sheng. What a kind family. Finally, she arrived at the study, the heart of the Mi family. Standing outside the study, Luo Xi looked at the pile of rare fabrics stacked like small mountains. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction and happiness. Maybe things that cost nothing are especially tempting? Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she sensed someone inside the study with her mental power. They were hiding on a beam, probably a secret guard or assassin. Calculating the space coordinates, Luo Xi suddenly appeared beside a man in black. She felt a breath nearby. The assassin caught a glimpse of a shadow close at hand and was so startled that he almost fell from the beam. Could it be that too many people have died, and now even ghosts are appearing? Luo Xi smiled, revealing her teeth. She quickly took out a bone hammer and aimed it at the man's head. A series of sudden events happened in an instant. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. She jumped down from the beam and frowned at the bloodstain. She really needed to stop her habit of aiming for heads. She took out a pair of men's shoes, changed into them, and began quietly searching the study. First, she looked at the desk where Mi Sheng sat. There were a few letters on it. She casually glanced at them. They were from merchants who had long-term dealings with the Mi family. The main content was about ordering and delivering goods. Luo Xi didn't throw them away. She stored them in her space. In the future, these could be her clients. Then she found a thick ledger in a hidden compartment and put it away too. There were over 500 silver notes, scattered and crumpled. She collected those as well. She also took items from the shelves, vases, decorations, rare books. The golden silk Namid table. It had been used before, so it looked a bit gross. No problem. She didn't need it herself, so she could give it to someone else. She stored it away. After the table disappeared, Luo Xi discovered a raised mechanism on the floor. Stepping on it, a stone slab slid open, revealing another secret room. She used her mental power to check for danger, then stepped down. Turning on the light, she saw that this room was much larger than the treasury's secret chamber, about 100 square meters, with bookshelves on both sides. She randomly picked a book from a shelf and opened it. It was about the method of making indigo dye. Indigo, one of the oldest known pigments used by humans. The book recorded, harvest indigo leaves, pile them up, water them regularly, and let them ferment for 2 to 3 months until they turn into black, clay-like blocks. Mainly used for dyeing cotton yarn, cotton fabric, wool, or silk. Closing the book, she realized it was the secret recipe for Mi family's dyeing process. She opened another book, which detailed the entire silk-making process, from silkworm breeding, cocoon making, silk reeling, weaving, to dyeing. Important details and key steps were clearly marked and explained thoroughly. Luo Xi quickly gathered all the books with recipes, knowing they were the core of the Mi family's business. Her heart raced, feeling another big industry was opening up for her. At last, she saw a row of boxes on the side of the wall, filled with countless bottles and jars of various dyes. Without hesitation, Luo Xi took them all for herself. By now, the Mi family was completely emptied out. The head of the family would wake up poorer than someone who had just burned incense at night. She left quietly, without disturbing anyone. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to visit the other 3 families. The 4 great clans of martial arts had targeted her. If it were someone else, they might have been expelled from the exam or barred from taking the imperial exams for life. Or worse, injured in the training grounds and left disabled for life. She remembered that Ma-Jang had aimed to seriously hurt her on the martial arts field. Failing only proved her skills were lacking, but it didn't erase the fact that the 4 clans had attacked her. Next stop, the Blue family. The Blue family specialized in ink. The entire storeroom was filled with the smell of ink. There was pine soot ink, oil soot ink, colored ink, blue ink. Pine soot ink was the most common, occupying half the storeroom. Its overall value was less than the Mi family's, but still significant, enough for a scholar to write non-stop for 12 hours a day, for 3 or 5 years. After some thought, she decided not to take the Blue family's money. She had only exchanged a few blows with the Blue family from afar, and it wasn't a matter of life and death. But she still didn't give up on their ink-making techniques. She found the formulas, scanned, and copied the contents without taking the original. When she arrived at the Dong family storeroom, she almost burst out laughing. The other families stored accumulated goods, but the Dong family's warehouse was full of rice. White, shiny rice. Yes, bright white rice. Dong Yunlong, the stubborn old man, once said he would rather let the rice rot in his pants than sell it cheaply to buy Tingyun. The little old man kept his word. Other families' rice had already been cleared out, but theirs was still full. Luo Xi smiled as she gathered everything. She had also said that every grain of rice from the 4 clans was hers, and now she was fulfilling that promise. 1,000 dan, equivalent to 120,000 jin. Yes. She estimates there are about 300,000 jin of goods, and it seems the old man has already sold some. The Dong family deals in jade. They have white jade, yellow jade, green jade, jadeite, and black jade. Some are carved into gourds or peace amulets, others into guanyin or auspicious beasts, all hidden in the old man's private vault. The quantity isn't large, but the value is high. The Dong family's methods for inspecting raw stones are outdated, which Luo Xi doesn't like, but it doesn't matter. She can make a copy for those who need it. Finally, standing outside the Qin family's door, Luo Xi hesitated. Qin's father isn't very capable, but Qin Xuezheng is her brother. Forget it. Just a small gesture. The 4 big families are connected by kinship, so she can't favor one over the others. Qin Xuezheng. Friendship exists, but not much. The Qin family deals in porcelain. Their storeroom is filled with all kinds of porcelain, big and small. Dragon-shaped vases, multi-tube vases, plum vases, composite vases, phoenix tail vases. The colorful bottles shine brightly under the white light, dazzling and beautiful, making the surrounding area barren. As usual, she finds a wooden box in a secret room, opens it, and inside is the glass bottle Qin Xuezheng once secretly showed her. She can have as much high-quality glass as she wants, so she casually puts it back. Firing kills is an important tradition. Luo Xi searched for a long time and finally found it in a secret room under Qin's father's bed at dawn. Don't ask how she got under the bed. She almost got caught, but managed to hide. She leaves Qin's house looking dusty and disheveled, riding her little horse da-da-da, heading back into the sunrise. Not long after she leaves, the Mi family erupts with a deafening scream. It's all gone. Everything's gone. Then the other three families react. Mi-sheng finds Bai Tingyun, only wearing his inner clothes, his hair messy, face pale, with a trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. It's clear he had vomited blood before. He looks frantic, grabbing Bai Tingyun's collar and shaking him. It's all gone. Do you understand? Not a single hair left. Find the thief and recover the stolen goods within a day, or... He sneers coldly, his eyes full of chaos. My family won't let you go. This batch of goods is all his wealth. Recently, he's offended some people and been targeted by 2 different groups. He can't keep his business running, so he pulls out his most precious silk to please his family. Now, not only is there no more goods, but the formulas that Yi's family relied on for survival are also gone. Thinking of this, Mi-sheng spat out some blood again. The other 3 families arrived late. Compared to them, they are miserable. But not extremely miserable. Bai Tingyun cursed loudly, feeling overwhelmed by all these bad events. He had been in Yongning County for just 1 day and couldn't find peace. The 4 big families were fighting fiercely. He took the entire county government to investigate. Besides finding a gentleman's blood-stained footprint in Mi-sheng's study, there was nothing else. Based on the shoe print, the suspect is about 8 feet tall, has a wide foot and a chubby build. Using this information, Bai Tingyun searched all the men within 10 miles who fit the description and questioned them one by one. There weren't many men matching the criteria. After a thorough investigation, they found nothing. The 4 families argued all day at the county office. Bai Tingyun had his own guess. Only the prince who was taking exams in the capital could have cleaned up the trails so thoroughly without leaving any traces. He knew he couldn't provoke that person. When he was really pressed, he left a final message. I am incompetent. If you can find a way, do so. If not, then accept your fate. Then he gave up and stopped trying. After leaving the county office, the other 3 families all decided to stay away from Mi-sheng. They looked at each other and whispered in a secluded place, the Mi family is no longer worthy to compare with us. Why not? The head of the Lan family started, and the other 2 families agreed. Soon, the Mi family was completely divided and absorbed by the other 3 families, becoming the commoners they once looked down on. Of course, that is a story for later. After a little plundering, Luo Xi felt very happy. The 5 great scholars were most affected, and the number of daily disputes decreased significantly. In the blink of an eye, the provincial exam day arrived. This time, Yanjin took the exam first. The civil and military exams were held separately, and some outstanding candidates excelled in both. Yongdian once produced a brilliant dual champion in civil and military exams. His story became a legend, inspiring many students to follow his example. Luo Xi knew this and asked Yanjin why he didn't participate in the martial arts test. He was silent for a moment, his gaze strange and unreadable by Luo Xi. Because, I don't want to fight you, even if it was just a contest. There is no first in civil and no second in martial arts. Since the imperial examination, they no longer focus solely on static tests. Real combat was inevitable. Before dawn, Luo Xi took Yanjin to the exam hall. Recently, both of them had been studying hard together. Since they shared the same house, they rarely saw each other. Outside the exam hall, there was a large crowd. Many students from the entire Nannan prefecture came, along with their family members who came to see them off. Luo Xi was pushed by a broad, stout woman. She remained steady and unbothered, but Lu Xiaomei, standing beside her, was caught off guard and fell hard. The woman immediately started complaining. Are you blind? Can't you see my family here? Why don't you make way? Luo Xi turned around and looked at the woman's son. Her fist kept hitting his face with a loud bang. The man dressed as a scholar was stunned and covered his eyes, tears and mucus streaming down. The woman screamed loudly. Someone's attacking. Someone's attacking the scholar. Luo Xi didn't waste words. She punched the man's right eye again, then turned to look at the woman with a half-smile. Are you calling for help? Why did you stop? With people like her, reasoning doesn't work. She plays dirty, and when you play dirty back, she talks about laws. The simplest way is to hit the target directly. Clearly, her son was the woman's weakness. Seeing that Luo Xi was skilled, her family dared not speak out loud, even crying and begging, and quietly stepped back. Luo Xi squatted down and looked directly into Lu Xiaomei's eyes lying on the ground. Did you see that? You need to learn to fight back.
Now.
Stand up by yourself. The little girl, tears brimming in her eyes, slowly got up. She held back her tears and looked at Luo Xi with admiration. Brother is so amazing. Compared to her brother's way of fighting silently with clever tricks, she preferred Luo Xi's bold and unreasonable style. It seemed she had made up her mind. Second brother, I want to learn martial arts from you. Luo Xi, she had said she was the older sister. The girl was eager to become stronger. Luo Xi didn't refuse. All right. From now on, train with me every morning. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Encouraged by Luo Xi's look, she ran over and kicked the woman. Luo Xi clapped her hands. Good. Inya watched the whole scene and asked Lu Yanjin, who had a smile in his eyes, is it really okay to teach her like this? Compared to a little troublemaker, he was more worried about his sister growing up to be like she was in the past, only able to endure everything. He chuckled softly. It's fine. She knows her limits. Sure enough, Luo Xi scolded Lu Xiaomei, who came back to take credit. We learn martial arts to better protect ourselves. When others don't offend me, I won't offend them. At this point, Yin Yao thought the little girl had a good outlook on life, but then she added, if someone offends me, I will cut them down to the root, understand? Yin Yao. He thought too much. The young girl didn't quite understand what cut to the root meant. Soon, her brother gave her a lesson. The large red door of the exam hall opened in front of them, and a hesitant voice came from behind. Luo Xi. Is that you, huh? The voice sounded a bit familiar. The original person had many acquaintances in the city, so Luo Xi didn't think much and turned around, unexpectedly seeing someone she hadn't expected. It's me. Gucci stepped forward with a gentlemanly look. You've changed a lot. Did you come here on purpose to find me? Since being beaten back from the Tang Xinchang family, he lost his reputation in the village. Once his injuries healed a bit, he returned directly to the city academy. Last time, his mother came to give him pocket money and talked a lot about Luo Xi, about the 4 workshops, threshing machines, breeding rice fish, and competing with the 4 big families. Every detail surprised him. His mother said Luo Xi had earned a lot of silver and built a big house. Only today, seeing her in person, did he start to believe it. She had changed so much. Her aura was powerful and intimidating. Her skin was as white as snow, her features bright and radiant like the blazing sun, making people afraid to approach. Her features were still the same, but she seemed like a completely different person. He wanted to hand over the heavy object in his hand to Luo Xi as he used to. Since you're here, wait for me in the city for a few days. After the exam, we'll go back to the village together. Who is this? Before he could get closer, Yin Yao stepped in front of Luo Xi. The man's calculating and scheming eyes were too obvious, even more so than Lu Yunjin, which made Yin Yao dislike him. Young master, please excuse me. I am Gu Qi. His aura was even more special, an air of superiority, looking down on everyone without sadness or joy. It was as if he saw himself as tiny as dust or an ant. Even though he was asking who he was, his eyes showed no recognition. Gucci didn't like this feeling.
Oh,
I see. Please step back now. That one sentence made Gucci feel like he had lost face, as if his polite greeting was a prayer to a deity. And the words, understood, step back, sounded like dismissing a small cat or dog. Luo Xi peeked out from behind Yin Yao with a puzzled and confused look. You're not dead yet. After speaking, regardless of his response, he pushed Lu Yanjin quickly toward the exam hall. Hurry up. Go in quickly. Waiting in line for searches is such a pain. Lu Yanjin felt helpless, but still greeted Gu Qi, Gu Scholar. Long time no see. As they passed by each other, the man's eyes, deep and cold like a dark abyss, curved into a faint smile. Something was gently placed on Gu Qi's shoulder. Long time no see. Seeing Liu Yanjin here and noticing that his legs had recovered, Gu Qi's expression was complicated. In the past, at the academy, Liu Yanjin was always at the top, smart, hardworking, and well-respected. He was the teacher's proudest student and the guaranteed top scorer in the academy. Until his family had an accident, his mother died, his father abandoned him, and his legs were broken. The teacher, feeling regretful, finally saw his former classmates, including him, get their chance to shine. Now, seeing the other person fully recovered, he couldn't help but be surprised. Jealousy and hatred flickered in his eyes, but he didn't notice. Since your legs are better, why haven't you returned to the academy? Teacher Dong and the others are worried about you. Liu Yanjin smiled, but his eyes grew colder. In his past life, he didn't understand that a teacher who educates others doesn't necessarily have high morals. Flattery and putting others down happen all the time. He was cared for because he was smart and also because he had a promising father. After his legs were broken and he was expelled from his family's list, the teacher who used to be so attentive seemed to forget about him. Not even one visit to check on him. In his previous life, when Dong passed the imperial exam, he was often humiliated by people from the countryside. Back then, he was naive. He even asked someone to send a message to the academy for help, but it disappeared without a trace. At that time, he realized that when he was truly outstanding, people around him were kind. But once he fell from grace, malice flowed like a never-ending river, wave after wave. If given another chance, he wouldn't waste time on a bunch of narrow-minded frogs. He would just take them out when they appeared. He casually replied, "I just recovered. If I have time, I'll go back to visit." Gu Qi carefully tested the waters. "You haven't studied for half a year. Do you think you can pass this provincial exam? Half a year without studying?" Liu Yanjin smiled. In his past life, becoming the prime minister wasn't just about schemes and tricks. He never put down his books for a day. As they walked and talked, they entered the exam hall one after the other. Luo Xi nudged Yin Yao's arm and said, "Did you see that?" Liu Yanjin smiled. "Just now was too creepy. I have a feeling Gu's family will have bad luck. Should we wait to watch the good show before going back?" Yin Yao broke her fantasy with a single sentence. "Have you finished reciting the 7 military classics? Do you understand the entire arts and martial skills?" Luo, she kept shaking her head. Yin Yao sneered. "Then you still have time to wander outside? Let's go back now." Luo Xi, "You're no longer my favorite little uncle." Not long after they left, there was a commotion inside the exam hall. Liu Yanjin was searched and successfully entered the exam room, but Gu Qi, who was behind him, was stopped by a guard. A note was clearly lying on his palm. Gu Qi looked upset and asked, "What is this?" He was confused. How could a cheat note appear on him? Maybe he had done something suspicious before, and he quickly realized he was set up. He reached out to grab the note and hurriedly explained, "It's just some scrap paper I used during my studies. I accidentally stuck it to myself." He was quick, but the guard was faster and looked even angrier. "Do you think I'm stupid? You have scrap paper stuck inside your waistband?" He quickly opened the note, and his expression changed from shock to confusion. His companion beside him asked, "What? Is it a cheat note?" Gu Qi broke out in sweat. Who was really trying to harm him? Luo Xi or Liu Yanjin? However, the guard shook his head and looked complicated. "It's not a cheat note." Gu Qi was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a cheat note. But he hadn't fully relaxed when the officer gasped and said, "But I need to show this to the examiner." Gu Qi broke out in more sweat. What was it? Why did it need to be shown to the examiner? During this wait, he thought of every possible explanation. When a middle-aged official in a crimson-purple official robe and square face stepped in, he was so nervous he swallowed hard. He looked like a fish on a chopping board, as if a knife could fall at any moment. The official spread his hands and asked, "Where is the note?" "Let me see." The guard looked at Gu Qi with difficulty and handed over the note he was holding. The official's face changed from red to blue, then from blue to white. finally settling on a pig liver color. He trembled and pointed at Luo Xi with trembling fingers.
You,
as a scholar, are acting recklessly. It's a disgrace to our scholarly tradition. The latter person realized things had gotten serious and, with a pale face, said nervously, Sir, the note isn't mine. I was framed. What exactly was written on it? He didn't even know, feeling completely wronged. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, the stern-faced examiner wasn't someone who made arbitrary decisions. He ordered, write a few large characters so I can compare with my notes. Luo Xi saw hope and hurried to the desk, trembling as he grabbed paper and a pen, almost falling along the way. He quickly tried to express his patriotism on the paper, hoping to earn some extra points. But when the examiner compared the two pieces of paper, his face darkened completely. He slammed the papers back and said, You still dare to say these aren't your words? Seeing that both papers had identical handwriting, Luo Xi was stunned. But what happened next was even more shocking. The note roughly said, Meet the examiner after the provincial exam to enjoy the garden, the courtyard, and the flowers. Luo Xi's mind went, boom. What was this? Did it mean to meet the examiner? For a friendly visit? In that moment, Luo Xi felt like thunder struck him, his ears ringing intermittently, his vision blurred, his head dizzy, and his whole body trembling. His smile was worse than crying. I swear I didn't write this. Do you believe me? The stern-faced examiner snorted coldly. Having served as an official for 10 years, he had seen bribes with gold, silver, jewelry, and women. But someone offering their flower as a bribe was so unusual that he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. You're really something else. Not wanting to waste more time, he waved his hand. Take him out. A student with such corrupt conduct is disqualified from taking the imperial exams for life. I'm innocent. I swear, Your Honor. Luo Xi was dragged away, his hands held from both sides. He knew he was finished, his future dark and bleak. Outside, students waiting in line for search saw this scene and couldn't help but feel curious. Getting expelled for cheating? What exactly did this person do? He must find out after the provincial exam ends. As the big bell rang, Yanjin inside began to review the questions. In his previous life, he never took the imperial exam, and this was his first time participating in the provincial test. He couldn't afford to be careless.
Forbukia.
His past grudges hadn't been avenged, and now someone dared to covet Luo Xi. Well, let's settle all old and new scores together. The written exam lasted 3 days, and during this time, no one was allowed to leave. All eating and resting took place inside the exam hall. After 3 days, along with the students rushing out of the exam room, there was also some big news. Did you hear? Someone tried to bribe the examiner with their own bottom. I haven't heard. Who was that person? I know. I was right there. Ma-Jang Academy.
Guki was disqualified.
The fact that he tried to bribe the examiner with his bottom made him famous. A household name. After Yanjin told how sneaky Luo Xi was, Luo Xi almost laughed out loud. She gave a thumbs up and said the same thing as the stern examiner. You really are something. The original person's death was partly Luo Xi's fault. It was only right to send him down to join the original. Yanjin had already acted, making him hopeless and ensuring he kept living. Which might not be a bad thing. At this moment, the study door was pushed open. Yin Yao, looking serious, came in. Seeing both of them, he didn't hide anything and said directly, I need to return to the capital first. Luo Xi also stopped smiling and asked with a frown what happened. Yin Yao had planned to stay with her during the exam all the way to the capital, so his urgent departure meant something was wrong. He didn't hide the truth. After the imperial exam, there will be the emperor's anniversary celebration. Countries will send envoys to congratulate. This year, the envoy from Bailing arrived 2 months early. They probably come with bad intentions. Luo Xi knew Bailing was a country north of Daong, always eyeing Daong's territory. Her sharp military instincts made her understand immediately. Is this related to the recent flooding in the north?
Smart.
Yin Yao snapped his fingers in praise. As expected of his little sweetheart, she quickly linked it to the northern floods. He said seriously, A disaster suddenly struck the north, so Biling will definitely come to investigate and find an opportunity. Therefore, his gaze softened. I can't continue to accompany you for the exam. The Qi brothers will stay behind. They will protect you and help you reach the capital safely. Lu Yanjin's eyes darkened. Yin Yao's attitude towards Luo Xi was not like that of a lover, but more like family. There was no passion in his eyes, only gentle care, like he was scolding a mischievous child. Seeing Chiqua's face, Luo Xi couldn't help but feel helpless. She waved her hand in frustration. I'm not a child who needs someone to watch over me. Just take them away. The two troublesome guys always look at her with a hate that she doesn't fight back expression, as if she is the one below them. Inya reached out his big hand to touch her head, but since Lu Yanjin was there, he withdrew it and handed her a stack of silver promissory notes. Be obedient. Keep these for now. On the way to the capital, there's my villa. Buy whatever you like to eat. Don't treat yourself badly. He had been buying property nonstop for 14 years, saving up dowry for his little sister so she wouldn't run out of money when she returned. Now he finally had a chance to use it. Isn't this inappropriate? Luo Xi said it was, but her hands moved faster than anyone else's. I don't lack money, Inya. If only you moved a little slower, I might believe you. After putting away the silver notes, Mo also packed his luggage and came over, along with brothers Chiqua and Chirue. Chiqua stepped forward seriously. Little cousin, I want to go back to the capital with you. Inya looked at the two brothers. Come with me. He took them to the next room for a love lesson, happily reminding them, take good care of her. But if Luo Xi loses even a single hair, your father won't be able to protect you.
Wikovinked miskievosli.
I understand. Chi Rue rolled his eyes. Silly third brother. Then he solemnly promised his little cousin that he would definitely take good care of Luo Xi. Seeing Chiqua's expression, a vein bulged on Inya's forehead. As the little sister said, this girl's mind is full of grass. Telling him about her cross-dressing identity was like announcing it to the whole world. Her eyes and expressions couldn't hide it. All right, time was running out. He needed to ride fast back to the capital, so he wouldn't bother with these two. Meanwhile, Luo Xi was asking Lu Yanjin, will there be a war between the two countries this time? The flood in the north was a perfect opportunity for invasion. If it were her, she would choose to strike now. The man's eyes deepened, like a whirlpool capable of swallowing people. After hearing her, he slowly raised his gaze, stared at Luo Xi for a long time, then said, yes. But not now. They will first negotiate terms. If they can't agree, then they'll send troops. Luo Xi understood. First, they make a big demand, and if the talks break down, they fight, just to make it look justified. Da Yong has no choice. If they fight, they will lose their power and dignity. If they win, the benefits probably won't be much less than the losses.
Da Yong
has run out of grain, Lu Yanjin reminded him. Luo Xi suddenly realized with a loud bang in her mind. The northern region has suffered widespread disaster, and the country has opened granaries to help the people. Because of this, the remaining supplies may not last through the long campaign. The northern city of Biling is daring to provoke openly because they have figured this out. Luo Xi's eyes, like peach blossoms, narrow slightly. She twirls her thumb around her index finger. Seeing her move, Lu Yanjin raises an eyebrow. Are you itching to do something? Yes, a little, she nods.
All right.
Are you done memorizing the military classics now, Luo Xi? Can't she change the subject? She angrily slams the door of her study and goes to deliver silver dishes outside the city. She delivers them all the way outside the city walls. Lu Yanjin stands with his hands behind his back in the courtyard, his eyes dark and deep. He wonders, what exactly is your relationship with silver dishes? There are only 2 days left before the martial arts exam. Luo Xi finally escapes from a pile of complicated texts, feeling relaxed for 2 days. She takes out her homemade Ma-Jang set and calls Chi Rue, and Lu Yanjin with a mysterious look.
Come.
I'll teach you something fun. Chi Rue looks at the table full of small wooden blocks and pouts. What's so fun about a pile of wood? Are you trying to see who can build higher? Half an hour later. It smells really good. Haha. I won. I won. Pay up. The 5 scholars had unknowingly gathered behind her, watching the 4 young people play cards with intense focus. Luo Xi, while drawing her cards, asks, "Old man, want to join a round?" Mr. Yuhor really wants to refuse, but simply says, "Yes." Luo Xi hides her smile and makes room. In the next 2 days, the 5 scholars are immersed in the joy of Ma-Jang, and no one makes her copy books anymore. Suddenly, the martial arts exam arrives. Compared to the preliminary test, the provincial exam is much more difficult. The big question on the 4 books has 7 small questions. They cover 7 military classics, each with a summary paragraph. If Luo Xi hadn't memorized them backwards and forwards, she might have failed. She returns from the exam room feeling refreshed. Qi Rui invites her to go hunting in the mountains, and she doesn't refuse. While they run wildly through the mountains and fields, inside the grand mansion of the magistrate, some distinguished guests arrive. They all bring heavy gifts and are led into the study by the butler. The magistrate raises his head, smiling kindly and warmly welcoming the guests. He pretends not to know and asks, "Why did you come all this way?" "Visiting us just like we agreed." The 3 unskilled men were the top figures in Nannan Prefecture. They went straight to the main topic after a brief greeting. One chubby man with a round face rubbed his hands and asked, "My son is participating in this imperial exam. Do you think he can get in? Please give me some advice." Governor Shi was drinking tea and said nothing. Seeing this, the chubby man quickly signaled a servant to place a heavy box on the table. Only then did Governor Shi lift his eyelids slightly and open a small gap. When a box full of shining gold ingots came into view, he finally smiled and said, "Your son is a bit lacking, but you've already helped him improve." Another man saw this and hurriedly imitated him. The last man was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a long face. He spoke softly and calmly. "My nephew is taking the martial arts exam." His written answers were not good. "Do you have any ideas, sir?" Governor Shi frowned deeply. Others had come to him asking for help. His nephew's name was Ma-Jang, and he was far from just a little behind. The broad-faced man quickly handed over a box of large silver notes, speaking sincerely, "You must have a way." In the end, Governor Shi accepted the silver notes. It was a bit difficult to operate, but not impossible, as long as he chose someone without connections and created a small accident to swap their exam papers. He had done similar things many times before, pretending to be helpless while hoping for more benefits. Sure enough, the broad-faced man doubled his reward. After sending the 3 away, he called the housekeeper. The housekeeper quickly returned with a roster, opened it, and pointed to a name. "This boy is named Luo Xi. He is Miss Luo Nannan's younger brother and the one who tricked the young master in Yongning County this time." Governor Shi knew about Luo Xi teaming up with Bai Tingyun to cheat the young master and had scolded his son harshly at the time. He had already told him not to get involved in Yongning County's disaster relief efforts. Tapping his fingers on the table, he knew Luo Nannan came from an ordinary farming family, and her brother was just a wild kid with no background. Before writing, he asked, "How is Luo Nannan's relationship with her brother?" The housekeeper smiled. "I asked before I came. Their relationship is very bad. I heard this boy has already cut ties with his family and is a rootless floating person." Hearing this, Governor Shi waved his hand decisively. "Let her be." Luo Nannan was his lifesaver. Later, her wife took her as a student. Over time, he found that this girl was incredibly lucky. Wrestling can be a way to make money, and he has unique insights into many matters. He has also helped him solve problems in official circles. When he learned that his son liked someone, he didn't stop him. With his status, he couldn't marry into the family as the main wife, but a concubine or a secondary wife might be possible. They agreed, and Shi Dafu stood up. "I will go myself to create a small accident to swap the test papers." After he left, a maidservant in the corner, serving tea, moved her eyes. Did the master mean Luo Xi? Is she the Luo Xi she knows? The maid's eyes were firm. After asking for leave from the steward, she left the residence. After asking around, She finally found out where Luo Xi was living now. Today, Yanjin went out to visit friends. Luo Xi was taken into the mountains by Qi Rui to go hunting. The only person in charge at home was Qi Qua. The maid's name was Delinger. She was a good friend of the original owner and Guyu. The three of them always looked after the younger ones like older sisters. Recently, Guyu helped her with work, but Mo-Yi saw her and took her away. Now that she knew Luo Xi was in trouble, she risked being discovered to send a message. When she found out the person wasn't there, she almost cried. Now that she knew what to do, she planned to cause trouble. Although she might offend the prefect, she thought she could keep her spot. If she waited too long, it might be too late. Nanji saw her anxious look and asked Chikwa for help. After hearing everything, Chikwa grinned, his smile fierce and frightening. Anyone who dares to threaten my little cousin will regret it. Shirdafu is asking for trouble. I'll deal with him. Seeing Chikwa rush out of the yard angrily, Delinger was stunned. Who is this person? Is he reliable? Since Luo Xi was not there and there was no better plan, she decided to go back to the residence to see how the prefect reacted. If that didn't work, she would have to stand up and testify. Delinger's parents had died early due to a crime. She and Guyu considered Luo Xi and Guyu as younger siblings. They couldn't protect their parents back then, but this time, she was determined to protect Luo Xi. At this moment, Luo Xi was bringing Qi Rui to a Taoist temple on Phoenix Mountain. The temple was dilapidated, covered in spider webs. Qi Rui looked disgusted. Is this the place you lived for 7 years? Yes, she replied. More precisely, it was where the original owner and the old Taoist lived for 7 years. She didn't expect it to be so ruined after just half a year. Standing in front of the half-collapsed gate, she didn't go inside. She remembered that the old Taoist, though a con artist, was kind to her and her sister. The place had become unsafe. She wanted to rest there with Qi Rui, but now it was too dangerous. Let's go. The two of them walked to another hill. Qi Rui muttered, Where's the fire fox? Isn't there a story about a 9-tailed fire fox that has been practicing in the mountains for 1,000 years? Luo Xi raised her eyebrows with a caring look and asked, Which book is that in? The End of the Road. Such a popular book, and you haven't read it. It describes a world where disasters strike, fierce beasts come down from the mountains, and the 9-tailed fire fox transforms into a little girl. The main character adopts her. Now it's writing about her struggles and whether the main character should be killed. No way. Such a popular book, and you haven't read it. Luo Xi. I've not only read it, I've also written parts of it. But recently, 5 old men have been watching her closely, and Lu Yanjin has started writing a sequel. Qi Rui kept talking and gesturing, excitedly saying, You don't know how popular The End of the Road is. The main character has a family heirloom jade pendant that recognizes its owner with blood and opens a space. This space is mountains, water, spiritual energy, and a spiritual spring where you can wash away impurities. Luo Xi. People who have read the book, especially those young masters, are obsessed with buying jade. They want to open a space like in the story. Jade prices in the capital have skyrocketed because of this. There's also a craze for raw stones. Many sellers are making huge profits. Luo Xi. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Did you buy any? No. Qi Rui denied quickly. He secretly glanced at Luo Xi. If it weren't for wanting to buy a piece of jade and selling his grandfather's favorite purple clay teapot to get money, he wouldn't have asked his third brother from Jiangnan to take him along. Luo Xi didn't expose him. She found it amusing and a bit speechless. Is Lu Yanjin's book really that popular? Do you think this world really has supernatural powers? Qi Rui suddenly asked. What do you think? Luo Xi replied with a question instead of an answer. Qi Rui smiled brightly. I have a secret, and I only tell my family. Do you want to hear it? Luo Xi shot him a sidelong glance and raised her voice. Have you guessed it? Qi Rui was about to speak when Luo Xi suddenly grabbed his head. He ended up lying on the ground in a dog-eating pose. Before he could finish, Luo Xi covered his mouth and made a shushing gesture with her finger. Frightened, Qi Rui thought enemies or foreign agents had come to kill him. But after looking around, he saw only a crooked-necked tree and a small bird perched on it. Luo Xi stared intently at that bird.
Suddenly,
The bird flew away, and the person flew along with it. Qi Rui quickly chased after them, quietly asking as he ran, "Why are you chasing a bird?" Luo Xi's peach blossom eyes stayed focused on the bird's flight path, and she explained, "This bird is called the ginseng bird. It loves to eat ginseng fruits." Qi Rui's eyes lit up. "You mean it can find ginseng?" He had never seen real ginseng before, so he was very excited. Without waiting for Luo Xi to urge him, he stayed very close. The bird flew and stopped several times. After chasing over 3 mountain ridges, just before Qi Rui got exhausted, the bird landed on a red fruit. Luo Xi recognized that small, umbrella-shaped red fruit. It was a ginseng seed. Her eyes brightened. Just as she was about to step out of the grass, Qi Rui suddenly grabbed her arm tightly. He pointed in a certain direction with his pale lips. Not far away, a winding stream flowed down from the mountain valley. By the stream, a lazy white tiger with a broad forehead and white fur was lying, swinging its tail slowly. The white tiger not only had white markings on its head but was entirely white with black stripes. This was the first time Qi Rui saw a white tiger. Its icy blue eyes looked sharply at him the moment he opened his mouth. Qi Rui felt he was in big trouble today. He didn't inherit the divine power from the Qi family, so he probably had to stay here. He stood alone in front of Luo Xi, speaking seriously for the first time. "I can hold it off for a cup of tea. You run. Run as far as you can." Just as Luo Xi was about to throw the big cat farther away, she saw her little cousin move and raised an interesting eyebrow. "Even though we have some blood relation, you don't need to risk your life for me." Yin Yao was someone he cared for deeply, a close relative of the princess, and he looked after her child. But what was this little guy doing? His ancestors. And he still had the mood to chat? Qi Rui almost cried out loud, shouting, "Do you think I want to? If I don't save you, my father won't forgive me. Hurry up and run." His sudden outburst attracted the white tiger's attention. The tiger stood up, walking gracefully, like a large cat, approaching them. Luo Xi smiled. If she could block the tiger in life and death, she approved of her little cousin, no matter what his reasons were. Almost in the blink of an eye, Luo Xi appeared right in front of the tiger.
Que Rui siga de internale.
His cousin might have some skills, but that was the king of the forest. Just as the idea formed, Luo Xi's fair, slender hand grabbed the back of the white forehead tiger's neck and forcefully threw the tiger away. It flew. And then it was gone. Qi Rui couldn't believe what he had just seen. He swore on his grandfather's favorite jade pillow that even if his grandfather personally tried, he couldn't do something like that. The large white forehead tiger crashed into a big tree that needed 3 people to hug, bounced off, and fell to the ground. The tiger's eyes flickered with a hint of human-like caution and fear. It opened its big mouth and roared at Luo Xi, who was approaching step by step. Roar. Luo Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This big cat was so beautiful. Its shiny, smooth fur glistened, and a natural, king character was formed in the middle of its forehead. Its tiger eyes shone with wild, untamed fierceness. Luo Xi raised his hand and slapped the big head, saying, "Come back with me. Gar my home. How about that?" The white forehead tiger almost had its head slapped off and let out a whimper. It took a crawling step forward, stuck out its spiky tongue, and licked Luo Xi's palm. It looked like it had surrendered. This scene completely shattered Qi Rui's worldview. The king of the jungle, a fierce beast that others feared, actually submitted to a young boy. When they went back, he could brag about this to his father and brothers for a year. Luo Xi sat cross-legged in front of the big brain axe, secretly took a chicken leg from space, and, pulling the tiger's face, stuffed it into its mouth. "From now on, your name is Wangkai." Roar. That was the dog's name. Luo Xi frowned. "How about Hua Hua? With all those spots, it suits him." Roar. That was the pig's name. "Then just call him Jianxiang." Luo Xi muttered, a bit annoyed. This little brain axe really had too many ideas.
Tiger.
Tiger Jianxiang? Roar, the white forehead tiger, was completely overwhelmed. Qi Rui tried to get closer and saw a huge white forehead tiger lying on the ground, looking utterly hopeless. His newly recognized cousin was patting the tiger's head, giving it a loving lesson. Such a scene was truly shocking. After harvesting ginseng and coming down the mountain, watching the big brain axe walking beside Luo Xi, Qi Rui couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Cousin, are you also skilled in beast taming? Otherwise, how could this jungle king be so obedient, like a big cat?" "Guess?" Luo Xi smiled meaningfully. Although she did not understand beast taming, she was a level 4 mental ability user, able to communicate simply with these intelligent creatures without words. Otherwise, the little red girl who initially resisted humans wouldn't have followed her. At this moment, Qi Rui felt as if the end of the road had become real. Isn't that the divine beast white tiger described in the book? They spent most of the day climbing down the mountain and reached the city gates at night. Such a large creature entering the city would scare the common people. Luo Xi patted her head and said, "Find your own way into the city and keep a low profile." Roar. The brain axe angrily wagged its tail. As Luo Xi stepped into her home, Nanji came over and recounted what happened with Delinger that morning. Hearing this, her face changed slightly. Delinger was in danger. This silly girl. How could she return to the mansion after delivering the message? Without hesitation, she turned around and left. With the memories of the original owner, she easily found the mansion. At this moment, Delinger was covered in cuts and bruises, dumped in a dark dungeon inside the mansion, struggling to breathe. Dafu sat nearby, his fake smile disappearing, his eyes cold and fierce. "Linger, right? You've served this official for a year, haven't you? Do you know what happens to those who betray their master?" Delinger wanted to spit in his face, but he was never her master. He was her father's murderer. She only hated herself for not having the power to take revenge. In fact, she had already obtained a tasteless, odorless poison, just waiting for the right moment to end her life and his. But she simply couldn't watch her younger brother's child be harmed again. "Father. Mother. I'm useless." She was too weak to speak, tears falling. Dafu stood up from his large chair, his voice cold as he ordered the butler behind him, "Deal with her." Watching Dafu leave, the butler approached Delinger, raised his rough hand, and touched her delicate face. His voice was disgusting and lecherous. "I let you be a person, let you be my concubine, but you refused. You wanted to be a disloyal dog. Do you regret it now?" Delinger, after gathering her strength, spat blood and dirt into his face, saying, "Disgusting.
Disgusting.
You are all the same. Disgusting." The butler quickly wiped his face and called her "Eh." A dagger slipped from his sleeve and stabbed toward Delinger's chest. Just in time, a deafening roar of a tiger sounded behind him. Roar, the white-faced tiger lunged with sharp claws. The butler reacted quickly, showing he was skilled. He used his dagger to block the attack. A person and a tiger fought fiercely. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the empty dungeon. Though quiet, it felt like a loud drum to the butler's ears.
He spat out blood.
The white-faced tiger seized the chance and bit off the butler's arm. Luo Xi ignored the fight and went to Delinger, who was tied to a rack. She easily untied her chains and held her in her arms. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." If it weren't for the news brought by Delinger, she might have missed her chance to clear her name in this martial arts competition. A cold smile appeared on her lips. She opened her mouth and said, "Little White, tear him apart." The butler was a skilled internal martial artist. First, Luo Xi used her mental power to injure him internally. Then, Little White took the opportunity to tear off his arm. Now he had no strength left. A sharp tiger claw tore open his chest, spilling his organs everywhere. He died with his eyes wide open, and the scene was very bloody and frightening. Delinger fell into a warm embrace. She felt familiar and closed her eyes, losing consciousness. Luo Xi took a long cloak from her space and wrapped her tightly. As they left the dungeon, outside was filled with flames. Guards with swords held torches, blocking the entrance completely. The magistrate was standing behind the flames, wearing a fake smile that looked both hypocritical and sinister. "Young Master Luo, why didn't you say hello before coming to my humble home? I would have welcomed you warmly, Thinking back to earlier in the day, he had already soaked 2 exam papers with tea, ruining the names on them. If he had just greeted the examiners he knew, he could have swapped the papers perfectly. At a critical moment, the 3rd son of the Qi family stormed in like a furious lion, grabbing his collar and slamming his head onto the table. He even boasted that if anyone dared to target Luo Xi, the 4 princes above wouldn't protect him. What a joke. Could the Qi family be so arrogant as to bypass the princes and their descendants? Though he thought this, he didn't dare to act rashly. The Qi family held military power and was trusted by the emperor. Many princes tried to win their favor, and if they offended someone, they would face serious consequences. Even the 4th prince couldn't get away with offending them. When they returned, they sent people to investigate carefully and discovered that Luo Xi was not an ordinary person. He was very interested in the various magical recipes she possessed, but he didn't know how to get close to the Qi family. So, he kept a low profile and acted as if nothing had happened. Later, when they dealt with a servant who betrayed the family, Luo Xi unexpectedly appeared. Dafu was furious and refused to show respect. He sneered and said, "Do you know that breaking into a civilian home is a crime? And you broke into an official building." He planned to catch Luo Xi and use him to get some benefits from the Qi family. Luo Xi raised an eyebrow. The warmth from Delinger in his arms was rising. He softly said, "Kill." Xiaobai received the order and leapt high into the air like a fierce tiger pouncing into the crowd. Roar. Humans naturally fear fierce beasts, and even the guards of the Shi family were no exception. As the tiger approached, the captain, who was holding a sword, almost dropped it. He quickly stepped forward to block Xiaobai's attack. Xiaobai was fast, but the captain, who was at the peak of inner strength, was even faster. After a few rounds, the white fur was stained with blood. Luo Xi's spiritual blade shot out. The captain was cut in half by an unstoppable, powerful force. Blood splattered everywhere. The guards hurried back in fear, their eyes wide with shock. The captain was a peak inner strength warrior, and he was cut in half by a beast. Their spiritual senses couldn't see the attack clearly. They thought Xiaobai was too fierce and retreated in fear. Xiaobai, driven by its ferocity, had bloodshot eyes and a fierce look. It lunged straight at Dafu, who was protected in the center of the crowd. It had gained intelligence and knew that this chubby man was the one giving orders. With Luo Xi's mental support, Xiaobai managed to block an attack just before it was about to be injured. "Protect this official. Protect me." Seeing his guards die one after another in the tiger's mouth, Dafu was almost scared too. He had never seen such a reckless and unreasonable person before. She had entered the house and even killed people. He shouted to Luo Xi outside the crowd with a calm face, "Murdering a court official is a death sentence." Luo Xi, "Don't ruin your future." Luo Xi ignored him and ordered Xiaobai to head toward the main courtyard. The Shi family had a contract with Delinger, and they needed to find it and destroy it at the official office. In these times, killing servants is not illegal. Whoever holds the contract controls that person's life and death. One person and a tiger left, still heading toward the main courtyard. Dafu didn't know whether to stop or chase after them. At this moment, Qi Rui, and Lu Yanjin arrived just in time. Seeing the ground full of broken limbs and remains, they were all shocked. Luo Xi also saw them. She hugged Delinger and walked over. Qi Rui, you handle the aftermath. Lu Yanjin and I will go back." After a pause, she pointed at Dafu, who seemed to have regained his strength. "Get her to take the contract for Delinger. Go? After killing someone, where do you want to go?" Seeing this killing god finally stop, Dafu stepped out, his face dark. According to the laws of De Yong, breaking into an official residence results in 10 years of detention, and killing multiple people is a death sentence. Luo Xi smiled, a look of sharp mockery. "I try to reason with you, but you play dirty. When I play dirty, you want to talk reason." Too late. With that, she left with Lu Yanjin, taking the lead. Dafu wanted to send someone to stop them, but Xiaobai turned his head and let out a threatening roar. Roar. Frightened, Dafu hurriedly called them to stop. "No problem. You can run from a monk, but not from the temple. He approached the brothers Qi Kwa and Qi Rui. What do you want to say now? Qi Rui calmly took out a letter from his sleeve. This is a handwritten letter from the king of Mo. Read it yourself. Shi Dafu's hand trembled as he quickly read it. His face suddenly turned pale and then flushed. Moving Luo Xi was like moving the northern Mo palace. These 9 simple words carried more weight than a fortune. Who exactly is Luo Xi? Protecting the entire northern Mo palace? Not enough to be connected to the Qi family, she also has ties to another king of Deyong. Shi Dafu slumped, defeated. He had hit a dead end. Qi Rui raised an eyebrow and smirked. Where is the contract of sale? Bring it out. The next day, a rumor spread. The prefect's house, the Shi family, was attacked last night by a fierce tiger from the mountain. The guards were badly injured or killed. As for Luo Xi, no words or news about her. In this post-apocalyptic world, there are no laws or rules. Luo Xi prefers the peaceful, beautiful, rule-abiding world now and doesn't want to break it easily. Whoever crosses the line, law or not, she can turn the world upside down. Delinger only had superficial injuries. After taking Lu Yanjin's medicine, she woke up early this morning. Seeing Luo Xi sitting on a chair, playing with a jade pendant with one hand, she thought she was dreaming. Are you awake? Luo Xi handed her a cup of warm water. Do you know what you did wrong? After drinking the warm water, Delinger was still confused. She wondered, am I alive? Did Luo Xi save me? She showed a weak, pale smile. I didn't do anything wrong. If I had to do it again, I still couldn't just watch you be harmed. Luo Xi raised an eyebrow and took the empty teacup. You didn't help me. Your mistake was not thinking about a way out. Delinger thought Luo Xi would say something like, you're so foolish, I don't need your help, and was confused. She chuckled softly and struggled to sit up on the bed. I've already thought of a way out. I plan to leave far away and never come back to the capital. But the people at your house are not very reliable, so I have to keep an eye on them. Luo Xi rubbed her forehead, recalling Qi Kwa's straightforward approach. No wonder Delinger didn't trust her. She bent down and placed a silver pillow behind her. That's enough. The matter is now settled. You've got your contract back. We'll talk once you're healthy. She paused and added, I will keep a place for Shi Dafu's life. So, she knew everything. Watching Luo Xi's departing figure, Delinger laughed and cried at the same time. Back in her room, Luo Xi called Nanji and ordered, go back to the Jingdao village and bring the Luo family members here. Nanji didn't ask why and nodded to go. Last night at the Shi residence, Luo Xi saw someone she knew, Luo Nan. She had hidden behind a tree and wasn't sure how much she had been involved. Her knuckles tapped rhythmically on the table. It was time to fully take control of the system and its host. The written exam results came out and, surprisingly, she received a great kindness score. She raised an eyebrow, amused. As expected, good behavior comes from strict discipline. Once she received the results, she was also sent to the martial arts arena. The difficulty was much higher than before. Not only strength was required, but accuracy as well. Luo Xi thought the local governor's fat man would send people to cause trouble, so she was ready to fight 2 sacrifices for the flag. But it didn't happen. The assessment went very smoothly. It also showed Luo Xi the strength of the students across Southern. There was a rebellious young man who looked unreliable. His archery strength wasn't as good as Luo Xi's, but his accuracy was just as sharp. They seemed to compete, each breaking records. 3 days later, the martial test ended. Leaving the arena, the rebellious young man casually put his arm around Luo Xi's shoulder. Want to go have a drink? Tonight, there will be lantern displays and a boat tour, along with a beauty auction at the Flower Pavilion. A young man named Enli is a young master from the In family in the capital. His official household registration is in Nan'an Prefecture, and he must return there for the imperial exams. Before leaving, he promised his father he would definitely win a top martial arts scholar title. However, he kept being overshadowed by Luo Xi everywhere. At first, they didn't get along, but after 3 days, they became familiar and decided to go out together to enjoy the city. Luo Xi loves lively places. Just as she was about to agree, a big hand suddenly reached out and slapped away Li's hand that was resting on her shoulder. Lu Yanjin's voice was cold and firm. She doesn't have time. Luo Xi was about to say she did, but the man leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "The Luo family is here. They're waiting at home." Xiao Bai is also very temperamental and almost bit the old lady to death. Warm breath brushed her ear, making Luo Xi itch, and she scratched her head with her hand, smiling. Xiao Bai had been told not to hurt anyone intentionally. The old lady almost got bitten. It was obvious she had been too curious and reached out to pet the tiger's whiskers. People can't die now. They still have an important event. Luo Xi apologized to Li with a smile. Something came up tonight. Let's meet another time. Li's playful gaze flicked between the two of them. This man's possessiveness was strong. He was experienced in love and knew their relationship wasn't simple. He didn't make things difficult and simply waved his hand. All right, I'll make plans with someone else. Since you're not coming this time, you must attend the teacher's banquet after the exam results are out. The so-called teacher's banquet is an event where students thank their teachers after passing exams. It's usually hosted by local officials and is a good opportunity to make connections. Luo Xi didn't refuse. Okay, see you then. On the way back to the residence, Lu Yanjin didn't care about her grades and asked quietly, "Who is he?" "Just a new friend." "What's wrong?" Luo Xi didn't understand. She thought studying was enough, but did she need to worry about her friends too? Lu Yanjin's dark eyes flickered slightly. Li from the Yin family. He's talented, free-spirited, and likes to mingle in flowers and crowds. He's been with many women. Don't get too close physically. Who knows if he has some strange illness? At first, Luo Xi didn't think much of it. But after hearing about the strange illness, she decided not to let him touch her in the future. They walked and talked as they returned to their small residence. Xiao Bai, like a streak of light, rushed over. Its front paws lifted and rested on Luo Xi's shoulder. Whiff. She grabbed the soft flesh at the back of its neck and pulled it down. Go. Play somewhere else. The big girl, Delinger, was startled. What kind of strange strength was this? She easily lifted her head like lifting a cat, as if it were nothing. She helplessly stepped forward and said, "In the 3 days you were gone, Xiao Bai wasn't allowed near anyone, and there was less food. Although this tiger, Luo Xi, is usually fierce and doesn't let anyone touch her, she only shows a little respect to Lu Yanjin, as if she's become a different creature." Everyone gathered around Luo Xi and led her into the courtyard, with Xiao Bai walking gracefully like a cat. Behind the moon gate, Grandma Luo peeked out, smiling sweetly and trying to flatter, completely different from her usual bossy old witch persona. She felt nervous. She had been living peacefully in the village, but now Luo Xi had invited her to the city. Was she planning to settle old scores? Luo Xi looked energetic. She first hosted this family, and besides Grandma Luo and the old master, all 4 of his sons came. She led them to the front hall and asked with a smile, "Did Luo Nanan run away?" Her indifferent attitude made the Luo family unsure. They carefully answered, "Yes. Yes. The magistrate's son came to pick her up, so we couldn't refuse." This old lady was very hateful. Some of her children had grown wings and thought they could do whatever they wanted, even trying to dominate her. The little troublemakers she used to control now turned around and could manipulate her instead. It was very frustrating and uncomfortable. Luo Xi was from a noble family, so that was fine, but a girl who only managed to get close to the magistrate. What right did she have? "That's good, Grandma," Luo Xi said, reminding her. "If Luo Nanan is taken away by a man and this gets out, how will she marry in the future?" "Humph." Grandma Luo snorted. "Marry? Find an old bachelor with a lot of bride price." Meisher opened her mouth to speak, wanting to say that Nanan was destined to be a noble lady and wouldn't marry an old bachelor. But she had been scared recently. After receiving a warning from Lu Dahu, she dared not speak more. Why marry an old bachelor? Isn't the magistrate's house good? Sure, you should be responsible for ruining Nanan's innocence. Grandma, don't you want to become a relative of the magistrate? Grandma Luo naturally wanted that. as the official of Nan'an Prefecture, who wouldn't want to cling tightly. But they didn't take her seriously at all. That day, Shi boldly came to the village to forcibly take Luo Nan away. The girl was proud at the time, and Shi's men beat up Lu Dahu. She even wanted to follow Luo Xi's example and split from her family, but it was just a silly dream. They wanted to take her, but couldn't do it. Unless she hopes to look at Luo Xi, unless Luo Xi supports them. Luo Xi smiled and nodded. I can support you, but it has to be for a good reason, right? The old lady was smart and immediately asked, What do you mean? In 7 days, the official exam results will be announced, and the governor will hold a thank you banquet. When that time comes, if you ask for help openly, the officials won't dare to act against you. As long as you insist that Shi is responsible, I promise to help you succeed. Seeing that Grandma Luo was still hesitant, she added more pressure. But he's the local official of Nan'an County. If you get close to him, won't you gain something good? Hearing the word benefit, the old lady made up her mind. Her 2 little troublemakers could become successful. Why can't she? In the blink of an eye, the day of the exam results arrived. The 2 main characters sat calmly in the front hall, playing chess while waiting for the officials to come and deliver the good news. The master was calm, but the people below couldn't stay calm. They kept running back and forth outside the house. From the lowest to the highest rank, the Scholars' Alley, also called Student Alley, was full of recent exam takers. A servant with a big red flower tied to his chest walked back and forth. The neighbors outside kept sharing good news. Ji was almost desperate, her mouth blistered from waiting. Finally, near noon, a group of officials beating drums and gongs stopped in front of the house, raising their voices. Is Lu Yanjin here? Inside the front hall, seeing that Lu Yanjin was about to lose at chess, he put down his piece and said to Luo Xi, who was unhappy, If you're not satisfied, we can continue later. They played 10 rounds all morning, losing every time. Can you believe it? Luo Xi saw that she was about to win this round, but then the good news for Lu Yanjin arrived. She threw down her chess piece and went outside. The sound of drums and gongs outside kept going. A joyful official handed a congratulatory message to Lu Yanjin with both hands. Top scorer, congratulations. Lu Yanjin took it with both hands, holding it tightly, feeling deeply moved. A shadow suddenly rushed over from behind, exclaiming, Haha! Lu Yanjin, I knew you could do it. Top scorer. Amazing. Lu Yanjin caught Luo Xi's rushing figure steadily, eyes full of affection and happiness. Thank you. Neighbors all came out, and since the top scorer lived next door, they were all very jealous and came to congratulate him. Luo Xi gave the official who delivered the good news a big red envelope. Thank you for your hard work. The official happily took the gift and, upon touching it, realized it was a silver note. He praised generously, without expecting anything in return. Just as he was about to leave, his colleagues arrived riding horses, beating drums. Seeing him, they paused briefly and then asked, Is Luo Xi here? Luo Xi stepped forward. The official looked her over and was surprised to see that the top martial arts scholar of this year was a slender young girl. He managed a small smile and said, Congratulations on passing the exam. You are the top martial scholar. That day, someone who achieved the top rank was very happy. On that day, the 2 top scholars held a big banquet, inviting neighbors and friends from the community. The news that a family produced 2 top scholars spread throughout the city and became a lovely story. Every day, countless gifts were sent to the official residence. There were blessings from relatives and friends, as well as efforts from noble families trying to win her favor. Invitation cards floated into the house like snowflakes. Luo Xi and Lu Yanjin closed the door, accepted the gifts, but chose not to attend the banquet. Some said they were modest. Others said they were proud. Opinions about the 2 varied widely. The reason was simple: they found socializing tiring. Their world was outside the city, so they avoided unnecessary social events. Their reclusive behavior also offended some narrow-minded families. Finally, the much-anticipated teacher appreciation banquet arrived. Everyone who had passed the exams received an invitation. The 5 great scholars who had mentored her were invited as her teachers. The 5 scholars grumbled but didn't mind. They were busy playing Ma-Jang anyway. Luo Xi laughed happily. She believed no one could resist the charm of Ma-Jang, not even the great scholars. She and Yanjin changed into new clothes and went to the banquet. The teacher appreciation banquet was held in the front yard of the prefect's residence. When the young servant led them inside, the courtyard was divided into two groups, with officials and martial officers standing on either side. Luo Xi immediately saw Luo Nan. Today, she wore a pink dress with flowing sleeves and a graceful skirt. She held a brush and stood in the middle of a group of scholars, being praised and admired by the readers. Do you not see the yellow river water coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall, mourning the white hair, which was black in the morning and turned snow-white by evening? Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty. I was born with talents that must be useful. Even if I spend all my wealth, it will come back again. Excellent. Excellent line. Born with talents that must be useful. Miss Luo is truly talented. If she weren't a girl, she would definitely be the top scholar today. Luo Nan shyly bit her lip and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I'm not talented. Please forgive me for my modesty. Next to her, Yi looked proud. He had rarely seen such grand and beautiful poetry. Nan truly is a remarkable woman of our time. Suddenly, applause sounded behind her. Luo Xi stepped forward, also thinking the poem was very good, though it seemed familiar, like she had heard it somewhere before. Seeing her, Luo Nan's face turned pale. At that moment, someone asked her, Miss Luo, does this poem have a title? This person was enchanted, saying, I want to copy it down and study it at home every day. Luo, she was curious. She didn't expect this seemingly simple sister to come up with such meaningful poetry. The poem expressed strong feelings, with a tone of pride and confidence. It was full of self-assurance. Seeing her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration, and not noticing her secretly copying ancient poems, Luo Nan felt confident. She smiled slightly and said, This poem is called Bring in the Wine. Hearing the title, Bring in the Wine, Luo Xi's mind suddenly flashed with a long-forgotten memory. It was about an ordinary person without special powers who, during an alien invasion, used their body to carry a particle cannon into the enemy's center and detonated it before dying. Before dying, they shouted a phrase. Her crazy best friend once casually mentioned, This is an ancient poem, bring in the wine. Luo Xi didn't know who the ancient poet was. She only remembered that the person had no powers, a modest income, and a daughter with a serious genetic disease. Because they couldn't afford medicine, the girl died young. Her wife and family blamed him for being useless. Maybe he truly felt he couldn't go on and chose a tragic way to prove he was not worthless. Now, hearing Bring in the Wine again, cold anger surged through Luo Xi. She wanted to kill this woman. She licked her lips, trying to suppress her emotions. Her protective instinct for Luo Nan was weakening. She was close to crushing this lively ant. She wanted to break her bones piece by piece. Haha. My good sister, have you forgotten the second half of the poem? Cooking lamb and slaughtering cattle for joy, we must drink 300 cups. Masterson, Don Qiusheng. With each line, Luo Xi moved closer. Luo Nan stepped back. Bring in the wine. Don't stop your cup. Let me sing a song for you. Please listen carefully. Luo Xi's footsteps stopped 3 feet away from Luo Nan. She smiled, but her eyes were cold. Using ancient poems to show off here. Is that interesting? Everyone around was surprised. Such classic poetry. And it's stolen. They exclaimed in shock. Ancient people? Which ancient person? I've never heard of them, they doubted.
Dang.
The theft of an ancient poem is exposed. Luck points -5, the system's voice sounded. Luo Nan was stunned. Like in stories or dramas, the heroine reciting a famous poem would amaze everyone. Why can't she do that? Why does this world need Luo Xi? If he was born talented, why was Liang born talented too? She knew whatever she said now would be wrong, so she covered her face and ran away. Until the banquet started, The scholars kept discussing Luo Nan. Luo Xi boredly played with a wine glass. Then, a gentle breeze of fragrance arrived, and a soft, charming voice said, "Young Master Luo, may I get to know you? Miss Sherlon, I am honored to meet you." The voice was sweet and charming, making Luo Xi feel a jolt of electricity down his spine. When he saw her, simple yet with a touch of flirtation, Luo Xi took a deep breath. She was truly beautiful. He smirked and said, "Of course. Meeting a beauty like Miss Sherlon is my good fortune." Although she was stunning, her words were flirtatious and playful. Sherlon felt disdain but responded sweetly, "Young Master Luo, you're joking. Compared to your looks, who in this place can compare?" This wasn't just flattery. Luo Xi was genuinely handsome, an androgynous beauty, with a strong presence that didn't seem feminine at all. But this flirtatious, carefree attitude still needed to be refined, Sherlon thought. As they spoke, 3 more women of different charms sat beside Luo Xi. In Daiyong, men and women didn't follow strict rules like in the previous dynasty. As long as they didn't engage in forbidden acts or secret relationships, they could be seen together openly. 4 beautiful women sat on either side of Luo Xi, some gentle and elegant, others cute and lively. They laughed and talked, making all the men in the banquet hall envious. Meanwhile, a scholar asked a man with a gloomy face, Yanjin, with a smile, as a top scholar, "Why haven't the 4 great beauties of our city come to meet you?" Everyone in the city knew about the 4 beauties, each from the 3 major families and the Shi family. Her talent and appearance are no less than a man's. She usually stays out of sight, and it's rare to see all 4 beauties together. A student sighed, "Why don't I have such luck?" Lu Yanjin's expression darkened, with a fierce look in his eyes. He put down his wine cup with a loud bang and said, "Are you done talking?" The person felt annoyed, failed to provoke him, and almost caused trouble for himself. Everyone knew that both the top scholar in literature and martial arts came from the same family. Seeing such young and talented people, who wouldn't feel envy? Luo Xi was happily chatting with her 4 beautiful sisters, her eyes lively and expressive. She spoke in a humorous and witty way, making everyone laugh, unaware of the cold gaze falling on her. "Remember, after the banquet, you'll come with me to pick out flowing cloud silk. Wouldn't a puffed sleeve dress make me look even cuter?" A round-faced girl rested her chin on her hand, looking at Luo Xi. Her father and brother had introduced her to some talented young men before. Some liked to show off their literary skills, others were rough and lacked common interests. Luo Xi was different. She was beautiful, and whatever she said, she could connect with her own insights. She didn't shy away from discussing things women liked. She was definitely right to come here. "Sure. No problem," Luo Xi readily agreed. Who doesn't like adorable girls? Seeing her happily chatting with you from the Yu family, Sherlan's face darkened. He was not only flirtatious but also lecherous. If it weren't for her father saying he had a strong background and that she could marry such a person, she would refuse 1,000 times. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Shi Dafu, with his big belly and a smiling face, walked over. "Everyone, I am late. Sorry to keep you waiting." He politely greeted everyone and invited the famous teachers from various academies to take seats. As the students offered drinks to thank their mentor, Shi Dafu quietly approached Luo Xi and asked with a smile, "Brother Luo, how do you think my daughter is?" He understood clearly that a promising young man like him, who was well-connected with many powerful figures, was better to befriend than to make enemies with. Luo Xi had no family backing him. He wanted the other to marry his daughter, have her join the Shi family, and build closer ties. Then, wouldn't it be easier to connect with the Mo king? A few days ago, Luo Xi had killed nearly half of the Shi guards. Today, Shi Dafu still came over with a smile, unbothered. Luo Xi raised his eyebrows and said straightforwardly, "Your niece is very good." "Brother Shi, you're lucky, niece." "Niece?" Shi Dafu was confused. He forced a smile and said, "My daughter is about your age. Calling her niece might not be appropriate, right?" Luo Xi disagreed. "You call me Brother Luo, so what's wrong with calling your daughter my niece?" Master Shi de Fu was speechless, unable to respond. He had rarely seen someone climb the social ladder so quickly. Unable to continue the conversation, he threw off his official robe and left. Luo Xi smiled with a hint of meaning. You haven't seen this before? Perfect, you'll have a chance to see it soon. Just as she thought this, a loud crying sound came from outside the door, as if someone had lost their entire family. Corrupt officials, return my daughter's life. Corrupt officials, return my daughter's life. Corrupt officials. The students inside the hall, who had been chatting happily, looked toward the door. Was the corrupt official the prefecture? What had he done to make people cry so loudly outside his house? Under the gaze of many curious, scrutinizing, or gloating onlookers, Shi de Fu's face grew darker. Who dared to cause trouble at his house at this time? He quickly sent a newly appointed steward to investigate the situation. He himself stepped forward, casting a fierce look at Shirlan before leaving. He was determined to make Luo Xi his daughter-in-law. He had many ways to make her accept it. Outside the door, Luo's family was dressed in mourning clothes, with the old lady holding a mourning staff, kowtowing step by step, crying, "Oh, my poor granddaughter. You died so tragically." The common people gathered around to watch. The prefect had handed down many wrongful and false convictions over the years. This family was the first to openly cause trouble at his house in recent times. Sniff, sniff, woo woo. When Shi de Fu stepped outside, he almost fainted from the scene before him. A group of women knelt on the ground, sobbing, while the crowd watched. He usually liked to cut off problems at the root, but where did these escaped fish come from? They really knew how to pick their day. He endured and said patiently, "Today I am hosting a thank you banquet for my teacher. No matter what grievances you have, come to the court tomorrow to discuss. Someone, drive them away." The sword-wielding guards stepped forward. Before they could touch anyone, the old lady rolled onto the ground, kicking and shouting, "Murder! Murder! First they harmed my granddaughter. Now they want to kill my wife to silence her. Everyone come see." Cough, cough, cough. Dust flew up from the ground, choking Shi de Fu badly. I have never seen such a scene before. The guards didn't know how to remove this family. When they received the master's signal, they were about to forcibly carry the people away. Inside the house, Luo Xi, along with a group of scholars and teachers, came out step by step. His voice was full of obvious schadenfreude. Is it right to take people away without asking clearly? When he looked into the many disapproving eyes behind him, especially those of the scholars from various academies, Shi de Fu was struck like lightning. He clenched his teeth, glaring angrily at Grandma Luo, who was rolling on the ground and crying loudly. You better have a big reason for this, then. He was in a difficult position. Outside the house were common people, inside were talented scholars and teachers. Where should they take the person for questioning? Deep inside the house, Luo Nannan was leaning on Shirya's shoulder, crying along with Grandma Luo outside. Suddenly, her crying stopped. Shirya looked at her with confusion. Luo Nannan hesitated and whispered, "I think I heard my grandma's voice." For some reason, she had a very bad feeling today, as if she was about to die. Like her time was almost up. Inside the Shi residence, looking at the elderly woman lying on the ground refusing to get up, Shi de Fu pressed his temples and said, "Get up first and explain clearly." He had never been so patient with commoners before. Holding back his impatience, he asked, "Which family are you from?" "State your name first." After a few rounds, the yard was cleaner than after the servants finished cleaning. The old lady wiped away non-existent tears, and her loud voice echoed throughout the house. "Your son Shi forcibly took my granddaughter half a month ago. It must be for money or to harm her." Shi de Fu's mouth twitched. What does the Shi family need that would make them harm someone for money? He spoke kindly. "Is there some misunderstanding? I don't earn much salary, so it's a bit far-fetched to say I want to harm your family for money." The old lady hesitated. "Was it and murder? Anyway, it was your son who took my granddaughter. She's been missing for half a month. My beautiful daughter-in-law must be in trouble." Shi de Fu didn't believe it. "My son wouldn't do such a thing. Not out of favoritism, but because his son, Shi, was known to be romantic." If he really kidnapped someone's daughter, there must be another reason.
Wait.
Half a month ago? Took a rural girl? Half a month ago, Yi took people to Zhengdao village. Could this old lady? He squinted and widened his eyes. Your husband's family name is Luo. The woman mentioned, could she be Luo Nannan? The old lady nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. That's her. Master Shi's heart finally eased, and he said impatiently, where did the idea come from that someone would harm others for money and then commit murder? Miss Luo is just visiting the residence. He called someone over. Go and invite Miss Luo here, say her family has come to visit. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. The person was lost, but it wasn't serious. However, he had relaxed too early. The old lady suddenly changed from sad to happy, her face full of excitement as she grabbed Master Shi's hand. Dear son-in-law, look at this mess. Turns out it was just a big misunderstanding. Master Shi looked at his hands covered in dirt and grime, and after a moment, he finally understood. Wait, who is your son-in-law? Of course, it's us. The old lady's eyes sparkled as if Master Shi was a treasure she was about to get. She spoke casually. Look, the two children are already engaged. When will we arrange the wedding? Stop, Master Shi interrupted. He had already decided to make Luo Xi his son-in-law. The Shi family couldn't have two members from the Luo family at the same time. If that happened, wouldn't the Shi family have to change their surname to Luo? Between the two, having Luo Xi was more important. Luo Nannan could be ignored. His face darkened. You've misunderstood. My son and Miss Luo are just friends, with no romantic relationship. The old lady was upset when she heard this. She kicked her legs and lay back down on the ground. Everyone, come and judge. My granddaughter is a good girl and she was with him. They played around, and then just left. This is unfair. She flailed around, rolled on the ground. And the students watching were stunned. The old lady suddenly jumped up high, almost poking Master Shi in the forehead with her finger. Tell me, you father and son wouldn't do anything improper to my granddaughter, right? The students. Wow, what a shocking revelation. Nonsense. Master Shi was furious. The old lady crossed her arms, refusing to listen. Then tell me, why didn't you let Yi marry Nannan? Seeing that Master Shi didn't answer, the old lady lifted her skirt to rush outside. I'm going to find someone to judge this. One of you father and son must be responsible. Luo Xi said that clinging to Yi could bring wealth, but she thought holding onto the magistrate himself would be even safer. Seeing the old lady rush toward the door like a whirlwind, Master Shi's face turned from green to white, then to black. He slammed the table. You come back here. This old lady's ability to cause trouble is truly top-notch. When the villagers found out that she and her son shared one wife, the prefect wouldn't want to stay in his position anymore.
He never did such a thing.
He was just so angry, he lost his mind. The old lady stopped, a proud look in her eyes, then turned back with a sad expression. So, have you decided? Who will be responsible for my granddaughter, your father or you? Everyone. They looked at the out-of-breath Mr. Shi with strange eyes. They never expected that the Shi family would have such a strange tradition. It's true, people can be hard to understand. The four beautiful sisters were also stunned. 3 of them instinctively kept their distance from Shirlan. No way. When they go back, they must tell their father and brothers they would rather die than marry into the Shi family. Sharing one wife between a father and son is just too strange. Mr. Shi was so angry he was trembling. Just then Luo Nannan, supported by Yi, came to the front hall. When she saw the group standing in the yard, she opened her eyes wide. Grandma, mother, why are you here? Seeing Luo Nannan and Yi acting so close, everyone gasped. If they weren't having an affair, they'd be giving away their reputation. The old lady looked like a victorious hen, hands on her hips, pointing at the two close together. Gaga, you still won't admit it? Just say it. Marriage is settled. Mr. Shi glared at his son in frustration. The timing was perfect. Seeing the old lady laughing proudly, he regretted it. If he had known he'd meet such a troublemaker, he would have arrested this family first, even if it meant getting scolded. Behind him, Many eyes shone brighter than lanterns. He even heard some scholars disdainfully say, disgraceful. Truly disgraceful. At this point, he closed his eyes and forced out a voice from between his teeth. Fine. I agree to let my son take Luo Nan Nan as a concubine. Shuri heard this and looked happy. His father finally agreed. He held his loved one's hand tenderly. Nan Nan, don't worry. Even if I marry a proper wife later, you will always be my favorite. Luo Nan Nan, overwhelmed by everything happening, stepped back from Shuri in a panic. Without thinking, she blurted out, don't talk about concubines. I don't want a wife, and I don't want to be one. Don't even think about it. This scumbag, she was just a fish in his pond, a stepping stone. He wanted to enjoy the benefits of both.
Bah.
Dream on. Xian's face darkened as he took a step forward and embraced her. Stop joking. We've already kissed. If you don't marry me, who else would you marry? Don't blame him for being mean. Although Luo Nan Nan was close to him, she didn't truly see or feel for him. If he didn't take this chance to make their relationship clear, he was afraid she might one day fall into someone else's arms. Onlookers. Oh, they've kissed. Although they were just watching a show, many thought the lady's reputation was being unfairly damaged. A woman's virtue is very important. How could it not be protected? So, it was true. Suddenly, Luo Nan Nan felt she was really dishonoring her morals and teachings. First, she copied poetry, but she claimed it was because she was young and competitive. Then, she secretly interacted with a man without a matchmaker. Both actions together showed she had bad character. It was funny because at that time, Shurian still treated her like a treasure, full of affection and gentleness. Such a person. They wouldn't want her even if she was given to them for free. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a notification sounded in Luo Nan Nan's head, being considered unfaithful to family virtues by this world's people, morale points -10 warning. Your current morale points have dropped below 50. You will no longer be the heroine of this world. This was the most overwhelming moment Luo Nan Nan had ever experienced. She would no longer be the heroine, losing the protection of the heavens and her lucky body. While she was arguing with the system, old lady Luo, unashamed, asked, how much is the betrothal gift? To marry as a wife or serve as a concubine? Betrothal gift? Ha! Not a single copper coin. Xian's father, Shi Dafu, hated how this family embarrassed him and wanted to force them to back down with such tactics. Old lady Luo would never agree. She suddenly stood up high and said, who marries without paying? Without paying, I come to your house every day to cause trouble, so everyone in the city can see. A father and son sharing one wife and you still don't pay. Fine. So it's back to that, huh? The hot-tempered scholar Li Dao Ru couldn't stay silent. Old madam, this concerns a woman's reputation. Calling her co-wife like that, how is she supposed to behave in the future? Finally, someone spoke up for her, and Shi Dafu felt pleased. Old lady Luo didn't even glance at him. Reputation? What's that? Is wealth and fame more important? Moreover, Luo Nan Nan was just some wild girl from nowhere, with no blood relation. Her reputation didn't matter to her at all. After Li Ru finished speaking, a student tugged at his sleeve and recounted Luo Nan Nan's earlier act of copying ancient poetry. He has a hot temper and hates dishonesty, especially tricks like switching things. Now he changes his tone and says, it's not surprising for a woman to do such things as having 2 husbands. Shi Dafu. Snickers the students. Huh? Shi Dafu threatens in a dark, serious voice. Try causing trouble and see what happens. He plans to cause trouble today and, if necessary, to punish the whole family to vent his anger. Luo Xi had taught this problem. The old lady straightens her back and spits out her words. Try it and see. Today, everyone here will testify that if anyone from the Luo family gets hurt or dies, the culprit is Shi Dafu, the local official of Nannan Prefecture, the governor. If something really happens, please help us inform the inspection officer to take care of our family's remains. Her words are straightforward. If anything happens to our family, the culprit is you, Shi Dafu. Shi Dafu, angry and amused, responds, From what you say, do I need to send someone to protect you? Who knows if you have other enemies outside? How do a bunch of ignorant, rural women know about the inspection officer? Every imperial exam cycle, the emperor appoints officials to oversee and inspect local areas, cracking down on corruption and misconduct. Who told this family that if something happens, they should find the inspection officer? He is so angry his hands tremble, but he is not one to give in easily. My family's resources are limited. If you force me to provide a dowry, are you trying to frame me for corruption? That's a serious accusation. The old lady puffs her cheeks and loudly says, "How can you have two faces? Just now you said your salary isn't bad. Now you're crying poverty." Which is true. Don't bother sending anyone to protect us anymore. Starting today, we'll stay at your house. She kicks May, saying, "Go. Call your brothers-in-law. Let's treat this place as our own home. Look at all the delicious food on the table." After saying that, the old lady doesn't hold back. She pulls out a big paper bag from her pocket and starts stuffing fish and meat from the table into it. She doesn't care if others have eaten or not. Her bold behavior shocks the students again. The old lady happily fills her bag, saying she's never tasted such good food before and wants to give some to her fourth son to try. Luo Xi. This totally exceeded her expectations. The banquet could no longer continue, and the old scholar was the first to say goodbye to Dafu. Then the shy student left. Seeing everyone leave, the spectators who enjoyed the fun also couldn't stay. Luo Xi wanted to leave, but her sleeve was pulled by Sherlan. The woman, with a charming look in her eyes, held up a cup of wine and offered it to Luo Xi's lips, which looked like petals. Young Master Luo is truly wise. You should have cut ties with this family long ago. This cup is a toast to you. Seeing Luo Xi remain unmoved, she joked, "You don't think I put poison in the wine to harm you, do you? Hee hee hee." Lanner hasn't had enough fun and wouldn't dare to harm the current martial champion. Seeing her acting so earnestly, Luo Xi playfully took the wine cup, pretending to drink. Sherlan's face showed a determined expression. Suddenly, her pointed chin was pinched by, and Luo Xi poured the wine into her mouth. Afterward, she flicked her fingers, helping Sherlan swallow the wine. Her face changed color rapidly. Without thinking, she tried to cough it out. Luo Xi's puzzled voice sounded from above. "Miss Sher, didn't you say the wine wasn't poisonous? Why are you spitting it out?" Sherlan's face turned pale and then flush. She couldn't tell if Luo Xi saw through her trick or was genuinely confused. At this moment, she couldn't act recklessly. She forced a smile and said, "I am not good with alcohol. I need to rest." Before she finished speaking, Luo Xi looked at her with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" If I remember correctly, Miss Sher just sat next to me and drank quite a bit. Sherlan looked utterly embarrassed, her expression extremely awkward. She dared not delay any longer.
"Sorry.
I've had too much to drink and need to rest." She ran away like the wind, and Luo Xi smiled with a hint of meaning. When she found Dafu, Luo Nannan still appeared to be lost in thought, her mind fluctuating with the waves of Bao Pingfan, seemingly communicating. She politely smiled. "Brother Sher, congratulations on the good news. Nannan and I are somewhat connected, so I'll take her away first." That way of calling him, Brother Sher, was particularly disgusting. Dafu hurriedly called her back. Looking at the room full of people rushing around and tidying up the food, he pointed and said, "Can you take this person away too?" "Sorry." Luo Xi showed a helpless expression. "You know I've separated from her family and cut ties. I probably can't help with this." Publicly, she only said she had separated from the Luo family and that her identity was not suitable to be revealed now. Big Rich Men also showed a look of disgust. Luo Xi didn't wait for him to say anything else and took Luo Nannan away. The latter didn't hesitate and followed. Now, following Luo, she felt safer than staying with Yi. Luo Xi's words were sharp. At least she wouldn't restrict her freedom, but Yi might. However, this time she was truly mistaken. Luo Xi didn't want her people, only her life. She signaled Lu Yanjin to leave first. He didn't know what kind of temper she had, so he left without a word. Luo Xi scratched her head, looking confused. Before she could think more, she encountered the men of the Luo family, who seemed to want to enter the Shi residence.
She stopped them.
The old lady's mind really isn't good, letting the whole family go in. Isn't that like walking into a trap? They should stay outside to keep watch. She called Luo Xi, the fourth son, aside with a meaningful look and asked, "Do you know about the four beauties of the city?" Luo Xi nodded but was confused. The four beauties of Nan'an Prefecture. Everyone who reads knows about them. That's good to know. Luo Xi leaned close and whispered in his ear, "Now, one of the four beauties is drunk in her own room. Do you know what to do? If you can win one of the four beauties, your Luo Xi will be truly successful, and there's another saying, marry into the family." Instead of hoping Luo Nan'an marries Shi, why not do it yourself? Luo Xi was enlightened by Luo Xi's words, as if his meridians had been opened. She gave them a rough map of the Shi residence and told the others to go back and stay outside to assist the old lady at any time. After arranging everything, Luo Xi took Luo Nan'an back to their small inn. She was very quiet on the way, so quiet that Luo Nan'an felt chills. She tried to make conversation. "We've known each other for so long, but I still don't know which world you're from." Trying to ask, but her attempt was clumsy. Luo Xi gave a malicious smile. "Do you know about the cultivation world?" "The cultivation world." Luo Nan'an was envious. "So, there really is a cultivation world." No wonder Luo Xi's disguise as a man was so perfect. No wonder she could resist the system's talismans. She's an immortal, skilled in magic. Then, in your last life, you must have been a very powerful little immortal. "Me?" Luo Xi teased and raised her eyes. A man. While Luo Nan'an was stunned, she didn't forget to talk to the system. "So jealous. I wish you could take me to the cultivation world." The system didn't reply, sensing danger. The two of them had already entered Luo Xi's room. After locking the door, Luo Nan was knocked unconscious. A surge of spiritual power gathered like a rainbow and rushed into the other's mind. Inside, a trembling ball of light gave off a loud alarm. "Intrusion detected." Intrusion. The sound was suddenly cut off. Meanwhile, Luo Xi, holding the map Luo Xi had given him, successfully reached Shilan's courtyard. Because of the medicine she had taken, and since she was at home, Shilan had dismissed all the servants from her room, preparing to endure wave after wave of unbearable heat. With her mother drawing attention elsewhere, and Shilan herself unknowingly giving Luo Xi an opportunity, he slipped into the room like a white mouse. His small eyes widened instantly. On the bed lay a beautiful woman, her clothes loose, her breathing unsteady. He swallowed hard. As he approached, the beauty leaned toward him on her own. Shilan felt as if she were burning, a restless fire raging inside her, until she embraced something cool. At last, the fire found a place to settle. She didn't know what she truly wanted, only murmured the same words again and again. Seeing the woman cling to him tightly like a snake, Luo Xi almost lost control, but he still cursed under his breath. Troublesome woman. He remembered Luo Xi's warning. He must not act recklessly here, or the truth would be exposed and he would be punished. He pinched her arm firmly and said, "Come with me. I'll give you what you want, everything." Lifting her in his arms, he carried her along a side path back to the guest rooms in the front courtyard, where visiting scholars were staying after the banquet, waiting to return home in a few days. Thanks to his mother drawing most of the attention, he only ran into a few servants along the way. He glared at them fiercely. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone drunk before?" Shilan was hidden under a large cloak, so no one recognized her. Besides, no one could imagine that someone would dare to sneak away with their young lady. After a few questions, when people realized Luo Xi was related to the noisy troublemakers in the front yard, they kept their distance. He even boldly asked a passing maid to guide him. Once inside an empty guest room, he shut the door. After the maid left, the two quickly became entangled with each other. Surrounded by others in nearby rooms, Luo Xi deliberately raised his voice. "Monsieur, isn't this a bit improper? I am a scholar. Even if you like me, you cannot force me without proper matchmakers. While you..." The teacher and students nearby, who were discussing today's events, perked up their ears at the noise. Soon, there was the sound of porcelain breaking and old fourth Luo calling for help. Is anyone there?
Please help me.
Miss Sher has drunk too much and is forcing herself on me. Oh no. After the son of the Sher family, now the daughter also wants to force herself? The entire Sher household is full of villains. The teacher and students became excited. Even the weak ones seemed to run faster than rabbits. They kicked open the door and saw a woman clinging tightly to a man with no bones, as if glued to him. The man looked embarrassed and shy, quickly begging for help. Everyone, please help. I was just about to rest when this woman barged in, saying she's admired me for a long time and insisting on. From an angle where no one could see, old fourth Luo calmly knocked out Sherlan to prevent suspicion. Meanwhile, another incident occurred. Magistrate Sher hurried over, followed by a shameless old lady. To handle this, he had already promised a dowry and was desperately negotiating the amount. Just then, a servant reported that something was happening at the guest courtyard. Now, furious, he stormed in shouting, "What's going on now?" Old fourth Luo, disheveled, quickly moved to stand beside his mother, deliberately pulling open his collar to reveal a conspicuous love bite on his neck. Pointing at Sherlan, who was unconscious on the bed, he falsely accused, "This woman sneaked into my room while I was resting and tried to me." I firmly refused, but she was reckless and persistent. He added everyone saw it too. Seeing that his daughter, the most beautiful woman in the family, was in the room, Magistrate Sher's face darkened. Without hesitation, he said, "That's impossible." His gaze swept over the elderly man and young man in the courtyard, clearly threatening. It seemed the situation hadn't gone too far yet, and there was still a chance to turn things around. Just as he thought this, old fourth Luo shouted loudly, almost causing him to be sent away, "Who defiled your innocence, my son?" "It's the Sher family again." She tremblingly pointed at Sherdafu. "You've gone too far. My son's innocence is gone. He's aiming to become top scholar." Then she changed tone. "You'll have to take responsibility for this." Sherdafu was so angry at being falsely accused that he almost laughed. "I haven't even accused you of defiling my young daughter, and you're already blaming others." He waved his hand. "Bring them in. Kill this daring troublemaker." He was ready to kill, both to threaten and to intimidate. His gaze swept over everyone present, and his eyes showed a clear warning. Anyone who leaks today's events will face the consequences. Sherlan is his most beautiful daughter. Since she was young, he has been grooming her, either to marry a strong son-in-law or to send her to a noble family in the capital. She will not be defeated here. All the scholars and students threatened by him felt uncomfortable, but they dared not oppose him. They all lowered their heads. The old lady knew this was the hardest challenge. Remembering Luo Xi's advice, she sat on the ground and cried loudly, "Kill me if you want. I just want to ask the people in the city and the patrol officer, does a man's innocence not count? You accuse my family's daughter of ruining my son's reputation, and now you want to silence everyone? Is there no justice in this world? Is the magistrate more powerful than the emperor?"
People gasped at this. If this story got out,
Sherdafu's career would be over. This old lady really dares to say that. They saw Sherdafu's forehead veins bulge, his fists clenched tightly under his sleeves, and his face looked like a fierce ghost glaring at the crying old lady on the ground. Seeing his furious look, the old lady quickly said, "Think carefully. My other 3 sons and Luo Xi are outside." Hearing Luo Xi's name, Sherdafu calmed down a bit. He wasn't afraid of this troublemaker rising to power, but he had to be cautious of Luo Xi. Now, with the family disbanded and their ties cut, who knew if Luo Xi would take advantage if he really made a move? Another concern was the patrol officer. This was a big hidden danger. He felt too frustrated to stay silent, so he ordered, "Investigate." Once the order was given, the threatened scholars and students spoke up. "I heard it myself." Miss Sher took the initiative, and young Master Luo even asked for help. If he had bad intentions, he could have taken advantage without making a sound. Everyone spoke one after another. But they all agreed that the Luo family's old lady wasn't very good. Young Master Shi was decent. He didn't take advantage of others' misfortune. For that, they supported him. Shi Dafu almost vomited blood. Everything was connected, and he was struggling to keep up. This was Luo Xi's cleverness. Taking a direct approach might be easier, but the Luo family was in the wrong. Everything had to be justified with reason. Soon, the maid responsible for the Shi courtyard and the servants in the back garden were called over. The former said, "Miss came back and said she wasn't feeling well, so we stayed away and left the courtyard." The latter lied, "No. We didn't see young Master Lu enter the back garden. It's a joke. If the master finds out that the lady was taken away right under their noses, their lives would be over. Right now, whoever tells the truth will face death. They're not fools." Unfortunately, half of the guards from the Shi family were killed by tigers, and the other half were taken to the front yard by Master Shi Dafu, leading to the current situation. He can only accept this silent loss. The old lady forced a smile. "I originally planned for my son to marry a wife who would give him many children, but now his reputation is completely ruined because of your family's troublemaker. Forget it. Since you are the magistrate, I'll reluctantly prepare more dowry. I can still allow her to marry in Shi Dafu. No need to be so reluctant," he said. "Only one person from the Lu family can marry into the Shi family. Either she marries or he marries her. You choose. This means, if Luo Xi wants to marry Shirlan, then Lu Nanan cannot marry into the Shi family anymore. If giving up one daughter can stop this troublemaker from bothering them, he would do it without hesitation. After all, a daughter who is married out is like water spilled. No matter how persistent, he has ways to deal with them. He might even act as soon as Luo Xi and the inspector leave, to crush this family completely." "Marry, marry, marry," the old lady repeated 3 times, her eyes full of greed and threat. "So, what about the dowry?" Shi Dafu nodded. He disliked how this daughter was causing trouble for the Lu family, but she was still his beloved since childhood. He didn't need much, just a bit of dignity. The Lu family was known for greed, especially for pushing their luck. Seeing Shi Dafu wavering, the old lady quickly counted on her fingers. "First, we need to prepare a wedding house for the 2 children in the city. Nothing big, just 3 rooms. Shi Dafu was amused and sarcastically asked, "3 rooms? Why not just have me send you to another estate?" The old lady looked straightforward. "That works too." Shi Dafu almost spat at her. "Dream on." The old lady sitting on the ground rolled over and shouted, "Oh no, I won't live like this. I must go outside and tell people. You, Shi family's daughter, forced herself on someone and didn't take responsibility. Let everyone know that marrying a wife doesn't mean taking a family servant." A group of scholars and students looked confused. The young man pulled his sword back and opened his eyes wide. The old lady now felt that rolling on the smooth blue stone road was very comfortable, much better than the dirt road in the village. She couldn't help but roll a few more times. Seeing the old woman rolling at his feet, Shi Dafu almost ground his teeth in anger. He really wanted to kick her away, but he couldn't. He couldn't help but give her a hard kick himself. Finally, he felt a bit better. The old woman on the ground looked confused. Shi Dafu was furious, pinching his forehead and grinding his teeth. "Once you enter the small yard, you get more and more daring. I don't care if my daughter doesn't marry." The old lady sat up, knowing it was better to stop now. She rolled her eyes and asked, "What about the silver? 100 taels." The old lady rolled her eyes even more and spat at Shi Dafu. 100 taels? Are you sending a beggar? 1,000 taels. I won't marry anyone without that. I'll go to the patrol officer. 1,000 taels was just a small amount to Shi Dafu, but if he had to give it to this family, he felt sick and uncomfortable. The old lady counted on her fingers. Gold and silver jewelry, good land, shops, livestock, pigs and cattle. Then she threatened and added, "If you give less, I'll ask the patrol officer if your son is innocent. Here, all yours." Shi Dafu felt he had never been so unlucky in his life. Why did this family have to be so difficult? He sarcastically said, "I agreed. And you? How much bride price will you give?" He wanted to make this family regret, But the shameless family just smiled at him. We are just ordinary farmers. We don't have much money. Then she suddenly changed her tone, but I am willing to give 10 taels as bride price. Don't look down on it. I borrowed this from Luo Xi. This amount is considered high in the village. He had sent his servants with more than 10 taels before. Who was he trying to impress? He was about to say he didn't want it, that she could keep the 10 taels for herself, but the old lady cut him off. Marrying a wife or taking a concubine, you don't want bride price because you want my daughter to be your concubine? She forced him to swallow his words. This kind of question was just too much. He was burning inside with anger, but couldn't express it. Behind him, a group of onlookers, not shy about making trouble, said, "Sir, I only spent 2 taels to marry my wife. 10 taels is already a lot. Your status and wealth are not equal. The fault lies with you. You cannot force ordinary people to give matching betrothal gifts." Exactly. They just like to watch trouble and make it bigger. It's because the corrupt officials just threaten someone. Dafu looked at the 10 taels of silver forcefully stuffed into his hand. A feeling of shame washed over him. After sending the family away, he fell seriously ill. The old lady standing outside the mansion waved her hand. "Dear family, I will come to pick up the daughter-in-law in 3 days. Are you ready?" Luo Xi said the wedding should happen soon. If she left Nanan Mansion later, no one could help them. The old lady happily told everyone that she was going to marry into the official family. Dafu was too sick to remember to warn the students and teachers to keep quiet. After everyone left, the daughter of the Shi family forced herself into marriage. She married a farmer. Rumors about the daughter of the Shi family being indiscreet spread everywhere. After waking up, Lan learned everything. She rushed to Dafu's bedside, loudly protesting the broken engagement, even threatening to die. Dafu slapped her hard. "Useless thing. Did I drug Luo Xi? Did that medicine go into the dog's stomach?" While the old lady was proud and happy, Luo Xi poured all her spiritual energy into Luo Nan's mind, searching inch by inch. Even in a coma, Luo Nan was overwhelmed by this force, her face showing pain. She pressed her head to the ground and let out muffled groans. At a certain moment, Luo Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. "I found you!" Her spiritual energy detected a white light ball deep in Luo Nan's consciousness. Then all her spiritual energy wrapped around it, pulling it out forcibly. The system only managed to send an alarm before falling into sleep. Luo Xi withdrew her spiritual power. In her fingertips, she held a small, glowing, walnut-sized ball. She leaned in close. "Is this the system?" She was a bit reluctant to let this foreign creature merge into her consciousness. She layered her spiritual power around it, trapping it somewhere in her mind. Just as she finished, she heard 2 vast, majestic words echoing in her ears. She looked around. Where is that sound coming from? After circling around and finding nothing unusual, she withdrew her focus. Suddenly, she realized Luo Nan was gone. No, she just disappeared into thin air. Luo Xi searched the room left and right but couldn't find her. Her expression darkened as she woke up her imprisoned system. "Come out. Did you do this?" The system was attacked by a powerful force and fell into sleep. Luo Xi forcibly woke it up. Realizing it had changed places, it saw 4 mental spears pointing at it from all sides. It felt as if the spears' owner might get annoyed and stab it into a hedgehog at any moment. Cautiously, it asked, "Hello, host. How can I help you?" Actually, it wasn't bound to Luo Xi and had no intention of binding with this fierce woman. After giving up on Luo Nan, it was just waiting for her luck to run out, so it could choose a new master. It planned to find a smarter host next time, but definitely not Luo Xi. This woman was too strong for it to control. She had a power that could destroy it. It was sure of this, and the facts proved it. Luo Xi was a bit annoyed. She had set up a net of traps, even arranged a formation in the courtyard, yet someone still managed to slip away right under her nose. "Did you send Luo Nan away?" she asked. The system quickly denied it, then suddenly thought of something and timidly replied, "Not long ago, She bought a teleportation charm from the shop. I was wondering about that. So, she bought a teleportation charm. Luo Nan was prepared to come back, after all. But that foolish thing was never her main target. She could only destroy herself. Her only goal was this system. Still, it was frustrating to see a prey slip away right in front of her eyes. Her tone grew darker without her realizing. Now tell me, what use are you? You know, I have a bad temper and don't tolerate freeloaders. As she spoke, a mental spear poked at the system. The electronic voice let out a shriek. I'm useful. I can tell you the story of the world. Did this system think she was stupid? It sounded impatient. Stop wasting time. Be practical, or I'll destroy you. The system trembled, looking at its limited luck points. It gritted its teeth and gave Luo Xi a teleportation charm identical to Luo Nan's. Host, this is my gift to you. The teleportation charm had no physical form. It was a ball of energy. Luo Xi's face darkened further, her voice cold and emotionless. Are you mocking me for not catching that fool Luo Nan? Oh no. It had flattered her too much. It cried softly. Just tell me what you want. If you don't say, how am I supposed to know? Luo Xi tilted her head and thought, does the Glock 17 particle cannon exist? System. This was just a test. She didn't expect the system to have such a powerful weapon. If it did, Luo Nan would have been shot dead long ago. To her surprise, the system hesitated for a long time and said, it can exist. Luo Xi's eyes lit up. In the last battle of the apocalypse, her world-destroying weapons had been used up. If the system had won, it finished speaking. But you need to use your luck points to buy it. It's an item not from this world, and the price is very, very high. Hearing this, Luo Xi felt relieved and politely accepted the teleportation talisman. She waved her hand and said, continue to sleep. After forcing the system into sleep mode, she opened the shop to look around. There were many useful items. For example, equipment for forging steel, mineral detectors, semi-automatic farming tools. As for weapons, there were crossbows, siege bows, divine arm crossbows. As long as she could afford it, even compound bows with scopes were available. The shop covered everything: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and weapons. The talismans were indeed not from this world, but they were the cheapest items. No wonder Luo Nan liked to use them. She still needed to research ways to get things for free. The teleportation talisman didn't have precise coordinates, so she didn't know where Luo Nan had escaped to. Luo Xi tapped her fingers on the table, thinking. Meanwhile, Luo Nan was lying curled up in a mountain hollow, clutching her head. Luo Xi's forceful way of taking the system had left Luo Nan with deep wounds. She was grateful that her rough approach had made her wake up. Otherwise, she would have been doomed this time. Without the system, she felt especially scared and confused. She had never felt the world was so real. It was so real that she had been trapped in the mountains for 3 days and nights, almost starving to death. Without hunting skills, she survived only on wild fruits until she was discovered by a pair of soldiers and taken back. She thought she was saved, but it turned out to be a deeper trap.
What?
Are you kidding me? I'm a woman and you want me to mine? Standing in front of her were a few burly soldiers. Their outfits didn't look like ordinary civilians. They put shackles and iron chains on Luo Nan and roughly pushed her into a mine. Inside, there were many other miners. Their faces were numb, and they looked miserable. Dressed in tattered clothes, it was hard to tell men from women. Luo Nan even saw a child who was less than 10 years old.
Oh my.
Where exactly did she teleport to? If she had known this earlier, she would have preferred to stay alive. Having died once before, she didn't want to experience the fear of death again. She picked up her tools and, with the heavy shackles, joined the mining team. Luo Nan ate only one rotten meal each day, living a life worse than death. Meanwhile, Luo Xi was attending the wedding of Luo Xi and Sherlon. From the high seat, Shi de Fu, who was bowing deeply to his elders, showed a disgusted expression, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Normally, he wouldn't be here. But the two ancestors of the Duke's mansion and Luo Xi's unlucky star insisted on coming. He clenched his teeth and swallowed his anger, feeling more like mourning than celebrating. First, bow to heaven. Second, bow to the elders. Married couple bow to each other. During the toast, Sherlon ignored the rules and insisted on joining in. Luo Xi, who was lucky enough to marry such a beautiful wife, was so happy he didn't care what anyone said. When they reached Luo Xi's table, Sherlon suddenly twisted her ankle and fell into Chiqua's arms, crying out in pain.
Luo si sfacce.
Turned completely dark. There was no sign of gentle pity as expected. Chiqua grabbed her by the back of her dress and pulled her away, muttering disdainfully, "Just like those women in the capital, they trip over nothing. I hate people who can't walk properly. Everyone. That's called falling? That's called throwing yourself into someone's arms." Luo Xi, with a grim face, helped her up and sent her back to her room. The wedding ended awkwardly. The villagers went home saying, "Old Xi's wife. She's not a peaceful person. He can't control her." Shirda Fu also felt ashamed of his daughter's behavior. It was good that Chiqua was interested in her, but after today, the already bad reputation of the Shi family would get worse. He openly admitted, "Luo Xi is not the person my daughter likes. Please forgive us." Luo Xi picked up her wine cup with a playful smile and said, "In a big family wedding, there's no such thing as liking or not liking. It's all decided by the parents. Isn't that right, Prefect?" Seeing her words clearly favoring Luo Xi, Shirda Fu tentatively asked, "Luo, young master, since your family has separated and cut ties, are your relationships still good? Whether or not there's a connection, you can't harm this family." Prefect, sure. Do you understand what I mean? Luo Xi's voice was calm and indifferent, implying that he couldn't take this family's dog's life, but still had to provide for them with good food and drink. His fake smile was starting to fade. Inside the bridal chamber, Luo IV was eager to be intimate. He had already taken off his clothes and lunged forward, but Sherlon quickly pulled out a pair of scissors from under the pillow. Luo IV was startled, turning midair, and the scissors narrowly missed his face, scraping past his cheek and almost piercing his head. Sherlon looked at him with disgust and contempt, then turned the scissors and placed them against her own neck. "Disgusting thing. I will never let you touch me, even if I die." The newlyweds' room was locked outside, and Luo IV, feeling upset, went to find his mother. The old woman comforted him. "Don't worry, we're still at the Shi family's place. When we go back, I'll think of a way." The new house was still being repaired, so the family returned to the village. The old lady didn't hesitate. She first drugged Sherlon into unconsciousness with a potion. Mother and son completed what they couldn't that day. One finished the wedding night, and the other rummaged through the belongings to take all the bride's dowry. When Sherlon woke up, she was desperate to die. Luo IV, furious, slapped her and took her dowry, heading straight to the brothel. The men who had just started enjoying themselves kept thinking about that matter day and night, but the wife at home refused to let them. Luo IV, with money in hand, went out to enjoy himself. The girls at the brothel were much better skilled than this dead fish. And what about the old lady? She was obsessed with the Shi family, going out to flirt every few days. One day, Shirda Fu returned from the government office and was greeted by the old lady carrying a bunch of green onions. Seeing him, she looked 10 years younger. "Dear son-in-law, what are we having for dinner tonight? I brought some back. The whole family is waiting for you to eat." Shirda Fu, exhausted, asked his attendant, "Has Luo Xi left?"
"Yes."
"Someone's watching him. He left early this morning." Hearing the news, Shirda Fu was as excited as if he had taken a love potion. He wished he could have someone throw that old woman 2 miles away right now. But then he thought better of it and ordered the gates to be closed tightly, forbidding Luo's family from entering further. The old lady, unable to accept just a few days of happiness, sat outside the grand estate crying and shouting, "Come and see. Shi family's daughter can't serve her in-laws or her husband. She's more precious than the empress. She never leaves the house. The in-laws refuse to let me in and no one cares. More precious than the empress? If this got out, it would be a death sentence." That old woman was too vicious. Master Shi had no choice but to open the door, smiling awkwardly with a fierce look in his eyes. Dear in-laws, worry about words causing trouble. Seeing the door open, the old lady jumped up happily, wiping non-existent tears and smiling. Yes, yes, yes. Your daughter-in-law isn't lazy. She's sick. I'm here to discuss how to treat her illness. Look. Master Shi moved aside to let the old lady enter and speak. She happily went inside. Half an hour later, the kitchen manager reported that Grandma Luo not only took away a lot of ingredients, but also snatched two young maids' hairpins. Master Shi. He must have committed a great sin in his past life. Meanwhile, Luo Xi and her group had set out by water route early that morning. With 2 months until the imperial exam, there was enough time. Originally, they planned to travel by land to enjoy the scenery of Dayong along the way. But Yanjin's younger brother was waiting for help, so everyone decided to rescue him first. They hurried along the water route at full speed. On a large ship, Little White lazily lay on the bow, occasionally wagging his big tail, looking noble and relaxed. His icy blue eyes watched Luo Xi, who was grilling fish nearby. This was the 4th barrel of fish she had eaten today. The crew's fish-catching speed couldn't match her eating speed. 7 days passed, and the big ship finally docked at a place in Zhongzhou. Little White leapt off the deck, stretching his limbs freely. Behind him, Luo Xi was saying goodbye to the crew. Your fish grilling skills are good. See you next time. She waved tearfully, not daring to reply. They docked at a relatively large port in Zhongzhou. The port was busy with laborers transporting goods, and fishermen were selling various fish, and the shouts and the sounds of laborers lifting cargo blended into a lively scene of human activity. Nearby, a waiter from a tavern, noticing their elegant attire, hurried over enthusiastically. Guests, are you staying with us? Ours is clean and cheap. Go away. Do you think these young masters look like they lack money? You're small, dirty, and isn't worth it. Look at my place. Top quality rooms. Luo Xi was surrounded by a group of eager young waiters. One clever-looking young man said to her, Dear guest, we have a private courtyard, perfect for your group to stay. It's clean and quiet. Seeing this lively young boy with bright eyes, Luo Xi paused her step and asked with raised eyebrows, Oh, are you familiar with the nearby mountains? Our group came from far away just to enjoy the outdoors. If you can explain clearly, you can stay at your place. The young boy looked up at the sky with a half-smile, thinking about August outings. Are you sure you're not mistaken? But he's used to guests with special interests, so he quickly forced a smile and led them toward the city. You're asking the right person. I grew up in the mountains. I'm not bragging. I can find my way around the nearby mountains with my eyes closed. Luo Xi knew the young boy wasn't lying. His arms were longer than his legs, a sign of years climbing trees. His hands were a bit longer than normal. He flicked a piece of silver coin with his fingertips and said confidently, All right, tell me about the nearby mountains. You'll benefit from sharing what you know. The boy happily caught the silver and started talking excitedly, from local customs to towering peaks, scenic spots, dangers, and even stories about gods and spirits. They kept talking as they turned onto a smaller street, less crowded than the main road. The boy hurried to lead them inside. Honored guest, this place is just a few steps from the busiest street. Quiet but close to the action. Perfect for someone of your status. What is her status? Luo Xi raised an eyebrow. She didn't mind where she stayed, and the place was really nice. She casually asked, I've heard you mention Pinglon Mountain. Why didn't you talk about it earlier? When she mentioned Pinglon Mountain, the boy's face
Completely changed.
Don't go to Pinglon Mountain. Honored guest, I must tell you, that mountain is dangerous. There's poisonous fog and fierce beasts that eat people. A friend of mine once wandered into Pinglon Mountain and never came out again. It's cursed. Many people go missing there every year. Luo Xi exchanged looks with Lu Yanjin. At that moment, after they finished checking in, the group was led to a backyard. The yard was about 50 square meters, with 6 rooms. In the middle, a peach tree bore unripe fruit. Nanji and Delinger started cleaning up after putting down their luggage. Yes. Delinger was also brought along. There are many ways to make someone disappear silently. Staying in Nan'an Prefecture was a dead end for her. Luo Xi flicked another silver coin and smiled at the young boy. Tell me carefully. We're not going up the mountain, but since we're here, we should know a little about it. The young boy didn't want to speak, worried that these wealthy young men might be too curious and run inside, causing an accident. His family would not be able to handle the consequences. But Luo Xi had given him so much information. After confirming that the group wouldn't go up the mountain, he began to share what he knew. Pingluan Mountain, in my memory, is rarely visited because of its sparse vegetation. One day, when I was about 6 or 7 years old, suddenly a thick fog appeared in the mountain. The elders worried about strange signs, so they organized strong workers from nearby villages to explore, but these people never returned. The elder who started the expedition felt guilty and hanged himself at home. Since then, Pingluan Mountain seemed cursed. Anyone who ventures in never comes out alive. No one sees them again, dead or alive. The officials even tried to investigate, but couldn't find any clues. Dear guests, please don't be curious and risk your lives. After the young servant left, Luo Xi asked Lu Yanjin, who was deep in thought. What do you think? He smiled faintly. I suspect there is a formation set up around the mountain. The details still need me to go and check myself. Luo Xi nodded. I've already sent Xiao Bai to scout using your brother's scent. If there's a formation, he might return empty-handed. She then smiled. That old chancellor is quite clever. His ghost and spirit stories are a good way to keep outsiders from entering the mountain. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. A mine, huh? I wonder if it's a gold or iron mine. Lu Yanjin looked at her with a longing expression. Based on the mountain's shape and appearance, a gold mine seems more likely. Luo Xi clasped her hands together. Excellent. After everyone finished the local specialty prepared by the young servant, they went to rest early. In the middle of the night, Xiao Bai, who had returned empty-handed, was pushed against the wall by Luo Xi, who kicked him there until he behaved. Before dawn, everyone got up to wash and prepare. Under the earnest advice of the young servant, they decided to go and investigate the situation themselves. Chi suggested that he go ahead and bring the nearby soldiers to help. If the old chancellor secretly opened a mine, there would definitely be guards in the mountain. With Nanji, Delinger, and the others, only 6 people in total, too dangerous. But Luo Xi had her own plan. With her strength restored to level 4, she could handle 100 enemies alone. Plus, she still had tricks up her sleeve in her space. In the end, everyone decided to wait and see how things developed before making a final decision. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the sky was just beginning to lighten with dawn. Little White, who had been here before, led the way ahead. This mountain, as Xiao Er had said, had sparse vegetation, with a few crooked trees and white mist drifting between them. Lu Yanjin bent down to smell, then stood up and said, There is a kind of hallucinogenic drug in the mist, and it is not natural. Hearing this, everyone relaxed a little, realizing that the most difficult obstacle since ancient times was probably fate. Knowing it was man-made meant they could find a way to deal with it. Everyone took the antidote pills Lu Yanjin offered. After a cup of tea, they went deeper into the forest, and indeed, they felt no discomfort. Be careful where you step. The 4 of them wandered through the woods. Luo Xi glanced at a mark she had drawn on a large tree and said, We've passed this spot 3 times already. Lu Yanjin chuckled softly. It's definitely a trap. Chi Rue, feeling uncomfortable from the dampness in the morning mountain air, pouted and said, Little uncle is still okay. In Dayong, he's second in formation skills. No one dares claim first. Luo Xi ignored him and asked Lu Yanjin, Can you see the way? Lu Yanjin nodded gently. Don't wander around here. I'll find the core of the formation and make some adjustments so we can use it to our advantage. He was confident, at least 70% sure. Luo Xi knew this person didn't like to say too much. As he disappeared into the white mist, Chi, ignoring the dry branches and leaves on the ground, sat down openly. Can a pretty boy do it? Not long after, a faint ripple appeared in the white mist. Everyone present was skilled in martial arts and had heightened senses, so they quickly noticed it. Luo Xi clicked his tongue and said, Got it. After waiting about 3 cups of tea, a faint figure of Lu Yanjin appeared in the mist, and his voice floated softly. "Follow me. Watch your step." The four followed Lu Yanjin's uneven pace up the mountain. As they went deeper, it was easy to see signs of people living here. At one point, Little White, held in Luo Xi's arms, tensed up, its beautiful white fur bristling. "Luo," she called a halt. "Little White is warning us. There are people ahead." He released his mental energy through the white mist, and sure enough, at the entrance of a mountain hollow at the end of the path, about 10 armored soldiers were guarding. "I'll go." Luo Xi stepped into the attack range. Both hands raised, each fingertip flicked out a space blade. It started as tiny black dots about the size of 10 grains of rice, growing in the wind to the size of a palm, and a hissing sound filled the air. At the checkpoint, someone quickly turned around and asked, "What is that sound?" As soon as he spoke, a dark shadow rushed straight at his face. He didn't know what it was but felt danger instinctively. He shouted loudly to warn his companions, "Get away." Just then, a light, melodious voice came from the white mist, as if judging his coming fate. "Space lock." After these words, more than 10 guards found themselves unable to move, as the dark shadow cut through their necks with unstoppable force. Until death, the leader still tightly held an unlaunched signal flare in his hand. More than 10 headless bodies fell with a thud. Luo Xi appeared, and Shikra stepped forward to check. What weapon did this little rookie use? Impressive. Took out 12 people in one shot. Luo Xi ignored him. The next part of the journey was carefully guarded, with posts every few steps, so the four of them moved quietly without making a sound. When they climbed to a hill overlooking a valley below, they saw a dense crowd of at least 500 people. Chikwa said with a grimace, "For against 500, this is tough." "Not necessarily," Lu Yanjin spoke up, glancing at the white fog a kilometer behind them with a meaningful look. Using their own tactics against them might work. He turned back and, with flowing cloud sleeves, released small flags that lined up in a row. The white fog rolled and spread along the path of the flags, eventually flowing into the valley. The white mist drifted softly, blending into the crowd, making it hard to notice. Chi Rue gave a thumbs up. "Bro, you're awesome." They watched helplessly as soldiers below inhaled the white fog, their bodies weakening and legs trembling until they finally collapsed. Most had fallen unconscious, without realizing it. Inside a wooden hut, an old man broke the window and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack." "Enemies are coming." Luo Xi took off the bone crusher from his back, then sniffed the clothes of Little White, who often wore the same outfit as Lu Xiaodi, and warned, "Go inside and find the person with that scent. Protect him." Then he led the charge down the hill. Nearly half of the 500 people below were unconscious, and those still awake had no strength to fight. Her target was the old man who had drawn his long sword. On the way, she shattered the heads of a few soldiers trying to block her path. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, laughing wildly. "Young one, how dare you? I have truly reached the peak of internal strength, almost at the level of a master of transformation. If you apologize and cut your own throat, I might spare your life."
Bah.
Peak of internal strength. The brothers from the Qi family in the valley changed their expressions at the same time, instinctively drawing their weapons and rushing forward. Lu Yanjin remained calm and unhurried. He had seen Luo Xi kill someone at the peak of internal strength as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Their swords and the bone hammer clashed, producing a ringing sound. The sword bent into an incredible arc, then knocked the bone hammer away. The old man's smile grew more wild. "Useless young one, I am." He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, staring in disbelief at his body, which was cut in half at the waist. Blood foam seeped from his lips as he looked at Luo Xi, who was around his grandson's age. Internal strength unleashed.
You
are actually a master." Behind him, Chi Kwa and Chi Rue also froze, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, their faces identical and blank with shock. They didn't understand spiritual power. All they saw was Luo Xi's hand release a gust of wind, and a powerful internal energy was split in two by a single strike. In martial arts, When internal strength reaches the transformation level, true energy can condense outside the body into a tangible form. Masters at this level show their power by releasing internal energy outward. Seeing this, the brothers and the old man, who is already dead, believed Luo Xi was a grand master of transformation at the same level as their grandfather. They almost kneeled in awe. Luo Xi didn't explain. It's better for others to think she's a master than to reveal her supernatural abilities. In terms of combat power, she is definitely not inferior to any master. She wiped the bloodstain from her hammer and said, "Let's go. Save the people." The four of them moved like a storm, cutting down enemy soldiers along the way. If they didn't kill now when they recovered, it might turn into a bloody battle. Inside the mine, the numb people stared straight ahead at a large white tiger that had just pounced in and bitten a guard to death. Their eyes were empty and dull. Over 100 people huddled together, silent and unmoving. They were ordinary folks who had wandered into these mountains, villagers from nearby, tourists enjoying the scenery. All of them had been knocked out by the poisonous miasma outside and brought here to mine. Day after day, year after year. They no longer knew what day it was. Little White protected a dirty boy with a big head and small body behind him, growling at the guard trying to get close. The boy trembled behind her, his dark face with eyes as sharp as Yanjin's, now filled with fear. It's over, he's going to be eaten by the tiger. Even if the tiger doesn't eat him, he will definitely be beaten to death by the angry guards. It's a shame he won't see his older brother and younger sister again in his lifetime. He stretched out his thin, bony paw to touch Little White. "Big cat, run now. This isn't a place for humans, not even animals." Little White annoyedly wagged its tail. It disliked being touched by anyone except Luo Xi. Suddenly, a loud sounded as a fierce-looking guard raised a metal whip and swung it heavily at Little White. It could have dodged, but to protect the two-legged creature behind it, it endured the strike with a roar. The whip hit hard, tearing its skin open, and sharp claws extended, eager to tear apart the human who heard it. But it remembered its duty, to protect the young human behind it. Seeing the tiger only threatening and roaring, the guards grew bolder and raised a second whip to strike again. In the next moment, as the hand was still swinging, the head had already rolled onto the ground. At the cave entrance, Luo Xi came against the light, saying, "Little White, kill everyone with whips." Little White ignored the young human behind it and leapt forward to attack, limbs flying wildly. Everywhere, severed limbs and splattered blood filled the air. Inside, people screamed in despair. Luo Xi crouched half down, looking at the child with bright, fiery eyes, and they spoke in unison. "Are you Lu Yanjin's younger brother? Are you a divine being sent from heaven to save me?" Luo Xi smiled, reaching out a gentle hand to break the iron chains binding the child. Looking at the broken chains scattered on the ground, the child firmly believed, "You must be the divine being written about in the stories, come down to save the suffering. Divine being, please save me too." Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the side. Luo Xi had already lifted his foot, but the person tripped over his broken arm and fell flat on the ground, spitting out mud and sand, eyes full of hope. "Divine being, save me. I will be your most loyal follower, praying 3 times a day. Speak human language." Luo Xi had already unlocked the shackles on Luo Zhao's feet. The person choked, pouting. "My father is a high-ranking official. Save me. I will give silver. A lot of silver." Seeing that Luo Xi was not moved, he gritted his teeth and added, "Plus a favor." "Deal." Luo Xi agreed immediately. She wanted this gold mine, and these people would eventually be taken out anyway. Getting an extra favor is worth it. The last guard was badly injured, his body shattered. Over 100 people huddled in the corner, looking restless. At this moment, Chi Kwa and others, who had finished clearing the battlefield outside, came in. Lu Yanjin quickly walked to Lu Xiaodi's side, his face calm, but his eyes full of worry. He gently placed his hand on the small arm, which was not even 3 fingers thick, and carefully checked his pulse. Seeing his face turn grim, Luo Xi asked, "Is the situation bad?" Yanjin shook his head. Long-term exposure to cold and hunger has caused problems with his internal organs. He needs good rest and care. Big brother, a thin, slightly smelly little body suddenly threw itself into his arms. Yanjin held him tightly, without disgust. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. The child didn't cry as expected. He proudly tilted his big head and said, I remember your instructions. I didn't cry or cause trouble, and I cooperated with them. Pretty good, right? The child didn't cry, but Yanjin's eyes suddenly turned red. After 2 lifetimes, he finally managed to save his younger siblings. Luo Xi patted his shoulder. Take everyone out. This isn't the place to stay and reminisce. In his heart. Quickly get everyone out. She wants to take the Gold Mountain. A group of ragged, trembling miners huddled in the corner, seeing the situation. They knew this might be their only chance to escape. A few exchanged glances, then the leader suddenly knelt down with a loud plop. Pray to the gods to save us. They rolled up their sleeves, revealing arms covered with crisscrossed whip scars. Many wounds were deep enough to see bone, with rotting flesh and a foul smell. The others followed suit. We are villagers from nearby. We accidentally entered this mountain and were forced to mine for many years. Our only wish now is to see our family again. Please, gods, help us. Animals. Looking into the pleading and hopeful eyes, Chiqua's expression was stern. He clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. He tried to make his voice gentle. Don't be afraid.
You are all my common people.
I will safely take you out. The exhausted and suffering miners didn't fully trust him. They had endured much hardship and no longer believed everything others said just like that. Still holding on to hope, they were led out of the dark, cramped mine one by Chiqua. When sunlight shone on them again, they bathed in the long-missed warmth of the sun. Some cried, some laughed, and a few collapsed the moment they stepped out of the mine. Chi quickly checked his older brother's breath and shook his head, indicating he had already passed away. The person who had been laughing suddenly stopped, eyes full of sadness. Old Li is the barefoot doctor of Xiaoping village. He and his wife, young couple, have a son. Unfortunately, the boy was born weak. He used all his earnings from treating villagers to care for his son. He was one of the few who lasted the longest here, about 6 years. When soldiers beat us badly, it was Old Li who saved us with his medical skills. The speaker's face was gaunt, eyes red-rimmed. His only concern was his family. He always said that seeing his wife and child again would be enough. Even if he died, he knelt sadly, clutching Old Li's still warm body and crying loudly, Hope is right in front of us. Why don't you hold on a little longer? Wake up. Wake up, Old Li. Others gathered around, some helping to clean his dirty clothes, others closing the uncle's unseeing eyes. For a moment, only the sound of their sobs and the wind filled Chiqua's heart. It reminded him of soldiers who died on the battlefield under enemy swords. Their deaths were to protect their homeland and the people, more precious than mountains. But what about these people in front of him? Chiqua clenched his eyes tightly and turned away. Jiangdong. You're doing very well indeed. Inside the mine, after everyone was taken out, Luo Xi used her mental power, without holding back. The mine was deep, clearly mined for many years. She took a finger gun from her space and put it on her hand. After about 3 cups of tea, she sensed the area with the strongest gold attribute. She raised her hand and punched.
Boom, 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 boom.
The flying debris and stones from the walls, which normally required tools to mine, fell off one after another under her continuous punches. Before hitting the ground, they were all absorbed into her space. Hearing the rumbling sounds from the mine and the slight tremors under her feet, Chi Rui's eyelids twitched. What exactly was Luo Xi doing? Without hesitation, I was about to go inside, but Lu Yanjin, who was in charge of my younger brother, stopped me. The Xianfu is mining here. Do you really think the local officials are completely unaware? Chi Rui was just a bit careless and very clever. Hearing this, he slowly looked up and gazed at the calm Lu Yanjin. What do you mean? At the same time, for words popped into his mind. Mutual protection among officials. That's right. A garrison of 500 people needs food, drink, and supplies. They can't hide in the mountains forever, especially with strange phenomena happening there. The governor of Zhongzhou wouldn't ignore this. The court hasn't received any news at all. If it weren't for mutual protection among officials, he would have cut off his head and given it to Jiangdong as a stool. Whose people are the governor of Zhongzhou's? Liu Yanjin asked casually. Qi Rui lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. He belonged to the fourth prince. Compared to other princes who liked to win over powerful people in the capital, the fourth prince was much smarter. He focused on winning over officials from different regions. Bribing and gaining the loyalty of local officials meant that if he ever rebelled, his army could march straight in without obstacles. The emperor knew all this very well. People say the fourth prince is very talented, more suitable to inherit the throne than the straightforward and inflexible crown prince. If Qi Rui were to say, the crown prince is truly wise in his apparent simplicity. He never formed factions. Whatever task the emperor gave him, he completed without overstepping. He once saw the crown prince throw out gold, silver, and beautiful women given by officials. Because of this, he was often scolded for being dull and unadaptable. Few officials wanted to befriend him. Some officials who offended the crown prince even secretly sabotaged him in court. Yet, in the eyes of the world, the seemingly dull crown prince was greatly favored by the emperor. He protected him like a precious jewel, and anyone who dared to bully him would face the emperor's wrath first.
Wait.
I'm thinking too far. He remembered that the chancellor secretly supported the second prince, who was the emperor's adopted son. How did this connect to the fourth prince's people? Interesting. Qi Rui stroked his chin and decided to share this good news with the second prince when he returned. Seeing Qi Rui understand, Liu Yanjin's eyes hid a cunning smile. Some things should be left unsaid. I'll go find Luo Xi. You keep an eye on Qi Kwa. Don't let him beat everyone to death. Qi Rui turned around and saw his third brother about to punch a deliberately kept, live witness until he was almost unconscious. He quickly rushed over to stop him. Brother, these are all the evidence to overthrow the official family later. Don't kill him. Qi Kwa's fist, which was about to strike, paused slightly. I know my limits. He truly knew his limits. Otherwise, with these small soldiers, no one could withstand a punch from him. The death of old Li made him feel upset and needed to vent. Liu Yanjin looked away and touched Lu's little brother's dry hair. Stay here for a moment, don't run around. The little guy nodded obediently. When his older brother's figure disappeared, his phoenix eyes gradually darkened, just like Liu Yanjin's. He walked to the group of miners surrounding old Li's body and raised his voice. Uncles, our long-standing suffering should not be in vain. Looking at old Li's body growing colder, his eyes also reddened. We want to avenge old Li. The others moved first, then forced smiles. The people can't fight the officials. What can we do? It's not that they didn't want justice, but facing the towering prime minister's residence, what could a group of common villagers do? Lu's little brother blinked his phoenix eyes and leaned down to whisper to the group. A 7-year-old child surviving in this ruthless place relies not on others' help or luck. His mental strength far exceeds that of a child his age. This won't do. The cave might collapse. Liu Yanjin found Luo Xi, who was happily digging raw stones. A small mountain of stones had already piled up inside. Hearing Liu Yanjin's voice, Luo Xi stopped and turned around. I know, but I don't want to delay too long. The former thought for a moment and asked Luo Xi for paper and pen. I'll go for a walk and calculate a route that won't collapse. Liu Yanjin used his clever mind, walking through the 3 existing tunnels for half a day. He drew a route based on the mountain's shape and direction, which was about 80% likely not to collapse. 1 calculated, 1 excavated. Their teamwork was seamless. After arranging the miners outside, the Qi brothers came in to help, responsible for 1 tunnel. Thus, during the day, everyone used their skills to mine. At night, they rested in the valley. Little White is responsible for everyone's meals. The hardworking tiger needs to keep hunting, and it's beautiful for has become dull. In just 5 days, Luo Yanjin often goes into the deep mountains to gather herbs and help a group of miners, including Luo Xi, recover their strength. One morning, as everyone just woke up, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, followed by a loud rumbling from the mountain rocks. The miners trembled and huddled together. One experienced miner shouted loudly, "It's collapsing. The mine is collapsing." Chi Kuo rushed out quickly to command everyone to retreat. Chi Rui touched his head and looked at the falling rocks and the mountain, feeling scared but relieved. Luckily, everyone didn't go into the mine today. Luo Yanjin looked around but couldn't find Luo Xi's figure. He looked up at the mountain where rocks were flying and his expression grew tense. This isn't good. Luo Xi is inside. The mine wouldn't collapse without reason, but now wasn't the time to investigate. Without hesitation, he pushed the terrified Luo Xi into Chi Rui's arms, spun around, and dashed into the collapsing mine. His voice echoed from afar. "Everyone, retreat. I'm going to save her." The Chi brothers looked at each other in disbelief. Luo Yanjin, who was about to disappear, radiated powerful energy. Whether it was small stones or large rocks, as they approached, all were shattered into dust by the energy emanating from him, then blown away by the wind, vanishing into nothingness. Did I see that right? Luo Yanjin is also a Grand Master in the transformation realm. Third brother.
Quick.
Pinch me. Chiku's face looked just as shocked as his younger brother. There are fewer than 5 Grand Masters in the Daiyong sect. He only knew of his grandfather and Yin Yao. And it's said that the Grand Elder of the royal family has also reached the transformation realm. He never expected that Luo Xi, who was not enough in the transformation realm, and Luo Yanjin, who looked like a scholar and a pretty boy, would both be powerful Grand Masters. The brothers' faces showed the same shock. Inside the mine, Luo Xi, sensing the collapse, grabbed a large raw stone bigger than her head and ran. After running a distance, she patted her head. She turned around, stored the raw stone into her space, and used teleportation. Her figure flickered rapidly over the thousands of meters of mine tunnels, sometimes appearing and disappearing. A distant, anxious shout came, "Luo Xi! Luo Xi! Luo Xi!" Appearing in sight, looked up and saw Luo Yanjin rushing toward her with everything he had. The two are still some distance apart. Luo Yanjin's forehead is bleeding, and his face shows a kind of madness and obsession I have never seen before. He uses all his energy to clear the way, not caring if he gets hurt. Luo Xi's heart, as cold as ice, feels like it's breaking a little. She doesn't understand this feeling, only feeling sour and bitter. Something is about to burst out, but she forces it back down. Without hesitation, she quickly moves to Luo Yanjin's side, grabbing his collar to try to teleport them away together. But her space ability at level 4 isn't enough to support both of them teleporting at once. Luo Xi grits her teeth. When she touches the bright red on his forehead, she plans to force her ability to work. Even if it drains her or risks breaking her core, she will never leave behind a teammate risking their life to save her. Seeing Luo Xi's determined look, Luo Yanjin quickly pulls her close. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will take you out." After a moment, his crazy obsession turns into gentle care. "Even if I die, I will stay with you." Luo Xi doesn't understand how someone could be so foolish in this world. In the apocalypse, a good teammate is someone who doesn't betray or backstab others. If roles were reversed today, Luo Xi would save someone, but she definitely wouldn't risk her life for it. Without Luo Yanjin to save her, her ability wouldn't last long enough for her to teleport out of the mine safely. The tunnel is too long. In just a moment of hesitation, Luo Yanjin has already carried her and flown over 100 meters, smashing the large rocks blocking their way. Luo Xi snaps back to her senses and tells Luo Yanjin to hurry while she handles the obstacles on the path. Every punch she throws causes a blocking boulder to break apart. Finally, they see a faint light ahead. Brothers Chi Kuo and Chi Rui are desperately holding the cave entrance. Because they're using too much force, Luo Xi notices the veins on their foreheads bulging. Luo Yanjin uses his last bit of energy to lead the three of them out of the mine together. As they land and roll on the ground, A loud explosion sounds behind them. The mind collapses completely.
Que ruipentes é a ville.
That scared the out of me. Chi-Kwa isn't much better. It's clear he's been supporting the entrance alone, his arms trembling from the strain. Yanjin tightly holds Luo Xi, who seems lost in thought, whispering softly in her ear, "It's okay. It's okay. With me here, I will never let anything happen to you." Luo Xi's expression was complicated. In the end of the world, survival is hard enough, and there's no time for love or romance. She simply hadn't experienced it, not because she was foolish. She wiped the fresh blood dripping from the man's face with her finger. "Lu Yanjin, it's bad to be too timing, Lu Yanjin. Lu Yanjin. Lu Yanjin." His bloodshot eyes darkened gradually. He tightly hugged Luo Xi's waist. "Who is the other person?" The latter was squeezed so hard she struggled to breathe and was amused by this troublemaker who had just tattled. "Lu Yanjin, do you like me?" Lu Yanjin didn't deny it. His gaze grew darker as he looked at the angry face below. Her pale face was flushed with anger. "Aren't you fond of Yin Yao? How can you still like me? You can't learn from your bad father. Being unfaithful will only lead to a bad ending." Lu Yanjin slowly straightened up, pulling Luo Xi up from the ground. His eyes were filled with a fierce, unyielding look. The sudden burst of aura made Luo Xi shrink back. His half-smile sounded cold and deliberate. "Who told you?" "I like Yin Yao." Seeing he wouldn't admit it, Luo Xi also got angry. "You said it yourself. Don't you remember?" She counted on her fingers. "You read those little books, asking whether you're on top or bottom. When I introduced you to Yin Yao, your face was so happy it couldn't hide." Watching her chatter, Lu Yanjin took a deep breath. His eyes turned icy. "So, I asked you, do you think I was confessing to Yin Yao?" His true energy uncontrollably spilled out. He grabbed Luo Xi's wrist with a fierce expression, leaving a long, bloody mark on her hand. His cold lips pressed against Luo Xi's soft lips, forcefully prying her teeth apart. Luo Xi's eyes widened like peach blossoms. She struggled to break free and suddenly slapped her palm fiercely at Lu Yanjin's neck. Lu Yanjin's body arched in a parabola. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he spun his waist and landed steadily. His eyes were full of savage intent. He casually wiped the blood from his lips, a lazy, wicked smile on his face, and chuckled softly at Luo Xi, who was rushing toward him with a raised fist. "Now you know who I like." Luo Xi raised her fist, hesitating just before striking, as if he had never openly said he liked Silver Yao. Her face grew complicated. Just because Silver Yao liked her didn't mean she had to like him back. She was a girl. A girl. It was impossible for her to be with a man who liked men, especially since she always saw Lu Yanjin as a friend and teammate, never thinking about romantic feelings. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, Lu Yanjin moved closer again, holding Luo Xi tightly. He loosened her collar, revealing a small tattoo below her collarbone. His voice was cold and ghostly, "Remember? This is the mark you left. I left a tattoo here to keep it forever, following your bite mark." The tattoo looked like a small bite, like a tiny crescent moon carved on the man's collarbone. He curved his lips into a sinister smile, but his eyes were gentle and amused. "Did you forget?"
See?
Hearing her nickname, Luo Xi's scalp tingled. Her lips trembled. "You're crazy." The man lowered his head, burying his face in Luo Xi's neck, sniffing softly, then smiling slowly. "Yes. I've been crazy since the day I met you." His breath was cold, like a venomous snake, and Luo Xi struggled several times, trying to push him away, clutching her forehead in frustration. She realized she might have misunderstood before. Perhaps he didn't like Silver Yao. It was always her.
"Let's
get up first. We should talk properly. Maybe there was a misunderstanding before." The man chuckled softly, opening his closed eyes. "It's in the past. Now that you understand, isn't it?" He was to blame for not confessing his feelings openly, which caused the little one to misunderstand. He slowly lifted his head, a hint of madness in a smile. His cold fingers gently traced down Luo Xi's neck, caressing her 7th cervical vertebra back and forth. Just a little pressure could cause paralysis or worse. He moved his face closer again, one hand brushing her long eyelashes aside. She. Think carefully before you answer. Suddenly, his grip on her pulse cut off her breath. Luo Xi stiffened all over, feeling the hot hand sliding along her back. She thought Lu Yanjin might really be crazy. Now, even a small struggle could cause minor injuries or worse, paralysis. Lu Yanjin's cold lips pressed against her neck, kissing her intermittently. Half of her body went numb, a strange feeling she couldn't quite describe. His muffled laughter sounded. See, your body isn't completely unresponsive to me. Likes me, doesn't it? What is a body's reaction? Luo Xi didn't know. Her instinct made her feel ashamed, and a red flush spread from her face to her neck. The man's eyes grew deeper. He moved his lips away, drawing a flirtatious silver thread. Seeing her ears turn red, his voice took on a seductive tone. You're so cute, like a girl. In his moment of distraction, Luo Xi suddenly kicked out forcefully. As her body was knocked away, Lu Yanjin's fingertips twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. He let himself fall onto a patch of broken stones. After landing, he spat out some blood. Luo Xi was completely stunned. Her strength was limited. Even so, without energy to protect herself, Lu Yanjin wouldn't get up for at least 10 days or more. Luo Xi was unusually panicked and confused. Her mind was a mess. She didn't know what liking or loving was. Plus, Lu Yanjin's situation was special, so she couldn't give any clear answer. She saw Qirue and Qikuo lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She kicked Qikuo hard, her voice tinged with obvious anger. Stop pretending. Come with me to catch the thief. She was digging for gold when a group of troublemakers from the back mountain came to cause chaos, almost costing her life. Qikuo jumped up high, looking awkward. He pretended nothing was wrong and asked loudly, Where's the thief? Qirue, deep in thought, brushed off the big shoe prints on his body. Are you saying there are others in these mountains? Did they ruin a mine? Indeed, Luo Xi had taken advantage of others not being awake in the morning to put more gold ore into her space. When she sensed something was wrong in the mine, she used all her mental energy. Through the mountain wall, she saw another group of people on the back mountain destroying the mine. Without hesitation, she dug out the largest gold ore and ran away with it. But could she outrun a collapsing mine? Luo Xi didn't want to talk now. She turned around and left. Her mind was a tangled mess. She needed time to think about how to handle her relationship with Lu Yanjin. As for those troublemakers who caused her so much trouble, she was determined to deal with them now. The Qi brothers looked at Lu Yanjin, who was lying on the ground with blood still at the corner of his mouth, and all showed a look of schadenfreude. Brother, good luck to you. Lu Yanjin looked at Luo Xi's distant figure, covering his eyes with one hand. He was truly heartless. She never looked back at him once. A hoarse laugh escaped from his throat.
Ha.
Ha ha ha. After laughing, his eyes filled with obsession.
Luo Xi.
You can't escape me. Lowly, he was helped up by Lu Xiaodi, who was stunned nearby. Help me up. Lu Xiaodi used all his strength to lift his brother, chattering non-stop. Big brother, you're reckless. Love is about protection and companionship. How could you tarnish the divine? Lu Yanjin looked at his brother's small body and big head, smiling faintly.
Divine?
Either she steps down from the altar herself, or I will pull her down together and sink into eternal darkness. Glancing at the small figure, Lu Yanjin wobbled to his feet and then staggered toward Luo Xi, who was leaving. Behind him, his brother's worried voice. Big brother, you're hurt. You can't run around like this. Hurt? Lu Yanjin's eyes darkened. He wanted to be hurt. He had just lost control, and if Luo Xi thought he was suffering, she might ignore him for a while. Just thinking about her being angry and ignoring him made his dark thoughts uncontrollable. He wanted to imprison her, so no one else could see her. He wanted her to belong completely to him, from her heart to her body. He wanted her to be soft yet strong, with a waist more delicate than a girl's. He wanted to make her cry. Luo Xi didn't have as many thoughts as Lu Yanjin because Right now, she only wanted to kill someone. At the back mountain, a group of people watched the flying stones splashing across the mountain range. They asked the leading old man with a goat beard, "Are you sure the mine has collapsed and everyone inside is dead?" The old man stroked his goat beard, smiling proudly and confidently. "I have calculated that as long as we destroy this place, the mine will definitely collapse." He had helped explore this area many times and knew exactly where the weak spots were. But he added wisely, "I only guarantee the mine will collapse. Whether people are dead or alive is your business. I am not responsible." A middle-aged man dressed as an officer sneered inwardly, but kept a polite face. "Of course. We will handle the rest," he called over his men. "Once the collapse stops, follow me to eliminate all traces." Then his face turned fierce. The news about the mine in Pinglon Mountain must not spread, or his family will be in trouble. "Eliminate all traces?" Before he finished, a clear but angry voice came from afar. "Is it you bunch of who destroyed the mine?" Looking at Luo Xi, who was carrying a large hammer almost as tall as a person and approaching aggressively, the leader of the group looked cautious. It was clear there was indeed a caught fish. He signaled to the others behind him, indicating they should wait for the right moment to attack. Then he put on a fake smile and stepped forward to meet Luo Xi, who was walking quickly toward him. "Young master, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Luo Xi spun the bone hammer in his hand. "When I catch you, I will make you write the word misunderstanding 1,000,000 times as punishment." To Luo Xi, punishment now meant the greatest penalty. As he finished speaking, he struck the head of the person who had tried to sneak up behind him with the heavy hammer. The head exploded like a watermelon, with red and white splashes covering the leader's face. Before he could be shocked, the hammer, bigger than his head, swung toward the others who had come with him. Shouts of fighting, crying, and begging filled the air. When the chief family brothers arrived a moment later, following Xiao Bai, Luo Xi was like a killing god, fighting through 100 enemies, killing 7 times and escaping 7 times. The ground was covered with broken limbs, mangled flesh, and unknown organs splattered with blood. Qi was okay. He was used to the gruesome battlefield. Qi Rui, however, was not as tough and vomited against a large tree. With Qi joining in, only the leader and 2 others with goat beards remained, looking about to faint from fear. They were bleeding yellowish-brown liquid, and almost collapsed. Having killed many in his life, Luo Xi had never seen such a bloody, terrifying scene.
Who was this young man?
No, this killing god?
What kind of hero was he?
When the last person fell, Luo Xi dragged his huge bone hammer and slowly approached the leader. Halfway there, Yanjin, whose face was paler than paper, suddenly grabbed Luo Xi's hand. He took a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the blood splattered on her face. "It's dirty. Let me help you clean it." Luo Xi was about to shake him off when she saw Yanjin cough up blood, looking weak and on the verge of death, smiling faintly at her. Her eyelids twitched, but she didn't strike him hard. She gently pushed him aside. Seeing her cautious and gentle action, the man lowered his eyes and smiled.
"Don't you
still feel sorry for him? Now, tell me, whose person are you?" Luo Xi stopped in front of the leader, her smile not reaching her eyes, with a playful tone. "You only get one chance. Think carefully before you speak." Then she casually said, "Liars will have their bones broken inch by inch." The leader of the group suddenly shivered. Bones shattered? He believed this ominous person was not joking to scare him. She could definitely do it, and probably would be even harsher than she said. Not daring to hide anything, he spilled everything like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, hoping for a quick end. "The small one is from the Central State Governor's office. 2 days ago, a villager from Zhu family village came to report to the Lord. I don't know the details. I only know that half a day later, the governor sent us to destroy the mountain mine. That's all. If I hide a single word, you can kill me anytime." The Chia brothers still didn't understand, but Luo Xi closed her eyes. Yanjin's face darkened. He coughed a few times, covering his mouth. Were any miners rescued from the mine missing? Did any miners inform the officials? What's their goal? Are they unhappy with the punishment? Qi sneered. He had seen many villagers betray others to survive in battle, so he wasn't too surprised, but he still felt cold inside. Qi sneered. Why? Of course, for profit. Who knows how much benefit the governor gave to the traders? The leader awkwardly interrupted. That person has already been dealt with by the governor's people. Dealt with? That was him. The governor's order was that anyone who knew about the gold mine could not be left alive, including. He glanced at the goat-bearded man who had already fainted from fear. Yanjin went over and held Luo Xi by the waist, softly saying, "Let's go back." Only he knew that Luo Xi had secretly kept some gold. She didn't say what for, but Yanjin understood. It was for the miners after she finished her plans. Whether as compensation or a homecoming gift, some people would never get to enjoy it. Luo Xi was unaffected by this news. She simply reached out and brushed off the claws that were trying to pinch her, took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. The devils are used to this. What are the wicked in the human world?"
Ha!
A piece of news spread widely in Zhongzhou Prefecture. The governor discovered some people mining illegally in Pinglan Mountain. He sent his men overnight to destroy the mines and rescue countless villagers forced into working as miners. For a moment, everyone in the region praised the prefect for his clear sense of justice and rare integrity. When the news reached the central state prefect, he was almost scared out of his wits. He wasn't him. Don't spread false rumors. The news back in the capital caused the prime minister to misunderstand that he had destroyed his private mine. Not only his life, but perhaps his entire family might be in danger. A snow in June. Even though he wouldn't be so wronged. Back at the inn, Yanjin was left outside, while Luo Xi tapped her finger on the table calmly and looked in a certain direction. "Come out now." As soon as she finished speaking, a dark shadow leapt down from the beam and knelt on one knee. "Mo greets the young master." Yin Yao was worried, so he only left Qi and Qi to guard her secretly before leaving. Luo Xi already knew that today she called the people out for an important message. Distribute these gold coins to the miners to help them settle down, and remind them not to reveal their wealth. She pointed to a row of small gold ingots on the table, each weighing 10 taels. Converted into silver, that's 100 taels, enough for ordinary farmers to live comfortably for a lifetime. Later, Luo Xi would recover the gold from the prime minister. The trouble caused by that old troublemaker shouldn't be paid for by ordinary people. Mo received the order and left. Yanjin, who was standing outside under the peach blossom tree, was startled when he saw his older brother faint. He looked at Luo Xi's closed door, sensing 2 different auras inside. His eyes darkened slightly. He took a step forward, then pulled back, exposing his whole body to the scorching sun, letting the fierce sunlight burn him. His already injured body couldn't hold on much longer. He closed his eyes and fainted. 2 little kids, leaning on the window frame, were frightened by their older brother's sudden collapse. They cried and ran out. "Big brother. Don't die, big brother." Lu Xiao, who had been rescued from the mine without shedding a single tear, cried as if he had lost a close brother. Behind the scenes, he didn't hold back. He pulled his sister, who was also dropping gold beans, and whispered, "Go find Brother Luo." He spoke softly, but after he finished, a teasing voice sounded behind him. "It's no use looking for me. I'm not a doctor." The little kid was startled. Seeing Luo Xi leave with a carefree smile, he shrugged at his still-lying brother. He muttered disdainfully, "Such a childish trick. I can't be fooled. Even the gods wouldn't fall for it."
Sigh.
It's been a year and Big Brother has become so stupid. Lu Xiaomei looked confused, with a cute and innocent expression that could melt anyone's heart. Finally, Lu Xiaodi reluctantly called Qi, first helping his older brother into the house, then inviting a doctor from the medical clinic. He really was dizzy, but he brought it on himself. The doctor he found was not a miracle worker, just someone whose medical skills were worse than a barefoot healer. After taking a strange, nonsensical medicine, Yanjin was immediately choked awake. He spat out the medicine that was supposed to treat his diarrhea, looked around, and saw no sign of Luo Xi in the room. He pressed his hand to his forehead and muttered softly, really stubborn. Enduring the pain in his chest and stomach, along with a wave of dizziness in his head, he dragged his weak body to knock on Luo Xi's door. Inside, he saw her sitting cross-legged in front of a chessboard. Her left hand holding a black piece, her right hand holding a white piece. She was calmly playing against herself. At first glance, it looked like she was confident she had everything under control, sure of her victory. But if you looked closer, her black and white stones on the board seemed completely random. Yanjin hid his smile and slowly stepped inside, gently placing a black stone from Luo Xi's fingertips onto the board with a loud snap. I apologize for what happened earlier today. Luo Xi didn't respond, not even lifting her eyelids, just lightly placing a white stone somewhere on the board. She had just learned Go and had been beaten badly by Qi Rui. Now she was a little addicted. Yanjin used a black stone to guide her on where to place her next move. You said that liking someone has nothing to do with gender, age, or race. Luo Xi's hand trembled, and the white stone slipped from her fingers, rolling into the trap surrounded by black stones. She only wished her parents hadn't made her mute. For the first time, she looked up seriously at the man's deep, cold phoenix eyes. Yanjin's face looked calm, but his fingers under his sleeve clenched. Should he kiss her to stop those hurtful words from coming out, or find a needle to sew her lips shut? As his gaze grew darker, Luo Xi's voice softly sounded. It's not entirely your fault. I'm just too good. You can't help yourself, I understand. Yanjin. His carefully prepared emotions suddenly broke. He chuckled softly, but didn't deny it. But then Luo Xi continued. Who I like is my business, but... Yanjin, Luo Xi. My orientation is normal. I can't be your brother. These words were already very direct, yet none of the sadness or outburst she expected appeared. The man lowered his head slightly, his long lashes trembling like butterfly wings. His fingers rubbed the chess piece nervously, and his voice was almost a whisper. I can step back. If you like, I can even change myself. Luo Xi nearly dropped the chess piece in shock. She didn't understand, but she was deeply surprised. Yanjin carefully reached across the low table to hold her hand, his eyes full of pleading. I can be whatever you like. Please don't reject me right away. Just think about it seriously, all right? After speaking, he stood up too quickly, pulling at his hidden injury. His pale face turned even whiter, and he forced down the blood rising in his throat. But Luo Xi still noticed his swallowing motion and sighed quietly in her heart. She realized that perhaps she had been the one to change this upright young man. Did she reject him?
No.
She simply didn't understand what liking or love truly meant, and so she couldn't respond properly. Yet when she saw him swaying as if he might collapse at any moment, Luo Xi softly answered. Yanjin turned his head sharply, surprise, joy, and uncertainty flashing through his eyes. His voice trembled. What did you say? Sitting upright, Luo Xi spoke clearly, word by word. I said, I will seriously consider being with you. She rubbed her forehead, thinking that many tragedies came from people not speaking their hearts, so she decided to be honest. I don't dislike you. I don't dislike your closeness or your touch.
It's just...
I don't really understand what love is. Yanjin pressed down the joy surging in his heart, his fingers trembling slightly. He couldn't help but cover his forehead with a laugh.
So, his little one
simply hadn't figured it out yet. He asked gently if it were someone else, like Yin Yao or Guyue, could you accept them being close to you? Luo Xi's peach blossom eyes widened, and the thought of being with Guyue flashed in her mind. She couldn't help it. Her stomach turned instantly. Seeing her horrified expression, as if she had just swallowed something unbearable, Yanjin reached out and patted her head. His expression calmed. As long as she didn't truly reject him, things weren't so bad.
They had time.
If she didn't understand now, they could take it slowly. Just as Luo Xi was still feeling uneasy, a gentle kiss brushed her lips. Don't think too much, he whispered. Luo Xi sneered and suddenly pushed someone over. Lu family, do you really think you can push your luck and play smart? After a few moments, the big door opened and closed again. Yanjin thrown out of the room, lay on the cold ground with no dignity. He covered his eyes with one hand, and a deep, hoarse laugh escaped from his chest. He was laughing so hard that he coughed up some blood. On the opposite side, 2 adults and 2 children peeked through the window, then quietly pulled back.
It was terrifying.
Too scary. What made a Grand Master suddenly fall to the ground, bleeding from his mouth, with no dignity. Chi-Kwa patted his foolish brother's shoulder. "Fourth brother, don't bother with Luo family anymore, okay? And don't get involved in the love triangle between them and the young uncle. It's just asking for trouble." Chi-Rui rolled his eyes at the silly love triangle and yawned, going to sleep. Lu Xiaomei tugged on her older brother's sleeve. "Let's go help big brother up. The ground is cold, and lying there too long isn't good." Lu little brother, with his crescent-shaped eyes, smiled and gently touched his sister's innocent little head. "Be good. Don't go. Big brother is practicing his skills over there. We shouldn't disturb him." Lu Yanjin, still lying on the ground, chuckled softly. He had become a forgotten orphan. In the imperial palace of the capital, the emperor finished reading the secret report handed to him. His fox-like eyes narrowed sharply, and he sneered with anger. "Mining gold in secret, enslaving the people, Jiangdong really is my good chancellor." He made a gesture as if to cut his own throat, completely out of character. His eyes cold and sharp, showing his teeth like bright white pearls, as if he wanted to tear life apart. Inya Yao coughed lightly to remind him, "Watch your emperor image." The emperor angrily slammed his hand on the table. "What image? My throne is almost being eaten away by these parasites. The arrangements are already in place. We've endured for so many years. We can wait a little longer. Right now, the most important thing is the envoy from the 4 countries." The emperor looked exhausted, slumping back into his dragon throne. After years of planning, just as they were about to strike, a national crisis arose, attracting the ambitions of 4 eager countries. He fiddled with his prayer beads, tired. "Have the princes from the other 3 countries besides Biling arrived?" Inya Yao nodded. "They arrived at noon. They went into the embassy and haven't shown up since." The emperor sneered coldly. "What's the plan? Should I, as the emperor, go meet their princes?" "That's not too bad," Silver Cook thought secretly, just testing the emperor's reaction. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people have feelings. Throughout history, after a disaster, countries hesitate to open their granaries for fear of this very tactic. Caring for the common people means they cannot worry about other countries' greed. Dayong's grain reserves are not enough to support a long war, and other nations see this as an opportunity to act boldly. The 5 countries have similar military strength and grain supplies. Now, Dayong has cut itself off, and other countries are like dogs smelling meat, coming without invitation. But was it wrong for the emperor to open the granaries and release grain? A ruler who cares for the country and the people has done nothing wrong. The imperial study was silent for a moment. After a while, the tired voice of the emperor was heard. "Suppress the grain prices in various places. Don't let those fools see through our plans." Silver Cook understood the emperor's meaning. He wanted to create the illusion that Dayong had plenty of grain, while also showing some signs of weakness. The truth is both real and fake. Does Dayong really have enough grain? How much? Guess for yourself. It's no surprise that they are uncle and nephew. He remembered that Luo Xi had used this trick before in Yongning County, but the emperor played it bigger and more exciting. After all, the 4 countries are not as tricky as the 4 noble families in Yongning County. The princes and officials sent this time are all clever. After finishing official business, Silver Cook was about to leave when Mai reported that his little daughter had sent a letter. She had left Zhongzhou and was rushing to the capital. He was eager to go home and read her letter. Just as he was about to leave his seat, the emperor raised his signature sly smile. "Yao Yao, is there something you're hiding from me?" Faced with the emperor's all-seeing gaze, Silver Cook cursed all the dirty words he knew in his mind and quickly thought. In just a moment, he sat back down, smiling perfectly. "Nothing can be hidden from you. I did meet someone I like in Nanning County this time." "Really?" The emperor's smile was ambiguous. "I don't care who this person is. Did you find someone in Nanning County? Silver Cook was about to deny it when he saw the emperor's gentle smile and was reminded, don't forget. Bai Tingyun is one of mine. Silver Cook's smile froze. How could he forget Bai Tingyun? His relationship with Luo Xi in Nanning County wasn't openly discussed, but Bai Tingyun was the smartest young member of the Bai family. His purpose for going to Nanning County was also to find Luo Xi. Think about it, it's not hard to guess Luo Xi's identity. He quickly forced a smile and nodded slowly under the emperor's watchful, seemingly confident, but actually anxious gaze. I found her. The emperor suddenly stood up, walking back and forth in the imperial study with his hands behind his back. Finally, he grabbed Silver Yao's collar. You're bold. You dared to hide this from me. He then asked eagerly, is she doing well? Is she round or flat? Has she been bullied? Is she financially okay? Why didn't you bring her back with you? The normally calm emperor was now visibly excited. God knows, when he received the vague secret letter from Bai Tingyun, he was both excited and nervous. Bai Tingyun's guesses and analysis were cautious, and every word was careful. The emperor was anxious, hoping Silver Yao had really found his little girl, but also afraid it was all just a dream. He waited for a month, but Silver Yao didn't send any news. He was so anxious that even his flowers withered. He used every trick to make Silver Yao come back to the capital. When he found out Silver Yao returned without bringing anyone, his heart sank even lower. Now, this fool had admitted he found her, but didn't bring her back. What does he want? To rebel? Silver Yao was being shaken by the emperor's grip, making him dizzy. Finally, he saved his own robe and looked into the emperor's fierce eyes. He shrugged. Didn't I want to give you a surprise?
Surprise?
The emperor sneered coldly. Then I'll give you one too. In the next moment,
bang!
The chief guard outside the study heard the noise and lifted his eyelids. He stopped the guards rushing in to protect the emperor, smiling sharply. His Majesty is scolding his brother. What are you all doing? Go to your jobs. Soon, the study returned to calm. Silver Yao covered his slightly reddened eyes and told the emperor about Luo Xi from his perspective. She's a very kind child. He shared what he saw and learned during his investigation. He described how he cleaned up the mess, made the great scholar faint, and killed peak internal strength experts like slaughtering chickens or dogs. The emperor's mouth twitched. You call her kind? Then he thought, maybe she only fought back because someone bullied her little girl. She was forced to fight back out of desperation.
Yes.
That must be the case. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Such kindness. The spoiled, cunning, timid, and domineering princess of the royal family is not lacking, but what is missing is a kind and beautiful young princess. Enya's lips moved slightly, always feeling that something the emperor said was wrong, but in her eyes, Luo Xi was just that kind and lovely little princess. She pulled someone aside and asked again about Luo Xi's situation, in detail, how tall she was, what she liked to eat, everything. After Enya explained what Luo Xi had done 3 times, the emperor finally looked satisfied. He seemed to remember something and asked, You haven't told me why you didn't bring my Xi back to the capital with you? Because. Enya slowly said each word clearly. Luo Xi is taking the imperial exams now. She is the top martial scholar of Nanning Prefecture. After saying this, she watched the emperor's expression, seeing his initial surprise turn into pride, then into deeper shock. If I remember correctly, only men are allowed to take the imperial exams? Since the death of the eldest princess, the emperor had never shown such a confused, childlike expression again. Enya found it very amusing and knew that teasing him further might really make him angry. She honestly said, she is a girl disguised as a boy. She said she doesn't like chatting with a bunch of women in the backyard and prefers the freedom of the battlefield. The emperor's mouth twitched. She called the noble young ladies in the capital women? Then he fell silent. In front of him appeared a strikingly beautiful woman with sharp features, holding a small hymn, jokingly speaking, but with a serious expression. Oh, little one, my eldest sister hates the palace's gossiping women. She prefers the free and unrestrained frontier life. When you become emperor, How about giving this princess a title? At that time, the young him protested with a clenched fist. Eldest sister is a princess, not a lousy man. When I grow up, I want to make her the grand princess with military power, okay? He remembered that her happy smile at that time carried a kind of bitterness that he, as a young boy, couldn't understand. That bitterness was a burden that a woman living in the moment could never shed, an inescapable chain. Suddenly, it dawned on him that what his eldest sister wanted was not a noble title, but a life free and unrestrained like a man's. He only now understood this, and his eyes instantly turned red. Inya didn't know what the emperor was imagining, but his face was a mix of tears and smiles, making him look anxious. After a while, the emperor personally wrote and issued an imperial decree to posthumously promote the princess of the state to the rank of prince. Whispering to himself, "Elder sister. Younger brother is so dull, I only just realized this today." After reading the official decree carefully, Yin Yao sighed and rubbed his forehead. The emperor has been diligent in his duties for 14 years, openly governing the country and secretly planning a big move. He has never been so impulsive or out of control before. The late emperor was foolish, and the emperor was raised personally by the eldest princess. He understands the close bond between siblings because he was also carefully raised by the eldest princess. But now is not the time for rash actions. Can't this big, unpredictable monk just wait a little longer? The emperor gently touched the decree, his face gradually calming down.
A Yao.
I understand. This decree is my gift to Sheer for their meeting. Yin Yao pursed his lips. If the elder sister is posthumously honored as the princess of the state, then Luo Xi would be the little prince. The emperor knows well what kind of storm will rise into Yong once the decree is announced. His expression also returned to calm. Have you thought it through? The emperor smiled, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Those who harmed the elder sister should have gone to long ago. Keeping them around is just to catch bigger fish. Now that my niece has returned by fate, what else do I need to consider? Yin Yao showed a complex but pleased smile. His sister was right about people, and he hasn't been wrong in protecting anyone. Finally, the decree was carefully stored in the imperial study beneath the golden plaque inscribed with Hui Lu Cheng Jian, waiting for the day its owner personally takes it down. The two brothers, closer than real siblings, are still lost in the past. The chief came in happily and announced, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of Biling requests an audience." Seeing the visitor, the emperor's eyes lit up. Luo Xi, order the wardrobe to make me a new robe. It seemed he hadn't heard the previous report from the chief. The latter bowed and replied with a smile, "Does your Majesty want a dragon robe or everyday clothes?" The emperor thought for a moment, looked down at his dark gold robe embroidered with dragon clouds, and pointed with some disdain. "This dragon isn't fierce enough. The gold thread is dull and not eye-catching enough." Seeing Luo Xi's blank expression, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Can't you understand my orders?" Luo Xi hurriedly responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Oh my, Your Majesty is in a new spring, and the Empress Dowager will move to the cold palace." He reminded him, "The Crown Prince of Biling is still waiting outside. Do you want to see him?" The emperor snorted coldly, "Not seeing him. If asked, I was just busy with my concubines." No time. Since the emperor received the exact news from Luo Xi, Silver Yao's face brightened with relief, and his exhaustion disappeared.
He seemed to come back to life.
Luo Xi, if only you could speak a little quieter so that the Prince of Biling outside wouldn't hear. This matter would be easier for the servant. But he wouldn't disobey orders. He bowed and left the imperial study, closing the big door. He smiled at the Biling crown prince, who was about 5 steps away and showed no clear emotion. "Your Majesty is busy now. You might as well come back another day. I understand." "Thank you, sir," the man replied. He was over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and muscular. But his face was delicate and handsome, which didn't match his strong build. Sometimes, a sneaky look flashed in his eyes, making him seem very out of place. It was like a mix of a small dog and a bulldog. The man's name was Dai Sun, the crown prince of Biling. He was on this mission to find out the strength of Dayong, whether they could fight back. He brought many unfair treaties, asking for food, gold, jade, and beautiful women from Dayong. If they signed, the two countries would stay peaceful. If not, there would be trouble. That suited him perfectly. Is plundering better than easy food? He walked to the imperial garden and saw several charming little princesses swinging and reciting poetry or painting. Dazen's eyes turned fierce again.
Why?
Why are all these princesses from Dayong? Why can they live carefree in the palace, while her mother is being sent to Bailing for a marriage alliance? Bailing is a nomadic country north of Dayong. When a man dies, everything is inherited by his brothers, including the women. When a woman's husband dies, she can marry his brother or younger brother. If a man has no brothers, his inheritance goes to his children. That means a son can marry his own mother, and then, Dazen's mother married the king of Bailing, and a year later, Daesun was born. Sadly, his biological father died early. His mother remarried the new king, who was actually Dazen's uncle. This made Dazen's position very awkward. His mother was a princess, but his stepfather was not his real father, and he was the nephew of the king. Even the servants around the king could mistreat him, which made him develop a dark and twisted personality from a young age. Seeing the little princess in the garden, like a flower, he flicked a flying dagger from his fingertips, aiming at the swinging ropes that moved up and down. With a cry, the third princess, swinging on the swing, suddenly flew out of control, her face showing extreme panic. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a maid, risking her life, used her body to cushion the fall for the princess. The princess was helped up by a group of palace attendants, her face pale. She glanced back at the smooth, broken rope and pressed her lips silently. Fifth and sixth brothers, stop drawing. Today is unlucky. Let's go back. Anyone daring to act so openly in the palace, whether an assassin or someone trying to catch a person, was beyond what these three women could handle. They decided to leave first and find their father later. Watching the three beautiful women escape like the wind and flowers, Daesun walked over, picked up a fallen handkerchief, and sniffed it deeply. His eyes showed a strange satisfaction. It smells so good. In the capital city, at the Pingxi Marquis's residence, Lu Jinhua, lost in thought, stood in her great-uncle's study. On the table in front of her was a portrait of a handsome, noble-looking man. Lu Xiao sat behind the desk, frowning. Jinhua, do you know who this man in the portrait is? Lu Jinhua nodded. The fourth prince. Recently, the old mansion had been lively at the Marquis's residence. The ladies of the capital often attended banquets, sometimes inviting the old lady. Lu Jinhua had gone out many times to see the world. There are many handsome men in the capital, like the eldest son of the duke's house, who is deep and reserved but shines brightly. The young general of the military family, wild and carefree, riding his horse along the slanted bridge, waving his red sleeves. The young Marquis of Yuan, with delicate and beautiful features, so stunning it seemed unreal. But none of these compared to the fourth prince, whom she had seen from afar. He was truly the most outstanding, with an aura of nobility and grandeur. Just one glance, and she was deeply captivated. If only she could spend her life with such a man. Just thinking about it made Lu Jinhua's face turn red. She looked up, her eyes full of hope. Great uncle. I like the fourth prince. Seeing Lu Xiao tap his fingers on the table without replying, Lu Jinhua, who had recently learned some tricks from the old lady, began to persuade her great uncle with big dreams. Look, the crown prince is incompetent. In the capital, people say the fourth prince is the most likely to inherit the throne. If only the Marquis's family could marry into the fourth prince's household, great uncle. I must tell you, you really need a strong and powerful marriage alliance now. Lu Xiao was so frightened by these words that she almost jumped up. She carefully looked around to make sure no one was watching her in the study. Then she felt relieved. She raised her hand and slapped the table hard. You fool! How can the royal family tolerate you, a little girl, spreading rumors behind their back? The best of the best, indeed. Even the child she raised has no manners and dares to talk back about everything. Is the crown prince useless? She dares to say that, but if even a single word reaches the emperor's ears, it could lead to big trouble. A sudden idea popped into her mind. Just this mouth, this troublemaker. What if she married her to an enemy family? That could be the chance to wipe out her entire family. But in reality, this troublemaker is from her own family. Luo Xi winced in pain, biting her lip. She didn't want to waste more time on fools. She got straight to the point. That's a good idea, but I helped you marry into the prince's household. Who knows, you might turn around and betray us, working with the old lady and her kind. I don't want to raise a traitor who stabs us in the back, unless… Luo Xi heard the words and thought there might be hope. She knew her father, grandmother, and eldest uncle were now at odds. It was normal for her uncle to worry about being betrayed. She eagerly asked, unless what? All she could think about now was the fourth prince's appearance and voice, pushing aside her parents' and grandmother's warnings. Or maybe, when she married the fourth prince and became his consort, and later the empress. Then she could control her uncle and the Marquis of Pingshi's household easily. Luo Xi was lost in her happy daydreams, not noticing her uncle's increasingly complicated expression. One trait of the worst kind of person is being ugly but having big dreams. Luo Xi sipped her tea lightly, her eyes flickering as she asked, "Tell me, who is giving you advice behind your grandmother's back?" Right now, she most wanted to know who was giving her troublemaker family advice. She had been investigating for months, without any clues. Her enemy's tricks kept coming, making the entire Pingxi Marquis household a joke in the capital. During court, the emperor often suddenly showed concern for her mother's health, clearly just watching the show. Thinking of these things, Luo Xi felt frustrated. She looked intently, waiting for Luo Huajin's answer. The latter hesitated. Her grandmother had repeatedly warned her not to reveal Luo Xi. As a country girl, she had suffered her uncle's revenge. From now on, no one would help her grandmother anymore. Seeing her hesitate, Luo Xi smiled warmly and added fuel to the fire. As the princes grow older, I hear that His Majesty will choose a princess for them at this year's grand celebration. Lu Jinhua's heart tightened, and she said without hesitation, "It's Luo Xi." Luo Xi said that my eldest uncle holds great power at court, but his wife is living in the countryside, eating simple food. I feel it's unfair to her. Finally, she asked directly. Luo Xi let out a long sigh. Then he looked confused, as if he had never heard of Luo Xi before. Right now, Luo Xi didn't know that the name, Luo Xi, would soon become a haunting nightmare for him. He simply said, "Tell me more." With this start, the rest was easier to explain. She told him how Luo Xi encouraged the old lady, how she arranged for the family to go to the capital, and how she gave advice. She recounted every detail, and the more Luo Xi listened, the more his forehead veins throbbed. In the end, he couldn't hold back. He raised his hand and knocked over the teacup beside him. His forehead veins bulged wildly, and he laughed bitterly out of anger. "So you're saying that Luo Xi is just a country bumpkin, and she's close to Lu Yanjin?" Lu Jinhua nodded hesitantly. Seeing her uncle's angry expression, she felt a bit guilty for Luo Xi, but compared to her beloved fourth prince, that guilt quickly disappeared. Hearing about her son again, Luo Xi was momentarily lost in thought, sighing deeply. It turned out, Lu Yanjin hated him and had carefully planned to send these troublemakers to get revenge. Yes, Luo Xi believed all of this was Lu Yanjin's revenge. He knew how clever his son was, so it wasn't surprising that he had such tricks. As for Luo Xi, the country girl, he thought she was just a use to distract him. His mind was filled with mixed feelings. How could a parent be betrayed like this? Seeing the complex look in Lu Zhao's eyes, a trace of pain, and even a hint of nostalgia, Lu Jinhua secretly rolled her eyes, feeling like she might. He had pushed the original wife to her death, allowed the second wife to break her eldest son's legs, and sold his young children to brothels and mines. Even a fierce beast wouldn't eat its own cubs, but her uncle was so heartless. Now he looked so pained. How disgusting. Lu Jinhua curled her lips. She didn't realize that, for the sake of profit, she had also betrayed her family. Now, she wasn't much better than her uncle. This family was truly a den of snakes and rats. All the important things had already been revealed. Luo Xi waved his hand and said, "You can go back now." Lu Jinhua hesitated. "What about my marriage to the fourth prince?" "Leave it to me," Luo Xi said with a mysterious expression. He only said he would handle it, but didn't guarantee success. Although he was a bit ruthless, he knew his place. He was only a third-rank marquis in the court. Not to mention, at home, he only had a daughter from the second wife. Even if he had a suitable legitimate daughter, she would at best be a concubine for the princes, not qualified for marriage. Sending such a niece out would definitely not lead to a marriage alliance. It would be a sure way to make enemies. Compared to Lu Jinhua, who was a bit simple-minded, another person, Lu Yinhua, was more observant and could consider arrangements. The fool was right. He now lacked a strong and capable marriage alliance. The curtain swayed, and Jiang Keyuan stepped out from behind it. She glanced at her husband, who was still hesitating behind the desk, and softly said, "Do you still think I was too harsh on your little troublemaker?" Her eyes flashed with determination. Remembering the losses she suffered at the hands of the top-tier people, she moved behind Luo Xi and gently massaged his temples. Her soft lips pressed close. "Husband, you're too soft-hearted, raising tigers only to invite trouble. Let me clear the obstacles this time." Luo Xi was silent for a long time, then said, "Spare him." Jiang Keyuan sneered inwardly. Without legs, he could still cause trouble. Without eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, he wouldn't be a threat anymore. She smiled softly and replied, "All right." Luo Xi thought that sparing the eldest son's life was the last kindness he could give as a father. As for the deep meaning behind his wife's smile, he didn't want to think too much. The most trusted secret guard beside Jiang Keyuan had already died at Luo Xi and Lu Yanjin's hands. She probably guessed what had happened. She returned alone to the Prime Minister's residence to ask her father for some help, only to see her father looking worn out, as if 10 years older. She hurriedly asked what had happened. She heard that the gold mine on Pinglon Mountain had been discovered and destroyed by someone, and all 500 soldiers guarding it had perished. The news had spread, and Jiang Keyuan's face turned pale. "Then what should we do, father? Won't the emperor find out?" "It's likely the emperor already knows." Jiang Dong sneered. "Our emperor is quite capable. Whenever a strange wind blows, he knows everything clearly. Has the emperor blamed you?" Jiang Keyuan tentatively said, "When the water is clear, there are no fish. Every household has some dirt. If you really investigate thoroughly, I'm afraid less than 1 in 10 officials in the court are honest. Private gold mining can be big or small, all depending on the emperor's decision." Jiang Dong shook his head. His main worry was this: if the emperor blamed him, even punishing him in office would be manageable. But he was afraid the emperor was silently holding back. From what he knew about the emperor, he didn't want to punish him immediately. He thought the emperor was waiting for a bigger reason. Jiang Dong didn't want to tell his daughter all the details about the complicated matters. He only asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Is something wrong?" Jiang Keyuan didn't want to cause her father more trouble, but since he asked, she told him everything she heard from Lu Jinhua. Jiang Dong was very interested. He didn't expect that an ordinary farmer's child could have such cleverness and skills. It was a pity he couldn't use her for his own plans. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Do you remember, you sent Lu Zhao's young son to the mine? Was it at Pinglon Mountain?" "Yes." "Yes," Jiang Keyuan stammered, confused about why her father's face suddenly looked so serious. He asked, "When you and Luo Xi went to worship ancestors in the capital, you casually left his little troublemaker on Pinglon Mountain. Was there a problem with that?" Jiang Dong's expression darkened, like a storm was coming. His hands trembled slightly. "I ask you, is there any chance that the boy you injured with your own hands can recover?"
"No."
Jiang Keyuan firmly shook her head. "You know Agui's methods. When he strikes, he definitely won't give the little troublemaker any chance to recover." But Jiang Dong still doubted. Such coincidence seemed unlikely. Since Lu Yanjin had attacked his biological father, he wouldn't just ignore his sister's life. To save his brother, he had to go to Pinglon Mountain. Finding and destroying the mine wouldn't be surprising.
But
Where did he, a simple farmer's child, get such power? He had sent 500 elite soldiers and a peak internal energy master to guard the place. Even if he couldn't believe it, he remained suspicious. But how did Liu Yanjin know his brother was on Pinglon Mountain? Jiang Dong suddenly looked up. Where is a Gui? A Gui was Jiang Keyuan's close guard, sent to eliminate Liu Yanjin. Jiang Keyuan wasn't as clever as her father, but she wasn't stupid. When Jiang Dong asked like that, she quickly understood. Perhaps a Gui had been captured alive and revealed the location of the mine. Her face turned even paler. She looked panicked and helpless, staring at her father's bulging veins. A Gui
was
sent by me to deal with the little troublemaker. Jiang Dong angrily slapped Jiang Keyuan across the face. His eyes flickered with changing emotions. He thought about his reputation as Jiang Dong and wondered why such a cruel and foolish woman like her was born. A scholar's mind is always much sharper than a general's. Liu Xiao couldn't figure out something, but if he gave Jiang Dong a little information, he could connect the clues and find the truth. Liu Yanjin sent the top talents to the capital to lure Jiang Keyuan into making a move. His goal was to catch her close associates and find out where her brother and sister-in-law were to rescue them.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Dong's eyes were dark and deep, and his laugh was hoarse and unpleasant. It's a shame the Prime Minister, am being toyed with by a young kid, and I only realize it after everything happened. To confirm his suspicion, he locked Jiang Keyuan in the woodshed and personally went to the Ministry of Rights. When he arrived, the Minister of Rights was busy giving orders to his staff. Seeing Jiang Dong, the Minister of Rights came forward to greet him. Your Excellency, why are you here today? Jiang Dong nodded. The list of candidates for the imperial exams has been sent here, right? I want to see if there are any good talents. Finding talented people was just a pretext. He also wanted to know if Liu Yanjin's legs had recovered. The fastest way was to check the list of this year's candidates. He knew a little about Liu Yanjin. He was very smart and had a photographic memory. It was a pity that such a clever young man couldn't be used by him. After hearing Jiang Dong's purpose, the Minister of Rights understood. Every year, various factions asked him for the list to recruit talents for their families. He thought Jiang Dong meant the same. He smiled politely. You're a bit late. The Emperor just issued an order to seal the list, and it's not allowed to leak. Jiang Dong's pupils shrank suddenly. His fingers, hidden under his sleeve, rubbed back and forth. When did this happen? I didn't hear about it during the morning court. Just now, the Minister of Rights took out a small box behind him to prove he wasn't lying. Look, the imperial decree is still warm. It was just issued when Gong Gong Li came by. Of course, he didn't open the decree for Jiang Dong to see. It wasn't a secret order, but he didn't want to cause himself trouble. Jiang Dong's expression grew serious. The Emperor usually turned a blind eye to the factions trying to recruit talents before the imperial exams. Why was the list sealed so suddenly? Who was the Emperor protecting? Could it be Liu Yanjin? It is not impossible. With that young man's abilities, and if he had the right connections, he would definitely try to gain support. It is not surprising that the Emperor values and protects him. If the Emperor supports him, it is not strange that a farmer's son could cause trouble for the Liu family or destroy the Jin mine on Pinglon Mountain. Jiang Dong felt cold all over. Could it be that the Emperor wants to use the young man from the Liu family to overthrow him? He thought about many things in an instant. When he returned to his house, his hands and feet were icy cold. He took Jiang Keyuan out for a detailed questioning again, then sat alone for a long time. Finally, he took a token from a hidden compartment in the study and threw it to the secret guard.
Go.
Tell that person to help me kill Liu Yanjin. The past favor of saving his life is now cancelled. A gentle breeze blew by. The silent secret guard caught the completely black token and then disappeared quietly. At the Marquis's residence, Luo Xi took the blame for Liu Yanjin. At the official's residence, Liu Yanjin also took the blame for Luo Xi. Smart people tend to have a common flaw. They think too much. After hearing the Minister of Rights report, The emperor's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. He waved his hand to dismiss the officials. Once they left, the calm on the emperor's face disappeared completely. He slammed the memorial onto Luo Xi's head and lowly said, "Where are the Longwei guards?" Luo Xi. In the blink of an eye, a yellowish figure knelt before the imperial desk. "Leader of the Longwei guards, greets your majesty." The emperor took a few deep breaths, then narrowed his fox-like eyes sharply. "Go lead a team to protect my little darling. If even a hair is harmed, come back dead. That old, half-buried man, daring to covet his treasure. He's asking for death." Jiangdong. Some families rejoice, others mourn. Days pass quickly in the waiting. Some wish Luo Xi would ride the wind and arrive in the capital. Others wish she would die, burned in flames, torn apart by 5 horses, so badly that her flesh can't be pieced back together. Recently, officials noticed the emperor was in an unusually good mood, especially enjoying gathering princes and ministers from the 4 kingdoms to drink tea and play chess. There were continuous banquets in the palace. Envoys couldn't even sleep peacefully before being summoned into the palace to chat with the emperor, exhausting foreign envoys nearing 50 years old. According to the emperor, if they don't keep a close watch on these dangerous elements, what if they escape and accidentally hurt his precious child? At the palace banquet, Yin Yao silently sipped his wine. The emperor has been so energetic lately that he has no outlet for his feelings, and he's starting to feel paranoid. He believes that if foreign envoys weren't present, the emperor might personally go out of the palace to find Luo Xi. After the banquet ended, the envoys, feeling dizzy, returned to their embassy. The emperor quietly found Yin Yao, as if sneaking around. "Where is the person now?" "Near the capital," Yin Yao replied with 2 words that shocked the emperor. The emperor almost kicked him. "If he's near the capital, why haven't you gone to pick him up?" Yin Yao shrugged. "Sierra's letter said I shouldn't pick him up. He'll arrive within 2 days. 2 days. Just 2 days." While the envoys from various countries discussed late into the night what the emperor of Dayong was up to, 5 or 6 low-key carriages entered the city. When Ma, who was guarding the city gate, lifted the curtain of one carriage and saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth and quietly ask, "Young master, what are you doing?" Yes, after more than a month of eating and playing along the way, Luo Xi finally arrived outside the city gates this morning. The city wall is tall and thick, majestic like a barrier protecting the peaceful lives of the people inside. A wide moat, about 100 meters across, surrounds the city. The water is clear, and the morning sunlight sparkles on the rippling surface, reflecting the citizens queuing to enter the city. Some carry bamboo baskets, others push carts. The vegetables on the carts are fresh and covered with morning dew. Luo Xi looked around from the carriage. Next to him, a yellowish figure was with colorful ropes, looking frustrated as he explained softly, "Princess, I am truly the leader of His Majesty's Dragon Guard." Luo Xi turned back, skeptical. "You're so useless, you can't even protect yourself, and you're the Dragon Guard leader? Do you think I'm easily fooled just because I haven't read many books?" The Dragon Guard leader. Not very damaging, but highly insulting. He closed his eyes and simply lay down. The story goes back 5 days. Luo Xi had just found his young master, but before he could show his token of identity, a group of black-clad men suddenly attacked. The emperor was right to worry. Someone had malicious intentions. At that moment, he didn't have time to reveal his identity to Luo Xi and fought alongside the black-clad men. The black-clad fighters, not the best in martial arts, relied on numbers to win. Especially the leader on the other side had reached the peak of inner strength, matching him evenly. When the two fought fiercely and couldn't be separated, the young master was just sitting on the roof of the carriage watching the fight. Suddenly, at a certain moment, this ancestor perhaps got bored and jumped into the battle. After a cup of tea, he and the black-clad leader were both captured. Those past events are hard to recall. It's also his fault. Being captured felt too embarrassing, so he didn't reveal his identity right away. Later, he was all the way and he kept trying to speak but was ignored. Or maybe she just didn't want to believe it. Luo Xi's journey from Zhongzhou to the capital was quite lively. Sometimes a group would rush out, then another. Before she could even hold her sword steadily, everyone started shouting and fighting. She found it amusing and, without distinguishing friend from foe, she simply tied them all up. The carriage stopped in a small alley leading into the city. Moe, who was sent early to assist Luo Xi, listened to the story and then looked at the several other carriages behind, which were packed with the criminals, being forced into the carriages like stacked blocks. He couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic for the leader of the dragon guards. With an awkward smile and a cold face, he pointed at the yellowish man. That young master, he really is the leader of the dragon guards. Finally, justice was served. Long Yi, who had been hungry for 5 days, shed tears of joy from the corners of his mouth. Luo Xi's surprised expression was very exaggerated. I was so scared at the time, couldn't tell who was who, and couldn't help but tied everyone up as a gift for my little uncle, Moe. Thank you, young master, on behalf of the master. He swallowed the swear words he was about to say. Young master, let's go into the palace first. The prince and that person have been waiting for you since early morning. Luo Xi shook her head. This journey was too exciting. Let's find an inn to wash up and rest first. There's no rush to meet. Just joking. Going straight into the palace after arriving in the capital. Does she think people wouldn't guess her identity? Then she added, I brought big gifts for my uncles. They will definitely like it. Moe looked at the 4 carriages full of people being caught and didn't dare hope for any big gift, Luo Xi mentioned. But before coming, those 2 had told him that everything should be based on Luo Xi's wishes. The carriage passed through the bustling Juke Street and stopped at an inn not far from Mo's residence. Young master, this Dong Lai Fu is an inn bought by the prince when he returned to the capital. You can rest assured here. After exchanging a cautious glance with the shopkeeper at the counter, Moe led the person into a quiet small courtyard. Prince says you probably won't stay in the princess's residence or the prince's mansion. He left this peaceful courtyard for you to rest in early on. Luo Xi felt warm inside and smiled softly. Only my uncle knows me well. After the luggage was moved in, Moe took his leave and left first. He needed to go to the palace to report Luo Xi's situation to the 2 officials. Behind him, Lu Yanjin narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Xi with a sad expression. He rested his head on Luo Xi's neck and spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. Why are we staying here when we already bought a courtyard? Why live in Yin Yao's place?
Stop joking.
Luo Xi pushed his head away from his shoulder. Ever since he recovered from his illness, this man seemed to have changed completely. He was jealous of everyone, didn't let any tiger go, and was very clingy and spoiled. Luo Xi asked Nanji to tidy up simply. This place was just for resting. Before coming to the capital, he had already arranged for someone to buy a courtyard. Once he met the emperor and others, they would move in. After giving instructions, Luo Xi took 2 large flower pots from the carriage, placed them in the sunlight, watered them, and lovingly touched the flowers. Little ones, you've suffered a lot on the way. In the palace, the emperor sat in the imperial study, constantly adjusting his new dragon robe and the large pearl-adorned crown. His small eyes kept drifting toward the palace door. Yin Yao couldn't bear to watch and cleared his throat loudly. Pay attention to your image as emperor. Perhaps it was an illusion, but today the emperor looked just like the foolish son of the Xuanwu street landlord. When Moe pushed the door open, the person he expected didn't appear behind him. The emperor's hopeful gaze immediately dimmed. As expected, Luo Xi didn't come. Although he had anticipated this, the emperor still couldn't hide his disappointment. Tomorrow? Well, that's fine. I should rest first. Seeing the ruler of a country show such a pitiful expression, Moe was silent for a moment, but decided to be honest. The princess said she brought a precious gift and will personally deliver it to you at the morning court tomorrow. The emperor's face lit up with a smile, but he said, I have no shortage of treasures. This child is too polite. Yin Yao was silent. This scene was just like when Luo Xi claimed he was rich, but took the banknotes from him without blinking an eye. Early in the morning, before dawn, Luo Xi was already packed and sitting in the courtyard quietly enjoying breakfast with Lu Yanjin. When the Grand Steward Luo Xi arrived, he saw two handsome young men drinking tea under the tree. His gaze swept past Yanjin and fixed on Luo Xi, who was dressed in a beautiful blue robe, with fair skin and delicate features. Luo Xi smiled and raised an eyebrow at him. "You are the public official, right? I have something important to present to His Majesty. Please come with me." Luo Xi momentarily lost focus, feeling too familiar. His features were not similar, but the grace he unconsciously showed in his gestures was very much like someone from his memories. He quickly suppressed the swelling emotion in his eyes. Only he knew Luo Xi's true identity, and he couldn't let the guards behind him see any signs of suspicion. He slightly bowed. "You are too kind. It is an honor for our country to have talented young men like you. His Majesty is very interested in the item you are offering. He is waiting in the Golden Palace. Shall we go now?" "Yes." Luo Xi stood up cheerfully, lifting a few snakeskin bags from under the tree with his left hand and holding two large flower pots with his right. Carrying so many things at once almost made Luo Xi panic and drop his whisk broom, so he hurried to help this elder carry the items. Just as he was about to step forward, he paused and ordered the imperial forest guards behind him. "What are you all standing there for? Help young Master Luo carry the things." Several royal guards took the snakeskin bags from Luo Xi, while Yanjin narrowed his eyes slightly behind them. Luo Xi, head of the palace affairs and one of the emperor's most trusted people. He looked friendly and kind, but he had grown up in the unpredictable palace alongside the emperor, and he was also the sharpest hidden weapon around the emperor. Would such a person be too polite to Luo Xi? His words seemed fine, but some small unconscious gestures betrayed him. The little guy seemed to be hiding a big secret from him. A chill ran down Luo Xi's neck. Turning around, he saw Yanjin's strange smile and raised an eyebrow. "Getting sick so early in the morning? Or maybe you should rest at the inn instead of coming." Yanjin quickly hid his slightly abnormal smile, came over and took Luo Xi's hand, looking pitiful. "I don't trust you going to such a dangerous place like the palace alone." He was speaking to Luo Xi, but his peripheral vision was watching Luo Xi's reaction. He saw Luo Xi's lips twitch slightly. This expression wasn't anger, but speechless? His narrow eyes squinted again, and he found it interesting. Kamiai's sharp gaze fixed on the two hands clasped together, as if trying to see through them. She flicked her dust cloth, took a step forward, and pushed Yanjin aside, smiling at Luo Xi. "It's getting late. Let's set out." Recently, Yanjin seemed to suffer from a skin craving, always eager to stick close to her. Luo Xi, speechless, pushed him away and led the way out of the courtyard, with Yanjin and the dog following behind like loyal pets. "Boss, wait for me." Qi Rui ran out while adjusting his buttons, loudly shouting. He didn't want to miss the chance to show off at the palace. As they headed to the palace, a group of uninvited guests was already in the Golden Throne Hall. The young prince of Western Kingdom covered one swollen eye and complained, "It was him. It was him who hit me. I was injured in your great Yong. Please, Emperor of Yong, seek justice for me." Dai-sun, pointing at him with disdain, said, "When did I hit you? Do you have proof?" "It was you. With your bear-like build, I won't mistake you." The young prince of Western Kingdom looked angry and accused him, but if you looked closely, his eyes were calm and untroubled. His young age and innocent appearance were his usual defenses. Western Kingdom, among the 5 nations, was the weakest overall, but the prince sitting on the throne was probably a naive young boy, unaware of the world's complexities. Their mission to Yong was clear: take advantage of the moment when this fierce tiger was at its weakest and bite off a piece of its flesh. The Western prince bowed to the emperor. "Please, Yong Emperor, allow Western Kingdom to move out of the embassy and stay in the palace. If anything happens in your great Yong, it will be your fault." Dyson raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The other 2 nations watched and waited. Putting all 4 nations in one embassy was just a way to stir up trouble among them and divert attention. Only Yong was clever enough to see through these tricks. Having all 4 nations live together was indeed inconvenient. Usually, when the doors were closed, they worried about eavesdroppers. Yesterday, the southern Sang country's cat went missing. Today, The Western prince was beaten. Tomorrow, it might be the people of Shueji country losing their way. Such small troubles had become daily routines since the four nations arrived. Yong hadn't held a proper morning court in a long time. The emperor was not bothered, but the officials below were all annoyed. In the past, I loved watching these four countries' playful antics, but today the emperor looked a bit anxious. He sneered. Move into the palace? How about I clear out the palace of restful mind for you? The crown prince choked and changed his words. When I was injured in your great Yom, finding the culprit was your duty. The emperor nodded. Where is the Minister of Justice? A middle-aged man stepped forward from the officials. Here I am, the emperor said. Order the entire city to search for the person who harmed the prince of the Western Kingdom. Make sure to catch him. He didn't mention exchanging ambassadors again. Understanding his plan was important, but the key was having the ability to break the situation. Many people caught in the rain are awake and risking everything. The Minister of Justice understood. There was no time limit. It meant they could investigate slowly even until next year. I accept the order, searching the whole city. The prince of the Western Kingdom's face turned pale and then white. His innocent expression darkened. Was he announcing to the world that he had been beaten? If this got out, the Western Kingdom would lose face. This person was indeed as difficult as his father said, knowing where it hurt most. But he was still not giving up. He stomped his foot and said, I said the culprit is the crown prince of Biling. Why isn't the great young emperor arresting him? Is he afraid of Biling? Dyson cooperated. What if I am the one who did it? You have no proof. Having all four countries stay in the same embassy was not clever. It was just annoying. The four countries hindered each other. If they farted on the east, the smell would be noticed on the west. They were hesitant to contact spies in Great Yong. Really? Without sending a single soldier, Great Yong managed to keep everyone under control. Old fox. The emperor's gentle smile hid a hint of amusement and sarcasm. Prince Biling, did you hit the prince of the Western Kingdom? No. Dyson denied immediately. Only a fool would admit to such a thing. The emperor lowered his brows. You all have different stories. For the safety of your princes, I think a citywide search is best. What does the Western Kingdom think? The crown prince felt very frustrated. Just as he was about to say forget it, he couldn't afford to lose face. He heard a series of urgent messages outside the hall. Luo Xi from Nannan Prefecture. Requesting an audience. The emperor's spirit lifted. His commanding voice suppressed his excitement. Announce it. Among the officials, an elderly man twisted his body and stared steadily at the open gates of the Golden Palace. Outside, a young man in a deep blue brocade robe stepped up the stairs with steady, confident steps. The old duke's eyes welled with tears. His trembling lips parted silently, and he whispered two words, Ranu. War Anran was the name of the late Princess Chong of Dayong, and Raner was her childhood name. The emperor's gaze was eager, as if nails were embedded in the throne, wishing Luo Xi would walk faster. Among the officials, two people turned around in disbelief. One's eyes flashed with anger and hostility, while the other looked deeply shocked and unable to believe. Their eyes briefly flicked past Luo Xi and landed on Lu Yanjin, who was walking beside her. The chancellor was fine. He probably guessed that Lu Yanjin's legs had healed, even though the Grand Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion had promised to personally kill him. Not only was he alive, but the news of his sudden appearance in the capital hadn't reached anyone. Was it really the emperor's doing? Thinking of how this young man was working with the emperor, Zhang Dong's eyes grew colder with killing intent. The most unbelievable person in the court was Liu Xiao, standing in the middle of the line. Seeing Lu Yanjin, dressed in a white robe free of dust, walking toward him step by step, his mind couldn't keep up. He was his eldest son, no mistake. Even if he disliked him, he wouldn't fail to recognize his own son. His calm expression and piercing, narrow eyes, those were the looks he hated most in the past. He hadn't studied, and Liu Xiao despised every scholar. His composed demeanor was something he had seen many times, and it always made him feel dislike and disgust.
Wait.
Liu Xiao's gaze shifted downward. When he saw Lu Yunjin's intact legs, his expression changed. They were healed.
No wonder.
Finally, Luo Xi stepped over the small threshold of the palace gates, which reached her calf, amid the crowd's surprise, curiosity, confusion, and anticipation. She walked into the hall and lifted her robe to bow. Your humble servant, Luo Xi. Your humble servant, Lu Yunjin. Greetings, Your Majesty. Are you the candidates here to pay respects? Raise your heads. The emperor's voice was steady. Only a person familiar with him could hear a slight tremor beneath the calm tone. The two obeyed and looked up. The emperor's gaze fixed directly on Luo Xi's face. Their eyes met. One held a gentle smile, with peach blossom eyes full of closeness and admiration. The other's 5 fingers hidden under his dragon robe trembled faintly. His daughter has a good appearance, with a calm and confident demeanor and bright eyes. He immediately knew that Yin Yao's description was accurate. This is his kind and lovely little princess. Finally, the emperor laughed loudly. Good, good. Truly, she is the best young lady of our great dynasty. The officials, the 4 kingdoms, why didn't they see what was good about this commoner? The emperor realized his tone was a bit too much, quickly calming down and pretending to be calm as he asked, the king of Mo North says you two have a fine gift to present. What is it? This also explained how Luo Xi and Lu Yunjin, commoners, could appear in the Golden Palace. Turns out, the king of Mo North was the matchmaker. Lu Xiao, among the officials, looked complicated. His eldest son knew the powerful king of Mo North, yet he had never heard about it before. Just then, a clear, pleasant voice echoed in the Golden Palace. Your Majesty, please look at this. The imperial guards carried several snakeskin bags and 2 large flower pots into the hall. The officials' expectant expressions turned strange. If the king of Mo North considered these as good items, they thought it must be some rare treasure. They even wanted to show the 4 kingdoms a lesson. But this? In bags made of rough cloth. What could be inside? Many showed disdain, and faint sneers came from the 4 kingdoms. The mocking laughter made the ministers of the great dynasty feel very ashamed and embarrassed. They secretly blamed the relaxed king of Mo North. If the 2 kids were just naive, that was one thing. But how could a prince of a country act so recklessly? Wasn't the point to make the other 4 kingdoms look bad? Now, with all 5 kingdoms gathered, why not show off for the great dynasty? Many looked at him with blame or anger, but Yin Yao remained calm and composed.
Ha!
Just wait and see. His face won't hurt for long. His little princess never disappointed him. The emperor's expression remained unchanged. Yin Yao said this was a gift from the little princess, who traveled thousands of miles from Nan'an Prefecture to visit him. Not just her kindness, even a few stones from a salted fish jar. He liked them very much. Lu Yunjin smiled softly, his meaningful gaze sweeping over familiar faces, finally settling on Lu Xiao, who looked gloomy. He opened his mouth and silently said 4 words. We meet again, yes. After a lifetime, they finally meet again. At the same place in a past life he was standing. Now he was kneeling. Oh no! He was being supported by 2 eunuchs because he had lost his legs. He didn't even have the right to kneel anymore. When he looked up, he saw Lu Yunjin smiling, but with a cold, sharp gaze. Caught off guard, Lu Xiao felt that there was no grudge between father and son, and after they left, he needed to talk with his eldest son. After many years of fighting, Lu Xiao understood Lu Yunjin's meaning with just a glance. It was another attempt to use him to make friends with Yin Yao. He looked away and helped Luo Xi open a snakeskin bag. When the small, round, yellow fruits rolled out, Dyson couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out. Ha ha! Great young emperor, this is the treasure your people are offering you. Ha ha ha! They look like sheep dung balls pulled by our grassland sheep.
Ha ha ha!
The officials of Great Yong looked unhappy. Some thought the Northern Ling Prince was too arrogant. Others felt Luo Xi embarrassed Great Yong and were furious. What is this? The emperor asked curiously. It didn't look like fruit, as the surface was covered with dirt, probably freshly dug from the ground. Usually things grown in the soil are edible. Could it be a specialty from Nanan? The little princess grew up in such an environment, and food was probably her most valued thing. Willing to share her favorite food. The emperor kept a calm face, but felt secretly pleased. Luo Xi picked up a potato and handed it to Dyson, who was laughing loudly. His smile was gentle and harmless. Here, I give this to you. It's a good thing. Dyson looked disgusted. To show how much he disliked this potato that looked like a sheep dung ball, he pinched his nose and took a step back. He didn't even look at Luo Xi and directly questioned the emperor with a bad expression. You give me something even a dog wouldn't want. Is Great Yong insulting me? The emperor's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was surprised that Luo Xi's gift was so worthless that even a dog wouldn't take it, implying he was worse than a dog. This child, who was related by blood and should have been his nephew, had been spoiled by Northern Ling sadly. He was completely unaware of it. Luo Xi's innocent smile disappeared. He lifted his eyelids, shook the potato up and down, and said meaningfully, Oh, considering the good relationship between our country and Northern Ling, I wanted to give you some prosperous gifts, but you said you didn't want them. The officials' mouths twitched. Great Yong was a country that could breathe, but everyone knew that its relationship with Northern Ling was like water and fire. How can she tell lies with her eyes open without changing her face? Rich country and strong people, Dyson was amused, repeating these words with obvious disdain, and clasped his fists. Such good things I, Biling, cannot enjoy. The chief official, the prime minister, felt both embarrassed and pleased. The emperor valued this kind of naive young person. He stepped forward. Your Majesty, the court is not a place for children to play. It's better to ask these two young friends to leave first. Huh. I didn't know that the prime minister could actually be in charge of me. Jiang Dong was silent for a moment, sensing the emperor's dissatisfaction in his words, but he didn't move. Seeing him stay bowed and still, many in the court who understood the situation stepped forward and knelt down. I agree. I also agree. Wow. Internal fighting. The troublemakers from the four countries had their eyes wide open. They didn't achieve their goal this time, but they enjoyed watching the big show of the dog biting the dog. The old duke was anxious inside. His child had suffered before, mistaking a fake for a real pearl. He felt both pain and sadness. The country was in danger, and a bunch of parasites only knew how to fight among themselves. If Jiangdong is so powerful, why didn't the people of Biling say a word when they were arrogant in the hall? Just as they were about to step in to help Rant's child, a careless voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Really? The yield of 3,000 mu of grain, and you call that dog stuff? How rich is Biling that the crown prince dares to speak so boldly in front of everyone? The old duke's blood surged to his forehead. He didn't mishear. It was the voice of his most rebellious younger son. This troublemaker had stolen his favorite purple clay teapot to sell for money, then disappeared without a trace. That teapot's contents were made from the juice of his grandfather's generation, and even plain water inside would smell like tea. He had sold it to enemies for silver, then paid a high price to buy it back, even risking a favor. The old duke gasped heavily. If it weren't for the four countries being present, he'd be tempted to punish his own son for betrayal.
Wait.
What did that reckless kid just say? His eyes widened in shock. Everyone else was stunned too, staring, digging their ears, doubting whether they heard right or if the boy had spoken wrong. No one present was ignorant of what 3,000 mu of grain meant. Their minds understood clearly. The most abundant crop produced is corn, with a yield of about 800 to 1,000 pounds per acre. The large soybeans, which look quite ugly, surprisingly can produce up to 3,000 pounds per acre. Are you joking? Everyone's eyes, filled with shock, doubt, suspicion, and disbelief, focus on the potatoes in the burlap sack. The emperor straightened up and gave the old duke a calming look, signaling him not to worry. Chirue, the boy he has watched grow up, would never lie about such things. Most importantly, he believes the young princess is not the type to speak recklessly or boast without reason. For the first time, as a ruler, he looked at Luo Xi and asked, is what the chief family boy said true? He didn't trust others. He only wanted to hear Luo Xi's answer. Luo Xi glanced at Dyson, whose face was already looking bad, and with a smile in her voice, she said clearly, "Your Majesty, Qi Rue is telling the truth. The crop is called potatoes, and I swear with my life that it is true." The officials of Dayong immediately felt their anger and frustration melt away. They believed about 30%, swearing on their lives. Their eyes brightened like they had found a treasure. Some old officials even wished they could rush forward and bite into a potato covered in dirt. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves, 3,000. An acre yield of 3,000. Do you think this boy is telling the truth? Even if it's half, say 1,500, I would consider it a great blessing for Dayong. Their excitement was obvious, and it made the group of officials kneeling on the ground look like clowns jumping around. Jiang Dong's face was grim. He didn't know Luo Xi well, but Lu Yanjin knew her somewhat. Despite her young age, she was more cautious and serious than many older officials present. Without full confidence, he wouldn't have stood here today. The emperor looked at the girl, who had just turned 15. Her bright, clear eyes seemed to speak, conveying a message to him. "Uncle, don't worry. I'm here to help Dayong solve the food crisis." Her throat seemed to choke on something, and her eyes reddened with emotion. Actually, Luo Xi didn't think she was so great as the emperor imagined. She understood that whether it was Silver Feast or the emperor's kindness, all of it was based on the favor of the stunning and talented Princess Chang. But feelings need to be nurtured and maintained. Otherwise, over time, they will gradually fade or disappear. To live freely and happily in this dynasty, she knew she had to rely on the emperor's support. Lu Yanjin looked at the court, which was more joyful than during the New Year, and smiled knowingly. Luo Xi's rationality always surpassed her emotions. She was so good at controlling people's hearts that even Lu Yanjin had to admit she was better than him. It made the old fox emperor feel moved. The expressions of the envoys from the four kingdoms, which ranged from disdain to sneers, suddenly turned grim. Daisen didn't believe there could be such coincidences in the world. Just when Dayong was running out of food, a young man appeared out of nowhere offering high-yield crops.
Ha! Just a bluff.
He openly poured cold water on the joyful scene in the Golden Palace, saying, "I've lived 20 years and have never heard of a crop that yields 3,000 mu per unit. Historical records from Bailing have no such mention. What about your 3 kingdoms? Do you have it?" His words instantly quieted the court. The other 3 kingdoms shook their heads, saying they had never heard of such a thing. Daisen's delicate face twisted into a slight smile. He enjoyed watching others fall from their high positions. Without hesitation, he said, "Dayong just experienced a natural disaster, as everyone knows." "Emperor, are you trying to fool us with this trick?" The official's heart skipped a beat. Daisen's suspicion was very possible. Their emperor was always cunning, and setting up an empty city scheme was not impossible. The previously rising momentum faded again. Luo Xi let out a scoff. "Prince of Bailing, do you know why flowers are so red?" Daisen. Before he could say anything, Luo Xi bent down and picked up a large flower pot she brought. "Your Majesty, look. Inside is a potato plant." She gently brushed away the soil, revealing the lush roots underneath. "One plant can produce about 10 to dozens of gene. Prince of Bailing, use your poor brain to calculate how much harvest 1 mu of land can yield. Should I find paper and pen for you?" She lifted the plant from the soil, and 6 fist-sized potatoes floated in the air, making the officials of Dayong very excited. However, the envoys from the 4 kingdoms looked grim. Why was Dayong so lucky? Just when they were running out of food, such high-yield crops appeared. Why couldn't their country encounter such luck? "Good, good, good," the emperor said 3 times in a row, and everyone could hear the joy and pride in his voice. "Luo Xi, offering such high-yield crops is a great achievement. How do you want me to reward you?" Inside, I urge myself. Quickly say it, quickly say it. If you want to be honored as a noble or a prime minister, I will now remove the prime minister's hat and place it on your head. Now, even the officials envy him. This young man is really quick. A few months earlier, Dayong didn't lack food. Introducing high-yield crops was just the icing on the cake. A few months later, I fear border conflicts have already started. No matter how much food there is, it's too late to fix the problem. Just at this moment, when the four countries came to test us, all their ambitions were suppressed.
I really want to shout.
Come and fight. Grandpa has enough food.
No worries.
Luo Xi didn't directly ask for a reward. He spoke clearly and calmly. Many months ago, I went into the mountains to hunt and accidentally entered a fairy valley. Purple energy was rising from the mountains, which I knew was a very lucky sign. Heading to the place in the fairy valley where the purple energy was strongest, I found this high-yield crop. Fortune smiled upon me, and I understood that this was a blessing from heaven for Dayong. Luo Xi respectfully bowed to the emperor on the throne. Calculating the time, it was just when the northern region suddenly suffered a flood. Your Majesty is truly the Son of Heaven, caring for the people and moved by the heavens. Your purple energy has produced high-yield crops, protecting Dayong through the disaster. I only cultivated the crops as instructed and dare not take credit. All the officials were stunned. Could there be such a trick? The dragon's flattery was really slick. Yanjin, understanding the subtle message, immediately took over. I was present at the time and faintly saw a coiled true dragon in the purple energy. This proves Luo Xi's words are true. Your Majesty is truly the Son of Heaven blessed with great fortune. System. As long as this woman didn't steal 1,000 pounds of potatoes from him to plant, he would believe her. Shirue heard this and saw a chance to flatter the emperor. He didn't miss it. He immediately lifted his robe and knelt down. Your Majesty, the true dragon son of heaven who nurtured high-yield crops and protected Dayong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The officials were again stunned. Are young people nowadays so sweet-tongued? They were all caught off guard by the flattery and started to believe that the emperor might really be a true dragon son of heaven. First, the highest yield corn was brought by the founding emperor of Dayong as a blessing. Could it be that the one on the throne now is another true dragon after Emperor Huang, the ancestor? The old duke tapped his toes on the ground, and his boastful acting made his face turn red. Such things should be taught by elders to their juniors. He suddenly bowed and said, "Long live the emperor. May great Yong prosper forever." Others around him looked confused. His acting was really no better than that of his annoying grandson. But everyone present, no matter what they secretly thought, didn't want to see their country invaded. If the foundation is gone, nothing can stand. After the old duke, clever officials kneeled and shouted, "The emperor is destined by heaven. May great Yong thrive forever." Soon, everyone who could breathe knelt down, their voices rising higher and higher. Everyone's face turned red with anger, wishing they could shout louder. Even the ambassadors from the four countries, despite their reluctance, had to bow and pay respects. They felt very frustrated inside. The emperor of Great Yong was a true dragon. What about the emperors of other countries? Were they just small beads played with by the real dragon? Everyone loved good words. The emperor didn't expect the little princess to take so much credit for herself. From helping people in the northern regions to opening granaries, over 90% of officials in the court opposed it, including the loyalists who secretly doubted it. It wasn't until the visiting ambassadors from the four countries, with hidden motives, arrived that the officials' resentment reached its peak. No one knew how much pressure he faced every day. The previous emperor's harsh rule left behind foolish ministers who only flattered but did nothing useful. Over the past 10 years, he had removed many of them. But completely controlling the court was not something that could be done overnight. The little princess brought not only abundant crops that could save Great Yong from disaster, but also a medicine to stabilize the court and boost the army's morale.
Sister,
even if you leave first, you've left me such a precious gift. The emperor wiped away tears, feeling so happy that it was like taking a miraculous medicine. His eyes shone with joy. I will not let heaven or the people down. I will make Great Yong rich and strong. Everyone stand up. The court ends here today. Tonight, there will be a banquet at the palace. All officials are invited to taste this divine grain. And you, the emperor looked at the ambassadors from the four countries in the Golden Palace, some looking frustrated, others defiant. Don't be late for the palace banquet tonight. Come and share in the blessings and good luck of Great Yong. The emperor's tone was really annoying, as if his own child had just achieved top honors and neighbors were jealous and resentful, yet still invited to a feast. He smiled politely, pretending to admire how outstanding others' children were. When the court was dismissed, Luo Xi, Lu Yanjin, and Qi Rui were kept behind. Many officials who left looked envious. The emperor was about to secretly reward them. Even the unruly son of the duke's mansion, who was useless, was present. Who knew how many good things he would get? Why couldn't their child have such luck? When Yin Yao came out, he saw many officials gathered at the palace gate, unwilling to leave. He knew exactly what they were after. They just wanted to make friends with Luo Xi, hoping to get some grain seeds from her to plant at home.
Or
perhaps some spies from other countries wanted to secretly steal the seeds and send them back home.
Ha! Such clever plans.
Master Zhang. Masterly. Why are you still here after the court? Standing in this wind. Yin Yao strolled casually in front of the two eager officials. He remembered that these two had shown him open disdain and dislike during the court. Now they were waiting here, shameless. They exchanged glances, looking awkward. But without some nerve, they couldn't stand tall in the court. Luo Xiaoyu is talented. I heard he was among this year's top candidates. An old man who once supervised 3 sessions of the imperial exams, can offer some guidance to Luo Xiaoyu. Yes. That was his reason for trying to win Luo Xi over. Seeing the old man confident and sure of himself, Yin Yao's gaze turned strange. The last scholar who tutored Luo Xi had already retired. Don't ask. If he met a student like Luo Xi again, he might not live long. Yin Yao patted the old man's shoulder. Good luck. In the imperial study, since 2 others were present, the emperor kept his emotions in check. He looked at Luo Xi presenting more sweet potatoes and whispered, "This is a higher yield crop, about 4,000 units per mu. The potatoes already caught attention, so you should secretly plant this one as you instructed." The emperor's hand trembled slightly, and he pressed his forehead with his hand, chuckling to himself. His little princess was truly clever. He believed that if she were someone else her age, she might have revealed everything just to show off. She was such a smart child, showing the 4 nations' envoys that De Yong had plenty of grain, but not revealing her true cards. Just like her elder sister, she was gentle and wise. He spoke to the 3 people, but his gaze fixed steadily on Luo Xi. "It is a blessing for the emperor to have you all in Dayong." Then he waved his hand, and countless treasures of gold and silver were bestowed. Qi Rui was excited. In all his life, this was the first time he received such high praise and rewards from the emperor. Indeed, following his little cousin was the right choice. Luo Xi smiled and handed over a guide on how to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. The emperor read it carefully and remained silent for a long time. He had thought that such high-yield crops would require very strict land and weather conditions. To his surprise, these crops could grow just with soil. Compared to the warm southern climate, the dry and cold northern land was actually more suitable for planting. This would be very helpful for the northern lands, which had not yet recovered from disasters. The emperor's fingers slightly clenched beneath his royal robe. He seemed to have many words to say, but finally smiled gently at Qi Rui and Lu Yanjin. "Both of you help my royal chefs learn how to cook potatoes. Tonight, I want the 4 countries to see what they can do." Lu Yanjin, who had spent a lifetime with the emperor, immediately understood that this was a command to leave and that the emperor wanted to speak privately with Luo Xi. Luo Xi also gave him a reassuring look, and he responded with a deep gaze. In his past life, without Luo Xi, and without high-yield potatoes and sweet potatoes, the 4 countries had suffered greatly under Dayong. Half a year later, the Northern Army invaded the border. At that time, he was just lying in bed, unable to move. He knew that the battle was extremely difficult and brutal for Dayong. King Silver Yao from the northern desert nearly sacrificed half his life to repel the invaders. His old injuries flared up on the battlefield, causing his cultivation to regress from a realm of perfection to internal strength, and he could no longer advance. Many years later, When he arrived in the capital, Dayong's vitality still had not recovered. Because of this person's arrival, everything was about to change. Luo Yanjin lowered his gaze and, with Qi Rui, left the imperial study. After the doors closed again, the emperor's calm expression changed. Under Luo Xi's watchful eyes, he climbed onto the imperial desk. He reached under the plaque, took out an imperial decree, and handed it to Luo Xi, eagerly urging her to open it and see. Luo Xi hesitated for a moment, then opened the decree. Her expression changed when she saw the content. Dayong had never appointed a woman as queen before. This move by the emperor was truly shocking. She liked it, her eyes full of joy as she closed the imperial decree and tucked it into her. "Thank you, uncle." Seeing her happy, the emperor was also very pleased. The uncle and nephew closed the door and talked all afternoon. By the time the palace banquet started in the evening, Luo Xi had already been officially recognized as an imperial merchant by the emperor. In ancient times, merchants were considered equal to slaves and couldn't take the imperial exams. After the emperor took the throne, this policy was abolished. The government focused on developing people's livelihoods and supported merchants to grow the economy. Now, merchants like Luo Xi could participate in the exams normally. In the afternoon, she was heard to be running several workshops and wanted to expand further in the capital. The emperor, pleased, granted her the title of imperial merchant. Officially, this was a reward for her contributions of high-yield grains and a royal estate on the mountain outside the city with hot springs. Such a estate, nestled by the mountains and water, was a prime location in the capital. Wealthy families and nobles occasionally visited, and it was quiet. Luo Xi liked it very much. When she arrived, she thought her city home was too small. She had enough space, but her little white dog, a big-headed creature, could only sadly stay in the yard. Now, she had a small hill on the estate where her dog could run freely and play. At the banquet, officials looked at the three young people accompanying the emperor and showed envy. From commoners to the emperor's favorites, how lucky was this young man with outstanding talent and bravery. The banquet was officially held to honor the four nations' envoys, but in reality, it was a welcoming feast carefully arranged by the emperor for the little princess. Because she was a meritorious official, her seat was placed at the emperor's lower end, above the princes in the front row, sitting with the envoys. Everyone was surprised by this arrangement. The fifth prince smiled at the first prince and said, "Brother, that Luo Xi, she might be the emperor's illegitimate child outside of marriage, right? Looking at how much the emperor favors her, the crown prince should be careful." "Don't you think so, fourth brother?" The handsome fourth prince, dressed in a purple brocade robe, frowned slightly. "Fifth brother, stop talking nonsense," he scolded, but his eyes flicked toward the crown prince to gauge his reaction. The crown prince, with a gentle and refined face, smiled softly and said, "In that case, fifth brother, you'll have one more younger brother. You're no longer at the bottom. Congratulations." The fifth prince choked. The fourth prince chuckled softly. The other princes drank quietly, while the fifth prince loved to provoke the crown prince. He often got clever replies that left him speechless, but he enjoyed the challenge. The emperor had 5 sons and 7 daughters. The crown prince was the legitimate son of the previous empress. Perhaps influenced by the eldest princess, the young emperor disliked delicate, soft beauties. He fell in love at first sight with a young lady from the general's household who loved swordplay and martial arts. He tried every means to marry her, and they lived happily for a few years. Until the emperor ascended the throne, the harem was filled with many charming women, and the empress died during a carriage. He married a new empress, who bore the fourth prince. After that, only one more son, the fifth prince, was born, and no other princes appeared. The princesses kept giving birth one after another. Rumors said the emperor and empress had a strained relationship, but only they knew the truth. Luo Xi asked, "Did the empress come?" The emperor's face darkened a little. Seeing Luo Xi's curious eyes, his expression softened. The empress prefers vegetarian food. She can't digest meat dishes served at banquets.
Well,
It's almost as if he's openly saying, the Empress isn't suitable. Afraid the young princess might misunderstand him as a scoundrel, he quickly explained, since you just arrived, I didn't let those old women come bother you. He had heard that the young princess disliked bad men. The last one, Luo Xi, who betrayed Yanjin, was made to cry and curse in his house every day. He couldn't afford to lose his good image as a caring uncle. He secretly told Luo Xi, your aunt has only one person in her life. If there's a chance, I'll take you to see her portrait. Luo Xi shrugged. She had ruled an empire, and the old folks who used to eat and do nothing loved to send handsome men her way. Every time she returned from fighting strange creatures, there would be more men dressed, almost exposing their behinds. They kept sending more men next time, and she enjoyed it. If she had time.
Oops.
If she weren't so determined, her little ones might have been just passers-by. People who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand. Little puppies with red eyes kneeling pitifully, calling out to their sister. A fierce warrior who shows a cold face to everyone but smiles only at you with six-pack abs, shedding all his clothes, who wouldn't get a rush of adrenaline. A mere boy with a heavenly voice singing softly by the window every night, who wouldn't get mesmerized. Alas, it's her fault for dying too early in her past life. She never got to experience the men of the harem. Luo Xi clicked her tongue, looking regretful. Suddenly, a sneaky voice whispered in his ear, what are you reminiscing about? It was this, that made Luo Xi shiver and awkwardly laugh. I definitely didn't think about those male foxes from the past. After saying that, Luo Xi saw Yanjin's eyes turn mysterious, and his tone became playful. How many male foxes were there? What were they like?
Tell me.
No. Let me explain. Luo Xi bit his tongue and kept quiet under Yanjin's increasingly gentle gaze. Luckily, at this moment, a group of beautiful palace maids brought out a variety of delicious dishes. Luo Xi picked up a chopstick and put a piece into his mouth. Almost blurted everything out. After eating a bite of crispy stir-fried shredded potatoes, Luo Xi's eyes lit up. Even Yanjin, who is usually sarcastic, couldn't help but notice. It was truly a master chef skill. The simple dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes was fragrant, crispy, and spicy, making people want to have a second bite. More dishes were served one after another at the palace banquet: potato stew with beef, potatoes braised with duck, and the famous 3 fresh vegetables. The emperor even added soft, tender potatoes into the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Before the apocalypse arrived, there was an old saying among the people: everything can be paired with potatoes. Even the staple food in front of everyone was a bowl of potato noodles and mashed potatoes. Compared to the monotonous palace banquet dishes, today's menu was fresh and new. After everyone tasted each dish, the emperor's laughter echoed through the banquet hall. What do you think of the dishes, Your Majesty? No matter if it was sincere or polite, everyone had to show respect. The officials all praised the food. The emperor then turned his gaze to the envoys from the 4 countries. And the guests? What do you think? The little prince of the Western Kingdom, with a round face and dimples, nodded politely in approval. The crown prince of Biling showed a reluctant expression. It's okay. If it hadn't been for him eating half a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, the emperor might have believed his okay. The second prince of Shueji country had an expressionless face like ice sculpture, taking only a small taste, unable to tell if he liked it or not. Finally, from Nansang country, instead of a prince, came the powerful regent. He asked straightforwardly, this is the new high-yield grain variety from Daeong, right? Does Nansang have the qualification to purchase the seeds from the Daeong emperor? He asked about the qualification openly, but his confident look made the emperor understand his intentions. The other 3 countries eagerly listened for the answer. Every country has rare treasures. Compared to shiny but useless gold, silver, and jade, they have changed their minds and now want the high-yield grain seeds gifted by Daeong. They are determined to get them. The emperor laughs openly. The regent has good judgment. Not only are these dishes delicious, but the staple food on your tables is also made from new grain seeds. Come on, eat more and tell me your opinions. He doesn't mention the grain seed trade. Once potatoes are widely grown in Dayong, they will inevitably flow into other countries. But the emperor doesn't plan to give away the seeds easily. In 2 years, when the treasury is full, or when he can get a piece of the other 4 countries, he will consider trading the grain seeds. When he hears that the staple food is also made from potatoes, the young prince from the Western Kingdom feels bored. He realizes that Dayong's new grain can be used not just as a dish, but also to make staple foods. That changes everything. The potato noodles in the chicken soup are no longer tasty. The other countries also.
Tas ibland.
Only Dayong's officials enjoy the food, and with the 4 countries' envoys looking unhappy. It tastes even better. Yes, yes. This mashed potatoes are great, perfect for my grandson who just finished weaning. Whether the person speaking will actually give the mashed potatoes to his grandson who just finished weaning doesn't matter. The 4 envoys feel hurt. A clever young person nearby adds, "That's right. Grandparents are old. Grandma will definitely like the soft, sweet-tasting mashed potatoes." The 4 countries. They feel even more hurt. This is food that everyone from 99 years old to just learning to walk can eat. Everyone looks bitter. Dayong boldly shows off these foods to prove their grain reserves are full. Do they still have a chance? The emperor, he says he only just received these seeds today and has no reserves. Do you believe that? Luo Xi. It's possible. They can have as many as they want. The main goal of this visit has already failed. The crown prince of Biling feels stomach pain and quickly leaves. "I am unwell. I must leave first." The young man from Shueji Kingdom, as cold as ice and snow, also stands up silently and leaves. The 2 countries still arguing with the emperor, eager to get the grain, are left behind. Until the palace banquet ends, Luo Xi politely declines the emperor's invitation to stay in the palace and leaves with Yanjin for a walk outside. She helped Dayong solve the food crisis. The emperor's favoritism was understandable, but staying overnight in the palace was too much. As evening approached, palace lanterns flickered on both sides. Luo Xi and Yanjin walked side by side along the stone path in the palace, settling old scores. "Can you finally talk about the male fox now?" Luo Xi choked. "Let's change the subject." She thought they would have another intense argument, but Yanjin gently let go of the topic. "All right. Then tell me about your relationship with the emperor and Yinyao." His voice was gentle, not aggressive, as if asking what they had for dinner. Luo Xi felt a toothache. This man was too sharp. She changed her tone. "Maybe we should talk about the male fox instead?" He chuckled. "Ha, actually there's nothing really secret." The woman disguised as a man was the original owner, and Yanjin hadn't asked about her gender, right? Just as she was about to say something, hurried footsteps and a young man's urgent call came from behind. "Brother Luo, Brother Lu, you 2 kept me waiting." An Li, who had met her during the provincial exam in Nannan Prefecture, hurried over and casually hooked his arm around Luo Xi's shoulder. "Good. Now that you're in the capital, you didn't even let me know. You caused such a fuss. I even cleared out the best courtyard, waiting for you to arrive." Luo Xi remembered what Yanjin had said. An Li might have a strange illness. She quickly pushed away his paw on her shoulder, annoyed. "Just speak normally. No need to touch." She noticed both men liked to give her houses. On her first night in the capital, Yinyao brought a stack of land deeds, letting her choose where to stay freely. Today, the emperor also sent a stack with the same message. "Just stay wherever you like." An Li shrugged. "Today, Rui Changxiang brought some good stuff from the southwest. My friends and I went there. Want to relax and have some fun together?" After saying that, he remembered Luo Xi might not know since she just arrived in the capital. "Have you read The End of the Road?" Recently, there's a craze for gambling on jade stones in the capital. Everyone hopes to find a hidden paradise in the jade, like in the stories. Luo Xi looked teasingly at Yanjin, whose expression was calm, even a bit gloomy. She nudged his elbow and pouted. "Let's go see what kind of chain reaction Master Simo's book has caused in the capital." Yanjin, whose courtesy name was Simo, was also his pen name when writing books. Looking at her eager little face, Yanjin knew that Luo Xitian loved fun and lively places. Being too strict would only make her dislike it. He smiled affectionately and agreed. "Okay, And Li didn't forget to introduce Luo Xi to the place, Ruchengxiang, the biggest entertainment house in the capital. As long as you have money, there's nothing you can't do inside, he added. I guarantee you'll like it after one visit. They say there's a batch of Western beauties auctioned along with raw stones. Luo Xi became even more interested and quickened her steps. Less than 50 meters away, Qi Rui was caught by his father and shouted loudly, "You reckless kid! Where do you think you're going?" Seeing his father's serious expression, Qi Rui swallowed nervously and reached out a hand toward Luo Xi's departing figure. "Cousin. Big brother. Help me." Unfortunately, Luo Xi, entirely focused on the Western beauties, didn't hear him. She left the palace and got into Li's carriage. Inside the carriage, decorated with Eastern pearls and furnished with tables made of golden Nanmu wood, it was clear that the Yin family was wealthy. Luo Xi gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother, your style is quite high." And Li was momentarily stunned. What does style mean? Never mind, he decided to take it as a compliment. He smugly lifted his chin and said, "That's..." As the carriage swayed toward Ruchengxiang, the embassy received news simultaneously. In the Biling courtyard, Dyson was whipping a bloodied maid, making her scream and beg for mercy. Upon hearing the report, he casually broke her neck, put on his clothes, and sneered coldly. "Go! Why haven't you gone? Today, that little kid Luo Xi in the Golden Palace asked me why the flower is so red. Now I will personally go tell her the answer." In the Nanseng courtyard, the regent king, with his prayer beads, opened his eyes. "Go. Instead of dealing with the old fox Emperor Daong, it's better to find a breakthrough from Luo Xi and give me a change of clothes." In the western country, at the Snow Jia Kingdom's courtyard, the same voice was heard. "Go." They wanted to see what kind of skills the young boy, who could turn the tide on his own, really had. Ruchengxiang, the biggest entertainment house in the capital, offers food, drink, fun, treasures, beautiful women, auctions, and gambling on raw stones. Everything you can think of for entertainment is here. The carriage stopped outside the grand gate of Ruchengxiang, a 3-story building shining with gold and jade. The ground was paved with white jade, and inside, on both sides, were priceless Ru Kiln's sky-blue glazed wash basins. The ceiling lamps were carved from jade, impressing everyone who saw them with their grandeur. At the entrance, a team of armed guards patrolled. The young servant respectfully led everyone to a private room on the 2nd floor. When the door was opened, inside was a scene of luxury and indulgence. Several 2nd and 3rd generation young men from the capital were already waiting inside. As previously mentioned, Luo Xi was not surprised. Several suspicious glances fell on her, but Lu Yanjin gave a cold stare in return. A very handsome young man approached, with delicate features that made it hard to tell if he was male or female. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at Luo Xi, saying, "Why are you just standing there?
Come in."
Li strolled in casually, pointing at the handsome young man to introduce him to Luo Xi. "This is Yuanhua, the young marquis of the Yuan family. This is Jin Baiwan from the Jin general's estate." Luo Xi glanced at the chubby young man who looked like a happy Buddha. She wondered if he was really from a military family or just some foolish son of a landlord. "And his name?" "TSK." The chubby young man, feeling confident, waved his hand and said, "We're brothers now. Come, sit next to me." Li introduced everyone one by one. There were 5 or 6 young men in the room, each with a notable background. Whether sincere or not, they all nodded and greeted Luo Xi kindly. In the capital, news spread quickly. As soon as Luo Xi offered high-yield seeds, everyone in the city knew within a day. They had a purpose for this visit, to see if they could get some seeds for their family. These seeds were born from the aura of true dragons, a gift from heaven. Growing them could bring the same dragon energy to their own land.
Who wouldn't want that?
Luo Xi confidently sat beside Jin Baiwan. The chubby young man picked up a wine jar and poured a glass for her. "Try this. It's our Ruchengxiang's signature Xiaoyao brew. Rare and precious, a good wine that's only given, not sold." Looking at the amber-colored wine with a strange floral aroma in her glass, Luo Xi was about to lift it when a large hand grabbed her fingers. Yanjin's eyes flickered with a subtle warning, indicating she shouldn't drink. Luo Xi raised an eyebrow. Was there a problem? Yanjin nodded slightly, indicating the wine was suspicious. Their eyes met for just a moment. The others in the room saw Luo Xi pick up and then put down her glass, feeling suddenly bored. Making friends was one thing, but this person's attitude was another matter altogether. Most of the people present were known playboys from the capital, supported by their families and fond of eating, drinking, and having fun. They couldn't get along with those who appeared serious and proper. Although they were wealthy playboys, not everyone in their small circle was accepted. I couldn't help but wonder if Luo Xi was also pretending to be serious. I suddenly felt bored. Then Luo Xi casually spilled the drink on the ground, with a carefree and charming look, and said, "What a lousy wine, with a cheap floral smell. Can you really drink this?" Everyone was speechless. This person really has a big mouth. I couldn't help but chuckle. What? Does Brother Luo usually drink fine wine? Not exactly fine wine, but I can let you try some. Luo Xi snapped his fingers. Outside the door, Nanji carried a beautiful glass bottle and pushed it open. He respectfully placed the glass bottle on the long table in the room. When we saw what was inside, the teasing expressions on a few young men's faces disappeared, and they all gathered around in surprise. The purple-red liquid inside the glass bottle shimmered in the dim candlelight, reflecting colorful, dazzling lights. The chubby guy silently swallowed, thinking, wow, what a big shot. Using a priceless glass bottle to hold wine. Could this really be fine wine? Today, I was lucky to taste such a rare drink. Luo Xi casually removed the wooden cork from the glass bottle, gently shook it, and suddenly, a fruity aroma mixed with strong wine scent hit us. It was sweet with a slight bitterness. Luo Xi snapped his fingers again. Nanji, pour some for everyone. Let's taste our Nanan Mansion's special grape wine. Nanji turned her palm and took out a few luminous cups, placing them in front of the young masters. Each poured a small half-glass. It wasn't that she was stingy. The master said red wine shouldn't be poured full. Luo Xi raised his glass first, swirling it lightly, with a carefree and satisfied expression. It's best to let the wine breathe before drinking. After that, it tastes even better. As he spoke, his naturally raised lips brought the red liquid to his lips. He took a sip, and his already bright lips became even more enchanting. Everyone, ed in surprise, feeling they had been tricked. They lost this round. But they didn't mind. One by one, they imitated Luo Xi's way of tasting the red wine. Taking a sip, they quietly enjoyed the lingering flavor on their lips and teeth. Jin Baiwan clapped his hands and praised, "Brother Luo, great wine. Compared to this, that Xiaoyao brew is just trash." Luo Xi glanced at the noisy chubby guy, raised an eyebrow, and smiled lightly. "Like it? I'll give you some." The chubby guy was overjoyed, casually slinging an arm around Luo Xi's shoulder. "You're a real brother. I, Jin Baiwan, accept you." The others weren't happy about that. "Brother Luo, you can't favor one over the others." Luo Xi waved her hand confidently. "I like all of them. I'll send some to your house tomorrow." She was thinking about how to open the wine market in the capital. Since the generous benefactor was already offering, she took a small sip of red wine, a meaningful smile on her lips. "That's very kind of you." Everyone clinked their glasses with Luo Xi, showing initial approval of her. As long as someone wasn't a bully or a villain, Luo Xi was willing to make friends. Most of them were protected children from wealthy families, simple-minded, and easy to get along with. They were easier to be with than some heirs of big families who were sneaky and full of tricks. They played happily and comfortably together. No one wanted to sit with people who constantly looked suspicious and tried to test each other. That was too boring. Yuanhua had somehow sat next to Luo Xi. He clinked his glass with hers. "Thanks for taking care of the Lu family and indirectly helping me get rid of Yanjin, that little troublemaker." Luo Xi thought for a moment and realized what Yuanhua was talking about. She raised her glass with a meaningful look and asked, "Just a kid around 7 or 8 years old. Do you dislike him?" Yuanhua's face showed a complicated expression. "What good can come from the Jiang family? After my grandfather died, my parents felt sorry for the young boy. His father died, and his mother remarried, so they raised him as their own son. But the more they raised him, the stranger he became. My mother once overheard him talking with the prime minister, saying that the Marquis estate wanted to disown him. Yuanhui took a sip of wine, showing a sarcastic smile. To be blunt, with my grandfather still alive, not to mention that his father is gone, even if my uncle were still here, the future heir of the Marquis estate would be decided by my grandfather. This little kid, raised by the Jiang family, has started to learn how to scheme. Since he likes it, I'll let him have it. I truly treat him well, but it's just to spoil him. That's really annoying, Luo Xi said casually. Yuanhui leaned closer and whispered, "You don't like the Pingxi Marquis estate either? Want to play a bigger game?" How? Luo Xi became interested. Yuanhui made a decisive gesture, and Luo Xi raised her glass to clink with him. An undisclosed plan began in this dim, private room. The door opened, and several beautiful women entered one after another. Enli pointed at a handsome young man and said to Luo Xi, "Take good care of my brother." He remembered Luo Xi liked handsome men, so this arrangement probably made sense. The young boy looked like a frightened little rabbit, with slightly reddened eyes, curled up beside Luo Xi. He was steady as he poured wine for her and brought the cup to her lips. His peach blossom eyes watched the trembling little rabbit. Luo Xi reached out with her index finger and gently pinched the soft flesh on his chin. "Be good," just as he was about to take a sip of the wine to his lips. In the past, the Empire had many entertainment venues. After dangerous missions, team members often went to indulge in pleasures. In the apocalypse, there were no rules. People traded willingly, and she often went with her comrades for drinks and entertainment, familiar with the scene. Suddenly, a large, bony hand reached out from the side and snatched the wine cup away. Lu Yanjin's eyes were dark, and his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Do you like being fed?" Receiving the warning look from the man, Luo Xi swallowed her words and shook her head. "No." Lu Yanjin leaned close to her ear, his breath cold. "If there's any more physical contact, I'll cut him into pieces right here." A sharp, cold glare shot over, and the little rabbit went from pretending to tremble to actually trembling. Wow, this man's presence is so intimidating. The killing intent in his eyes feels real. Luo Xi obediently pulled her hand back from the little rabbit's face. She wasn't afraid of threats, but she thought it wouldn't look good to hit Lu Yanjin in front of so many people. Truly, since the cutting warning, the little rabbit wanted to stay 8 feet away from Luo Xi, only daring to kneel on animal skins and pour drinks across the table. This small scene didn't attract others' attention. Then, a loud gong sounded and Jin Baiwan announced, "The auction begins." Enli nodded, raised his hand, and pushed open the window of the private room. Below was the interior of the auction house, with a large high platform where a beautiful woman stood gracefully. From this angle, her delicate, translucent veil revealed a hint of her fragrant shoulder. This faint, semi-visible appearance made the crowd in the box howl. "Qingzhu Jia. Qingzhu Jia is so wonderful." The beautiful woman shot a white-eyed look at their box, her expressions full of charm. She exuded a mature, commanding allure. Qingzhu didn't hold back. She directly presented tonight's first auction item. A maid carried a red lacquer tray onto the stage. On the red silk cloth was a small jade bottle, about the size of a thumb, with a pill quietly resting inside, barely visible through the bottle. The beautiful woman with red lips lightly opened her mouth. A pill that can improve internal strength, crafted by Elder Chongbai of Wanshou Mountain, starting at 1,000 taels. Enli rubbed his hands eagerly. "This one, I want to buy it for my grandfather. Maybe he can use it to break through to the transformation stage." Luo Xi clicked her tongue. This was the first time she heard of a pill that could boost cultivation. She wondered if it would work for her special abilities. She planned to bid for it. Lu Yanjin took away her bidding card. "Relying on medicine to boost strength is superficial. If you want to try, I'll make one for you when we go back." While they spoke, the price of the pill had already risen to 3,000 taels. "Can you do this too?" Luo Xi played with a strand of the man's hair at his temple. Yanjin nodded and explained, there are hidden sects in the martial world. Some focus on martial arts, others on medicine. Elder Changbai is considered one of the divine doctors on the continent. In her past life, she traveled all over the south and north for her legs. She even stayed on Wanshou Mountain for half a year. Unfortunately, she learned almost all of Elder Changbai's skills. Luo Xi thought that the little scholar she picked up casually was truly versatile. It was a huge gain. When she heard that pills might cause false strength, she lost interest. Her special ability has been at level 4 to stay steady. If she only focused on her realm, she could at least recover to level 6 now. But that would be like destroying her own future. She might never reach the peak of level 9 again. In the end, the pill was bought by the neighboring box for 4,200 taels. And Leaf felt a bit discouraged. Grandfather has achieved fame and success in his life. His only wish is to reach the Grandmaster level before he dies. Everyone gave some insincere comfort, and the matter was over. There's no such easy breakthrough. The number of Grandmasters at the transformation stage probably doesn't exceed 5 fingers. Next was a sword. The moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, a cold light flashed, and Luo Xi seemed to hear the roar of dragons and tigers. The chubby boy exclaimed, Chunjun. It's the noble and unmatched Chunjun sword, one of the top 10 famous swords. Then he murmured absent-mindedly, why would it appear at an auction? What? Others crowded around the window, their heads almost reaching onto the stage. In other private rooms, the sound of porcelain breaking could be heard. Noticing Lu Yanjin's gaze lingering on the Chunjun sword, Luo Xi asked with a smile, do you like it? Yes, Lu Yanjin honestly replied, I like it. In a past life, this sword kept circling back to him over many years, helping him fend off assassins sent by his enemies countless times. As he lay dying, he didn't think about his future, only carefully stored away his old partner, letting it wait quietly for its next owner. She casually said, 30,000 taels. After calling out her bid, Luo Xi raised an eyebrow at Lu Yanjin, smiling freely. Like it? I'll give it to you. Then she turned back. 40,000 taels. The surrounding people started cursing openly, adding 10,000 taels after each bid. Who is this young person? Did they follow the rules? Soon, a heavy voice came from the neighboring box. The jade sword is a lost treasure of my pavilion. Young friend, could you give me face? The heavenly secret pavilion will reward you greatly. 50,000 taels. Everyone else was going crazy, adding 10,000 taels at a time. How could others compete? Meanwhile, the elegant woman from the next box was quite happy to see this scene. The higher the final price, the more commission Rui Changxiang would earn. Luo Xi scratched her head and sat up straight. If she remembered correctly, the pavilion master of the heavenly secret pavilion was still in Hurin's backyard. The owner had been caught, so how could these people still have the mood to attend the auction? She smiled confidently. Thank you. I don't need Shuan souls. 60,000 taels. Her great-uncle was the emperor, her maternal uncle a prince, her cousin a high-ranking official, and she was a wealthy merchant. But now, she was broke, with only silver left in her pocket. As Luo Xi finished speaking, a tangible pressure came from the neighboring box, making her voice tremble. Young one, do you think my face is a shoe insole? Laughter erupted from the various private rooms. Brothers, you understand each other perfectly. Why say it out loud for others to laugh at? The old man was gasping heavily, trembling as he pointed at the neighboring private room. Listen, listen. That reckless young brat called me a sick dog. In the chaos, Luo Xi quickly bought a pure gold sword for 60,000 taels, snatching it away before anyone else noticed. The others in the crowd were furious. pounding their chests and stomping their feet.
It.
They were so busy watching the show they forgot to bid higher. 60,000 taels sounds like a lot, but for a legendary sword, it was just enough. Qingzhu was disappointed. The price was too low, but there was nothing she could do. She had already loudly warned everyone before the hammer fell, even shouting until her throat hurt. Soon, a beautiful maid knocked on the door and brought the pure gold sword on a red velvet tray. Using her sleeve to hide, Luo Xi took out a stack of silver notes from her space and counted out 60,000 taels, then handed them over. After confirming the amount, the maid handed the sword to Luo Xi. Luo Xi gently touched the patterns on the sword's scabbard, feeling a bit of admiration. All the silver she scraped together from the 4 great families of Yongning County was spent on this sword. Without hesitation, she threw it to Lu Yanjin, smiling meaningfully. "Old buddy, huh? Let's get to know each other again." Luo Xi understood immediately the complex, nostalgic look in the man's eyes, like 1,000 words unsaid. The significance of the sword to Lu Yanjin was like the bone hammer to Luo Xi. Both were old friends who fought side by side. The man gently stroked the familiar patterns on the scabbard, then looked up with a faint smile. "You've spent a lot, I'm happy." Luo Xi casually popped a grape into her mouth, raising an eyebrow with a light smile. "Just words of thanks? How about something real?" She worked hard to earn money, so she wouldn't have to bow her head for petty gains, to enjoy a free and wild life. She was never the type to be timid or compromise. Anything that could be solved with money. Wasn't it better than going on a killing spree when she first arrived in the capital? The man leaned in, gently hooking Luo Xi's little finger with his pinky. His narrow eyes sparkled, and the scent of wine made Luo Xi feel dizzy. "What do you want?" he asked, pointing to his chest and abdomen. His voice was tempting. "Want to touch my abs?" He had been craving her to see his abs for a long time. Every time he looked at her, he couldn't look away. Luo Xi's shameful heart fluttered, but she said, "That's a bit difficult." Her eyes, full of hope like peach blossoms, couldn't hide her longing. "Shall we go home now?" The man's smiling face suddenly darkened. His thin lips uttered 2 cold words, "Dream on." Then he turned to look at his treasured sword. When her mother was alive, she used to say that things easily obtained are often not cherished. Before Luo Xi fell in love with him, he would never let her get close easily. Luo Xi clicked her tongue, still keeping her morals. Then more items were brought out, like a pearl the size of a dragon eye, East Sea coral, and a crown worn by a former emperor. Is this also auctioned? Wouldn't her uncle cut off her head if she wore it? From this, it's clear that Reqingxiang has a very strong background, starting from the highest royal relatives. At the same time, the 4 countries arrived one after another, each opening 4 private rooms close to Luo Xi. After a batch of century-old medicines was auctioned, Qingzhu held up a blue book as thin as a blue brick. The pages were yellowed, and the writing on the cover was blurry. Lu Yanjin looked at it quietly. Luo Xi had a bad feeling. Qingzhu smiled and introduced. "Everyone knows that our ancestor Huangdi founded the country with his wisdom, while the previous dynasty's ancestor used force. He is known as a legendary warrior." This book, The Ancient Warfare Classics, was written by the founding emperor of the previous dynasty. It records over 100 battles he fought, including troop formations, clever strategies, and more. Today, only this one copy remains in the world. Starting bid: 5,000 taels.
Wow.
Luo Xi exclaimed. "What? The starting price for this book is 5,000 taels? Even gold leaf paper wouldn't sell for that price. Only a fool would buy it." As soon as she thought this, Lu Yanjin raised his paddle. 6,000. Then the bids kept coming. 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. Luo Xi was stunned. Is this the kind of spiritual food that scholars love? She didn't understand, but she was very shocked. Seeing Lu Yanjin raise his bid by another 10,000 taels, Luo Xi really wanted to cut off his hand. Yes. She disliked every book equally. "Sweetheart, isn't it better to buy some rice and lean meat? I can teach you how to lead soldiers and fight. There's no real need." Yanjin glanced at her lightly and leaned in to whisper 4 words in her ear. Her eyes lit up instantly. Are you serious? Yanjin nodded. This will only be revealed a year later. At that time, the ancient warfare classics was obtained by the chancellor, who used it to manipulate the emperor. After confirming this, Luo Xi silently shoved 10 large denomination banknotes into Yanjin's hand, showing her determination to buy the book. The man smiled as he pushed the money back into her sleeve. You gave me a pure jade, and etiquette says I should give you something in return. After a cup of tea, Yanjin bought the Ancient Warfare Manual for 20,000 taels. The wealthy young men in the room stared in shock. Compared to these two, they were no longer the biggest spenders in their families. After receiving the book, Luo Xi flipped through it and asked quietly, "Where is the treasure of the former dynasty?" Yanjin only knew that the map to the treasure was hidden inside the book. In his past life, he had only heard about it. Specifically, we'll study it together when we go back. Luo Xi calmly put the book into her arms. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. Before the apocalypse, a wise person once said, "Study hard and improve every day." These few words contain great wisdom. Yes, human progress comes from knowledge. She loved reading. Finally, Luo Xi's goal for this trip was clear. The 4 women only wore thin veils, leaving their most important parts exposed. The beautiful Western woman was roughly pushed onto the stage. The chubby man exclaimed, "Just looking at her already got me hard." Since the room was full of men, he spoke openly about intimate topics without feeling guilty. But after he finished, everyone in the room burst into laughter. The cultivation technique of the Jin family was special. Men under 18, before their bones fully developed, could not break their vows. So, the chubby man was still he could only get aroused. Luo Xi also got hard, but her anger made her fists clenched. In this era, women could be traded like goods. In the apocalypse, every woman was a hope to continue humanity. She understood that each era had its own culture. The system of collective responsibility, slavery, and polygamy in Danyong she could somewhat accept. But no matter the time, women should never become playthings for powerful men. This was not about the era or borders or races. Luo Xi suddenly lifted the long cloth covering the stage, gathering her strength. She threw the cloth through the open window onto the nearly exposed woman. With her supernatural power, her furious voice filled the room. Try exposing them again? Luo Xi made her move, not out of kindness or mercy. Today, she ignored the women being insulted. Tomorrow, if her own powers were taken away, she might end up among these women. Yanjin was right. Her reason always outweighed her feelings. Some things should be let go, but others must be dealt with decisively. If it was voluntary, she would still whistle softly. But this clearly was coercion and insult. And Li grabbed Luo Xi's arm. "Brother, don't be impulsive. Don't interfere. Chengxiang isn't a place for trifles." Luo Xi suddenly shook off Li's hand, his expression colder than ever. "If your mother and sister were on that stage today, would you still say I'm meddling?" "And Li, I thought you guys just like to have fun, but it seems I was wrong about your sense of right and wrong." And Li hesitated, releasing Luo Xi's arm. 3 years ago, his own sister was betrayed over her marriage, kidnapped by bandits, and mistreated. If only she had met Luo Xi back then, maybe all the tragedy could have been avoided. He suddenly smiled, throwing out a token. A shadow in the room's darkness caught it, and Li's voice rang out. "Go. Summon my family soldiers and surround Chengxiang." Then he looked at Luo Xi. "You're right." Everyone else looked confused and trembling. What's wrong with brother today? Why is he acting crazy with the newcomer? On the stage, after Luo Xi finished speaking, Qingzhu calmly withdrew her hand, which was about to pull down the Western beauty's shawl. Honestly, as women, she didn't like such scenes either, but she was just following orders from above. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. An old voice, unknown in origin, echoed through the auction hall. "Who dares to be so presumptuous at Chengxiang?" An invisible, intangible force pressed down toward Luo Xi's room. Everyone skilled in martial arts felt this force. Some struggled to breathe, their trained energy suppressed harshly. This made the people from Tianji Pavilion in the next room laugh. The old man in black sneered, a small brat who thinks he's clever. Do you know that within Reborn there are hidden tigers and dragons? Before he finished, he suddenly froze. Luo Xi's room emitted a cold snort. In an instant, the oppressive force vanished into thin air. The hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone heard a cough of blood coming from just behind the high platform. They could sense that the old voice belonged to a peak inner energy martial artist, someone who was very close to reaching the level of a grand master. Such a powerful person was actually forced to retreat and even spat blood? Who exactly is the great expert visiting Reborn? On the stage, the green bamboo and 4 Western beauties were called down by a bearded man, and the crowd immediately started murmuring. Inside a private room, a few young inner energy practitioners looked at each other in confusion. What just happened? They had just felt death approaching, but the sword hanging above their heads suddenly disappeared. They were still stunned. Only Enli looked deeply at Luo Xi, who was leaning against the window with crossed arms. He was sure he hadn't misjudged. Luo Xi had just made a move. What level of skill must she have to hurt someone with inner energy from afar? In theory, only a grand master could do that, but Luo Xi was only 15 years old. Could she be a grand master even her grandfather would look up to? In the next room, Dyson pushed away the beautiful woman leaning on him and looked toward Luo Xi's direction, wiping his lips with his thumb. Interesting. In the private room of Nanseng Kingdom, the regent king, calm as a meditating monk, opened his sharp eagle-like eyes and muttered, "A grand master in the transformation stage."
How could that be?
She was just a small girl with no hair yet. Is this a case of shifting flowers and trees? Or is the great young hiding something deep? No matter which, he had to be extra cautious on this trip. In the highest-class private room of Reborn, Yin Yao sat comfortably in a soft chair, smiling at a shadow covered in a black robe across from him. "I told you there's no problem. You've just been worrying too much." From under the black robe, the emperor's voice came. "I underestimated that child. Return to the palace." After hearing that 4 countries had come together to block Luo Xi, he felt uneasy in the palace. Long Yi was just a useless person, so he pulled Yin Yao out of bed. With the great young king guarding, his little princess could stay safe. But he didn't expect that the little princess was. Gently adjusting his black robe to cover himself from head to toe, the emperor said, "Let's go." "Yin Yao. So, why did they come all this way? What's their purpose?" Knock, knock, knock. There was rhythmic knocking on the private room door, and a deep voice outside said, "This is Li Guorue from Reborn. I request to see you." And Li called out first, "Come in." Then he quietly explained to Luo Xi, "Li Guorue is the official manager of Ruichang Xiangming." He then muttered softly to himself, "I didn't expect him to come in person." A bearded man pushed the door open, his sharp eyes scanning around and finally settling on Luo Xi, who was leaning by the window playing with a wine cup. He chuckled loudly. This young man must be the talented youth who produces a lot of grain. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. "I thought I'd finish my busy work first and then come to visit, but my subordinates might have caused you trouble." His flattery didn't make Luo Xi flustered. She smiled calmly and said, "You're overpraising me." She didn't deny that someone from Ruichang Xiangming had caused her trouble. When others treat her politely, she's not a crazy person who only shouts and fights when things go wrong. She first observes what this person is really after. Li Guorue clearly understood what Luo Xi meant, and he sighed inwardly. Even at such a young age, he remained calm and unshaken, which was impressive. He clapped his hands, and 4 shy Western beauties lined up behind him. Enemies should be resolved, not made. These 4 beauties are a gift from Ruichang Xiang to apologize. I hope today's matter can be settled peacefully. It wasn't that he was humble. The Grandmaster in charge had fainted from exhaustion, and no one saw how this young person had made his move. Faced with such a prodigy, either they settle the matter peacefully or eliminate the problem completely. He thought that for today's small incident, there was no need to make enemies with such a genius.
Business is about harmony.
You are thoughtful, so thank you. Luo Xi raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. Today, she came here because of the Western beauties. She isn't interested in romance, but plans to open a glass shop in the capital and buy some for her storefront. Ruichang Xiang offered her this gift, and Luo Xi saw no reason to refuse. Seeing her accept the gift, Li Guorui laughed heartily. He was about to say something to strengthen their relationship because Ruichang Xiang also wanted the seeds Luo Xi had. The door of the pastry shop opened, revealing Dyson, who was adjusting his tight pants. When he saw Luo Xi, he made a teasing gesture. He dragged over a woman in disheveled clothes and mischievously asked, "Want to play together?" Luo Xi clearly recognized the woman's face and looked away expressionlessly. She respected women but didn't interfere in every matter, especially when it was a mutual agreement. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you a wild dog? The kind that has no restraint and gets excited anytime, anywhere?" Dyson's face visibly darkened. In Biling, showing strength is a symbol of power. Luo Xi surprisingly called him a stray dog that is always in heat. He raised his hand to stop the guard from drawing his sword, looked around at the semi-open private room doors, and spoke with a slightly twisted tone. "I came to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. Anyone from Dayong can insult me openly. Should I take this as a declaration of war from Dayong against Biling?" Many people secretly watched from the rooms, holding their breath. One sentence from the Biling prince raised the conflict to a matter of national rivalry. How will this young man, who has contributed abundant grain and made Ruchengxiang bow his head, respond? If he can't handle it, Dayong will lose face.
And if he can? Ha!
She, a minor official with no power or influence, what can she do? Rely on the emperor's fleeting favor? Luo Xi gently raised her eyes. While everyone was sweating nervously for her, her expression remained indifferent. Prince of Biling. The fundamental difference between humans and animals is that humans have thoughts, while animals only have limbs. After speaking, ignoring Dyson's expression, she called out to Enliyuan, Hua, and others behind her. "Aren't you all going to play with gambling stones? Let's go and see." Dyson's face darkened again. "Stop dodging the question. Is Dayong afraid of my Biling cavalry?" Luo Xi turned around with a smile, her lips slightly parted. "Do you know what you look like right now? Like a monkey pretending to be a tiger?" Lu Yanjin replied. Yuan Hu shook his head, a smile appearing on his handsome face, more like a trapped beast eager to find a way out. Both of them knew how to set the stage for Luo Xi, and their words were quite fitting. Just then, a commanding voice came from the staircase at the 3rd floor. "If you want to fight, then fight." The emperor descended the stairs, his majestic dragon eyes sweeping over everyone present, stopping at Dyson. "Repeat what you just said in front of me." As soon as the emperor appeared, many private rooms gasped in shock. He was here and personally intervened. The emperor approached Dyson, looking down at him with authority. "Are you sure Biling wants to go to war?" Dyson was overwhelmed by the emperor's imposing presence, unable to lift his head. His face turned pale, and then pale again. Only the cold snort from the Dayong emperor reached his ears. His gaze fell on Luo Xi's beautiful, carefree face, and unconsciously softened. "Remember today's challenge. If you do well in the exam and rank in the top 3, I will give you a chance to face Biling directly." He thought to himself, the Prince of Biling is really a good person. He was planning how to openly hand over the army left by his sister to the young princess, and this fool just gave him such a perfect opportunity. Seeing the emperor's meaningful gaze, Luo Xi understood and responded with admiration and closeness. "I, a commoner, accept the order and will not let your majesty down." Clatter, clatter, the sound of porcelain teacups breaking came from the private room. What did the emperor mean? As long as this civilian ranks in the top 3, he gets a chance to face Biling? Did the emperor realize what this really meant? He started as at least a general, but did he understand the significance? The battle between Biling and Dayong is almost certain, just waiting to be confirmed. If this young man doesn't mess up and can survive the battlefield, the promise the emperor made today will be her stepping stone to a brighter future.
Oh my.
The emperor is so impulsive. Is it too late to stop them now? But the emperor's words are serious, and he made this promise in front of envoys from 4 countries. Even if they rush out to stop him, it might be too late. Could Luo Xi really be the emperor's illegitimate child? His obvious plan to pave the way for her is too clear. Feeling the resentment around him, the emperor looked again at Luo Xi's group of young troublemakers. And you all, don't be cowardly when trouble comes. Anyone who invades our land will be punished, no matter how far away. For the first time, the troublemakers received the emperor's direct attention and were inspired by his words, their spirits high like chickens on steroids. They looked eager to rush forward and execute the prince of Biling on the spot, to show they weren't afraid. The officials hiding in the shadows couldn't understand. They thought the emperor was paving the way for Luo Xi, but it also seemed like he was warning Biling through these young troublemakers. They just couldn't understand. Truly, they couldn't understand. Dai's son snapped out of his daze from the emperor's pressure, his face dark. His task was to gather intelligence for Daong, and though he really wanted to, he dared not fight. To regain some face, he said, "The Daong Emperor's declaration of war, I will honestly report to His Majesty. So, you're just a puppet, huh? I overheard your shouting from the 3rd floor, and thought you had some real ability." Everyone was stunned. Even the usually diplomatic emperor was suddenly sarcastic. Luo Xi knew the emperor was supporting her, and she felt amused and warm inside. In both lives, she protected others, and for the first time, she experienced being protected herself. She liked it. The emperor subtly winked at Luo Xi, then, after speaking, calmly left with Silver Yao. On the carriage, the emperor changed from his previous commanding demeanor. He hurriedly pulled his black robe over his head and urged Silver Yao, who looked unimpressed, to hurry. "Yao, I snuck out without anyone, and what if those traitors send people to attack us later?
Quickly.
Return to the palace." Silver Yao. At Rechengxiang, Luo Xi lost interest in the auction items behind her and called some young troublemakers to check out the underground gemstone betting area. Li Guowei personally led the way. Along the way, he said to Luo Xi, who looked relaxed and unaffected by earlier events, "Young Luo, as someone experienced, I'll give you a friendly warning." He pointed at 4 Western beauties following behind, looking confused and helpless, and said, "Objects are just objects. If someone else were in charge today, and you insulted Rechengxiang's reputation over a few objects, things might not end well." He thought this was more of a friendly reminder than a warning. There are always stronger people beyond the sky. On the continent, she isn't the only master. If someone else had been in charge of Rechengxiang today, insulting its reputation could have led to a fierce fight. Luo Xi smiled and looked at him. "Managerly, as a token of gratitude, I'll give you a piece of advice too. Always leave a way out. Your family has an elderly mother, wife, and daughters. Selling women is your choice, but don't use such low-level jokes. It's not appropriate. I've heard there's a matriarchal society somewhere at the edge of the world. There, they practice polyandry. It's full of sins. Who knows, one day someone might break your legs or you to sell as a male." Li Guowei choked, thinking about being stripped and pushed onto the auction block, chosen by a group of hefty women. He shivered with disgust. He accidentally tugged at his big beard on his chin and hissed, looking speechless at Luo Xi's calm face. "Your little mouth really doesn't hold back." He never thought such a day would come, but thinking of his wife and daughters at home, he couldn't bring himself to argue. He pushed open a grand door that seemed to reach the sky. The noise of shouting, arguing, and loud cries rushed toward him. He took the lead and called out to Luo Xi and others behind him, "We've arrived. Rising, rising, rising." The underground stone gambling area covers about 8 or 9 acres. As soon as the door opened, the bustling noise and lively chatter flooded out, and the inside was as bright as daylight. Stacks of raw stones piled high like small mountains could be seen everywhere. A group of wealthy young men gathered around the stones, touching and examining them as if they knew a lot about them. There were display cabinets with raw stones showing their jade material through skylights, whole uncarved jade blocks, and beautifully carved jade ornaments. Li Guorui casually picked up a black jade carved qilin and threw it to Luo Xi. "This is for you." Luo Xi caught it and played with it, her eyes full of interest. Just as Li Guorui was secretly observing her, expecting her to accept it naturally or pretend to be polite. Suddenly Luo Xi said, "Can I exchange it? I like that one better." Li Guorui looked in the direction she pointed. It was a display stand holding a Kunlun jade picio. Not to mention that the jade itself was extremely valuable, but the carved picio was the masterpiece created by the master in the shop after half a year of hard work. "You have to admit, this little girl has good taste." He was a bit speechless. "I've never seen someone accept a gift and then pick something else. Today you saw it." Luo, she said very calmly. Li Guorui felt a bit stuck. Should he give it? Luo, she hadn't promised him anything. Should he not give it? He had already spoken. He really wanted to cut off his own claws, so annoying. After weighing the pros and cons, he forced a smile like it was nothing. "That's our shop's treasure. I can't give it away. I really can't. Anyway, you can look around and play freely. I have a stomach ache, so I'll go to the restroom first." He then quickly slipped away. Unli opened his folding fan, nudging Luo Xi with his shoulder. Knowing he wouldn't give away the picio, why not just take his jade qilin for free? Luo Xi smiled meaningfully. "Only if he first refuses, then I dare to play openly." "What do you mean?" Enli asked Lu Yanjin as he watched Luo Xi walk toward a pile of raw stones. The man showed a meaningful smile, indicating that she means that others will refuse her first, and then she will refuse others later, making her seem more justified. Everyone was confused, wondering if Rui Changxiang would ask her for help later, and if she was just preparing to refuse. A graceful maid smiled and introduced to Luo Xi, "Honored guest. The raw stones you're looking at now are cheap and unlikely to produce good jade. Why not look at some higher quality raw stones here? They have a better chance of producing jade." The maid saw clearly that these young men were brought by the head steward himself. Judging by their clothes, they weren't short of money, and if they were well served, they would give generous tips. "Are raw stones divided into poor and rich?" Luo Xi asked out of curiosity. The maid's face twitched. Raw stones divided into poor and rich? Does she even realize what she's saying? If she weren't personally brought here by the head steward, she would turn around and leave now, thinking to herself, but she kept smiling. "Raw stones are not divided into poor and rich, only into quality, dear guest." After patiently explaining, the maid told Luo Xi that raw stones are classified into 3 qualities: low, medium, and high, with prices ranging from low to high. Smaller stones of poor quality, like the pile at her feet, cost about 300 coins per jean. Some are 2 to 6 ounces per jean. Even better ones can be 100 ounces per jean. The most valuable raw stones are those with good jade inside, and their price is based on value, not weight. Luo, she clicked her tongue. A raw stone the size of a brick weighs about 10 jean, starting at around 3 ounces. Without some background, she couldn't afford to play. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed the properties beneath her feet. 2 types, gold and earth. When she opened her eyes, she bent down and picked up the raw stone with the strongest earth attribute, tossing it in her hand. The maid's face darkened. She had said this pile of raw stones was the cheapest and unlikely to yield good jade, yet Luo Xi was still choosing. Did she see something she missed? As Luo Xi picked out one stone after another from the trash heap, the maid almost rolled her eyes in frustration. Just then, a teasing laugh came from behind. Wow, isn't this Luo Dinyo, the big expert from Bailing, rummaging through trash for treasures? Having just been humiliated by the other 3 kingdoms, Dyson wanted to leave, but he couldn't swallow this insult. If he didn't restore the scene today and word got back to Bailing, he wouldn't have a good outcome. His mother often said, "Where you fall, you get up from." Well, that's a common saying, and he thought it was very true. Knowing Luo, she came to the stone yard. He simply followed to find trouble. There was no second emperor to come out and defend him here. The maid was excited when she heard this. To her, the pile of stones worth 300 coins looked no different from trash. Feeling like she found a kindred spirit, she looked pitifully at Dyson and said, "I also advised him, but young Master Luo wouldn't listen. Dyson lifted the maid's chin and said, "Staying behind such a person will only starve you. Little beauty, come with me." Hearing that he was a prince, the maid became even more excited. She was eager inside but still pretended to be hesitant, asking, "Young Master Luo, what do you think?" Luo Xi was using his mental power to check inside a greenish stone. His perception was accurate. This dense, earthy stone indeed contained jade. Without turning around, he waved his hand dismissively, like swatting flies. "Finally, someone is willing to take it. Let's go, let's go." Dyson's mischievous face stiffened. Did he think Dyson was just a fool to take the blame? In a sudden move, Dyson grabbed the maid's hand forcefully. The woman looked pained, covering her rapidly swelling chest, and let out a painful cry. "Ah." Dyson looked pleased. Luo Xi turned back, his eyes cold. "Can't control your animal instincts again? Can you stay away from me? I really don't understand what you're showing off about, Mr. Quick." And Li, who was choosing stones nearby, burst out laughing. He and Luo Xi had spent a few days in Nana Mansion, so he roughly understood what Mr. Quick meant. Next to them, Yanhua asked curiously, "What does Mr. Quick mean?" Luo Xi had almost picked all the dense, attribute-rich stones. Hearing this, he smirked teasingly. "It means he can only last 3 breaths in that matter." Ha ha. A burst of laughter spread around. Young people who came to gamble on stones often had reckless eyes. Their bold gaze swept over Dyson's lower abdomen, and that blatant stare made Dyson's eyes nearly pop out. He had a secret that no one knew. After his biological father died, his mother married his uncle. She was busy competing for favor in the harem, neglecting her young son. She left him in the care of eunuchs and palace maids. Those dark, twisted palace maids and eunuchs would torment him at night. 4 or 5 senior maids would take turns. The methods of the eunuchs were even more perverted and beyond words. He was corrupted by a group of eunuchs while still innocent, leaving deep physical and psychological scars, often unable to behave humanely. After Mother Queen stabilized her position, she cleared out the eunuchs and used her status to invite a great doctor from Daeong to treat him. His health had only slightly improved, but overindulgence had damaged his body and recovery was limited. Luo Xi's words hit him deep in his pain. He looked at the lazy, relaxed young man in front of him, with killing intent flashing in his eyes, but a smile on his lips. "How do you know I won't live long? Have you tried?" Yanjin looked up, his cold, killing aura more intense than Dyson's. His deep voice made the room fall silent. "The 5th item is on stage. You appeared at Rechengxiang. Before the 7th item starts bidding, a maid entered the Biling private room. It took less than half a tea break for her to open the door, face everyone, and tie her pants. If Luo Xi's words could be understood as mocking the Biling prince, then Lu Yanjin's clear timeline was proof enough. He was crushing the Biling prince. Everyone looked at Dyson with dark, unclear eyes. Nan Sang, the regent king, added fuel to the fire. "I can prove that this young man's words are true." Suddenly, whispers spread openly among the crowd. Daeong, it must be very small. Nan Sang, it must be very short. Western Kingdom, it must be very soft. After stating their opinions, they all looked at Xueji Kingdom, who remained detached, like an outsider, urging, "Don't fall behind, brother." Xueji Kingdom's second prince, as cold as ice and snow, coldly said 4 words, "Watch me do nothing." As soon as he spoke, his otherworldly aura vanished, and everyone sneered. Dyson, the person involved, looked terrible. His face was ashen, like he had been stripped in front of everyone, subjected to their judgment. Veins on his forehead bulged, and his brain buzzed. His muscles tensed painfully. Luo Xi's ears twitched as she heard a series of cracking bones. Dyson clenched his fists. Was he about to attack? She quickly waved away the curious onlookers. "Go away. Pick your stones." Then she smiled at Dyson, who was nearly losing his mind. "Really? Just a joke, and you take it seriously?" She and Lu Yanjin had discussed the arrival of the 4 kingdoms. Dyson was very likely a discarded sent by the power holders of Biling to Daeong. The 2 countries cannot go to war without a clear reason. If Dyson dies in Daeong, he would be the perfect spark to start a conflict. Not only would this eliminate a major threat, but it could also be used as an excuse to attack Daeong. Even if this person is arrogant and annoying, Daeong must not act against him. Instead, they should secretly protect him to prevent Bailing from taking advantage. Who knows, their own people might kill Dyson and blame it on Daeong. That sounds unpleasant, but it could very well happen. The Emperor probably already sees this clearly, which is why he tolerates this person's disrespect. Luo Xi thinks that in this situation, it would be best to tell Dyson the truth and then let this person go to cause trouble in Bailing. But he finds the person too disgusting and doesn't want to deal with him. To prevent this person from losing control, Luo Xi smiles and brings the situation back to normal, saying, "Don't be angry. It's not good to be misunderstood as losing your temper." Dyson, who is just calming down, shows a vein bulging on his forehead again. How can someone have such an annoying mouth? But Luo Xi was not wrong. Although Dyson looks miserable and embarrassed, his outburst now is no different from openly admitting he's a fool. He takes a few deep breaths, his eyes filled with killing intent. He forces a smile to change the subject. "Luo Xiao, you've gained quite a lot today. Dare to play a few rounds with me?" Luo Xi knows that most dark and twisted personalities are closely related to their past experiences and environment. But he really can't feel sorry for this person. Was his past tragic? Maybe so. Some people, after being hurt, will do their best to revenge their enemies. Others, however, take their suffering and want everyone else to experience it too, attacking indiscriminately. Luo Xi now just wants to slap Dyson into a brothel and ask the girls there if any of their backgrounds are less tragic than his. People like this don't deserve redemption. Smiling casually, Luo Xi shrugs and asks, "How do you want to play?" Dyson's delicate face returns to calm. "Bet your life." "Dare you?" His voice is sinister, giving a chilling feeling. Luo Xi openly reveals Dyson's most unwanted secret, showing he's prepared to kill. If this person doesn't die, today's humiliation will never be forgotten. Luo Xi raises a finger and shakes it.
No, no, no.
"I can't take your life, young master. At least you have some self-awareness." Dyson snorts coldly. As he finishes speaking, Luo Xi says, "You are the discarded scent from Bailing. If you die in Daeong, Bailing might use your death to cause trouble. Such a simple trap. Only a fool like you can't see through it. I won't fall for it. Let's try again." Dyson's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Before Luo Xi could reply, an old man who had been silently standing behind Dyson suddenly burst out in anger, almost poking Luo Xi's eye with his finger.
"You
arrogant child, first accusing our crown prince, then insulting our king. You are truly unforgivable. Tomorrow at court, I will demand an explanation from the Daeong Emperor. Someone like you, who talks without thinking, should have their titles taken away and be executed at Wumen." Hearing Luo Xi's words, the representatives from the three kingdoms, who had been smiling calmly, now looked serious. The three envoys' smiles faded, and their faces darkened. Thinking carefully, this speech wasn't without reason. If Dyson died, not only would Bailing have a valid reason to cause trouble, but it would also remove the eldest prince of Bailing. Everyone standing at the top of power knew that the way the king of Bailing rose to power was not entirely honorable. Seizing the throne through treachery and killing relatives, it's unlikely his heirs would get the throne honestly. They didn't attack Dyson because they didn't want to give Bailing a chance, but Luo Xi, whose foreign official status was only half remaining, didn't hold back. He kicked the old man, sending him flying. The old man's body tumbled like a projectile, smashing hard onto a pile of large stones, spitting out blood. Those with good hearing even heard the cracking of bones. They couldn't help but grimace. They felt sorry for this old man. After the fight, Luo Xi's smile remained unchanged. "What? Did I expose Bailing's conspiracy and make you angry?" Then he raised an eyebrow at Dyson, who looked lost in thought. "Still want to play? It's getting late. I need to go home and see my children." The two kids were still waiting at the inn. They had played enough for one day. For some reason, although Dyson disliked Luo Xi, his killing intent toward her had lessened. He didn't bother about the old man who was still in the stone pit. He smirked and said, "Play. Why not? If you don't risk your life, the loser will kneel and apologize. Everything we gain today belongs to the other, and the final bill is yours. Deal?" Then he asked, "How old are you? Do you already have children?" Luo Xi shrugged indifferently and sneered, "Everything I get belongs to the other? Are you already eyeing my pure Juan sword again? People from Bailing are really greedy." Dyson didn't expect her to react so quickly and to see through his purpose right away. Her mind is truly sharp and perceptive. According to the rules, the raw stones are freely chosen, and whoever opens the most good jade wins. Luo Xi looked at the other 3 envoys and asked with a smile, "Gentlemen, are you bored? Want to be judges and have some fun?" He thought the lively little prince from the Western Kingdom would be the first to agree, but surprisingly, it was the second prince of Snowju Kingdom, Shui Wushuang, who spoke first. He coldly and simply said, "Okay." The envoys accompanying him were surprised. The second prince dislikes trouble and doesn't like to get involved in domestic affairs, so why would he want to join this? The little prince from the Western Kingdom had no objections either. He showed a small dimple and liked lively events, preferably a fight. The regent of Nansang smiled deeply. "I have nothing to do, so I might as well be a judge and have some fun." Everyone knew Dyson had a special ability to turn stones into gold, thanks to his sensitivity to minerals, which helped Bailing find many ore veins. Because of this, Dyson managed to stand firm in Bailing despite being surrounded by enemies. The king of Bailing wanted to get rid of him several times, but the elders strongly opposed. Weapons and iron ore are crucial for a country. The regent of Nansang asked, "I understand the bet just now, but I don't know how many raw stones you all want to choose for the bet." Nansang is a wealthy country with the most developed agriculture among the 5 nations. Its people are well-fed, and there are plenty of places for entertainment. The regent is also an expert in gambling on stones. Luo Xi was indifferent, whatever. Dyson, confident in his abilities, believed the others would try to get the most benefits. As expected, Dyson smiled and said, "How about each of us choosing 300 raw stones? 150 each, totaling 300. If they find a few top-quality jade stones, Dyson would make a big profit. Adding in the pure Juan sword and the ancient weapon manual, he could just barely offset Luo Xi's disrespect." "Luo Xi, do you agree?" the regent asked. "Yes." Luo Xi nodded. She wouldn't lose anyway. Dyson opening more good stones just meant making wedding dresses for her. She would keep some and try not to ruin the children. Both sides agreed, and the regent said, "Each of you pick 300 raw stones. In the end, the loser pays." "Manager Li, is that okay?" At some point, Li Guorui ran back and, upon hearing the news, agreed without hesitation. The rules at Rechengxiang are that payment must be made before opening the raw stones. There are exceptions, but since everyone present is a powerful person from different countries, no one is short of money, and he's not worried about anyone defaulting. Dyson coldly snorted and turned toward the high-grade raw stone area. Luo Xi cast a deep look at one of the stones over there, worth hundreds or thousands of taels. She picked 300 pieces, hoping he wouldn't get carried away. Qingzhu, the beautiful girl in green bamboo, walked over to Luo Xi with a sweet smile. "Young Master Luo, I'll accompany you." She liked Luo Xi, who respected women. When Dyson took the maid beside her away, she volunteered to personally guide Luo Xi.
Great.
With good company, Luo Xi naturally wouldn't refuse. "Just tell Qingzhu which stones you're interested in, and she'll have someone move them to the front tables." The young masters who were busy playing suddenly stopped, some following Dyson, others walking behind Luo Xi. Dyson looked at the raw stones like a doctor examining a patient, touching, feeling, smelling. He even sniffed a stone as big as his face that was lying on the ground. Luo Xi twitched her lips, more like a dog, wasn't it? Luo Xi mainly relied on her senses to select raw stones. Those with strong metal and earth attributes were likely to produce good jade. She could verify this during the cutting process. Watching Luo Xi's fingers gently glide over the stone surface and pick out a raw stone, Qingzhu secretly worried. With so many eyes watching, She couldn't remind her directly. She could only discreetly lead her toward the high-grade raw stone area. There's a reason for the difference in quality. In the high-grade zone, at least 1/5 of the stones can produce jade. This beautiful young boy clearly looked like a beginner. Qingzhu didn't want her to lose too badly. In the high-grade area, luck matters more, and it's better than picking the prettiest stones randomly here. Seeing Qingzhu's intention, Luo Xi didn't stop her. Choosing 300 stones from over 10,000 raw stones was too easy. The two of them passed by the mid-grade raw stone area without even glancing at it. This area had the faintest metal and earth attributes, even weaker than the low-grade zone Luo Xi could sense. Qingzhu knew the inside story. Most of the stones in the low-grade zone produce small or sticky types of jade, used to attract newcomers. The high-grade zone was for insiders. When good stones appeared, most people would choose to sell them to Reborn, or wealthy young masters with no other places to spend their money. Buying 5 or 6 stones was enough to find jade. The middle-grade area is the most profitable part of the gemstone market, filled with large waste materials, mainly used to trick wealthy young family members who think highly of themselves. Qingzhu was surprised that Luo Xi didn't even look at her actions. She believed Luo Xi trusted her, so she took her to a quiet corner and whispered softly, "This is a place to entertain important guests. You can choose blindly." Luo Xi closed her eyes as she was told, and sure enough, this was the area with the strongest aura. From afar, Li Guowei saw this and muttered with a smile, "Girls are outgoing." The regent king raised an eyebrow, seeming to understand something. Luo Xi picked 5 raw stones with the strongest aura. From a distance, Li Guowei's cough reminded Qingzhu that her time was almost up. The beautiful woman crossed her arms and pouted, then led Luo Xi to another spot. After walking around, Luo Xi's long table was filled with dozens of raw stones of various sizes. Qingzhu had someone bring a chair and some tea and fruit. She was even lying on a raw stone, sniffing around. Compared to her relaxed enjoyment, others looked much more serious, which made many people laugh. Dai Sun took longer and, casually touching and picking stones, judged that Luo Xi was a novice, guessing she was guessing blindly. Not only him, but everyone else thought the same. She should carefully choose raw stones, not just fool around. Finally, Dai Sun returned with a mischievous smile and stood behind his long table. Li Guowei asked the two, "Will you try to open the stones yourself or ask a professional stone cutter?" Many people liked to open stones themselves, feeling excitement from the ups and downs. Seeing Qingzhu and Luo Xi choosing stones in the middle, Dyson thought that Ruan Changxiang was a big fool, favoring his own people. Worried that the stone cutters might cheat, he decided, "I'll do it myself." Luo Xi was lying on the chair and didn't get up. She casually popped a grape into her mouth and said, "Let the master do it. I'm not good at this, just pay me." Dyson glanced at Luo Xi, who was clearly enjoying herself, and said meaningfully, "I heard Luo Gongzi has great strength. Opening a stone is easy for you, so why let others do it?" Luo Xi rolled her eyes and said, "I plan to keep these hands for killing the Northernling dog. Besides, I came here to enjoy myself, not to compete with my master over food." She then looked at Dyson, whose face darkened. "Is Northernling so poor that even princes need to learn side jobs? Don't worry," she added with a teasing smile. "When the throne of Northernling is no longer yours, you can still support yourself with your skill in jade carving. It's good you're thinking ahead." The prince truly has a far-sighted view. Luo Xi showed a mischievous, teasing smile, as if saying, "How sad for you." While making everyone laugh, Dyson's teeth itched with irritation. This guy is not only ruthless and cunning but also very sharp-tongued. Arguing with her is just asking for trouble. Luo Xi's words also made Dyson very concerned. The fact that the current king on the throne wants to eliminate him is undeniable. Would he really tell Luo Xi that he plans to get rid of Dyson during the diplomatic mission to Daeong? Thinking of this, Dyson lost interest in arguing with Luo Xi. He snorted coldly and picked up a raw stone, starting to chisel it with effort. Luo Xi turned to the 3 jade carvers behind her and said, "Please, do your best. I'll pay double." Li Guowei sat on a stool in front of Luo Xi, smiling and asking, Aren't you worried they might damage your raw stone? Luo Xi shot him a confident look and said firmly, leave professional work to the professionals. I trust them. The daily auction of raw stones at the jade market brings in thousands. The master carvers handle more stones in a day than most people do in a lifetime. Who else can I trust if not them? Hearing this, the three master carvers felt reassured. As young masters, they loved being called upon and appreciated. For the first time in their careers, they received such high recognition. Encouraged by the double payment, they vowed not to disappoint this young master who trusted them. Li Guorui was also very pleased with Luo Xi's response, affirming the master's skills. This also reassured him about Reqingxiang. His previous doubts, especially about Luo Xi injuring an elder in the sect, had completely disappeared. Their attitudes became friendlier. He called someone to bring his private stash of tea to share with Luo Xi. However, Luo Xi was quite dismissive. She snapped her fingers and Nanji understood immediately. She quickly went to fetch the special tea set from the carriage. While waiting, Luo Xi had already opened 3 raw stones. They were full of white crystals inside, but her expression remained unchanged, signaling her to continue. More than half of the 300 raw stones she picked were discarded stones she casually selected. He is not foolish. He always chooses raw stones that contain jade. Opening them in public is like openly showing others that he has special skills. Finally, when Nanji returned, the crowd around shouted excitedly, "It's gone up. Luo Xi's raw stone has increased in value." Everyone rushed over eagerly, watching the faint green color emerging from the stone. Master's spirit was lifted. He changed his carving knife to a rougher tool and carefully polished the area, revealing the green. Li Guorui looked at Luo Xi, who remained calm, and raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to take a look?" "Not in a hurry. It's fine to wait until more is revealed later," Luo Xi said, signaling Nanji to place the tea set on the table in front of her. She washed her hands, boiled water, and started brewing a special kind of tea. Her movements were elegant and noble, with long, white fingers, each step full of rhythm and grace. Anyone who saw her casually couldn't look away. Especially Li Guorui. Watching Luo Xi's delicate, jade-like fingers, he couldn't help but think, "TSK, this doesn't look like the hands of a martial artist." When a rich, fragrant aroma of tea wafted over, Li Guorui snapped back to reality and discreetly swallowed. He loved both wine and tea, and this aroma told him it was good quality. Luo Xi poured a cup for Lu Yanjin and others nearby, then raised her hand to invite Li Guorui to taste. He mimicked Lu Yanjin's gentle sip, and immediately his eyes lit up. The tea is clear and bright, with a sweet aftertaste. "Very good tea, young Master Lu. May I ask what kind of tea this is?" And the brewing method is quite special. He was very interested in her way of brewing tea, which carried a kind of ancient charm, perfect for discussing business in the marketplace. Just looking at it made people feel calm. The tea leaves were brought from Fuzhou by someone I know. As for the process, it's called gongfu tea. People from the 4 countries looked at the aroma and came closer. The regent king asked with a smile, "Luo Gongzi, it's impolite to eat alone without inviting guests. Look at my brain. I've forgotten about you all." "Luo," she replied casually. She knew very well why the 4 countries came to Dayong. Did she expect to treat them politely? She wasn't a sycophant, trying to impress them with her beauty. If they wanted tea, they could come and get it themselves. Who would wait for an invitation? Luo, she rolled her eyes. "Wow." Suddenly, a loud exclamation came from the direction of the raw stone. "Wow, wow, wow. Such a clear purple color. Is this high-quality ice violet?" Hearing about the high-quality ice violet, the 5 countries, including her own, all looked over. Luo Xi. Luo Xi has found the high-quality ice violet. The regent noticed that when this young boy, not much older than a teenager, heard that he had found the high-quality ice violet, his hand, which was pouring tea, didn't shake at all. Compared to Dyson, who was still struggling and working hard with a rough stone, the calm and confident aura of the young boy in front of him seemed more like a carefully trained successor of the royal family. Master Gem Cutter, sweating heavily, hurried over to Luo Xi, trembling as he held out a piece of clear, shiny purple jade to her. "Young master, I didn't let you down." Luo Xi took the purple jade, played with it in her hand. It was about 80% transparent, with good water quality, and most importantly, very beautiful. She compared it to Lu Yanjin's chest, smiled a little, feeling a bit girly, then casually placed it on the table in front of her, waving her hand. Reward, a silver ingot worth 10 taels, was handed into her hand. The old master's face, full of years of experience, turned excited and red. 10 taels. That's enough for several months of work. He gratefully continued to open more stones, working even more enthusiastically. "Congratulations, Luo Xi. Good luck, Luo Xi. Are you selling the jade?" Seeing the lively scene nearby, Dyson's face darkened. His subordinates forcefully split a raw stone in half, but unfortunately, the small piece of soft jade inside was cut into two, making it less valuable. Luo Xi, the little brat who took advantage and then acted innocent, even loudly warned him, "Be careful, Prince Bailing. All the jade material you lose is mine. If you damage it, you'll have to pay the price." Dyson's face darkened further, and he silently moved on to the next stone. With the first success, there was a second. In just an hour, Luo Xi successively found 10 or more types of jade, including ink green jade, water-type jade, Baishan jade, red jade, yellow-brown jade, dry blue jade, and iron dragon jade. Everyone was stunned. Was she not a beginner? Could she really have the luck of the legendary person who can bite on golden sand and still find treasure? Why would such a talented person gamble on rough stones? Why not go to the sky and seek fortune? Luo Xi looked at the row of beautiful jades in front of her. She picked up a piece of black ice jade, like ink wash painting, which she liked the most. It was called Shui Mo Hua, or ink painting jade. The black and white colors mingled, like a masterpiece of nature's brushwork, forming a magnificent landscape. Everyone leaned in to look at this piece of jade, unable to help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." And Li swallowed hard, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This mountain and water, this landscape, if there's space, it must be in this piece of jade. He excitedly grabbed Luo Xi's hand.
Luo Ritian.
"Not Luo Xiong, could you part with this piece of jade? I'll trade a city in Bailing for it." Dyson, standing nearby with a dark face that looked like ink, asked, "Are you serious?" He was cursing the people of Daong silently when his eyes suddenly caught a deep, serious shade of green.
Dyson Street Hithead.
He accidentally knocked over 2 white stones beside him. The noise drew attention from others, and someone shouted, "Imperial green! It's imperial green! The Prince of Bailing has found imperial green." Dyson's hand trembled, nearly slicing his hand on the rough paper. Instinctively, he looked at Luo Xi, then smirked. "I'm lucky today. 1 piece is worth a whole table." Luo Xi clapped and cheered.
"Wow.
Amazing." All that stone-cutting practice paid off. Dyson really wanted to strangle this sarcastic little brat. He clenched his teeth and finally took out a thumb-sized piece of imperial green jade from a small raw stone. His face lit up with joy that he couldn't hide. The other countries, people shook their heads secretly. Although imperial green jade is precious, many royal family members have a few pieces of it. Was it really worth showing off so much? It was embarrassing for the royal families who stood at the top of the continent's power. Dyson was happy because he finally outperformed Luo Xi. He looked meaningfully at the ink wash painting on her table and said, "The water's good. I need a waist pendant, and this one you have is just right." Just as he finished speaking, the crowd gasped. Someone exclaimed, "Wow! What kind of jade is this? It looks transparent." They looked toward the source of the voice and saw a master holding a nearly transparent piece of jade. If you didn't look carefully, you could see straight through the jade to his hand. Luo Xi immediately recognized it as glass-type jadeite. It had a fine luster, with a natural glow that made it one of the best types of jade. The master, who had been working on stones for 10 years, had never seen such jade before and was stunned. Li Guorui, who knew a bit more, stepped forward to explain. This kind of nearly transparent jadeite is often found in the raw stones brought back from the southwest. I've also cut a few pieces. He turned his palm and took out a jade Buddha. The material was transparent and faintly glowed. Luo Xi immediately saw tiny cotton-like fluff floating inside the jade Buddha, indicating slightly lower quality. Li Guorui also sighed. It's a pity that the 3 pieces I cut from most of the raw stone couldn't compare to Brother Luo's piece. He felt a bit regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have given her that jade Qilin statue. Now, it would be easier to ask her to buy this piece of jade. When faced with Luo Xi's sharp gaze that seemed to see through everything, Li Guorui felt very awkward but still forced himself to ask, "Young Luo, would you be willing to part with it?" Luo Xi didn't refuse and asked back, "Are you sure you want this?" Li Guorui hesitated for a moment, but then nodded firmly. He had cut most of the raw stone he brought from thousands of miles away in the southwest, but he hadn't encountered such high quality before. Missing this chance today might mean missing it forever. The Emperor Green in Dyson's hand was rare and expensive, but Ruichang Xiang still had some stock. However, the piece in Luo Xi's hand was even rarer and more precious. Rarity makes something valuable. It's not that Emperor Green isn't worth money, it's just too valuable. Many royal families and major noble houses have collections of it. The belt of the great young emperor, just now pressed at his waist, was made of Emperor Green. Because they had seen so much of it, it didn't seem so precious. In terms of value, Emperor Green was undoubtedly superior. All right, name a price that moves me, and this glass-type jadeite will be yours, Luo Xi thought to himself, wondering if he could use this to explore Ruichang Xiang's warehouse. There should be many good things inside. Glass-type jadeite is good, but Luo Xi prefers rich, vibrant colors, like the Emperor Green in Dyson's hand. When faced with Luo Xi's meaningful gaze, Dyson's teeth clenched with a gnash, cursing himself for being too good at stealing the spotlight. He had managed to cut a priceless piece of Emperor Green with his own strength, but this kid had stolen all the attention with luck. It was really infuriating. Li Guorui didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. There was an unspoken rule at Ruichang Xiang. The best quality jade stones cut here had to be sold to the estate. Luo Xi knew here, didn't know the rule, and agreed to sell it. He estimated he would have to pay a hefty price. Li Guorui smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, in the cheerful atmosphere, at the Pingxi Marquis residence, Lan Jinhua came out of Jiang Qiyuan's main courtyard, lost in thought. She knocked on the old lady's door and saw her leaning on a beautiful bed, being pampered by several maids massaging her shoulders and legs, enjoying herself immensely. "Jinhua, what's the matter so late at night?" The elderly lady lifted her eyelids. Lu Jinhua quickly composed her emotions and went to her grandmother, excitedly saying, "Grandma, guess who came to the capital?" The old lady was indifferent and casually asked, "Who?" "Lu Yanjin and Luo Xi," Lu Jinhua said angrily. "Grandma, you know, they didn't visit you in the city. They really don't respect you. Recently, the old Lu Jinhua quickly composed her emotions and went to her grandmother, excitedly saying, "Grandma, guess who came to the capital?" The old lady was indifferent and casually asked, "Who?" "Lu Yanjin and Luo Xi." Her words sounded a bit lofty. Lu Jinhua's eyes flickered, and she leaned close to her grandmother, whispering, "Grandma, I heard that Lu Yanjin brought in some high-yield grain seeds, which helped the emperor solve a big problem. Who knows how much gold and silver he received as a reward?" Hearing this, the old lady sat up straight. "Really?" she asked suspiciously. "Where did you hear this?" Lu Jinhua quickly hid her guilt and made up a story from some gossiping servants. Then she added, "Grandma, since your eldest brother raised Lu Yanjin from a young age, now that he's successful, he shouldn't forget you. I think he got rewards from the emperor, and he should show filial respect to you. The eldest brother is getting bold and wants to fly high. How dare he?" The old lady snapped sharply, her eyes turning fierce. She was not just wary of Lu Jinhua. Once she was stirred by her words, even if she didn't know the full story, she would want to take the rewards from Lu Yanjin and give them to her grandson Lu Mingjun. After the second son left the government office and the third son returned from the gambling house, the old lady gathered her children and grandchildren for a small meeting. In the end, she decided to go herself early the next morning. Lu Jinhua still didn't forget to stir trouble, saying, "Grandma." The eldest brother even expelled the cousin from the family tree. "What if he refuses to listen to you?" The old lady snorted coldly. "Refuse. If he refuses, I'll lie in front of his house and not get up, so the people in the city can see what a disobedient child he is." But she forgot who was behind her current methods. Luo Xi had ways to teach her, and if she couldn't control it, she would find a way. Satisfied with her plan, Lu Jinhua finally felt pleased. Late at night, she went to Jiang Qiyuan's main courtyard. Under the lamp, the beauty looked much thinner than when they first met, and her eyes had become even more ruthless. She was clearly very afraid, but pretended to be calm and said, "I promised you I would do it. Now you need to keep your promise too. You know my family background, so I will do what I promise. It's getting late. Cui Lu, take the young lady home." Cui Lu received the order and was about to leave with the girl when she met a maid bringing soup for Jiang Qiyuan. The maid respectfully bowed to Cui Lu. "Aunt Cui Lu, should we bring the rejuvenation soup to the madam now?" Cui Lu waved her hand. "Leave it there. I'll come later." Lu Jinhua was attracted by the words, rejuvenation soup, and asked further. She learned that Jiang Qiyuan had been taking the supplement, which helps with beauty and skin. Lu Jinhua was very eager. After some hesitation, Cui Lu gave her a small bowl. Seeing the young girl, about 13 or 14, eagerly drinking the soup, Cui Lu's eyes showed deep regret.
Oh.
"It's all fate." Lu Jinhua left happily. Cui Lu pushed open Jiang Qiyuan's door and looked at the lady, who was adjusting her hairpin by the lamp, then bowed deeply. "Is it done?" Jiang Qiyuan asked with a mysterious tone. Under the dim candlelight, her beautiful face looked cold and sharp like a venomous scorpion. Her painted fingernail tapped on Cui Lu's forehead, making her shiver. Her words stumbled. "Why yes, madam. I saw the young lady drink that bowl of soup myself. Get out." She could ruin Lu Yanjin once, and she could do it again and again. As for this blood-sucking pest, just a small appetizer for the beast. Old saying, use the same method to fight back. Prince Biling, stop staring at me. I've only solved 3 pieces, and you've only solved half. Compared to your last attempt, this is too slow. I won't wait much longer. Luo Xi spoke again, making Dyson almost explode with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luo, don't go too far. You're 3 people, and I'm just 1. Can I compare? That's because you're busy with side projects or think the gem cutter is deliberately damaging your raw stones. You're so focused on this that no wonder you were sent here by Biling to be discarded." When his secret was exposed, Dyson felt like vomiting blood, but he finally swallowed it back down. He raised his hand and called a halt. "On my table, there are 299 raw stones. I am about to take the last one. Regent King and Luo Xi, you have no objections, right?" Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Could he be hiding a secret weapon? Luo Xi guessed what Dyson was about to do. She shrugged, showing she didn't care. There was no cure for someone who wanted to die. The Regent King made a gesture asking for permission. He was curious about Dyson's plan, especially since Dyson seemed to be holding back something. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people at the stone yard, Dyson walked toward the center, where a large stone, as tall as a person, was displayed. Everyone who had been here knew about the famous Stone King at Rechangsing Stone Yard. It was 7 feet tall and considered the shop's treasure. Without polishing, its natural cracks revealed a faint green color. Many experts examined it and believed it contained top-quality jadeite. The staff at Rechangsing also looked at it and agreed, valuing it at 100,000 taels. Their plan was to wait for a rich buyer to find a top-quality jade inside and then buy it at a lower price than the market value. This was the safest way, guaranteed profit. 100,000 taels was a lot. Some people were tempted, but who would dare spend that much on a broken stone with unknown contents right outside the imperial city? It was like openly telling the emperor, "Look at me. I'm corrupt." So, the Stone King remained standing in the yard for over half a year, still unsold. Seeing where Dyson stopped, many people widened their eyes. A group of wealthy young masters from Daeong cursed loudly. This is beyond our reach. Too expensive. Ambassadors from several countries shook their heads. Experience told them that Dyson was clever. No matter who won or lost, Dyson's final move was to go for the Stone King. He had the advantage, and this was the last straw that could break the camel's back. If he was losing, this was his best chance to turn things around. 3 years of being a clean official cost 10,000 silver taels, but they didn't believe a young man who just entered the market could produce that much, especially with 600 other raw stones. Altogether, it added up to at least 100,000 or 200,000 taels. Chengxiang wouldn't allow credit, and Luo Xi was finished. They thought her failure to seize the Stone King immediately showed she lacked vision and courage. They looked at her with sympathy, but suddenly, they saw the young man's handsome face, still smiling, with a playful and teasing look in his eyes. Without mentioning other things, just this calm attitude in the face of change shows that as long as she doesn't die prematurely, she will surely achieve great success in the future. Someone tried to speak up for Luo Xi. Prince Bailing, you're being too rude. Dai Sun was angry but could understand. Everyone who saw this Stone King for the first time admired him. Their father didn't dare to open the Stone King in front of him. It was too risky.
Rude, Dyson sneered coldly.
Before we start, is it clear that anyone can choose the raw stones? Regent, do I have to follow the rules? No, the regent of Nanseng shook his head. The little crown prince of the Western Kingdom grinned and provoked. Luo Xiao. Everyone else is riding on top and doing their business. Why are you so afraid to? The second generation of the Daeyong family was furious at these words. Luo Xi looked at him with a faint gaze and slightly smiled. Sorry, I usually don't randomly, unless the other person wants to eat. Everyone. Luo Xi's words never disappointed. The little crown prince was speechless after being hit, opened his mouth wide, and shyly buried his head in the envoy's embrace, clearly scared. Over there, Dai Sun impatiently urged, Where's the servant? Bring my raw stone to the stone-cutting platform. Li Grue looked at Luo Xi, his eyes asking if she would agree to give away the jadeite for free. Ruichong Xiang had many ways to help her. Open it for him. Luo Xi snapped her fingers. She was also curious about what was inside the so-called Stone King, only sensing a very mixed set of properties. Using her mental power to probe, she saw yellow, red, green, and purple colors. These were the common colors of jade. The exact type would only be known after opening. Li Guerue looked disappointed and clicked his tongue. He waved his hand, and soon dozens of servants dressed as attendants moved the large raw stone. Need help? Luo Xi asked with a smile. I can assign a stone-cutting master to you. Dai Sun refused again. The kid had a mischievous smile, and who knew what sneaky tricks he was planning. After looking at the large raw stone over 7 feet tall, he hesitated. If he opened it himself, he would definitely tire himself out. But he was stubborn and refused to give in. I really admire your energetic spirit, Luo Xi sighed. This made Dyson even angrier. He picked up a curved knife, pressed it against the stone surface, and Li Guerue reminded him. Prince Bailing, think carefully. If you cut now, you'll lose 100,000 taels. He didn't want Bailing to buy this piece of stone. With his status, if the raw stone produced good material, he couldn't threaten or bribe to get it back. He lost. Completely lost. Dai Sun responded by quickly cutting with his knife. The stone's outer layer was thin, and he scraped off a layer to reveal a large area of smooth, warm-colored material. He sprinkled some water on it. After cleaning the debris, everyone stared at the topmost layer, a bright greenish-blue color, and gasped.
Wow.
Kunlun jade. It's Kunlun jade. The national seal of Daeong was made from Kunlun jade. The jade was fine and smooth, elegant and refreshing, with some transparency. The seal was made of white jade, but this piece was greenish-blue, which was not taboo, and ordinary people could wear it. Everyone's eyes grew hot. If they took it home as a gift for elders, they would likely get many thanks. But then their excitement faded. If this whole large piece was Kunlun jade, its value would be beyond money, meaning Daeong had completely lost. Collapse. 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 The second-generation heirs shouted together, their voices echoing across the empty stone yard. Dai-sun almost lost his mind and wanted to cut off the heads of these spoiled brats who cursed him. Who curses someone like that? If they weren't on Dayoung's territory, he would make these idle troublemakers understand why flowers bloom so brightly. Everyone watched nervously as Dai-sun carefully removed the outer layer along the patterns.
Then,
He was stunned. It turned out that Kunlun jade only covered a shallow layer, barely enough for a ring face. No way could it be used for a hairpin or belt. It's too thin. Daison's face darkened. He continued cutting. Behind it was a thick outer layer, then a layer of violet-colored cotton-like fluff. The middle part was quite good, enough to be classified as ice-type jade, but it was too impure, with some cracks. Luo Xi secretly thought she hadn't misjudged. Green, yellow, purple, layered like a stack of pancakes. Truly lively. During the collision of mineral plates, sodium feldspar was compressed layer by layer. Regardless of quality, seeing a stone with multiple types of jade was rare. Dai-sun huffed and puffed as he finished cutting the entire stone, revealing 4 colors of jade: white, green, purple, and yellow. The best part was a large area of high-quality ice jade at the bottom, as big as a flower pot, reflecting Daison's face with a faint green hue. The scene fell silent. No one knew who spoke first. It's really ruined. My mouth is amazing. The gap between expectations and reality was too big. Everyone didn't know whether to feel happy or to mourn for this unlucky person. Dyson's face changed colors as he looked at the colorful stones. He looked at Li Guorui with a cold, dead-eyed stare. You're just a small trader daring to cheat me? No, no. Prince Biling, even gods can't tell jade from a stone. One cut makes you rich, another makes you poor. Even a child knows this. That's why we call it gambling on stones. It has many risks and uncertainties. Didn't I warn you before? Li Guorui was amused by Dyson's words. In his 30 years, no one had ever dared to call Richengxiang a small trader. But he wasn't angry. In fact, he secretly felt lucky. That big piece of high-quality ice, thicker than a brick, was worth a lot, but not close to 100,000 taels. This deal was not a loss. Luckily, he held back when he got excited and didn't open it himself. Otherwise, he would have lost everything.
Aye.
I'm going. Just as Dyson's eyes turned red with excitement, and he wanted to argue, a voice came from Luo Xi's table, sounding like a master who is struggling to speak. What is this? I've never seen anything like it, exclaimed the nearby Western envoy. Everyone quickly looked over, their attention drawn to the Stone King, ignoring Luo Xi's table. The master tremblingly took out a small piece of jade, about the size of a baby's fist, from his cloth. Li Guorui was so surprised he stood up suddenly. Imperial green. Another imperial green. No, wait. He suddenly realized something and waved. Bring it closer, so I can see. The master hesitated, glancing at Luo Xi. After she nodded, he handed the jade to Li Guorui. Li Guorui couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Do you know who pays you monthly? The master awkwardly smiled. Holding the jade, it felt cool and smooth. Everyone gathered around, gasping in surprise.
Wow.
It's really imperial green. No, wait. This color is a bit lighter than imperial green, more transparent. I've never seen this kind of color before. This is a glaze-type imperial green, Luo Xi explained with a smile. The moment she saw this green, she fell in love with it. She took it in her hand and played with it. Everyone was captivated by this enchanting green. And Li finally squeezed out a word. Brother Luo, I'll give 2,000 taels. Sell me this jade. 50,000 taels. Snow Wushuang spoke, never wasting words, with a cold and indifferent tone. 3 words. The young prince of the Western Kingdom said, I will exchange with you a special black gemstone from our country. The black gemstone he mentioned was coal. Li Guorui was anxious and frustrated. These reckless kids, are they giving up on giving Richengxiang a chance? In his hurry, he said, I'll give 10,000. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Dyson saw this from afar and suddenly felt a heavy feeling in his chest. He bought a useless item for 10,000 taels, but someone was offering 10,000 taels for the jade stone that Luo Xi had just shown. The difference between heaven and earth. Feeling like a joke, yet also filled with deep disbelief. He didn't want to believe that Luo Xi's skill was the reason. He thought the other person was just incredibly lucky. Maybe all the good karma he had accumulated over his life was used up just to produce this rare, beautiful green jade called imperial green. Others shared this thought, including people from Dayong and several other countries, all thinking that Luo Xi was incredibly lucky. They wondered if they could also produce a piece of imperial green jade before they died, just by praying and avoiding women. Go away. Not for sale. Everyone, step aside. Luo Xi laughed, lazily charming with a mischievous smile. I still need a hair crown, and this piece of jade is just the right size. Are you sure you want to put that green on your head? And Li asked quietly. Get lost. Luo Xi kicked out, pushing away this greedy kid, and under everyone's watch, he walked up to Dai Senator. He supported the table in front of him with one hand, his eyes full of playful mischief. You lost. The 3 stone-cutting masters understood and proudly stepped behind Luo Xi to report the results. Luo Xiao opened 5 pieces of violet jade, 1 high ice violet, 2 pieces of ink green jade, 1 Baishan jade, 8 yellow jades, 9 green jades, 1 iron dragon jade, 1 glass type jade, 1 inkwater type, and 1 imperial green. Half of 300 raw stones opened, total value exceeding 150,000 taels. Wow. Seeing the numbers was one thing, but hearing the exact amount was another. The second-generation rich kids standing on Luo Xi's side all envied and admired her. They secretly hoped to be friends with Luo Xi, believing that with her luck, they might also produce top-quality jade. They spoke kind words, as if it cost nothing. Luo Xi showed a surprised yet happy expression. I didn't expect my luck today to be so good, surpassing even the Northern Ling Prince by several points. Everyone, listening to this smug little tone, their tails almost wagged off. Behind Snow Wuxuang, a cute little girl with sparkling eyes tugged on her older brother's sleeve. Second brother. Luo Xi is so straightforward and adorable. Can I be her friend? Dyson was feeling upset, looking like he'd been hit hard, with his fingers trembling slightly. Luo Xi looked at him with disdain. Young Master Dai, your hands are shaking. Are you getting old too soon? The remaining raw stones are mine. If you damage them, I'll be upset. Are you calling me young Master Dai? Dyson looked shocked. Since you're already abandoned, I suggest you quickly accept the identity of young Master Dai, Luo Xi said with a shrug, calling over 3 stone-cutting masters behind her. Besides my good luck, these masters also played a big part in opening top-quality jade. Work a little harder and cut all of young Master Dai's raw stones. I'll triple your pay. The masters cheered happily, drawing their sharp knives and starting to cut into the stones belonging to Dyson. No kidding. This abandoned one has some skills. Soon, they cut out more than 10 pieces of green jade and yellow jade, not very valuable but quite a few. Dyson finally realized what was happening. He didn't want to accept this reality. He looked angrily at Luo Xi, whose face showed she had plenty of money to spare, and his voice trembled. How did you do it? You must be cheating. He couldn't accept losing to a little nobody in a field he was good at. He believed she was cheating. How could she have found top-quality jade that normal people could never open? Luo Xi rolled her eyes. Young Master Dai, do you think everyone is as blind and clueless as you? Haven't you heard that luck is a sign of strength? Then she added, raw stones have spirits. If you see that following you, this abandoned kid, has no future, why not come to me voluntarily? Luo Xi looked helpless but proud, making many onlookers laugh. Some senior officials watching from the shadows shook their heads with a helpless expression. This girl. So lively. You. Dai-sun pointed at Luo Xi, suddenly coughing up blood and barely steadying himself on the long table. The envoy from Bailing looked angry but dared not speak, afraid this highly skilled troublemaker might kick them too. During the stone-cutting contest witnessed by the 5 countries, Li Guorui happily handed the raw stone bill to a pale-faced Dai-sun. Young Master Dai, Time to pay the bill. Both Luo Xi and Dai Xiao called him Dai Senator. Dyson was really annoyed by this nickname, but he had already experienced the sharp tongue of the big man, so he didn't want to embarrass himself again. He took a deep breath and looked at the bill. Suddenly, his blood rushed to his head. So much. Why don't you go steal it? Confident in himself and knowing that the other side would pay, he only chose good raw stones and didn't care about their value. Now, seeing the total amount, he almost fainted. The number on the paper was not small for anyone. Li Guorui, who had always been easy to talk to, also frowned after being questioned. What does young Master Dai mean? Our Chengxiang prices are clear. When have we ever cheated anyone? Are you planning to refuse to pay? Dai's son really considered it. He was a child of the royal family, but not favored, and all his wealth was earned and saved by himself. He didn't even bring large silver notes from the royal treasury, and even if he did, this amount would seriously hurt him. He thought about using the jade stones to settle the debt, but then remembered the betting agreement. The items he received belonged to the other side, and Dai's son was so angry he wanted to find a big rock to hit himself with. Li Guorui's smile disappeared. If young Master Dai has no money, you can ask the Northern Lingshire envoy group to help. The envoys looked at Dai's son with hopeful eyes, watching the sky and the ground. It was a joke. Behind the crown prince, no one was backing him. Paying this money today was like throwing a meat bun to a dog. They didn't want to get involved in trouble. Luo Xi, not afraid to stir things up, added fuel to the fire. Your father is a coward, and your mother is a coward too. Young Master Dai, no one is willing to help you. You're living too badly. Dai's son wanted to strangle Luo Xi. Did she think he couldn't speak? She was so good at stirring up trouble. Li Guorui also saw that Dyson couldn't settle the bill, and his smile turned cold. Northern Lingshire Prince, how much can you eat? Playing such a big game with a clean face is the first time I see this. Then he waved to someone behind him. Come here. Send a letter to the Northern Lingshire Empress. Tell her to send silver to redeem him. You all stay at Chengxiang and take good care of him. For people dressed in black shadows rushed out. 2 raised their hands, 2 kicked, and Dyson disappeared. They moved so fast that most people there didn't even see clearly. When the Northern Lingshire envoy reacted, the noise almost drowned out Li Guorui. Child of a concubine, how dare you imprison the Prince of Bailing? Quickly hand him over. Yes. If you don't release him soon, don't blame us for being rude. You shameless clown. Li Guorui's lips curled into a mocking smile behind his thick beard. He waved again, and a few more men in black clothes threw the Bailing envoy out of Ruichangxiang. He didn't say any threatening words, but everything about Ruichangxiang showed he was fearless and arrogant. Luo Xi's eyes deepened. Many hot gazes fixed on her, as if trying to see right through her. Luo Xi was so lucky. She must hold on to this shining opportunity. The group's fierce looks made Luo Xi feel uncomfortable. She stood up to leave. It's getting late. Ruichangxiang is good. I had a great time. I'll come again next time. Li Guorui stood up and ordered people to carry the jade and some uncut raw stones Luo Xi brought out onto the carriage. He personally led the group out of the pavilion, smiling as he asked, Luo, young master, do you know Ruichangxiang's rules? Are you talking about the rule that the best quality jade must be collected by Ruichangxiang? Luo Xi looked past Li Guorui, scanning the unnoticed corners inside the building. She smiled and replied, I've heard a little. Seeing her gaze pass over those hidden spots, Li Guorui's heart tightened. The kid's eyes are sharp. Those are the places inside the building where experts hide, all exposed by her without any disguise. He couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. How could he forget her other identity, the Grand Master of the Transformation Realm? She is someone who can walk freely in Dayong whenever she wants. He quickly suppressed his greed and waved with a smile. It's a misunderstanding. Ruichangxiang's rule is that they give some small gifts to distinguished guests before leaving. As he finished speaking, someone brought 2 jars of wine to Luo Xi. This is our own brewed wine. Guests love it. Here, Luo, young master, try some. If you like it, come back again. By then, they had arrived outside the door. Seeing the beautiful girl standing beside her carriage, Qingzhu, Luo Xi left Li Guorui and went to her. She handed the raw stone she had been playing with to the beauty. I haven't thanked my sister for her help today. Here's a little gift to cheer you up. Come visit the mansion when you have time. I like beautiful women like you the most. Qingju covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, then tapped Luo Xi's forehead with her finger. Your little mouth is so sweet. When I have time, I'll bother you again. As the carriage disappeared into the distance, Li Guorui stepped beside Qingju and looked at the raw stone that Luo Xi had given her. His smile deepened as he said, "Want to open it and see what's inside? Why look? It's just a small gift for a kid. Do you really think it will turn out to be the third piece of imperial green jade today?" Qingju finished speaking and turned to walk away. Everyone thought Luo Xi was lucky, but she didn't see it that way. The young man had a calm confidence, as if he controlled everything. Thinking of Luo Xi's meaningful smile when she left, Qingju was sure there was something good inside that raw stone. She wouldn't share this secret with Li Guorui. The carriage moved on. Luo Xi threw the wine jar out the window and opened the ancient warfare manual. She asked Lu Yanjin, who seemed lost in thought, "Where's the treasure map?" Lu Yanjin closed the book with a gentle smile and said, "Be careful, someone might be listening." Luo Xi looked in the direction of his gaze. Through the carriage window, several dark shadows flickered in the darkness, following the carriage. Her eyes showed no surprise. She even counted on her fingers, saying, "One group from Nanseng, one from Ruichangxiang. Just testing, no need to worry." Her voice was completely open and honest. The black-clad men. Should we keep following or stop? When the carriage returned to the inn where they stayed, the two kids were already asleep. Delinger brought out some late-night snacks for them to eat before bed. Luo Xi finished a pot of porridge and noticed Lu Yanjin still looked distracted. She asked, "What are you thinking about?" The man looked up. "Thinking about everything that happened in Ruichangxiang today. It feels a bit strange." "What's strange?" He put down the spoon, stirring the porridge. "I saw the bill too. The amount isn't small, but it's not something Dyson can't handle." "You mean?" Luo Xi finally put down her spoon and reviewed the day's events in her mind, picking out what seemed most unreasonable. When Dyson was taken away, he didn't resist. Ordinary people couldn't see the movements of a few internal energy experts clearly, but their speed was still too slow for Luo Xi. She remembered that Dyson made no resistance before being taken by 4 black-clad men. Lu Yanjin nodded gently. He went willingly. Why? Luo Xi wondered, and Lu Yanjin was also trying to figure out the answer. Suddenly, Luo Xi felt a sudden realization. Today I kept mentioning that he is the abandoned child of Biling. Does Dyson also realize that he is trying to save himself? Very likely, Lu Yanjin agreed with Luo Xi. Having lived through 2 lives, he knew a bit about Ruichangxiang and narrowed his eyes deeply. So, in Dyson's eyes, staying in Ruichangxiang is safer than in Daeong. Luo Xi, do you understand? Ruichangxiang is not as simple as it seems. The man had gone through so much trouble just to tease her. Luo Xi was not unwise. She knew that if Lu Yanjin was warning her to be careful, she should pay attention to that place in the future. After finishing a pot of porridge with great appetite, she took out the ancient warrior manual and urged, "Let's get to serious business." Knowing she was interested in the treasure map, Lu Yanjin opened the book. The lines of strange characters made Luo Xi dizzy. She quickly called a halt. Drawing books usually hide secret messages in layers. You should tear the book apart and check for layers. Seeing her eager look, the man couldn't help but smile. It seemed he truly disliked every book equally. He gently brushed his hand over the faded cover, confirming there were no hidden layers inside, and explained softly, the previous dynasty was different from Daeong. They preferred to hide important things within words. Luo, she tilted her head. I know about acrostic poems, but how can a map be hidden in words? The man signaled her to stay calm and took out paper and pen to copy. Luo Xi yawned, her peach blossom eyes filling with tears. The characters in Daeong were traditional Chinese characters, but this ancient warrior manual was all strange symbols. She couldn't understand it. She propped her chin with one hand and soon drifted into dreams about Zhou Gong. Lu Yanjin looked up and saw Luo Xi's little head bobbing. He couldn't help but smile and carried her back to the room, covering her with a blanket. By the faint candlelight in the room, he continued working late into the night. Meanwhile, the black-clad man who was rebuffed by Luo Xi's words knelt at Li Guorui's feet. Reporting, steward. Luo Xi discovered that I was secretly following her. She threw the wine and the horse carriage in front of her subordinates. Li Guorui gave a faint smile without much emotion. She has a temper. Someone skilled in medicine is with her. Find out who it is. The next morning, at the imperial court in the Golden Throne Hall, last night, the emperor learned that his little princess had reached the level of a master at such a young age. When he returned to the palace, he almost grinned from ear to ear, so happy he couldn't sleep all night. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, the officials from Delinger came directly to him. How rude. They kept saying that the little princess had tricked their prince and threatened to force him to rescue Dyson, or else something bad would happen. The emperor listened, looking sleepy. Yanjin could understand, and as a ruler, he also knew that Dyson was using Rechengxiang's power to save himself. No child who survives in the harem is simple. Each has 8 clever tricks. Finally, these old men annoyed the emperor, who looked at them with tired eyes and a vague expression. How do you want me to deal with my own people? Seeing the emperor's displeasure, a middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, just punish that boy with 3 months of confinement. How about that? 3 months of confinement sounds like a mild punishment, but don't forget, in 1 month, the imperial exam will be held. That means Luo Xi would miss the exam completely. He wouldn't be able to try again for 3 years. 3 years.
Huh.
Who knows what will happen in 3 years? Da Yong might not even exist anymore. The emperor raised an eyebrow, thinking the old man's idea was quite optimistic. Suddenly, he smiled and said, as you wish, 3 months of confinement. The chief minister, the head of officials, felt somewhat relieved. The emperor's punishment showed he wasn't too concerned about those 2 boys, so he could. Just as he thought this, the emperor waved his hand and said, bring the envoy from Delinger and confine him in the Dali temple for 3 months. The officials were stunned. Confine the envoy from Delinger? The old duke couldn't hold back his laughter. Only the emperor knew how to play. Some thought this was satisfying and that it was about time, while others advised the emperor to think carefully. Amid the crowd of kneeling officials, a few old envoys were dragged out of the Golden Throne Hall by the imperial guard. No mercy. The emperor's impulsive actions made the other 3 kingdoms wonder. Why was Da Yong so confident? Knowing that such blatant favoritism would cause trouble for the little princess, the emperor carefully decided to punish Luo Xi with 3 days of confinement. The officials. This is unnecessary. Better not to punish at all. Seeing the speechless officials below, the emperor earnestly said, a strong youth makes a strong country. The world belongs to the people. Internally, I am the ruler, and you are my ministers. Externally, all of you are my children. No matter the situation or whether you are right or wrong, I will protect you just like today. The officials all thanked the emperor. A young official was so inspired by the emperor's speech that he felt very excited. Having such a caring emperor was a blessing for them and for the people of the Great Yong. An older minister, who had been in the court for many years, was already secretly cursing in his mind. I am in my 60s, and I have to serve a young emperor in his 30s as his heir.
Bah.
He's just taking advantage of others. When Luo Xi woke up, she received news that she had been confined for 3 days. Before the imperial decree arrived, she took her family straight to their new home. Coincidentally, the new house was being decorated, and Yanjin was trying to decode a map. The emperor's uncle's order came just in time to help her block some suspicious visits from people in the city. So, when old lady Lu heard that Yanjin was staying at a guest house and came with her family, the place was already empty. She stood outside the guest house with her hands on her hips, loudly scolding. The manager, who had been arranged by Silver Yao, quickly swept her away with a broom. She wanted to confront him?
Huh.
That old witch had no idea where she was talking nonsense or causing trouble back then when she begged to join the princess on a mission. The carriage stopped outside a large royal estate near Wangjing Mountain on the outskirts of the capital. Outside the courtyard, pink walls were surrounded by green willows, and the big red lacquered gate was wide open. The white jade steps were covered with falling blossoms, making people feel happy just to look at them. Pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, and flowing water were arranged beautifully. A small red horse trotted around curiously, looking here and there. Little White stretched its limbs happily. Suddenly, a tiger leapt over from beside the small red horse, startling the foal, which snorted and kicked wildly. The little red horse hated seeing its foal being bullied, so it kicked and chased after the tiger. The horse chased the tiger, which made Silver Yao find it quite interesting. Luo Xi, however, was used to such scenes. She walked through the corridors around the courtyard and settled the two little ones in neighboring yards. As she entered, a misty fog greeted her. In front of her was a hot spring pool, with white mist floating on the surface. It looked very much like the gentle fog of a water town in the south of the river. Lu Xiaomei couldn't take her eyes off the hot spring pool. Children naturally love water, and Lu Xiaomei was no exception. Silver Yao whispered to Luo Xi, "The estate is one of the dowries the emperor prepared for your sister. When it was built, they left two shallow hot spring pools for her future children to use." From the moment she saw the courtyard wall, Luo Xi felt that this estate was more like a place prepared for a woman. It turned out to be her long princess's dowry. The delicate and intricate details reveal careful planning, even in the children's courtyard, showing that the emperor put a lot of thought into the construction from the start. Lu Yanjin was assigned to take care of the two little ones. Luo Xi and Yin Yao walked along a straight path made of blue-gray stone bricks leading directly to the main hall. Looking up, she saw about 20 or 30 men and women standing in front of the hall. Yin Yao nodded slightly to a middle-aged man at the front and introduced Luo Xi. "These are the elders of the princess's residence. This is Xiang Yanfeng, the chief steward of the residence." Yin Yao then pointed to a kind-looking woman. "This is my sister's nursemaid, Nurse Wei. The rest are trusted servants from when your mother was alive." "Servant, old servant. Greetings, your highness." Everyone knelt in unison. Luo Xi saw many of them trembling, their eyes filled with excitement and eagerness that almost overflowed, but they did not rush forward, instead bowing politely in place. She stepped forward and helped the leader, Xiang Yanfeng, and Nurse Wei to their feet. "You shouldn't. You are all close to my mother. Please stand up and speak. Princess, I finally see you. You've suffered all these years. It's good you're back, it's really good." After Nurse Wei stood up, she suddenly embraced Luo Xi and cried loudly, repeatedly saying, "It's good you're back." Luo Xi's body stiffened slightly. Seeing this, Yin Yao quickly patted the emotionally overwhelmed Nurse Wei to calm her down. "The child is back now. There's a long road ahead. Your eyes aren't good, so don't cry anymore." Realizing her impulsiveness, Nurse Wei loosened her hold on Luo Xi, squinting to look at her delicate features, then broke into a smile through her tears. "You look just as beautiful as when you were a child. You haven't changed." Seeing Luo Xi raise an eyebrow, Yin Yao explained, "Nurse Wei was the one who delivered you when you were born." He continued, "They are all elders of the princess's residence. When they heard you were coming to the capital, they couldn't wait to see you. I couldn't stop them. Based on your situation, if you want to keep them, you can. If not, that's fine too. Don't feel pressured." Xiang Yanfeng was the first to step forward. "Old servant has fought on the battlefield with the eldest princess. Usually, he manages the household affairs and is good at guarding the gates. No top-tier fighter can pass 3 moves in my hands." Nurse Wei quickly added, "I am skilled at sewing and needlework. If the princess doesn't mind, I can stay and help with sewing and mending." Then one by one they began to introduce themselves. Some were skilled in medicine, others in martial arts, some in cooking, and a few were especially good at farming. It was clear that they all wanted to stay close to Luo Xi. They understood the truth that a ruler has many subjects, and just because the crown princess used them easily didn't mean the little princess had to do the same. They worked hard to show their best qualities. They didn't try to use their past friendship with the crown princess to manipulate her morally. This was good, and Luo Xi raised an eyebrow. "Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the princess's residence and follow the rules? Don't you feel wrong to come and do these chores for me?" Upon hearing this, dozens of heads shook like rattles, and a representative named Yen Fu spoke for everyone. Being able to serve the little princess is our blessing. We don't feel wronged at all. We're happy to be here. The others didn't speak, but showed their determination with their eyes. They were very disciplined people. Because of this, Luo Xi decided to keep them all. The large estate needed someone to take care of it. The loyal ones brought to her by Yin Yao didn't need to be doubted, and she didn't have to spend time training them. Luo Xi felt happy, like a mother. There were no people she didn't want to be around, only people she didn't get along with. She didn't have many rules for hiring, just loyalty. All right, you all used to work in the princess's residence. Now that you're here, you'll serve the young master. Manager Su, Lady Wei, bring a few people to stay with him. Yes, young master. Servant. Servant. I will not betray the young master's trust. As expected from someone trained by the crown princess, Yanjin understood the tone and changed his way of addressing from princess to young master. That insight alone was rare. Once they received confirmation that they could stay, everyone started to act. One group went to tidy up the main courtyard, another prepared lunch, and Uncle Xi began organizing the defenses of the new residence. Luo Xi watched happily. She was very pleased. After everyone went to their tasks, Yin Yao clapped his hands again. A shadow leapt down from a nearby willow tree, kneeling on one knee. Yin Yao pointed at the person in black and said, "This is the Feng Wei I trained just for you, since I learned of your existence. There are 18 of them: assassination skills, reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, formation techniques, medical skills. Each of the 18 has one special skill that can help you, sheer. Take it." Having experienced abandonment by her parents, the torment at the research institute, and leading humanity through desperate times. No matter the size, everyone relies on her, including her teammates who need her strength to be at the front. In 2 lifetimes, this is the first time an elder genuinely considers her feelings and thinks for her. It's impossible not to be moved. Luo Xi's eyes reddened. She took out a piece of jade from Rui Changxiang, shining with a deep green, and smiled softly. "Little uncle, I don't have much to give, but I'll make you a jade crown with this." Seeing the dazzling green object handed to her, Silver Yao imagined placing something so green on his head. His handsome face showed a complicated expression. "Truly, you're a good nephew to this king." His tone was calm, without any hint of anger or joy. "Good child. I don't need it. Keep it for yourself." Rejected, Luo Xi scratched her head, thinking he probably didn't want her to spend too much. She decided to have her master carve a beautiful jade crown to give to Silver Yao later. Over 3 days, Luo Xi redecorated the royal estate according to her taste, replacing the signboard with Luo Residence. That day, she was directing people to replace the main courtyard's gauze windows with glass. Seeing the curious gaze of Delinger, Luo Xi remained calm. "Don't ask. Just know that the transport team brought it from Nan'an Prefecture." When the installation was nearly finished, the butler reported, "There's a group of elders and children outside the estate, requesting to see the young master. The leader is an elderly lady who doesn't look easy to deal with. Should we let them in?" The word "let in" sounded very strange. When Yuan Hua came yesterday, he told Uncle that they were inviting them. The subtle difference in words shows the butler's dislike for these visitors. Luo Xi nodded slightly, roughly guessing who had come. She calculated the date. Those top-tier members of the Lu family should be arriving soon. "Let them in. Lead them to the side courtyard that's half-ruined." The butler understood immediately and turned to leave. When Luo Xi found Lu Yanjin, he was already writing half a page of notes. This was the result of 3 days. She glanced over it. She had never heard of the places listed. Lu Yanjin explained, "These are the names used by the previous dynasty for various prefectures. I know some, but I need to compare them with the De Yong map and the records of the previous dynasty. The old maps of the previous dynasty probably only exist in the imperial palace of De Yong." Luo Xi thought for a moment. "I'll try to exchange some formulas with the emperor to borrow the old maps." The emperor should agree. Lu Yanjin looked at her deeply and softly said, "Really?" That look made Luo Xi feel like he sensed something. He gently pulled her away from the desk. Let's go. Your beautiful, kind, and good-hearted grandmother is here. We should go meet her. A family of top-tier people sat inside a half-ruined, drafty, and leaking house, looking strange. Lu Mingjun couldn't help but ask, is this the royal estate the emperor gave us? It looks okay outside, but why is it so broken inside? The old lady shook her head, saying she didn't know. Standing nearby, Steward Xiang calmly thought, since half of it is torn down, of course it's broken. This used to be a royal estate. When the owner moved in, they wanted to turn it into a residence. Some unused courtyards at the front were torn down to make halls, so naturally, it's broken. Unfortunately, today it was drizzling lightly outside. Sitting here, the old lady's half-body got wet, and she looked impatient. Where are those two brats? They're taking so long. My half-body is numb from sitting. Xiang Yanfu's sharp eyes turned fierce, but his tone was gentle. If you're tired from sitting, you can stand. The old lady choked, then started to complain about the tea. What's this broken tea? Even dogs wouldn't drink it, and it's from the royal estate. Steward Xiang's tone remained the same. Your cup is empty now. Do you want more water? The old lady was again speechless. Who are these servants? They talk so rudely. If she were at the Pingxi Marquis's house, she would have sold such servants long ago. Just as she was about to argue, outside the yard, two people holding umbrellas entered.
Hey, who do I see?
It's the Lu family grandmother. How have you been lately? Luo Xi's expression was half smiling, half not. Seeing this, the old lady remembered her days in Jingdao village. This kid could argue in court and fight bullies. She quickly put on a shy look and said, Luo family kid, why don't you come to the mansion in the capital? I wanted to treat you well. At the same time, she shot a sharp look at Lu Yanjin beside her and scolded. No manners. Don't you know how to greet elders? Lu Yanjin helped Luo Xi put away his umbrella without saying a word. Just as the old lady wanted to say something, Luo Xi interrupted. Enough. Don't think that just because you've been a fox for a few days, you're clever now. Let me guess why you're here. Luo Xi supported his chin with one hand, looking at the old lady with a half-smile, and said with a smile, Could it be that someone told you we received a royal gift of grain and seeds? Then he said, Are you saying that Lu Yanjin's rewards should be given to you? And then you want to stir trouble with us? The old lady's eyes widened, and she blurted out, How do you know? Luo Xi sneered coldly, looking disappointed. I've taught you for so long, and you can't see such simple tricks of sowing discord. What do you think? Lu Jinhua. Facing Luo Xi's piercing gaze, Lu Jinhua, standing behind the old lady, shrank back and looked away nervously. The old lady wasn't stupid. She quickly understood Luo Xi's meaning and sharply looked at her granddaughter, trembling as she pointed at her. You. What have you done behind my back? Lu Jinhua, a young girl inexperienced in the world, had always been most afraid of her grandmother. Now frightened again, she blurted out the truth. Uncle promised to help me marry the fourth prince. She would never dare to reveal her cooperation with Jiang Qiyun. To her grandmother, the second-hand broken shoe was as hated as her father's murderer. If her grandmother found out, she would be sent back to the countryside. The old lady was heartbroken. You have disappointed me so much. Go back and copy the family rules 100 times. Lu Jinhua hurriedly apologized and promised she wouldn't do it again. Luo Xi watched this dramatic scene with interest and sneered openly. Stop pretending. Old madam, do you think that by standing firm in the Marquis's residence, I am useless? That being betrayed by Lu Jinhua won't affect you. The old lady looked awkward. Honestly, she did think so, that she could control her eldest son, and Luo Xi was no longer useful to her. Things are probably not as simple as you say, Lu Yanjin suddenly interrupted, looking at Lu Jinhua with tears streaming down her face. Are you hiding something crucial? For example, have you already colluded with Jiang Qiyun? Lu Jinhua looked like she saw a ghost, forgetting to cry, her eyes wide with shock. She quickly denied. I haven't. The old lady looked at her with suspicion, neither believing nor disbelieving. Whatever, Lu Yanjin said lightly. Judging by the redness at the corner of your eyes, bleeding gums, and blackened fingernails, this is a clear sign of poisoning. Honestly, I might be able to save you. Since you don't want to say, then forget it. What? Lu Jinhua let out a sharp, piercing scream. How could I be poisoned? You're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. Before the elderly lady could recover from the shock of the big change, Luo Xi looked at her accessories on her head and body and sneered. You're now the lady of the Marquis's residence, yet you're still wearing fake jewelry? What do you mean? The old lady's face changed again. Luo Xi yanked the gold bracelet on her wrist and rubbed it on the ground.
Suddenly,
the gold on the bracelet faded, revealing a large iron ring inside, with faint rust marks on the surface. At this moment, everyone's faces changed. The old lady, perhaps thinking of something, did not react immediately but asked in a deep voice to Lu Yanjin, who was quietly drinking tea. What do you mean by Jinhua being poisoned? Lu Yanjin waved his hand, letting Jinhua put her arm on the table. He took a cloth from a young servant behind her and placed it on Jinhua's fair wrist. However, her face looked extremely pale. What does this mean? Is her hand dirtier than the cloth? But when faced with Lu Yanjin's dark, heavy gaze, she forcibly swallowed the words she was about to shout. In the past, this cousin was the most gentle and pure person, but at some point, those narrow eyes seemed to see through people, dark and terrifying. Lu Yanjin checked her pulse with 3 fingers. After a short while, he confirmed his suspicion. Jinhua was indeed poisoned. His thin lips slightly curled, and he uttered 4 words, poisoned by licorice. The old lady sat up straight. Jinhua's previously indifferent expression turned into one of shock and fear. She withdrew her hand and muttered to herself, Impossible. I may not get along with some young ladies in the capital, but I haven't made enemies to the point of being poisoned. This was the truth. She grew up in the countryside, and her manners and sitting posture could not compare to the young ladies who had been learning etiquette in the capital since childhood. The young ladies looked down on her as uncouth and rude, and she also looked down on their pretentiousness. But she was straightforward and honest. When she was scolded as a rustic country bumpkin, she would curse back in her heart but dared not say a word. Because of this, she hadn't really offended anyone. Suddenly hearing that she was poisoned, she was naturally shocked. Second Ma-Jang quickly stepped forward, eager and worried, trying to grab Lu Yanjin's hand. Xiaojin, what do you mean by licorice poison? Is it deadly? Can it be cured? The toxicity of licorice, also known as the poison that causes infertility, is made from a mixture of cold-loving plants such as sweet root, external willow grass, and ural plants. Its main effect is... He looked around at the family members, some standing, some sitting, worried or indifferent, and spoke carefully. It can cause women to become infertile. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhang collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at her daughter with tears streaming down her face. The elderly woman tapped her cane on the ground and said, What did you do outside that made you offend someone? Tell the truth. Who wants your Lu family to be childless forever? Starting from here, it's easier to find the real culprit. Luo Xi reminded. The elderly woman suddenly realized that only the woman from the Jiang family in the main courtyard would want the Lu family to be childless. She angrily hit Lu Jinhua. What secret are you hiding with that second-hand woman? Tell the truth. Knowing she might lose her right to be a mother and never have children, Lu Jinhua cried out in fear. In Dayong, a woman who cannot have children is unlikely to find a good marriage. The first rule in the 7 rules of the household is no children, meaning a woman who cannot give birth might be abandoned by her husband at any time. The best ending is to find a widower with children and serve as a lifelong maid. Lu Jinhua cried loudly, stumbling as she revealed her conspiracy with Jiang Qiyuan. She said, if I could provoke grandma and mother to turn against Lu Yanjin, she would help me marry into the prince's residence.
Hick.
I was wrong. Please save me. She added, I didn't want to do it either, but my eldest uncle used me to get news about Lu Yanjin and then abandoned me. I had no choice but to be desperate. She cried uncontrollably, full of regret. Her eldest uncle was unreliable, and Jiang Qiyuan, who was at odds with his family, was even more so. How could she be so foolish? Luo Xi looked at Lu Yanjin. Love really can make people lose their mind.
It's terrifying.
She asked, "Did you eat or drink anything given by Jiang Qiyuan?" Lu Jinhua shook her head, but soon remembered the youth-restoring soup she drank from Jiang Qiyuan's room these past few nights. She sniffled and sobbed. That soup was snatched from Cui Lu. I didn't expect. Boo-hoo. Luo Xi finally understood. People tend to be very cautious about things given freely by others. As the old saying goes, no free lunch. What he earned himself was different. Jiang Qiyuan just took advantage of this flaw in human nature. She is truly an extraordinary woman. How many bowls did you drink? Lu Yanjin asked. Lu Jinhua gestured 4 fingers. Lu Yanjin relaxed and leaned back in his chair, a faint look of either genuine sympathy or false concern on his handsome face. A dose of licorice poison can cause a woman to become infertile. You actually drank 4 doses. He shook his head, clearly indicating, there's nothing I can do to help. Lu Jinhua looked like she was about to faint from crying.
No wonder.
No wonder. She kept meeting the maid who brought soup to Jiang Qiyuan every night after leaving the main hall. She thought it was her good luck, a magical medicine for beauty and health. Which woman wouldn't want it? But it turned out to be the headless soup she never imagined. She was so happy at first, but now she deeply regrets it. She was so regretful she felt like her intestines turned green. Mrs. Zhang crawled to Lu Yanjin's feet, full of hope. Jean, it was all my fault before. If you can diagnose this illness, you must be able to cure it, right? The old lady, who had been silent, suddenly remembered something. She grabbed Lu Mingjun nearby, kicked Mrs. Zhang aside, and eagerly said to Lu Yanjin, "Hurry. Quickly examine your younger cousin." Since that wicked woman had attacked the young one, there was no reason to spare Lu Mingjun. After all, a man was needed to carry on the family line and inherit the estate. At first, Lu Mingjun didn't realize this. When his grandmother pulled him in front of Lu Yanjin, he suddenly understood. His face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand.
Young
master, but Lu Yanjin shook his head. I might tell you the result, but you might not believe it. He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "The main credit for the grain contribution goes to Luo Xi, but out of kindness, I was allowed to receive a reward. One for me and one for the Qi family son. I didn't want it, so the emperor allowed me to think it over before accepting. Now I can use this reward to ask the emperor for a favor, to send the imperial doctor to treat my younger brother and sister." The old lady didn't expect him to want to use the reward for Lu Mingjun. She was so excited she stammered, Good child, Grandma thanks you." "Grandma Lu? Have you forgotten? I am the one you personally erased from the family register." Lu Yanjin spoke gently, with a tone that clearly meant, "Don't mess with me." He didn't ask the emperor for gold and silver rewards at first, because he cared more about today. Wealth from outside couldn't compare to seeing his family in despair, then going back to argue with his scoundrel father. He also wanted to reduce this family's greed. The troublemakers couldn't cause much real harm, but their constant visits were very annoying. If they broke ties, it wouldn't be as satisfying to see the scoundrels and troublemakers fight each other up close. The man picked up his teacup and took a small sip, hiding the coldness in his eyes. In his past life, none of this happened. The troublemakers were all dealt with by Jiang Qiyuan and stayed obediently in the countryside. He had been paralyzed in bed for years, and this family had been tormenting him for years under Jiang Qiyuan's orders. Feeding a paralyzed person beans, watching him crawl on the ground in a rush to the bathroom, his cousins and siblings had done many such things. All just for a little sweetness that slipped from Jiang Qiyuan's fingers. Although none of this happened in this life, it couldn't erase the evil they had done to him in the past. He remembered grudges and was petty. Without past enemies, there were no past grudges, so this life could start fresh. But if enemies didn't go too, he would find it hard to be at peace this life. His uncle went to the palace to ask for a royal doctor. While waiting, the old lady, still not giving up, asked, "You've made such great contributions to the court. Why not ask for an official position?" If he had won, he could arrange for Lu Mingjun to replace Lu Yanjin. Wouldn't that be wonderful? "I am healthy and capable. I can take the imperial exams and pursue a career." "Why would I want an official position?" Lu Yanjin's words were cold and indifferent, but everyone could hear the strong confidence in his voice. When the old lady heard he was healthy, her eyes lit up. She remembered how badly his legs had been injured. She had seen it herself. The famous doctor from Beijing, who was with the county magistrate, had said it couldn't be cured. Now he was walking normally, without any hidden illness, completely healed. With such medical skills, could they also cure the poison that his younger relatives had been affected by? She couldn't help but ask, "Who healed your legs?" "Self-healed," Lu Yanjin replied simply. Luo Xi had given him something too miraculous. He wouldn't let anyone else know about it, to avoid bringing trouble to Luo Xi. The old lady's eyes brightened even more. She secretly decided she must repair her relationship with her grandson, and she once again asked Lu Yanjin to check Lu Mingjuan's pulse first. He didn't refuse. Feeling the pulse under his fingertips, Lu Yanjin's eyes revealed a cold chill. Lu Mingjun was indeed poisoned.
And
it was the same poison he had also been exposed to in his past life. He asked with a slight smile, "Have you had him recently?" Lu Mingjuan's face turned red from the blunt question. His grandmother and mother's gazes seemed to have substance, but for his health, he honestly answered, "No, that's right." Lu Yanjin withdrew his hand with a cold smile. "After taking the ginseng, not only will you lose the ability to have children, but you also won't respond like a normal man anymore." Not only Lu Mingjun, but everyone in the Lu family was struck like lightning. Mrs. Ma, usually sharp and clever, showed confusion, shock, and anger in her eyes. Meanwhile, the selfish old lady Lu looked like she wanted to tear Jiang Qiyuan apart. Because he was too smart, Jiang Qiyuan had used the same poison in his past life to prevent him from having his own children. Actually, there was no need for such trouble. He just wanted to raise his younger siblings to adulthood and never planned to have his own children. That fragile life, in his past life, he dared not think about it. In this life, he and Luo Xi had no conditions to consider it either. The family fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Luo Xi understood. They were waiting for the imperial doctor, holding on to the last hope and fantasy. When they saw the young man rushing in outside the door with a medicine box, Lu Yanjin squinted his eyes. Jia, heir to the medical family, trusted by the emperor, young but already more skilled than the old family head. The emperor had sent him here, but Lu Yanjin didn't think he was that important. He looked again at Luo Xi beside him. Jia entered and asked impatiently, "Where's the patient? Hurry up. My flower of the moment is about to bloom, and I'm waiting to pick it for medicine." The old lady wanted to go forward and chat, but Luo Xi stopped her with a hand. She saw that Jia was a medicine enthusiast. Talking too much would only annoy him. He simply pointed directly at the pale-faced siblings across the room. Due to the angle and distance, Jia headed straight for Lu Jinhua. The old lady quickly grabbed his arm. "First, see my grandson," she said. Jia looked annoyed and shook off her hand. The young medic behind him hurried over with a cloth to clean his hands. Luo Xi faintly smelled alcohol and chuckled. He thought Jia was disgusted by the old lady's dirtiness. The elderly lady also saw that this person had a strange personality. She endured her impatience and helped Lu Jinhua take her pulse first. After a moment, Jia said emotionlessly, "The poison from licorice root. Taking too much is hopeless to cure." The mother and daughter both collapsed into chairs, crying loudly. Jia, suppressing her irritation, checked Lu Mingjuan's pulse, first frowning then raising her eyebrows. She gave the same conclusion as Lu Yanjin. "Gurong?" After hesitating a moment, she added, "Since the amount used is small, I might give it a try." Lu Yanjin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "There's no real cure. Doesn't Jia understand? She's clearly interested in the poison from Gurong and just wants to study it. With the current medical skills, it's impossible to remove the poison from Gurong." But he wouldn't say that outright. He still wanted to give the best some hope. Otherwise, letting the top patient and that scoundrel go to extremes would mean Lu Xiao would quickly deal with the top patient. Now, her patience was just on the edge of her limits. Amid the gratitude from the Lu family, Jia agreed on a treatment schedule every 3 days and then hurriedly took her leave. The elderly lady looked hopeful and asked Lu Yanjin, "Do you think your cousin's illness can really be cured?" He nodded. With Jia Jia's medical skills, a full recovery was unlikely, but it might be possible for Lu Mingjun to regain some male functions. Seeing this, the elderly lady and Ma Shi breathed a sigh of relief. They knew Lu Yanjin wouldn't truly treat her cousin from the heart. With this top doctor and Lu Yanjin's support, they felt more at ease. Next, they began to curse Jiang Keyuan loudly, vowing to tear apart that shameless woman. Luo Xi looked surprised and casually said, "Tear apart Jiang Keyuan? I thought you wanted to fight fire with fire." She had heard from the system that in Lu Yanjin's previous life, the younger sister was the heroine of this world. A heroine who was tortured physically and emotionally by the male lead until she died. After her death, the male lead suddenly realized how much he loved her and then spent the rest of his lonely life. What kind of terrible story is that? The heroine is killed, and the male lead's only price is lifelong loneliness? Unfortunately, Jiang Keyuan's son, Yanjin, is the male lead in the system's story. The story begins after Lu Yanjin's death, when he learns that his mother was tragically killed by Lu Yanjin. Yanjin then starts to torment Lu Xiaomei with all his might. He even sells her back into a brothel, where she is subjected to the lowest forms of abuse and torment. Every time Lu Xiaomei struggles in pain, Yanjin never forgets to insult her with words, calling her cheap and deserving of her suffering. He even takes her to Lu Yanjin's tomb to amuse himself with other men. Lu Xiaomei tries to end her life several times but fails. Her will to die is strong, and Yanjin can only watch her closely, tormenting her with endless verbal abuse. Over time, Yanjin cannot accept that he has fallen in love with his enemy's sister. He gives her to a defeated enemy leader who lost an arm in battle. In the end, he is stripped of everything and dies a tragic death under the city tower. When Yanjin finds her broken and battered body, he finally realizes how much he loves her. Filled with regret and heartbreak, he leads his soldiers to attack the northern city palace. This also earns him the title of an unmatched war god. The system, crying and whining at the end, says, the male lead suffers. In the end, he can only rely on his war god title to enjoy endless loneliness. After hearing the system's story, Luo Xi almost tears the system apart.
He thinks,
such a man should experience the pain that Lu Xiaomei once felt. Only then he would truly deserve to be recognized as the main character of the world. The young girl is now his disciple, still young and not yet exposed to too much darkness. As her master, it's not too much to vent some anger on her behalf, right? Hearing Luo Xi's reminder, the top-tier characters suddenly brighten up. Exactly. If a second-hand broken shoe dares to harm her vital parts, then they should also target the most important people to her. Seeing the top-tier characters eager to fight, Luo Xi stretches lazily, stands up from his seat, and raises an eyebrow at Lu Yanjin.
Come on.
Want to go see a good show? The old lady and her group sneak back into the city, looking cautious. Lu Laosan's face is fierce as he leads his mother through winding alleys. Mother, it's this street. They sell all kinds of wild herbs here. I want that little brat to die. When he learns that his son has been poisoned and lost his fertility and may never recover, Lu Laosan is furious. In the capital, he has learned a lot. He knows that harmful substances shouldn't be bought from medical clinics. Whether they find what they need or not, all medicines sold at clinics are recorded and easy to trace. So, Lu Laosan takes his people to a nearby street known for its nightlife and brothels. As he said, this street sells all kinds of wild herbs, mainly targeting the lower classes. When vendors see newcomers, their eyes light up. Madam, do you want to stay forever young? Come check out our place. 3 doses of medicine, and you'll be as radiant as a pearl in an oyster. A woman in her 60s said. Honestly, she was feeling a little excited. Seeing her eager expression, Old Third quickly pulled her away. He asked several vendors, most of whom sold aphrodisiacs. All night long, 7 times, non-stop for 12 hours, feeling like they were in heaven, unable to stop. Until they reached a corner, a man with a large mole on his chin called out to them. From the way you all are walking, It doesn't seem like you're here to buy love potions. If you want something, just tell me. Whether it's deadly poison or a potion to erase traces, I have it all." The old woman hesitated for a moment and was about to step forward. She wanted to use the same trick on Yuan's little troublemaker, but she didn't dare to harm anyone. She realized she might be caught and taken to be executed at midday. The idea of a poison that could silence or destroy bones sounded very frightening. She was about to leave when her hand was pulled back by Old Third. "Wait, mother," Old Third asked the man with the mole. "Is there a medicine that can make men infertile without harming their health?" The man with the mole looked understanding and took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve.
"Just 3 drops are enough."
Not only for men, boars would become impotent after drinking it. It's perfect for dealing with some unsavory things in the backyard. Hearing this, the old woman was tempted. Yanjin was just such an unsavory thing in the household. When she asked the price, she was stunned. "What? 1,000 taels? Why don't you go rob someone?" The man with the mole thought to himself, "I'm already robbing." He showed an impatient expression and said, "I also have cheaper options. But I can't guarantee there are no side effects." "Isn't that what you wanted, to avoid harming the body?" The old woman hesitated again, feeling the price was too high. 1,000 taels was an astronomical amount she wouldn't have dared to think of in the past. She took her family to visit several shops along the street. The man with the mole didn't stop her, just sneered disdainfully. They found a few more vendors selling similar medicines, costing only 100 or 200 taels. But after hearing what the man with the mole said, they worried that the cheaper medicines might have obvious side effects, which could be noticed by Jiang Qiuan. Getting cured would be pointless if it was discovered. So, after a long search, they returned to the man with the mole stall. The old woman gritted her teeth. "I'll give you 1,500 taels, but after you take this money, you must leave the capital." The man with the mole agreed quickly, and they completed the transaction. After the whole family left feeling excited and happy, Luo Xi and Yanjin appeared from around the corner. He raised an eyebrow at the man with the mole. Young Marquis Yuan actually came personally to sell wild medicine. The man with the mole casually plucked the mole from his chin and rubbed his dark face, revealing a delicate face that clearly belonged to Yuan Hua. "Since I didn't receive your message, I was worried that sending someone might alert my father, so I decided to come myself." Then he looked seriously at Yanjin with a tone of anger. "Is my great-uncle's death really connected to those 2 scoundrels from the Pingxi Marquis family?" Yanjin nodded. "With your Yuan Marquis ability, it's not hard to find out the truth. Yuan Shao and Jiang Qiuan had already been close when Yuan Daju was alive. One wanted to climb the social ladder by marriage. The other was unhappy with his father's arranged marriage. The 2 scoundrels conspired to kill Yuan Daju and pretend he had died of illness. Yanjin only learned about this when he was near death. At that time, the Xianfu was falling, and the Yuan family dared to reveal the truth, causing a big scandal. But because their scoundrel father had already allied with the 4th prince, the news was suppressed quickly. People only whispered behind their backs, and no big trouble arose. Now, things are different. The emperor hates anyone who harms close family members. Once the truth came out, the scoundrel father's career was over, and he would never be trusted by the emperor again. Yuan Hua was very angry when he heard this. His great-uncle was born with a difficult labor. Although he was very handsome, he was not very clever. He was even a bit foolish. The Yuan Marquis family was a powerful family from the time of the former emperor. Now, the current emperor disliked them. They had fallen from grace and continued to decline. If a somewhat foolish great-uncle took over as Marquis, the family would be finished. There had been disagreements among brothers about who should inherit the title for many years, but his great-uncle had always been very kind to him. Putting aside old family grudges, Yuan Hua now knew that his great-uncle was not dead from illness, but was murdered by those 2 scoundrels. His hatred and disgust grew even stronger. He was determined to help destroy the Pingxi Marquis family. This was also why he had conspired with Luo Xi at Richengxiang that day. After Luo Xi told Yuan Hua to stay out of sight for a while, they both took their leave. The old lady, filled with hatred for Jiang Qiyuan for poisoning her grandson and eager for revenge, returned to the Pingxi Marquis estate. She glared at Lu Jinhua with displeasure. "Do you know what to do?" Lu Jinhua nodded blankly, still unable to shake off her shock, her eyes filled with resentment toward Jiang Qiyuan. Her sincere kindness was wasted. She genuinely wanted to help, but the malicious woman took the opportunity to harm her. It was truly unforgivable. Hearing the loud crying and shouting from the main courtyard, Jiang Qiyuan asked Cui Lu, "What are they fighting about now?" Cui Lu covered her mouth and smiled. "It's because the old lady went to argue with Lu Yanjin and was scared and beaten back. She's swearing to heaven and earth that she won't let the little brat go." Jiang Qiyuan was pleased and said, "Later, go call Lu Jinhua, that fool. I want to hear what happened." Before Cui Lu could go, Lu Jinhua arrived on her own. She held a handful of colorful soft candies and approached Yuan Jin, who was reading in the courtyard, trying to start a conversation. Yuan Jin's mother had warned him many times not to eat any food given by the elite women, but children are children. Soon, he was attracted by the candies in Lu Jinhua's hand. "What are these?" "Candy I bought on the way back." Seeing Yuan Jin's eager eyes, Lu Jinhua quickly retracted her hand. "If you want to eat, ask your mother to buy some for you." She remembered her grandmother's advice, "Don't be too proactive." How Jiang Qiyuan tricked her, she would use the same method to lure Yuan Jin. The young boy was cautious. Instead of rushing to the candies like most kids, he waited until Lu Jinhua entered her mother's room and instructed the servants to go buy some from the street. There was no candy specifically prepared for him on the street, but when Lu Jinhua came out, Yuan Jin saw her holding colorful soft candies again and couldn't help asking, "Where did you buy these candies?" "I sent someone to the market, but they couldn't find any." "Humph." Lu Jinhua deliberately sneered and lowered her voice. "Little brat still wants candy?"
Go, eat dirt."
As she was about to leave, a voice, although young and innocent, carried a hint of coldness. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell Grandma Lu about you and my mother?" Old tricks, children born bad, passed down from generation to generation. She pretended to be angry and shoved the candies into Yuan Jin's hand. "Here, here, all for you. Just like your mother." Seeming genuinely threatened, she left after leaving the candies behind. Yuan Jin enjoyed this feeling of victory very much. His mother was right. If he could hold someone's weakness, no matter how much they disliked him, they wouldn't dare to hurt him. He subconsciously threw a piece of soft candy into his mouth. The stolen treat is indeed delicious. The young servant nearby disagreed and warned, "Young master, Madam doesn't allow you to eat food given by outsiders." Little Yuan Jin looked unconcerned and said, "She eats it, so why can't I?" The servant thought for a moment and realized he had seen the young lady eat the candies, and since she had already betrayed them, there was no reason to harm the young master. After thinking this through, he felt at ease. Lu Jinhua looked back from afar, confirming that the little troublemaker had eaten the candy, and a strange, slightly crazy smile appeared on her face. Since she was beyond help, she decided to destroy everything together. The next day, she had arranged for Jia Jia to treat Lu Mingjun for the first time. After leaving Jia's residence, the old lady forcefully rubbed her eyes until they turned red. She cried loudly all the way, attracting many onlookers. Near the gate, the lady living opposite hurried over to ask kindly, "Old sister, why are you crying? You look thinner after not seeing you for a few days." Seeing the visitor, the old lady suddenly burst into tears, saying, "My life is so hard. Such a big granddaughter. I didn't watch her closely and she was harmed by someone." Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed,
"Wow."
There's another big scandal at the Pingxi Marquis' residence. Everyone ran faster than rabbits to go back and inform the masters to come see the show. The old lady sat down on the ground and begged loudly, "Kind-hearted people, does anyone know a good doctor? Please save my granddaughter." Among the crowd, and Li Gao asked loudly, "Grandma Lu, stop crying and tell us what happened. The more people, the more help we can give." The crowd looked at the mischievous young man from the Yin family with speechless expressions. They thought he was just here for fun and not serious, unlike them who only nodded along. "Yes. Tell us so we can help." Luo Xi returned from court, lost in thought. His troublesome eldest son and Luo Xi had harmed people from Biling and were punished by the emperor with 3 days of confinement. Now that the 3 days were over, he really wanted to ask who treated Lu Yanjin's legs. Finding the healer would help him arrange treatment for his wife. But how could a father beg his son so openly? This eldest son was also unreasonable. Did he come to the capital without first greeting the elders at the residence? It was truly outrageous. As he approached the residence, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, a guard reminded him, "Marquis, there are many people gathered outside our gate." Luo Xi suddenly looked up and saw the crowd outside the gate, 3 layers deep, and his mother sitting on the ground, crying loudly. A familiar feeling rushed over him. This is bad. Without thinking, he quickly turned his horse and left. He knew his mother's tricks well. If he showed himself, the other side would use dark, twisted tactics against him. It's better not to give them a stage. If she doesn't perform, she'll settle down naturally. His plan was good, but the old lady saw him from afar. She was about to sneak away, but then remembered what Luo Xi had taught her. At this moment, she couldn't crawl. She suddenly rolled to her feet and ran toward Luo Xi, who was trying to escape. The crowd made way for her. The old lady lunged forward, kneeling in front of Luo Xi's horse, crying loudly, "Please, let your daughter-in-law give up the antidote. I know I was wrong.
I've kowtowed to you.
I'm taking people back to the countryside now. Please, let Jean Hua go. She's poisoned and almost dying."
Boo-hoo.
Luo Xi. Everyone. After asking for so long, it turns out the granddaughter is the one poisoned and dying. Luo Xi was shocked. A mother kneeling to her son was a serious matter, no time to think. He suddenly fell off his horse with a thud, kneeling on both knees. He looked at her with a shocked face, kneeling face to face with the old lady. "Mother, what are you talking about?" The old lady ignored everything and kept kowtowing. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to the capital from the countryside. Please, I beg you, give me the antidote."
Boo-hoo.
Luo Xi was stunned, completely frozen. The crowd also looked stunned. Although this kind of mother's misfortune was common, poisoning and plotting murder was too much, wasn't it? The old lady kept kowtowing desperately, crying, "Jean Hua is only 13. The punishment for her being unable to have children is too harsh. Give me the poison. Give me the poison. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Repeatedly, I'll eat it, over and over." Those who didn't know better might think a starving ghost had come to the capital. But now it was clear, the poison wasn't in the old lady, but in Luo Xi's granddaughter, and it was a deadly toxin that made her infertile.
Wow.
That's a brutal method. Surrounded by shocked or disdainful looks, his mother kept crying, "I'll eat it." Luo Xi shouted loudly, "Enough!" But his mother didn't listen. She crawled to Enli's feet and kowtowed. "Young master, my son was also forced by the Jiang family and dares not speak out. Please, send a doctor to save my granddaughter." Luo Xi said that when necessary, the young master and could help her. If before she was just disappointed in her son, upset that he was inactive, unfilial, and neglectful of his brothers, at this moment, the old lady truly felt a hint of hatred. Lu Yanjin was removed from the family tree, and Lu Mingjun was the only son left in the family. He was her beloved grandson, cherished since childhood, like her precious heart. Yet, he was ruined by a second-hand troublemaker, unable to become a real man. Her heart ached with anger. She didn't care if her actions would drag Luo Xi down too. She crawled forward and grabbed Enli's sleeve, pleading, "Young master, please help me. Jiang family, as the chief minister, dared to poison my grandson today. Tomorrow, they might harm my son. Do the Yuan family's eldest son know? He was killed by Jiang Qiyuan, this wicked woman." The crowd was shocked. Who is the Yuan family's eldest son? Wasn't he the former husband of Jiang Qiyuan, who died of illness? So, he was actually murdered by his own wife. This news was incredibly shocking. Luo Xi's pupils shrank suddenly. The Yuan family's eldest son died mysteriously? Could someone say that openly? Did his mother even understand what she was saying? He was just about to pull her up from the ground. But at that moment, he regretted it. He shouldn't have let his mother act so recklessly. Even if it hurt their reputation, she should have been sent back to her hometown immediately after arriving in the capital. Seeing the big hand reaching out to grab her, the old lady screamed loudly. "Ah!
Ah!
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Son, I beg you, don't kill me! I'll kowtow to you, I'll kowtow." His mother looked completely out of her mind. Luo Xi swore on Yanjin's head that this was definitely a new trick learned from the eldest son, a way to deal with her. But he couldn't care less anymore. No matter what his mother said, he knew he was about to cause a big problem today. "Marquis, what is going on here?" Suddenly, a folding fan appeared from the side, blocking Luo Xi's hand as he tried to pull his mother-in-law away. Enli raised his chin and said to the constantly kowtowing old lady, "Explain everything clearly. First, you say Zhang's family poisoned Uncle Yuan, then your granddaughter. Do you have any proof? Speak up. I will stand up for you. Everyone else. You, a spoiled young master, are not the one to decide." And those who didn't mind making trouble had already gone to call the Yuan family. Such a big matter. The victim's family must be present. Behind the door, Jiang Qiyuan had actually come here a long time ago. She hoped the old lady would cause more trouble, so that Luo Xi would lose patience. When that happened, this family would soon face misfortune. She was surprised to hear that this family already knew about Jin Hua's poisoning, but she was not panicked. She thought that if she accused her of poisoning, she would need to provide proof. Knowing how this family was good at twisting facts and causing trouble, she didn't plan to get involved. But when the old lady revealed that she had poisoned her ex-husband, Jiang Qiyuan finally panicked. Her ex-husband, Rongse, was very handsome and popular among many young ladies' dreams. Plus, the Yuan Marquis family was once very powerful. When her father arranged her marriage into the Yuan family, she didn't refuse. But after marriage, life was not as she imagined. Her ex-husband was very filial to his parents, almost to the point of foolishness. Her father-in-law secretly wanted to pass the title to the second branch, and her ex-husband was willing to step back. This made Jiang Qiyuan very angry. Although her father was a high-ranking official, the position of Marquis was not hereditary, and the emperor was deliberately suppressing such titles, so her father had to find another way. He set his sights on the Marquis of Yuan's title, hoping Zhang's family could inherit the bloodline, support the prince, and when the new emperor ascended, they could earn merit and change the family name to Jiang. However, her ex-husband was too useless. At that time, she happened to meet Luo Xi. Unlike the arrogant young masters in Beijing, Luo Xi was humble and always willing to please her. He was also quite capable, and with the support of the government, he quickly rose in the military. Over the years, she couldn't tolerate her ex-husband's foolishness anymore. When Luo Xi found a rare poison from the western regions, she put it into her ex-husband's food. Within a year, he was dead. Her father was furious when he found out, but still helped her deal with the aftermath. Another year later, she successfully married Luo Xi. Handling her ex-husband's wife was simple. She was just an unskilled, unattractive rural woman, so her methods were crude and straightforward. Unexpectedly, her secret plan to murder her ex-husband with Luo Xi was exposed publicly by the old witch. Jiang Qiyuan felt dizzy and faint. What she hated most was that the old witch didn't mention her son's involvement, only claiming she had murdered her ex-husband. Now, she couldn't go out to defend herself, and letting the situation develop was even worse. Just as she was at a loss, Cui Lu ran out anxiously, saying, Madam, something's wrong." The young master suddenly foamed at the mouth and fainted. Jiang Qiyuan was terrified, and a thought suddenly popped into her mind: use their own methods against them. She looked in disbelief at the elderly woman outside the mansion gate, who was pulling and tugging at Luo Xi. Filled with anger, she suddenly slapped the old lady across the face. The whole world fell silent, and Li calmly lowered the folding fan he had used to block Luo Xi. Jiang Qiyuan looked as if she had gone mad. Ignoring everyone's expressions, She sharply grabbed the old woman's chin with her nails, forcing her to lift her head.
Tell me,
Did you do something to Jeaner? Hand over the antidote. Everyone. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law questioned each other about the antidote. The old lady was beaten badly. Just as she was about to slap back, her sleeve was pulled by Ma-Jang, who silently said 2 words. Luo Xi. Thinking of Luo Xi's warning, the old lady suddenly sobered up. With her face half swollen and red, she kowtowed to Jiang Qiyuan, her tone trembling with fear. Please, don't accuse me falsely. I don't dare blame you. I just want to save my granddaughter's life. Jiang Qiyuan was stunned. When had the usually arrogant and domineering old lady become so submissive? But thinking about her son possibly being poisoned, she became frantic again. She raised her hand and slapped the old woman's face several times, finally releasing some long-held frustration. After she finished, everyone's eyes changed. They had always thought that the Liu family had a crazy old lady who lost her temper anytime and anywhere, suspecting her mental health issues. Now, it seemed the situation was more complicated. With such a daughter-in-law who could casually slap her mother-in-law, it was hard to believe she wasn't mentally disturbed. Looking at the old lady, who kept apologizing even after being beaten, the onlookers, who had only come to watch the show, grew angry. Enli closed his fan and clapped. The Marquis of Pingxi has great courage. Allowing your wife to slap her mother-in-law openly? That's what we saw. But what about the unseen things? Is Jiang Shi riding on your mother's head and doing her business? And you just stand by and cheer? Hearing the sarcasm, Liu Xiao regained his senses. He grabbed his wife's hand, which was about to slap her mother, and looked around before lowering his voice and growling, Are you crazy? Me crazy? Jiang Qiyuan shouted hysterically for the first time. Why don't you ask what your mother and them did to Jeaner? Liu Xiao didn't care what his mother did to that little troublemaker. He only knew that after today, news of him and Jiang Shi secretly plotting to kill her husband would spread throughout the capital and even the entire Deyong. The officials in the court, who spent the whole day gossiping, didn't know how to write proper reports. Tomorrow morning, the court will be filled with their petitions. Liu Xiao felt sure that he didn't have a good dream last night. He could guess what his wife had done again. Her actions must have upset the family's unpredictable nerves. Grandmother quietly asked as Jiang Qiyuan shouted at Liu Xiao, Is it possible that when you poisoned the golden flower, the poison was accidentally eaten by your son? No way, Jiang Qiyuan quickly replied. The poison was prepared by the servants. My son couldn't have. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and the surrounding silence was frightening. At first, everyone thought that the old lady from the Liu family was just causing trouble as usual, thinking that the eldest daughter might have just caught a small illness or allergy. Because the old lady often exaggerated or made things seem worse than they were. But this time it was real. Jiang Qiyuan admitted it herself, openly. Her face showed clear disgust and contempt that couldn't be hidden. Why would an elder resort to poisoning to harm a girl who hadn't even reached her coming-of-age ceremony? And such a cruel, vicious method. At the same time, she secretly felt grateful that her own wife's family, though not as powerful as the official family, was at least respectful to her mother-in-law, whether sincerely or not, and managed to keep appearances. Who would marry into a family with such a fierce mother-in-law? Truly, it was a family misfortune. Enli sneered mockingly. How can Marquis Liu be so soft-hearted? How did he win battles on the frontier? I doubt it. Laughter erupted around them openly. Even Liu Xiao, with his thick skin, couldn't help but be annoyed. He turned and slapped Jiang Qiyuan, his face darkening. You wicked woman. How dare you slap my mother? Return to the mansion.